Lord of the Mysteries Chapter 1101 to Chapter 1158. During the process of returning above the gray fog, Klein felt the coldness in his body rapidly dissipate. He no longer had the feeling that every worm of spirit was about to give birth to a brand new consciousness. In an instant, the long, mottled bronze table appeared in front of him. He saw Miss Justice and Leonard's spirit bodies gradually turn clear from the thin gray fog, but they also maintained a certain degree of blur. After the gray fog that swirled around them sank to the ground, Klein asked, "How do you feel now?" He habitually used German Sparrow's tone, but he immediately recalled the time in the Hall of Truth. His inner grumbles, divergent thoughts, habitual analysis, and slandering of Leonard had been completely exposed. He was no longer able to maintain his original image in front of Miss Justice. "It's all Leonard's fault. Sigh, I'll just treat it as following the doctor's advice. Not only did I not wear a thick mask, I even took off the thin ones." This thought flashed through Klein's mind before he forcefully stopped his thoughts and looked around warily. He still hadn't escaped the fear that his thoughts would be said out loud. Fortunately, this was no longer the place he had named the Hall of Truth. There was no longer any magical things that couldn't be resisted with normal abilities. Clearly, Audrey and Leonard also had similar post-traumatic stress disorder. One of them pursed her lips tightly, while the other sat up straight, as though they had instinctively thought of something. After a few seconds of silence, they recalled that the World German Sparrow had just asked about their condition, and they hurriedly pulled their attention back on track. "I feel like something has been purified. I originally had the illusion that I would split into a second personality." "No, it's not a second personality. It's as though a consciousness that doesn't belong to me is awakening in my body." "Oh, it's gone now. Praise be to Mr. Fool." Audrey began a rather professional self-analysis before sincerely expressing her gratitude. "This is to thank me for being able to calmly accept dangerous thoughts." Thankfully, in the Hall of Truth, Miss Justice and Leonard's thoughts didn't turn towards the Fool. Otherwise, I definitely wouldn't be able to resist answering. That would be over. My shame would make me lose control on the spot and collapse into a pile of worms of spirit. As these thoughts flashed through Klein's mind, he seriously replied, "Praise be to Mr. Fool. Praise be to Mr. Fool." As a believer of the Evernight Goddess, Leonard echoed hesitantly before quickly changing the topic. "I don't have any more questions. Just now, I felt something calling out to me from behind the bronze door. What about you?" Seeing that Leonard had confirmed his condition, Klein placed the unshadowed crucifix and the metal bottle of his blood on the long, mottled table in front of him. "I had the same feeling," he answered affirmatively. "Me too. This isn't an illusion. I've analyzed my psyche," Audrey said in a rather clear tone. Leonard raised his hand and scratched his chin. "What could it be? To actually need an ancient god to be sealed behind my throne." After experiencing what had happened, he felt that he no longer had any image in front of Miss Justice, so his posture became more casual. "We can try to do an analysis." Audrey carefully glanced at the World German Sparrow. She had a deep impression of this gentleman's ability to assemble information in a short period of time, make connections, and complete analysis and speculation. Klein thought for a moment and said without presupposition, "There are only three possibilities. The first is that there's a powerful creature in the second epic's real world, at least close to sequence 0. It was sealed at the bottom of the City of Miracles, Leipzig, by Dragon of Imagination Ankwelt, behind his throne. However, I don't think this possibility is too high. This is because the ancient god created this book and stuffed it into Leipzig, simultaneously affecting the world in the book and the real world. He definitely has his own plans, and it's unlikely for him to leave an unstable factor there for long. Yes, we all know that we have to eliminate any accidents, much less an ancient god." Audrey nodded slightly and seriously began a discussion with the world. At this moment, Leonard scoffed. "Perhaps the ancient god, the Dragon of Imagination, has already seen certain scenes in the distant future and believes that the sealed thing will help him realize his plans to a certain extent. That's why I said it's unlikely, not impossible." Klein calmly replied, "The second possibility is that the sealed item is the key to Dragon of Imagination Ankwelt's plans. When this book meets 0-08, the seal will be removed, and that item will return to the real world, bringing about some sort of change." I believe that this might be the biggest possibility. Perhaps it also involved the true stance or intentions of the Dragon of Wisdom. Then what could it be? Mr. Fool once said that after Adam obtained 0-08, he would be closer to becoming a deity. As a result, the times would change. This means that Adam has already gathered all the ingredients for a visionary. All that's left is a ritual. I wonder if my understanding is correct? Audrey gave her opinion. I'm not sure either. I'll pray to Mr. Fool in the future to see if I can obtain a clearer revelation. Klein didn't make a definitive statement. Unfortunately, Old Man is an angel from the fourth epoch. He doesn't have a deep understanding of the second epoch. However, he isn't unfamiliar with Adam. Leonard said thoughtfully, I'll try. He originally wanted to say that he would try to investigate, but when he realized that the two of them knew his secret, he gave up struggling and directly said. Try asking Old Man sorry for troubling you. Audrey sincerely thanked him. From her point of view, this was a matter of the spectator pathway. The one who was most concerned about it was undoubtedly herself. Others were more likely to provide help. Following that, she took the initiative to say, the third possibility is that what's sealed there is an item or monster from the world in the book. Yes, it might be closely related to the world in the book. Destroying it will cause the world in the book to collapse. Therefore, the ancient god, Ankwelt, can only be sealed. Klein gave his guess. Audrey pondered for a moment before saying, yes. Regarding this possibility, I have an idea. Seeing that Mr. World and Mr. Star had cast their gazes over and were waiting for an answer, she slowed down. I'm considering it from a psychological point of view. Since the world in the book was imagined by Ankwelt, the sea of collective subconscious there must have been caused by him. There are imprints of his psyche, emotions, and feelings. Perhaps the City of Miracles, Liveseed, sealed the most extreme of these things. It's some shadow in the Dragon of Imagination's heart, some fear, or some extremely terrifying things imprint in his consciousness. As long as he hasn't truly defeated them and hasn't eradicated them in reality, the world in the book's collective subconscious can't be destroyed. He can only seal them. If we ignore them, they will gradually contaminate that sea, causing the development of history to deviate from its predetermined trajectory. Leonard was even more focused than when he participated in the internal meetings of the Nighthawks or even the Red Gloves. After listening, he couldn't help but mention, as an ancient god that rules over the sky and the mind, what can leave an indelible shadow in him and produce such intense fear? I don't know. Audrey shook her head frankly. If we analyze it purely from a psychological point of view, since it's sealed beneath the throne, at the bottom of the City of Miracles, and there's a passageway that extends all the way down, it means that the source of the shadow and fear might have come from underground. Therefore, the Dragon of Imagination would seal it, block it underground. Otherwise, why wouldn't it be beside the throne, deep in the hall, in a special prison, or somewhere else? Upon hearing Miss Justice's words, Klein immediately thought of the Magician's and Judgment's encounter. According to the information provided by the Sanguine, they discovered an ancient castle of indeterminate age. At the bottom of the ancient castle, there was a bronze door. It seemed to seal something terrifying from underground. Once one approached the door or stayed too long around it, they would be corrupted and die a tragic death. It's an ancient castle that was built to defend something. It was originally guarded by humans from an unknown era. After the Sanguine discovered this place, no one dared to enter it. Back then, I thought that it might be related to devils, and only demigods or above have the right to explore it. Could this be related to the seal of the City of Miracles, Liveseed? Klein's thoughts quickly unfolded, and he quickly found a similar piece of information in his memory. On the way to the ruins of the Battle of Gods on Catlia's future, he had encountered a so-called deep-sea well. Back then, the future's bosun, Nina, dove to the bottom of the sea and did a survey. She said that it wasn't a gigantic well at all, but a dark, bottomless, narrow well that even a human child couldn't enter. Its inner walls had strange honeycomb-like corrosion marks, and there were collapsed steel buildings around it. In a certain sense, this is also a passageway that goes deep underground. Klein looked around and deliberated. Do you remember something that Miss Magicians mentioned? In the underground of the abandoned castle in Delaire Forest, there is a door sealed with a powerful fallen power. Ah, right. Audrey recalled the past. Could it be that in the early Second Epoch, in ancient times, the Beyonder creatures had a common, terrifying enemy that came from underground? Perhaps. Klein could not give a definite answer, so he took the opportunity to add, it could also be like what many doomsday prophecies say, that danger comes from the stars. Yeah. Audrey and Leonard didn't know much about each other, so they couldn't discuss this in depth. Let's end it here for today. When we have a preliminary understanding of the situation, we will try to do the mural experiment again. Also, remember to keep it a secret. Klein glanced at Leonard and said, yes, when we return, we'll immediately pray to Mr. Fool and ask him to witness our oath not to divulge each other's secrets. Audrey didn't object and even added, you're right. There are some things that I will first hypnotize myself here to forget so that I won't recall them often when I return. After Audrey and Leonard left the world above the gray fog, Klein didn't immediately return to the real world. He remained sitting on the high-backed chair belonging to the world and fell silent for more than 10 seconds. Then, he beckoned for an item. It was a heart the size of a child's fist, covered in grayish-white wrinkles. Manipulator Beyonder characteristic. With the Beyonder characteristic in hand, Klein stood up and walked out of the majestic palace. He went all the way into the depths of the mysterious space above the gray fog and arrived at the heavenly staircase of light. He walked up the staircase to the grayish-white cloud floating in midair and stood in front of the strange door of light and the hanging transparent cocoons. Klein raised his right hand and raised the manipulator Beyonder characteristic that resembled both a heart and a brain to his chest. He then extended his spirituality and attempted to activate it. He wanted to see if the people trapped in the cocoon still had a hidden consciousness, or if they had fused together to form a miniature sea of collective subconscious. If there was, he planned on relying on the manipulator Beyonder characteristic left behind by Vin Rambus to enter the consciousness domain and check the mental imprint. He wanted to figure out what the people hanging on the door of light had encountered before they transmigrated. He wanted to know if they had sensed anything during their long slumber. This was the inspiration Klein received from today's exploration. Of course, the Beyonder characteristic left behind by Vin Rambus might not be able to help Klein accomplish what he wanted to do. This was because it hadn't been made into a mystical item, making it difficult for it to be used effectively. In an instant, the heart covered in grayish-white wrinkles in Klein's hand began to beat slowly, producing thumping sounds. Klein then heard a synchronized heartbeat sound from the transparent cocoons. Ba-dump, ba-dump, this meant that the people inside were still alive, but they were in a state of slumber. And in Klein's vision, their bodies gradually evolved into islands with a clear top and a blurry bottom. This represented their consciousness domain. However, these mind islands were similarly bound in the transparent cocoons, isolating them from prying eyes from the outside world. Similarly, they could not settle and blend with each other to produce a sea of collective subconscious. Unless I destroy the cocoon, there's no way to bypass them and enter the corresponding mind world. Klein silently muttered to himself as he lowered his palm that held the manipulator Beyonder characteristic. After a few seconds, he let out a long sigh and turned to leave. In the Hall family's luxurious villa in Empress Borough, Audrey, who was sleeping soundly under the silk blanket, suddenly opened her eyes. She then sat up, moved to the bedside, and piously prayed to Mr. Fool, asking him to witness her oath of secrecy. After she was done with this matter, she took a pillow and put it behind her back. She recalled the experiences that she had yet to forget during this exploration. The history of ancient times is really interesting, but it's also inexplicably terrifying. Mr. Starr's performance is in line with my usual observations of him. He's rather undisciplined and casual. His thoughts easily spread out and are difficult to control. But at times, he appears to be experienced, sharp, and rather reliable. This isn't contradictory. Many people are such a combination. Mr. World is indeed a gentle person. He doesn't look expressionless, but he's always muttering in his heart. The conversation between him and Mr. Starr can be made into a play. It's said that he's a crazy adventurer. When he sees a target, he doesn't consider the danger. He doesn't care about the environment and will directly draw his gun and shoot. At the final moment, I thought that he would attempt to approach the bronze door, but in the end, he escaped. No, he escaped so decisively. As Audrey thought of this, the corners of her mouth curled up slightly. Then, she made a conclusion. Facts have proven that in the mysterious world, unless one has completely lost their rationality or given up on thinking, there won't be any beyonders who truly act crazily. Being careful, not looking at things you shouldn't see, and not listening to things you shouldn't listen to are the main themes here. Audrey, you have to keep this in mind, 7 Pinster Street. Leonard returned to his body. He quickly thought of a way to communicate with Pallas Zoroast. Then, he pretended as though nothing had happened and said in a deep voice, "Old man, I have something to ask you." In his mind, Pallas' slightly aged voice immediately laughed. "You have to remember this. The more you ask, the more likely I'll be able to guess what you did tonight. It's not something that needs to be kept a secret." Leonard habitually replied before getting to the point. "Old man, what do you know about Brother Amon?" "That depends on what you want to know." Pallas Zoroast threw the question back to Leonard. Leonard thought for a moment. After Brother Amon obtained 0-08, is he only one ritual away from becoming a god? That should be the case. Pallas didn't give a definite answer. Leonard wasn't too satisfied with this answer. "I remember you once mentioning that in the early days of the Solomon Empire, the 2 kings of angels, Medici and Ouroboros, were rather afraid of the Amon brothers. This means that they are really very close to the divine throne." This was something that Pallas had occasionally mentioned in their previous exchanges. This time, Leonard had also received confirmation from some of Mobit's answers. I only said the first half. I didn't tell you that Amon and Adam were already very close to becoming gods at that time." Pallas denied Leonard's statement. "There are too many possibilities that make Medici and Ouroboros afraid. It's not just that he's very close to the godhood. We can't make a firm judgment just because of that." This sequence, one angel cleared his throat and continued, "Being very close to the godhood is one of the possible reasons. Being very close to becoming a god is one of the possible reasons. Adam and Amon's unique authorities and how difficult they are to deal with are also possible reasons. Just like Adam, you never know if he is sitting right next to you. You don't know if he is planning what you do. You don't know if you'll voluntarily walk into his traps. I'm talking about you, not me. Of course, I also have to be on guard against these things. If I'm not careful enough, it'll be very easy for me to suffer. As for Amon, he has all sorts of ideas and has a practical spirit. It makes it impossible for others to guess his goal, making it difficult to guard against him. Furthermore, he is very good at deception. There's always a conspiracy behind him. In that era, apart from true deities, no one was unafraid of him. Even true deities had to be wary of him. Otherwise, it's unknown when he would steal some of their authorities." Leonard nodded indiscernibly and diverted the topic in another direction. "Old man, do you think the spectator pathway has any secrets?" "There shouldn't be any secrets for those below Angel. As for those above, I'm not sure," Pallas Zoroast said after a few seconds of thought. Without waiting for Leonard's response, he added with some hesitation, "I heard from Medici before. He said that high-ranking beyonders of the spectator pathway are the least likely to lose control and go crazy, but they are also the most likely to lose control and go crazy." "Why?" Leonard asked in surprise. Pallas Zoroast scoffed and said, "I have some guesses, but I lack evidence and logic. I don't wish to tell you for now." Pallas Zoroast scoffed and said, "I have some guesses, but I lack evidence and logic. I don't wish to tell you for now. You actually don't have any thoughts or guesses, right?" Leonard mumbled out of habit and on purpose. "Don't play such tricks in front of me." The slightly aged voice wasn't affected at all. Leonard didn't dare to ask further as he deliberated for a moment. "Old man, I went to a real dream this time. There were quite a number of spiritual remnants of ancient figures. Do you know a viscount named Mobit Zoroast?" "Mobit." Pallas Zoroast's voice suddenly aged a lot before it returned to normal. "He's a direct descendant of mine. He went missing after a large-scale war. I originally believed that he had been killed by Amon or Jacob in passing, so I couldn't divine the murderer. Now, from the looks of it, things aren't that simple." "Indeed." Leonard gave an affirmative answer. Then, he diluted the surface and said, "He's been dead for a period of time. All that's left of him is some spiritual remnant. In that real dream, he became husband and wife with an elven singer, Pallas quietly listened and fell silent for a moment. That's good too. Leonard originally wanted to say that Mobit would also call him old man, but he suddenly couldn't bring himself to say it. All he could do was end the topic there. After witnessing Leonard and Audrey's vows, Klein returned to the real world. He tidied up the altar in the room, took out a pen and paper, and drew a complicated symbol that was a mixture of peeping and concealment. He wanted to summon Erodes and ask it how it had confirmed that Roselle's travels had appeared after the disappearance of the City of Miracles, Liveseed. After waiting for more than 10 seconds, the full-body mirror in the room glowed faintly, as if there were waves of water rippling inside. In the dim light, silver words popped up one after another. Exalted, great, benevolent master, your insignificant and loyal servant, Erodes, has come to answer your summons. Do you have any orders for me? A few questions. After Klein answered, he was not in a hurry to ask about Roselle's travels. He planned to start with a less sensitive topic. He thought for a moment. Erodes, there's an abandoned ancient castle in Drake Forest. Deep in it is a bronze door. It seems to be sealing some power that comes from underground. Do you know what it is? Just as Klein finished his sentence, the faint glow on the full-body mirror's surface suddenly extinguished, turning pitch black. Above the pitch-black darkness, pale words appeared one after another with the feeling of liquid sliding down. I come from underground. P.S. Thank you, Mr. Wang, for donning a diving suit and tipping a Silver Alliance member. I come from underground. Upon seeing the ghastly white words appear on the full-body mirror, Klein felt a chill run down his back. His pupils dilated as he instinctively wanted to switch places with the marionette next door. And in the room where his valet was, Anuni, who was lying silently, had already opened his eyes. The corresponding spot in his stomach swelled up before shrinking back. It was as though there was a second heart growing there, one that beat extremely slowly. At the same time, the scene that Erodes had presented when answering him about his origins flashed across Klein's mind. Large amounts of black, sticky liquid surged out of the holes in the ground. They twisted and expanded, growing out hands and feet of varying numbers, turning into monsters. During this process, a point of light was spewed out along with the black liquid and landed on a rock. It fused with the rock and turned into a silver mirror with ancient patterns with black gems on both sides. It was Erodes's true body. It really came from underground. Furthermore, this underground is the same as the underground sealed by the bronze door in the abandoned castle. I actually didn't make the connection before. There's nothing I can do about it. There are too many things that involve the underground. Most of them don't have any special meaning, just like coal. Yes, before today, I didn't believe that there was anything special about involving the underground. Klein controlled the urges in his heart and ignored the horror of Erodes's answer. Without any change in expression, he said, "What's the exact situation?" The ghastly white words squirmed and changed, giving him a baffling feeling as though he was about to cry. "Great Master, I'm not sure about the exact details either. I only gained true consciousness when I came to the surface and became a mirror. I don't have any memories of the past. By the way, there's something that might be related. Do you want to hear it? Speak." Seeing that Erodes's attitude was fine, Klein heaved a sigh of relief. The color of the words on the full-body mirror surface recovered a little, turning rather white. "Didn't I say it before? I see a pillar of support and dominance from you. And apart from being able to hear a strange calling, I also have a similar feeling towards the underground. This makes me feel warm, making me wish to return and submit. This might be the reason why I became your servant." What? The things underground give off a similar feeling to the gray fog? They both involve a pillar of support and dominance? Upon seeing Erodes's answer, Klein jumped in fright once again. If it wasn't for his clown powers, he might have lost his composure. At this moment, he inexplicably thought of a joke he had seen in his previous life and transplanted it to himself. What? The thing that the ancient gods feared came from underground? What? Erodes also came from underground? What? I'm from the underground too? This is simply funny and terrifying. No, this might not be a joke. The original owner of the mysterious space above the gray fog, the creator of the strange door of light, and the existence that pulled the transmigrators here, might be from the underground, or might be inextricably linked to the things underground. Thoughts raced through Klein's mind as he thought of many things. When the indescribable shadow loomed over him, he smiled slightly and mocked himself in his heart. In any case, there are new clues and directions for the Grey Fog's transmigration investigation. Klein composed himself and deliberated before asking, "What's the matter? What do the major churches and secret organizations know about the underground things that must be sealed and isolated?" On the full-body mirror, the white words turned back to silver. "There's basically no knowledge. It seems to have been hidden by some power. Isn't that a secret?" Klein's brows twitched slightly, but he ultimately didn't say a word. The silver words on the mirror continued to appear. "However, there are still some legends that exist in a number of secret organizations. In those legends, the underground is described as the lair of devils and evil spirits. It's the source of the corruption of the human heart, the primordial sin and evil. The first one is wrong. The underground things that need to be sealed probably have nothing to do with devils and evil spirits. Legends are actually similar to mysticism symbols. Don't look at what it says. Strip away the exterior and understand what it symbolizes. It symbolizes the fear of the underground, from the body to the soul, from consciousness to emotions." Klein's thoughts raced as he nodded slightly. "It's your turn to ask a question." "Great Master, your loyal servant, Rhodes, has a tiny suggestion. Would you like to hear it?" On the full-body mirror's surface, silver words appeared one after another. "Speak." Klein could vaguely guess what kind of suggestion Rhodes was going to give. "Before you return to your divine throne, try not to investigate matters related to the underground seal." The silver words quickly squirmed and formed a new sentence. "Indeed." Klein sighed and calmly said, "Next question." "Next question, how did you confirm that Grozel's travels appeared after the disappearance of the City of Miracles, Live Seed?" The words on the mirror's surface quickly distorted and crumpled into a ball before quickly dispersing. "It's a revelation and information obtained from the spirit world. As the source was a subsidiary god of the dragons back then, the Dragon of Wisdom, your loyal servant believes that it can be confirmed." "Great Master, is there a problem?" "How direct?" After sighing, Klein instantly thought of how the Dragon of Wisdom, Haraburgen, had likely entered the world in the book and approached the bronze door behind the ancient god's throne. Furthermore, he might have a deep understanding of the underground seal due to his omniscience. He also felt that the ancient dragons seemed to have a deeper meaning in Rozel's travels. He could vaguely grasp something, but he couldn't put it into words. He couldn't truly grasp it. "No," Klein answered Rhodes's question. Then, he asked a tentative question. "Why didn't you mention the Dragon of Wisdom's true name?" "Because I don't dare to directly reveal the true name of a deity." Rhodes used a tactful method to give a definite answer. Klein nodded and did not ask any further questions. "It's your turn." "Great Master, do you have any more questions?" The silver words quickly rearranged themselves on the slightly dark surface of the mirror. "No, let's call it a day." Klein shook his head. After saying that, he recalled what happened last time and added, "No, I'll summon you again. When there are new questions, I'll summon you again." The full-body mirror lit up as the silver words shimmered. "Yes, Master. Your loyal and determined servant, Rhodes, awaits your next summoning at any time. This time, it wasn't a simple drawing, but a cat's paw with a white background and a red heart. There's something new every time." The corners of Klein's mouth twitched slightly as he looked at the full-body mirror in the bedroom return to normal. He stood in the darkness, bathed in the crimson moonlight that shone through the curtains. He stood there quietly for a while before returning to bed and using cogitation to quickly fall asleep. The next morning, on a Monday morning, Klein woke up 15 minutes earlier than usual. He brought his valet, Anuni, down to the first floor and said to butler Walter, "I had a nightmare last night. I had a nightmare last night. I want to go to church before breakfast." Although butler Walter was surprised, he wasn't too surprised. After all, as long as the cathedral was open, there would be people going at any time. He quickly arranged for a carriage to send Don Dantes to the door. When Klein arrived at St. Samuel Cathedral, the door wasn't open yet. He waited until 8 before following the first batch of believers into the hall. He found a seat in the first few rows and sat down. Facing the dark sacred emblem, he closed his eyes and focused on chanting the goddess's honorific name in ancient Hermes in the serene atmosphere. The Evernight goddess who is loftier than the cosmos and more eternal than eternity. You are the Lady of Crimson, the Mother of Concealment, the Empress of Misfortune and Horror, the Mistress of Repose and Silence. After chanting the honorific name, he switched to normal Ruan and said almost silently, "There's an ancient castle in the middle of Delaire Forest. There is an ancient castle in the middle of Delaire Forest. There is an ancient bronze gate in the depths of the castle. It is sealing a powerful fallen power. How should I eliminate the hidden problem there?" Klein wasn't testing the deities, but reporting it openly. As for what the church's reaction would be, and what he could glean from their actions, that was another matter. After repeating it 7 times, he began to pray seriously. Time ticked by. In the dark, quiet, and peaceful cathedral, Klein stood up and walked out of St. Samuel Cathedral with his valet, Anuni. During this process, he didn't receive any revelations, nor did he see the Evernight Cloister's matron, Ariana. This feedback itself also indicated an attitude. That was, he hadn't reached the level of understanding the underground seal. East Borough, in a 2-bedroom apartment. Furs pulled up the blanket and covered her head. She hated the curtains here because they were too thin and transparent. They couldn't block out the morning light, and this would seriously affect the quality of her sleep. I have to change it. No, I might have to move again soon. Just as Furz's thoughts were wandering, she heard the sound of the bedroom door opening and Zio's familiar footsteps. With a whoosh, her blanket disappeared, and a letter landed on her. Your letter. It's from Pritz Harbor, Zio reminded her. Teacher's reply. Furz suddenly sat up, tore open the letter, and quickly scanned it. After a moment of silence, she said, I have to go out. I have to go out. My teacher has already arrived in Backland. This letter should have arrived 2 days ago. The letter was dated and addressed. The mailman here isn't that responsible. Zio glanced at her friend and said, Is there still time? Thankfully, teacher said he would wait for me for 3 days. Furz hurriedly got out of bed and began changing her clothes. She had a feeling that she would be able to gain a deeper understanding of the House of Abraham and obtain the traveler's potion formula and certain beyonder ingredients. Sherwood Borough, 22, Hope Street, Hat Trick Inn. Outside room 2016. Furz directly passed through the wall without attracting anyone's attention. Then, she knocked on the door according to the agreed rhythm. Before long, Dorian Gray Abraham, who had broad shoulders and thick arms and was dressed in a black formal suit, unlocked the door and turned the knob. The gentleman quickly looked around and made way for Furz to enter. I never expected you to become a scribe so quickly. After closing the door, Dorian carefully checked the door lock before turning around and sighing. By the standards of this era, he was already considered a middle-aged man, but he was still a Sequence 7 astrologer. He had no hope of advancing. As for his student, Furz Wall, she had only taken about a year to go from Sequence 9 to Sequence 6. When comparing the two, Dorian couldn't help but sigh and feel sad. The bloodline of the House of Abraham was supposed to be noble and enviable, but now, it was a heavy curse that left him depressed. It's all because of your good teaching, teacher. Although Furz didn't like to go out and preferred to stay at home, she would still receive invitations from nobles from time to time. She was a best-selling author who participated in high society's literary salons, so it wasn't to the extent that she didn't know how to speak. Furthermore, she had indeed received a lot of help from her teacher, be it knowledge, money, formulas, or ingredients. Dorian glanced at her and shook his head with a smile. It's not like you're the only student I've taught. In my memory, there's only one person who can compare to you in terms of advancement speed. He paused for a moment before continuing. Next, your goal is Sequence 5 Traveler, and I have higher expectations for you. I hope that you can obtain godhood and become a Sequence 4 Secret Sorcerer. Of course, I also have a request. That is to wait until you really become a demigod before attempting to pray to a certain hidden existence. Listen to his answer and figure out what he is saying. There's indeed a certain level of danger, but for a Sequence 4 demigod, as long as one has the ability to withstand it, there shouldn't be any problems. Teacher, is this answer very important to you? Furz knew what was going on, but she still pretended to be curious and confused. Dorian was silent for a few seconds, then let out a long sigh. It's very important. My parents, my brothers, my sisters, my children, too many people have sacrificed their lives in pursuit of this answer, but they have obtained nothing. Don't worry, the reason why we paid such a huge price is because there is an ancient curse hidden in our family's bloodline, and you are not related to us by blood. I don't expect to find a way to break the curse in my generation, but I hope to know where it came from, and what is the cause of my death. At this point, Dorian took a deep breath and didn't continue. For some reason, at this moment, Furs directly felt the weight that had been accumulated generation after generation for thousands of years. It was really hard for her to imagine what kind of pain it would be for a person's grandparents, parents, brothers, sisters, and children to die directly or indirectly because of the same curse. Thinking of how her teacher had taken care of her, Furs, who had only received this care and love from her elders in recent years, opened and closed her eyes, lowered her head, and nodded vigorously. I will work hard. Dorian put away her emotions and nodded gently. The thing that's most commendable about you is your kindness. Furs was a little embarrassed, and she changed to a word that her teacher had mentioned. Family? She remembered that her teacher hadn't told her about the House of Abraham. He had pretended that he, Lawrence, Elisa, and the others were members of a secret organization. In order to distinguish between what her teacher had said and what she had learned on the tarot, Furs had carefully sorted out the information before she left, in case she accidentally revealed information that she shouldn't have known. Dorian answered simply. In order to solve the problem of the curse, my family has joined that organization. He then changed the topic. Why did you move in such a hurry this time? We were targeted by the official Beyonders. Furs first told the truth before complaining about the postman. Dorian didn't say anything else and began to set up the ritual. She summoned the void creature, Malmax, who loved music, and made him spit out 3 items. The first was a crystal that was so transparent that it was almost illusory, the second was an ancient goatskin, and the third was a small hunter's backpack. This is the Beyonder characteristic left behind by a traveler. With it, you don't need to gather additional main ingredients. This is the traveler potion formula. This backpack contains the corresponding supplementary ingredients. If you don't have a good way to preserve them, try to digest the scribe potion within half a year. Otherwise, their spirituality will be completely lost. Dorian handed the items in her hand to Furs. Thank you, teacher, Furs said sincerely. Then, she unfolded the goatskin and quickly scanned through the potion formula, focusing on the ritual. Set up special coordinates in 4 completely different places in the depths of the spirit world that are very far from each other. What's the purpose of this ritual? Furs thought for a few seconds and asked her teacher. After consuming the traveler potion, you will uncontrollably begin to roam the spirit world. By the time you gain basic control of your powers, you will realize that you have lost your way. At that time, you can use the 4 special coordinates to return to the real world. Otherwise, you will be trapped in the depths of the spirit world for a long period of time. Not only is it dangerous, it will also assimilate you, making you lose your rationality and become a creature that relies on the spirit world. Although Dorian had no hope of becoming a traveler herself, she had seen students advance to sequence 5 before. Then there should be other alternatives. Furs muttered as though she was in thought. Yes. Dorian nodded. Previously, the organization had an item that allowed people to return to the real world directly from the spirit world. Unfortunately, it was lost. Without waiting for Furs to ask, Dorian said, if, and I'm saying if, you really become a demigod and fulfill that wish of mine, I will hand over an important item that I wield to you. This is a teacher's wish for you. One of the powerful sealed artifacts of the House of Abraham? Furs had some guesses, but she didn't dare to promise anything. She continued as before, I'll work hard. Following that, she continued the topic and asked curiously, Teacher, you just mentioned that sequence 4 is secret sorcerer. Then what about sequence 3, sequence 2, and sequence 1? Dory gave a laugh as he settled in you're only sequence 6. Yes, sequence 3 is wanderer. Sequence 2 is planeswalker. Sequence 1's potion name is Key of Stars. Heh, thankfully you mentioned this problem. I actually forgot to organize a list of things to take note of when exploring the spirit world. These are things that you have to remember after becoming a traveler. How about this? I'll stay another night. Come to me tomorrow to get the information. Furs agreed as she ruminated over the names of the high-sequence Beyonder potions of the apprentice pathway. All right, teacher. After instructing her on these matters, Dorian paced back and forth a few times. After some thought, she exhorted again, there will be a certain attraction between Beyonder characteristics of the same pathway. It's not obvious at lower sequences, but the higher the sequence, the stronger it is. Sometimes, this attraction won't be directly felt by you. It will make you unknowingly approach a high-sequence Beyonder of the same pathway. When you become a traveler, you have to constantly pay attention to such matters. Upon saying that, Dorian paused for a moment. There aren't many demigods of the apprentice pathway still alive. Among them, you need to be especially careful of a man named Bodhi's. He's the saint of secrets of the Aurora Order. Just like Lewis, he's a traitor of our organization. I'll give you his portrait tomorrow. Bootiz. Furs repeated the name her teacher had mentioned in her heart. At the same time, she had a new understanding of her encounter with the Aurora Order's oracle, Louis Veen. Perhaps it wasn't a chance encounter, but an attraction between Beyonder characteristics. Her teacher had a sufficiently powerful sealed artifact of the apprentice pathway. Furs quickly suppressed this thought and began to consult her on various matters regarding acting as a scribe. City of Silver, Berg household. So there's a way to bypass the giant king's court's front and enter the interior through the waning forest and barren tunnel. Derek Berg recalled the information Mr. World had shared with him above the gray fog. This was very important to the City of Silver. This was because the early explorations from the afternoon town camp indicated that the closer one was to the giant king's court, the more monsters that originated from the darkness were, and the stronger they were. I have to tell the chief. Derek suddenly stood up, rushed out of the house, and headed straight for the spire. As he wished, he met the chief of the 6-member council, Colin Iliad. According to Mr. the Hanging Man's exhortations, he said that he had recalled a certain mural he had seen in Afternoon Town's shadow. It described a secret passageway into the giant king's court. Colin Iliad listened quietly without interrupting Derek's recount. Finally, he nodded gently. Very good, you've done well. What do you want to exchange this contribution for? The complete brain of an adult mind dragon. Derek was already prepared. Colin didn't ask why as he thought for a moment. If that secret passageway is real, then its value is definitely higher than the complete brain of an adult mind dragon. You can choose something else. Are you interested in the potion formula of a higher sequence of the plantar pathway? He's asking Mr. Fool. As Derek came to a realization, he asked in surprise, do we have the potion formula of a higher sequence of the plantar pathway? He didn't remember having any. You should remember that the giant king's queen is the goddess of harvest, but the surrounding area lacks the corresponding Beyonder ingredients. There's no rush. You can consider it again. Colin Iliad calmly changed the topic. Have you already mastered the power of a priest of light? Yes, Derek replied succinctly. Colin fell silent for a moment as he looked at the teenager in front of him. What kind of saint-level sealed artifact do you want to choose? Lord of the Mysteries, what kind of saint-level sealed artifact do I want to choose? Derek Berg subconsciously examined his own needs. As the sun pathway had a certain level of restraint against the monsters in the darkness, and he also had Thunder God's roar, he didn't have much desire for offensive or support-type sealed artifacts. And the experience of being beaten up while making friends made him subconsciously wish for a mystical item that could provide stronger defense. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Derek suddenly came to a realization. He understood that the essence of the question wasn't what saint-level sealed artifact he wanted, but which saint-level sealed artifact could exchange for the Creator's cross from Mr. Fool. He hesitated for a moment and frankly asked, Your Excellency, do you have any suggestions? Colin glanced at him and left his original spot. He slowly walked to the window and turned around. There are 4 sealed artifacts that are relatively suitable for you. The first one is called the Sword of Silver Dawn. It was left behind by an elder who died 1300 years ago. Holding this straight sword can hide one's malice and certain actions, effectively interfering with divination and prophecy, and obtain exaggerated strength. It can bring a dawn against evil and degeneration to the surrounding area. It can also stir up a destructive storm of light, creating an invisible and sturdy defensive wall around the wielder. Every time it is connected to the ground, the protective force will be unshakable. At the tip of the hilt is a statue of a human head with a single eye and a huge mouth. It has the characteristics of a living person. Feeding the corresponding herbs, essential oils, and medicines to this statue will cause the Sword of Silver Dawn to produce different effects, such as lightning, freezing, purification, burning, rotting, and exorcism. This sword has strict conditions for using it. It's impossible to pick it up if you're less than 180 centimeters tall. It's difficult to unleash its full power if you're less than 200 centimeters tall. In addition, the statue of a human head at the top of the hilt is very talkative. It's always chattering. If the wielder doesn't respond to it, perhaps at a critical moment, the Sword of Silver Dawn will suddenly give up resisting and even attack its owner. If the wielder is willing to talk to the statue, he will be on the brink of madness. This is what I want, a sealed artifact that's good at defense. Derek muttered to himself. He didn't interrupt the chief's explanation as he quietly listened to him continue introducing the sealed artifacts. The second item is the Twilight Mask, which came from the previous chief. It's a mask made from a skull. It can conceal malice, thoughts, and behavioral tendencies, making the wearer seem like a dead person without any thoughts. As long as you wear this mask, you will have the power of a true giant and the right to rule over the undead. Any living creature that looks into the eyes of the wearer will die immediately. Even if they have divinity, they will still be severely injured. And even if there is no eye contact, the target that the wearer sees will slowly wither, just like crossing the river of death inch by inch. The person who wears this mask can also create the terrifying twilight storm. Anything that is tainted by the dim light will decay, rot, wither, die, and lose its sense of life. Most attacks other than purification are ineffective against people wearing the Twilight Mask, just like how no one can kill a dead person. This Twilight Mask is very powerful, but it's also extremely dangerous. Even if it doesn't do anything and just leaves it there, the people around it will suddenly die one after another for no reason. Therefore, there needs to be a suitable sealing method. No matter who it is, after wearing this mask, their ears will constantly echo with screams and roars that seem to come from the depths of the underworld. This is a mental attack that can drive a person crazy and make them lose their rationality. At the same time, as long as they wear this mask for more than 5 minutes, they will irrevocably become its slave. This sealed artifact can't be used. Although it's powerful, it can only be used to seal. Only a mighty existence like Mr. Fool can ignore its negative effects. Derek opened his mouth, but he didn't say a word. Colin Iliad recalled the information and continued, the third item is called Life's Cane. It can control beyonder creatures with low intelligence, reducing their madness for a short period of time. It can use incomplete spirits and all kinds of materials to complete extreme life refinement. This can create ordinary humans that can live for a long time. It can also create different dolls that are used for combat and all kinds of matters, including stone golems, earth golems, and steel golems. Any living being that has been struck by this cane will have an increased tendency to go crazy and lose control. Their bodies will also have a certain chance of mutating, growing watermelons, mushrooms, wheat, and other things. Of course, these are inedible and will cause contamination. As for the living beings that have been struck by the cane, no matter how serious their injuries are, they will be healed, except for those that have already begun to lose control. This cane will fill the surrounding area with vitality. Be it plants or animals, they will be able to flourish and reproduce rapidly. Unfortunately, it's useless against our cursed land. The person who carries Life's Cane has a high chance of having a mutation. The longer they hold it, the higher the chance. This will cause them to have more organs, or lose parts of their body, which will be replaced by various plants. It sounds sinister. Derek felt an inexplicable sense of fear. Finally, he couldn't help but ask, what's the fourth sealed artifact? It came from a devil that lost control I hunted. I called it the Fallen Flute. This is a silver flute that looks very ordinary, but once someone blows it, the surrounding living beings will fall into an unavoidable hallucination. Their anger, sadness, pain, greed, vanity, arrogance, melancholy, and other emotions and desires will rapidly swell. They will either detonate their minds, destroy their rationality, or bring about a loss of control. In the vicinity of this fallen flute, other than the wielder, all living beings will have their thinking abilities significantly reduced, making it easy for them to make mistakes. At the same time, the wielder of the flute will be abnormally sensitive to danger. Sometimes, they can even foresee things that might threaten their lives a day or two in advance. Wherever this fallen flute is, people's hearts will gradually degenerate. All kinds of desires will take over, and beliefs will be thrown aside. The wielder will also turn a little cold, unable to find normal emotions. The more times it is used, the longer it is carried, and the deeper the level. And this might very well conflict with one's own pathway or corresponding acting, increasing the risk of losing control. After explaining the fourth sealed artifact, Colin Iliad's light blue eyes, which seemed to be filled with stories, turned to look at Derek. "What do you have in mind?" "I need some time to think," Derek answered in a rather practiced manner. "Indeed, this is a very important matter for you. You can't make a rash decision," Colin said with a nod. "In 3 days, we will set off for the afternoon town camp. Tell me the answer before that, and give yourself time to familiarize yourself with the sealed artifact." "Yes, Your Excellency." Derek bowed seriously and left the chief's room. He wasn't in a rush to return home and pray to Mr. Fool. He planned on heading to the training grounds to temper his various sun domain theurgical spells. This was a habit that was engraved deep in the blood of everyone in the City of Silver. Only the self-disciplined and the hard-working could survive longer in the desolate and dark lands. In a dark alley in the Bakeland Bridge area, Xiao once again saw the golden-masked MI9 member who was clearly kind to her. The judge potion formula might take some time, the golden-masked man took the initiative to say. This was because although the investigation on Xiao didn't continue, it wasn't declared to be over. Xiao pursed her lips and nodded, as though she had finally made up her mind. "I don't want that formula anymore." "You've given up?" the golden-masked man asked in surprise, but he couldn't hide his joy. Xiao didn't directly answer as she turned her head to the side. "I'll exchange all the merit points I've accumulated for gold pounds." After hearing her answer, the golden-masked man nodded in relief. "It's best that you understand. Let bygones be bygones. You, your mother, and brother will have a brand new and beautiful future. Yes, if the merit points you've accumulated are exchanged for gold pounds, it'll be about 2,000 pounds. I'll help you fight for a little more. After that, you can continue being a peripheral member of our MI9. Having an official identity is very useful for unaffiliated Beyonders." Xiao fell silent for a few seconds as her lips quivered. "Thank you." She could clearly sense the kindness of the man in front of her, so her thanks came from the bottom of her heart. However, she wouldn't give up. The reason why she chose gold pounds was that she had already reserved the judge potion formula from the world's German sparrow. This crazy adventurer even claimed to have the subsequent disciplinary paladin potion formula. And at the same time, giving up on the surface could help Xiao effectively dispel MI9's suspicions. After briefly explaining the progress of the previous commissions, Xiao bade farewell to the golden-masked man and left the alley. On Tuesday morning, Furs went out early again and went to the Hat Trick Inn in Sherwood Borough to meet her teacher, Dorian Gray. This is the matters to take note of when exploring the spirit world. "This is a portrait of Bootiz." Dorian covered her mouth and yawned. Then, she handed a thick stack of paper to Furs. Furs wasn't in a hurry to read the information as she cast her gaze at the portrait. It was a black-robed man who wasn't 40 years old. His brown hair was slightly curled, but he gave off an abnormally hard feeling. His dark eyes were so deep that they seemed to hide countless things. "This is the Saint of Secrets." Furs rubbed her fingers and used her trickmaster powers to burn the portrait. "Not bad. You're very cautious." Dorian nodded in approval. He then carried his suitcase and said to Furs, "I have to return to Pritz Harbor." "I have to return to Pritz Harbor." Staying in Backland for too long will arouse suspicion. Furs knew that the situation in Bakeland had been tense recently and that she wished for her teacher to leave as soon as possible. Therefore, she didn't hold him back and watched him leave the room. Then, with the help of door opening, she went all the way to the alley behind the inn. Just as she got her bearings and turned into a street, she suddenly saw a man in a black trench coat walk over. The man swept a glance at her before naturally looking away. As for Furs, the muscles on her back suddenly tensed up. Her eyes reflected the man's appearance. He wasn't even 40 years old. His brown hair was slightly curled as though it was abnormally hard. His dark eyes were deep, as though they hid countless things. Saint of Secrets Bootiz. Furs had experienced quite a bit recently. She might even have been watched by a king of angels, so she had a rather strong tolerance. At that moment, she didn't show any abnormalities as she naturally retracted her gaze. Without slowing down, she walked towards the man in the black trench coat. After a few steps, the two of them brushed past each other. Did he happen to pass by here because of the attraction between Beyonder characteristics? If he knew that teacher was here, he definitely wouldn't be so slow. Instead, he would directly teleport to chase after him. Thankfully, teacher has already boarded a carriage and left the inn. Furz's heart returned to its original position as her tense thoughts relaxed slightly. After taking a few more steps forward, she looked up at the sky, as though to determine if it would rain later. At this moment, a crow flew over from afar and landed on a tree, facing the spot where Furs had just passed. Furs didn't think about the Saint of Secrets Bootiz as she maintained her previous speed and left the street. As the Aurora Order hadn't held a gathering in Bakeland for a very long time, and their target was a demigod, Furs temporarily didn't have any thoughts of avenging her teacher. Ignoring the problem of her lack of combat strength, just finding and locking onto a secret sorcerer was a difficult task. I'll wait until I become a traveler and have a chance encounter with Bootiz before entrusting Mr. World with the corresponding mission. I'll use this period of time to save up my remuneration. Now, I can confirm one thing. The Aurora Order has a saint in Bakeland recently. I can't eliminate the possibility that Bootiz was affected by the attraction between Beyonder characteristics during his travels today and accidentally got lost in Bakeland. Furs naturally considered if she should seek the help of German Sparrow from the world. As far as she knew, this gentleman had killed at least 2 demigods with his own hands, and he had only become a demigod for 3 months. Among the upper echelons of the 7 Orthodox churches, there are only about 10 true demigods. According to Mr. World's progress, it'll take him at most 2 years to clear out the powerhouses of a church. Of course, reality isn't such an ideal model. Furs, who had received higher education and worked as a surgeon, gradually let her thoughts wander. She walked to the side of the street and got into a rental carriage. Above the grey fog, there was a small gathering with only son Derek, the hanging man Alger, and World German Sparrow. However, unlike previous similar situations, there was Mr. Fool as a witness this time. This was because Sun's main goal was to figure out which sealed artifact could please this mighty existence and exchange it for the cross left behind by the Creator. At the same time, he also had some questions he wanted to ask Mr. the Hanging Man and Mr. World, so he applied for this private exchange. Sword of Silver Dawn, Twilight Mask, Life's Cane, Fallen Flute. These are all items that have outstanding abilities and negative effects. They need to be sealed. This also means that the City of Silver doesn't have any Beyonders of the Artisan Pathway. All their harvests can only be formed naturally. Even if there's a god-level sealed artifact that can shatter their characteristics, there's no way to reassemble them. As the Fool Klein listened to Little Sun's description, he quickly analyzed the pros and cons of different sealed artifacts. The first thing he eliminated was the Twilight Mask. This was because the negative effects of the sealed artifact that originated from the former chief of the City of Silver were too great. Although Klein could get his marionette to wear the mask and cut off the connection to his hearing, thus avoiding the incessant screams and roars, and he didn't have to worry that his marionette, who was essentially his item, would become a slave to the Twilight Mask. If that were to happen, his actual body would become one of the people who died for no apparent reason. Following that, Klein gave up on the Fallen Flute for the same reason. The sealed artifact's ability to predict danger ahead of time was indeed better than the Desire Apostle in Creeping Hunger. It was tempting, but the negative effects weren't that easy to avoid. If Klein's actual body were to use the flute, he would gradually turn cold and lose his normal emotions. This was completely contradictory to his philosophy of using his humanity to resist godhood and maintain balance. And if he were to hand it over to his marionette, his actual body would suffer the obvious decline in the thinking abilities of the surrounding living beings, making it easy for him to make mistakes. This would cause the core advantage of the seer pathway to be lost. In addition, this flute will cause the people in the area to fall into depravity. Desires will flow through them. I don't wish for the people of Buckland Street to become a race of revelers who abandon their morals. When the time comes, who knows how many illegitimate children will be born. I can only consider the sword of Silver Dawn and life's cane. Klein mumbled silently as he quickly chose one of the two. The head sculpture on the sword of Silver Dawn had a living characteristic. To Klein, this meant that he could communicate with it. And as long as he could communicate with it, many of the negative effects would naturally be reduced. As for the height restriction, he could ignore the thickness and just focus on the height. After all, to a clown with extremely good balance, it didn't affect his performance. The problem of life's cane causing the wielder's body to mutate could be avoided by handing it over to his marionette. Once he lost or gained any organs, he could use flower of blood to repair them. As for the surrounding area being filled with vitality and the flourishing of flora and fauna, it wasn't that negative. Since the negative effects of the two sealed artifacts weren't too big of a problem, what he needed to consider was their use. The Sword of Silver Dawn clearly came from a demon hunter of the warrior pathway. Be it in terms of offense or defense, it was rather powerful. Furthermore, it could hide its malice and was good at dealing with devils. As for life's cane, it was good at creating and triggering mutations. It was a rather sinister type. After a few seconds of consideration, the fool Klein spoke in an unhurried manner when Sun asked for an answer, as though he was discussing something ordinary. I'll take the cane. He finally decided on life's cane. In fact, the Sword of Silver Dawn and life's cane each had their own strengths, so it wasn't an easy choice. Klein's final decision was based on an unusual reason. The sinister life's cane was worthy of the adjective mysterious. It could effectively help him act as a bizarro sorcerer and increase the speed at which the potion was digested. Yes, Mr. Fool. Derek replied, unable to hide his joy. This meant that once the sacrificial and bestowment ritual was completed, he would obtain the cross that came from the Creator. After confirming this matter, he cast his gaze at the figure at the bottom of the long bronze table. Mr. World, apart from the complete brain of an adult mind dragon, do you need a high-sequence potion formula of the plantar pathway? As the matter of the Giant King's Court's secret passageway was shared with him by the world, he could only ask this person and not Mr. Fool. Of course, from Derek's point of view, the world was Mr. Fool's blessed, so his answer represented Mr. Fool's intentions to a certain extent. A high-sequence potion formula of the plantar pathway. The fool Klein, who was sitting at the end of the long bronze table, immediately felt a headache as he fell into an intense internal struggle. He could roughly understand the train of thought of the City of Silver's chief. On the one hand, this senior demon hunter hoped to find a bright future through the exploration of the Giant King's Court. On the other hand, he was cautious and didn't have strong expectations. He was prepared to continue holding out in the darkness. Therefore, the reason why he mentioned the plantar potion formula was mainly to see if Mr. Fool had the corresponding authority, or if certain factions he favored needed it. If this could bring about feedback, it would effectively improve the living environment of the City of Silver. And on Klein's side, Frank Lee had recently sent a letter saying that his research was only one step away. Once he became a druid, he should be able to succeed. This made Klein very hesitant about whether he should give him a push. I have no idea what the future will be like. Let's focus on what's in front of me. A sequence 5 Beyonder without any godhood can't do anything too serious. Besides, Ma'am Hermit is already a demigod. She can tell that Frank isn't too much of a problem. Klein thought for a moment and made the world's German sparrow speak. Sequence 5. What if there's a higher one? Sun pressed. Klein felt like he was undergoing a test as he fell silent for a few seconds. If you want to give it to us, that's fine too, all right. Derek didn't ask any further and turned to the person beside him. Mr. Hanged Man, I have a nagging feeling that this matter is a little strange. Why did the chief suddenly mention the high-sequence potion formula of the plantar pathway? The hanging man Alger looked at the world's German sparrow and said, this should be a test by your chief to see if he can change the environment around the City of Silver. I remember you mentioning before that you only know that the goddess of harvest is the queen of the giant king, and according to the Sanguine records, the goddess of harvest's name is Omabella. Your city of silver originally believed in her. I was originally certain that the name Omabella was real, and I didn't have any inclination towards other theories. Now, your chief suddenly took out a high-sequence potion formula of the plantar pathway that you previously didn't know about. This makes me suspect that the moon's theory is correct. This means that your city of silver has, for some reason, hidden the fact that you once believed in the goddess of harvest. You even deliberately didn't mention her true name. There must be quite a big secret hidden in this. It's not a small secret. Derek thought about it seriously, but he couldn't think of any secret. Thankfully, this wasn't something too important to him. He quickly ended the private conversation and returned to the City of Silver to prepare for the exchange of sealed artifacts. Above the gray fog, Klein, who was sitting in the fool's seat, beckoned for the unshadowed crucifix. This bronze-green crucifix was tied to an ordinary-looking button, and the surface of the button had a layer of crystalline particles that exuded a heavy and dignified feeling. This was Catlia's judge button. It had been reserved for Zio for 3,500 pounds, so Admiral of Stars had sacrificed it ahead of time to Mr. Fool, asking this mighty existence to get his angels to help him shatter it. And on Monday's tarot, Zio had reserved the judge potion formula for 2,000 pounds. According to the agreement, apart from knowledge, Justice Audrey wasn't to share everything obtained from exploring Roselle's travels. She was only providing free help in the matter of killing Vin Rambus. As for Leonard, he had the right to sell the potion formula and historical knowledge, but clearly, Zio trusted the world, German Sparrow. It's almost done. This way, I can safely exchange the unshadowed crucifix with Little Sun. In the future, if there are similar requests, they will definitely be more willing to trade with Little Sun and not seek Mr. Fool's help. No one dares to frequently disturb a secret existence, unless there's really no other way. When Little Sun has the chance to become a demigod and turn the unshadowed crucifix into a Beyonder characteristic, I should also be a sequence 3. I can use more of the power of the mysterious space above the gray fog to directly shatter the sealed artifact. After the gray fog's disinfection, Adam likely won't be able to use the unshadowed crucifix to lock onto Little Sunday. However, even if he can really find him, it wouldn't be too serious. His brother, Amon, has long known that Little Sun is related to Mr. Fool. Yes, Amon seems to be able to freely enter and exit the forsaken land of the gods. I wonder if Adam can. As Klein separated the unshadowed crucifix from the button that had begun praising Sun, he watched the Beyonder characteristic condense as he waited for Little Sun to hold the sacrificial and bestowment ritual. City of Silver, inside the spire. After setting up the ritual, Derek Berg watched as a puppet formed from black clay approached with a wooden cane that didn't look special. He placed it on the altar. After a serious prayer and some work, the illusory door of sacrifice and bestowment opened and took away Life's cane, leaving behind a bronze cross with spikes. At the same time, the name, usage, and negative effects of the cross suddenly appeared in Derek's mind. He held back his excitement and first thanked Mr. Fool before ending the ritual. He walked to the front of the altar, picked up the unshadowed crucifix, and examined it repeatedly. After cleaning up the scene, Derek left and knocked on the chief's door. "Come in," Colin said with a deep voice. Derek turned the doorknob, pushed open the door, and walked in. He calmly displayed the bronze cross. "Your Excellency, this is the relic of the Lord that I mentioned before. It's called the unshadowed crucifix. The way to use it is to let the thorns on it be stained with the blood of the wielder." This time, he purposely changed the term relic to relic. The white-haired Colin had already cast his gaze over when Derek took out the ancient cross. After hearing the introduction, he approached with heavy steps, took the item, and sized it up. Finally, Colin Iliad pressed his thumb on a thorn, letting the bright red blood flow out. The mottled coppery green began to peel off as the unshadowed crucifix revealed a body composed of pure light, illuminating the entire room without any darkness. After an indescribable holy aura filled the surrounding area, Colin released his fingers and sighed. This is indeed the Lord's item, although it had been more than 2,000 years since the City of Silver had been abandoned, making it impossible for him to sense the aura of a deity. The city still had many items that were used to offer sacrifices to the Creator. Every time the black-faced grass was harvested, they would be invited out to join the ritual. Through comparison with these items, Colin Iliad could almost confirm the origins of the crucifix in his hand. Derek wanted to respond, but the heavy meaning in the chief's words suddenly pressed down on his heart, preventing him from saying a word. Colin Iliad didn't add anything else. He held the unshadowed crucifix and stood silently on the spot. After nearly a minute, the City of Silver's chief broke the silence and said in a slightly hoarse voice, "The return of the Lord's item is a sign. It's a sign that we will be ushering in the light of dawn. Leave this unshadowed crucifix with me for half a day. I need to gather all the elders in the city for a meeting and show them this item. Heh, even I can't casually dispose of a saint-level sealed artifact. Since I've lost life's cane, I have to explain it to the other elders and ask for punishment. You have to remember that as a chief, you have to be decisive in making decisions at the last minute, but you also have to have the courage to shoulder the corresponding responsibility. You can't escape punishment just because you think it's good for the City of Silver. Perhaps you're right this time, but you can't guarantee that you'll be right every time. Don't worry. This unshadowed crucifix will eventually return to you." The chief speaks so profoundly. "I'll get the hanging man to explain it to me at the next tarot gathering." Derek instinctively wanted to raise his right hand and scratch the back of his head, but he ultimately held back and informed Colin Iliad of the negative effects of the unshadowed crucifix. Bakeland, North Borough, 160 Buckland Street. Klein had sacrificed Winner Anuni above the grey fog to keep his marionette fresh. He planned on letting Earl of the Fallen Kona's Kilgore wear the flower of blood ring and wield life's cane. From time to time, he would create a sense of horror and strangeness in his daily life to help him speed up the digestion of the potion. This way, Anuni wouldn't be able to use the flower of blood ring to hide in Kona's stomach. He would have to hide elsewhere. This would be rather troublesome, so it was better to throw him above the grey fog. After all, Klein could create an ordinary marionette at any time if he wanted to. Why does the act of placing a marionette in a fresh-keeping cabinet feel odd? It's not like I'm acting in a horror movie. However, this does match the name of Bizarro Sorcerer. Yes, Zeradol and the angel of the Antigonus family hung their marionettes up to dry. I'm much better than them. After Klein rubbed his chin, he stuffed the ordinary wooden cane into a special cane he had bought through misjudgment. This cane was hollow and could hold a sword that wasn't considered wide. It was perfect for Klein to use to hide life's cane. After he was done with these matters, he got his valet, who appeared to be Anuni but was actually Kona's, to take the cane away. He returned to the room next door, washed up, and got into bed. In his relaxed and beautiful sleep, Klein's spiritual perception was suddenly triggered. He suddenly sat up and cast his gaze at the attached balcony. The curtains weren't drawn completely, allowing him to see the situation outside. Outside the window was a dark green. Branches and vines were everywhere, and flowers were densely packed. It was so dense that Klein suspected that he had been teleported into a forest. The corners of Klein's mouth twitched as he vaguely guessed what was going on. He got out of bed and quickly walked to the balcony, pulling open the curtains completely. What he saw was no longer the garden of Don Dantes' residence, but a lush forest. This is to fill the surrounding area with vitality. Be it animals or plants, they will flourish and reproduce rapidly? Isn't this a little too fast? Klein's expression immediately turned a little sluggish. Previously, when he divined to confirm the corresponding powers and negative effects of life's cane, he had seen a similar scene. However, the revelation he received was that it wasn't harmful to the surroundings. Therefore, he believed that growth and reproduction was a relatively long cycle that could be effectively controlled. He had to indulge it for a very, very long time before such a scene would appear. With this thought in mind, Klein observed all the spirit-body threads in the nearby area. He discovered that humans weren't affected, but there was a clear increase in rats and cockroaches. This outcome made him heave a sigh of relief. He looked at the forest outside the window and sighed silently. There really isn't any harm. It's just a little exaggerated. Most of the time, I still have to place it above the gray fog. About 10 seconds later, figures appeared in the forest. Some of them were very thin, while others were rather thick. They were wearing black trench coats, and their faces were extremely flat. They had no eyebrows, eyes, noses, or mouths. These figures were either squatting or standing. In the quiet night, they busied themselves by burning the weeds, slashing the vines, and plucking the excess flowers. The next morning, Butler Walter woke up early as usual and pushed open the windows. The garden outside was bathed in the morning fog. Droplets of dew condensed, emitting an abnormally fresh smell. Better than yesterday. Walter nodded slightly and praised the two gardeners. This vibrant scene made him feel a little restless. For some baffling reason, he missed his wife. Hence, he left the room, patrolled the area, and made all sorts of arrangements. Finally, he waited at the entrance of the dining hall. Before long, his employer, Don Dantes, walked down from the third floor with his valet, Anuni. Walter went forward and bowed. He explained the arrangements for the day and took the initiative to mention, "Sir, I wish to use a day of leave for this month." As he spoke, he suddenly saw the skin on the mixed-blood valet's neck crack open, revealing a black eye. Walter jumped in fright and nearly took a step back. However, after blinking, he realized that there was no strange eye on Anuni's neck. "It must be because I didn't sleep well last night and had some strange dreams that caused me to lose focus and hallucinate." Walter hurriedly reined in his thoughts and lowered his head slightly. Klein apologized inwardly and nodded slightly. "No problem. Enjoy a beautiful day with your family. P.S. Seeking monthly recommendation votes for Monday. PS2, recommending a book, New Theory of the Apotheosis of the Gods. It has nothing to do with the primordial chaos. It's a self-reconstructed story of the apotheosis of the gods." 9 Heaven's Divine Emperor. After watching Walter leave the second floor, Klein entered the dining hall and surveyed the area. He realized that the servants were much more energetic than usual. They even felt a little restless. Indeed, life's cane can also affect humans. It's just that it's relatively less exaggerated. It's in a relatively normal and acceptable range. According to this logic, the servants' reproductive abilities have definitely increased. The only problem is that they don't have a spouse, so there's no way for it to manifest itself. Will Mr. Butler's return today result in him having a child 9 to 10 months later? His wife is almost 40. It's a little dangerous to give birth in this era. Of course, as the other party of reproduction, the effects of life's cane will spread. It shouldn't be a problem, man. I wonder if the potential effects will make it easier to conceive a child. If the fertility rate in Baclun Street increases significantly after Don Dantes moves in, my reputation will be doomed. Klein's thoughts wandered as he concluded inwardly. Life's cane is indeed very sinister. In the future, I'll only use it in the real world for a period of time every day. I'll try my best not to affect the humans around me. After breakfast, Klein brought his valet, Anuni, to the first floor and prepared to go out for a stroll. At that moment, 2 second-class maids were cleaning the hall. "Good morning, sir." Upon seeing Don Dantes walk over, the 2 maids immediately stood up and made way for him while greeting him. Of course, if they were in a corner, they would try their best not to make a sound to prevent disturbing their employer. This was what Butler Walter had taught them. Klein nodded slightly and gave a simple response before slowly approaching the door. At that moment, the 2 maids suddenly saw a wheat ear stuck in Anuni's head. It was plump and golden in color. Before they could take a closer look, the valet seemed to sense something amiss. He raised his right hand and pulled off the wheat ear with some force. The 2 maids looked at each other, a little surprised, but also a little amused. They believed that Anuni had accidentally stained some wheat ears on his body when he followed Mr. Dantes to Maker Manor. He had brought them all the way back to 160 Baclun Street and scattered them in places in his room that weren't easy to clean, such as under his pillow. Then, last night, when he was sleeping, he had pushed his pillow away in his dream, causing a wheat ear to roll into his hair. He didn't notice it when he was washing up during breakfast. Although this process was complicated and not easy to achieve, at least there was a certain probability. It can't be that Anuni grew a wheat ear on his own, right? The 2 maids mumbled and continued with their work. After leaving 160 Baclun Street, Klein and Anuni walked slowly under the withered Intis parasol tree, breathing in the relatively refreshing autumn air. Similar to him, some of the neighbors were also taking a morning stroll. Of course, this wasn't a habit of Bakelin's upper class. Last year, the smog was still very bad, and the air was rather pungent. No one was willing to waste time on the streets while enduring the cold wind and the humidity. As neighbors, since they had encountered each other, there was no doubt that they would greet each other. When they passed by each other, a lawyer caught sight of Don Dantes' valet raising his hand to cover his mouth and nose as though he was yawning. When the mixed-blood youth lowered his right hand, the lawyer suddenly noticed something different. His nose seems to be even straighter. Haha, I must have been thinking about this too much, causing me to hallucinate. If only my nose bridge was a little straighter. As the lawyer thought, he raised his hand to rub his nose. At the same time, he saw two stray dogs chasing in front of him, attempting to breed on the streets. After his stroll, Klein returned to the activity room on the third floor and placed Life's cane above the gray fog. It does have a certain effect. The main point of a bizarro sorcerer's digestion is to create terrifying scenes to scare people, as well as to use strange methods to make people feel fear. This is really like a director, but it's a horror film director. Yes, there's no need to really scare people. There are terrifying scenes hidden in a peaceful daily life, and the humans around me don't notice them. They will only occasionally connect the dots and think deeply about it. They will be terrified by a certain possibility, so much so that they don't dare to turn off the lights and have nightmares. This is also a type of horror film. Klein examined his condition and summarized his experiences over the past few months. Finally, he condensed the keyword horror film director. And after understanding this point, he had many ideas on how to quickly digest the potion. This required him to not only finish off his enemies, but also give them the treatment of a horror film's main character or important supporting character. That's very troublesome. I'll definitely do my best against a demigod target. How can I have the mood to be fancy? Yes, there's no need to find a demigod target. There's no such restriction when acting. I can totally teleport to the sea and find some lucky pirates to act in and create some horror stories. That's right. Since I'm a director, I have to let my work be passed down. From the looks of it, I have to let a number of actors successfully escape every time and spread the nightmares they experience to create the corresponding sea legend. I can't feed them all to creeping hunger. As Klein formulated his plan, he suddenly thought of a problem. How many of the horror legends in the northern continent and the sea that have a certain foundation are deliberately created by bizarro sorcerers? There must be some. If Amon were to act as a bizarro sorcerer, he would probably be able to digest the potion in less than a month. His talent in this aspect is simply astonishing. He doesn't consider the consequences. In fact, while finding pirates to film a horror film, I can also find an opportunity to scare the other demigods. There's no need to fight them to the death. Once the goal is achieved, I can escape. Klein's thoughts raced as he came up with a supplementary acting plan. Hence, he seriously considered his target. I definitely can't find angels and above. Those I'm not familiar with will make me the protagonist of a horror film on the spot, the kind that will kill me. Those I'm familiar with will know that I'm a bizarro sorcerer, so they won't be able to scare me. Among the saints, there are many whose whereabouts I don't know. Scaring the archbishops will easily cause an unnecessary chain reaction, causing the situation in the world to become even more tense, causing the war to break out ahead of time. After eliminating them, the most suitable targets are actually the fanatic demigod of the Charismatic Order's Artificial Death faction, Patrick Bryan, as well as Will Septon, the counselors of the Fate Council, and, after drafting the list, Klein decided to take the time to visit Dr. Alan Series in the next 2 days. He wanted to bring some ice cream for a particular baby and ask where the counselors had been recently. If he wanted to scare the subordinates of others, he needed the approval of the chairman. After sorting out his thoughts, Klein was in a good mood. He went out again and went to St. Samuel Cathedral to pray and donate. Then, he went to the Rouen Charity Bursary Foundation and stayed there until noon. In the afternoon, he met a few businessmen, professional lawyers, and accountants who were seeking investments, behaving like a normal tycoon. After filling his stomach and returning to the semi-open room with the balcony, Klein was considering if he should directly visit Dr. Alan Series's house tomorrow or invite his family to share dinner at the Srenzo restaurant, which had very good ice cream. Suddenly, his spiritual perception was triggered. He turned his head and wasn't surprised to see Miss Messenger walk out of the void with 4 blonde, red-eyed heads in her hands. One of the heads was biting on a letter. Who sent it? Klein was already used to it and asked in anticipation. As he hadn't received the letter, Rionette Tinker could only reply with 3 heads full. King. King, Patrick Bryan? This nickname can even evolve? Klein reached out to take the letter and opened it. He realized that it was indeed from the fanatic demigod of the Charismatic Order's Artificial Death faction. He wrote in the letter, "I've already prepared the special ritual that will help my teacher, Hater, further recover. Your Excellency, if I receive your permission, I'll hold it at midnight tomorrow, the ritual that points to the angel, Hater? There's no way for the Charismatic Order's Artificial Death faction to avoid Patrick's probing. I can use paper angels to interfere." Perfect. Klein flicked his wrist and burned the letter. Then, he took out a piece of paper and wrote his reply, "Sure. You have to be careful." On a quiet night, when it was close to midnight, in an uninhabited garment factory in St. George Borough. An empty space had been cleared, and there were nearly 10 mysterious men in black robes and hoods standing there. In the middle of them was a dark black coffin that looked rather heavy. Around the coffin were many golden ornaments with traces of soil, many candles with pale flames flickering, and skulls. Some of these hideous white skulls belonged to humans, while others belonged to animals. Some were extremely strange and looked deformed, making it impossible to imagine what they originally looked like. The skulls were piled up the most in front of them. Patrick Bryan was standing there. He had also changed into a black robe, but he didn't pull up his hood, revealing his chiseled features, black hair, brown eyes, and a relatively long and thin face. The demigod had yet to do anything, but the surroundings had already become extremely cold, as if there were countless invisible creatures having a carnival. As Patrick Bryan raised his right hand, the hooded believers began to twitch a little in a rather deranged and rhythmic dance. This was a spirit dance, a ritual method that death loved. The stronger the dancer's spirituality, the better the effect. As the dance became more intense, a cold, invisible wind blew out from the coffin. Patrick Bryan lowered his head and chanted in a language that seemed to come from the underworld, "The king in the depths of hell, the angel who plays the music of death, the ruler above the river Styx." P.S. Seeking monthly votes and recommendation votes on Monday with Patrick Bryan's chanting, the various skulls around the black coffin were gradually dyed with a layer of dark green. They blended with the white of the coffin, creating an extremely terrifying feeling. The spirit dance became more and more intense as the voice that seemed to originate from the underworld constantly reverberated. The skulls floated up one after another as though they possessed a life of their own. Then, they were thrown towards the heavy, pitch-black coffin in an orderly fashion. They passed through the lid as though they didn't have a corporeal body and entered. The coffin immediately transformed into a deep vortex that could never be filled. It expanded on the spot and emitted an aura that was cold, sinister, and supreme. It made Patrick Bryan instinctively tremble and lower his head. This was the aura of an angel, a death consul. At that moment, the death believers who were dancing the spirit dance convulsed as they collapsed to the ground. Their consciousness turned blurry as though they were roaming the underworld. And above the grey fog, the fool Klein, who had expanded his vision with the help of his marionette's prayer light, secretly heaved a sigh of relief. This was because the leader of the Charismatic Order's Artificial Death faction, the angel sleeping in the mausoleum, High Priest Hater, had used a probing method that didn't exceed his expectations. He had used the enslavement and control that a superior of the death pathway had over an inferior to directly obtain the information he wanted from Patrick Bryan. To a certain extent, this was a form of interrogation at the level of the mind. Klein was already rather adept at dealing with it. He immediately made the Red Priest card fly into his hand and into his body. Suddenly, Klein was draped in a dark red robe that was formed from blood, rust, and smoke. His face had an additional dark gold mask with ancient patterns, and a crown embedded with red, blue, and green gems appeared on his head. Following that, he mobilized all the powers of the mysterious space above the grey fog, turning them into an invisible torrent that surrounded the paper figurines that he had prepared ahead of time. Through the prayer light, they rushed towards undying Patrick Bryan. At that moment, Patrick, who was trembling in submission due to his teacher's aura, trembled slightly as though he had seen layers of holy wings. Klein had hidden the flaming angel's exact appearance, only revealing a portion of it. In other words, he had interfered with the special effects himself. Holy wings enveloped him before disappearing, making Patrick feel as though he was hallucinating. As a Sequence 4 demigod, he quickly snapped to his senses and realized that he no longer wanted to obey or disobey his teacher's orders. A portion of his consciousness seemed to be extracted as he hovered high above the mind world, calmly looking down at everything. At the same time, as a fanatic, Patrick Bryan didn't hesitate to treat Angel's embrace as a gift from death. He didn't doubt it at all. At this moment, in the deep vortex formed by the pitch-black coffin, an old and cold voice that made one's soul feel like it was about to leave their body came out. "Well done. Have you made any progress in awakening God recently?" Patrick Bryan immediately followed the explanation given by His Excellency's blessed and described his efforts with half-truths. After a series of exchanges, Hader, the angel of death on the other side of the vortex, didn't have any suspicions. "Very good. Continue to do it. I will support you." He paused for a moment and casually mentioned, "Very good. I'll send you an assistant first, a Sequence 5 spirit guide. Get him to help you complete the corresponding tasks and reduce the pressure on you." Is this what His Excellency's blessed meant when he said he didn't trust me? Teacher really doesn't wish to see me gain God's favor and threaten his position. Having been influenced by Klein in their daily correspondence, Patrick Bryan, who had slowly changed his perception, couldn't reject such good intentions. All he could do was respectfully reply, "Yes, teacher." Just as he said that, the pitch-black vortex suddenly expanded, turning into a pair of bronze doors covered in mysterious patterns that were indescribable. With a creak, the door opened, revealing a crack. Behind the crack was a deep and silent darkness. In the depths of the darkness, there seemed to be eyes that were silently watching the outside. At this moment, a palm reached out and placed on the crack of the door. Its skin was rather pale, and one could see the blue blood vessels beneath it. With a grab and pull, a figure jumped out of the door. It was a tall, young-looking man. He wore a black robe with red patterns and had his hood pulled up. The lines of his face were soft, and his skin was brown. It was obvious that he was of the southern continent bloodline. His facial features weren't bad, but they lacked the color of blood. Stepping on the solid ground, the young man didn't even look at Patrick Bryan. He raised his head and looked into the sky. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly as he narrowed his eyes and sighed. This is an intoxicating atmosphere. As a beyonder of the death pathway, Patrick Bryan was undoubtedly a little angry to be ignored by a beyonder of a lower sequence. However, he couldn't say anything in front of his teacher. All he could do was follow the procedure and end the ritual step by step. During this process, the fool Klein's reaction above the gray fog was even more intense than Patrick's. This was because, through the true vision provided by the gray fog, he saw the abnormality of the newly arrived spirit guide. The spirit guide's personal underworld expanded in a strange manner, encompassing every part of his body. And there was only one soul in the underworld. It was a young and handsome soul with a head of red hair and a rotting face. There was a flag mark on its glabella, and it wore blood-stained black armor. Klein was no stranger to this soul, so he immediately recognized it. The Red Angel Evil Spirit, Sauron Einhorn Medici, this fellow has returned to Bakeland. Furthermore, he has a certain cooperative relationship with the Angel of the Charismatic Order's Artificial Death faction. Klein instinctively took out the Red Priest card, accommodated the Tyrant card, and summoned the Sea God Scepter. He was prepared to give the Red Angel Evil Spirit a lightning storm, but as his thoughts raced, he restrained this urge and gave up on the corresponding thoughts. This would expose Patrick Bryan's problem, allowing the Angel of the Death domain, Hader, to guess that something had happened to artificial death. This wasn't beneficial to the Evernight goddess's grasp and digestion of the death pathway's uniqueness. Amidst his thoughts, Klein quickly left the world above the gray fog and returned to the real world. He made his marionette silently but quickly leave the garment factory and teleport away with his main body. He had originally planned on creating a terrifying experience for Patrick Bryan after the ritual ended, and he had made some preparations in advance. At that moment, he could only give up to prevent himself from being discovered by the Red Angel Evil Spirit. In the garment factory, the young necromancer who was possessed by Sauron Einhorn Medici pulled his hood even lower. He turned his head slightly and looked somewhere outside. It was the spot where Klein's marionette, Kona's Kilgore, had been hiding. It was nearly a kilometer away from the garment factory. After gazing at him for a few seconds, the young necromancer put on a faint smile. Patrick Bryan was just about to say something and use his identity as the person in charge of the Charismatic Order's artificial death faction, Bakeland, to give his teacher's envoy a warning when his spiritual perception was triggered. His body turned around in a strange manner as he cast his gaze at another building in the garment factory. On the second floor of the building, behind a glass window in a room, a pair of emotionless black eyes were staring at him. Patrick Bryan's eyelids twitched as his body suddenly vanished. Oh, a cold wind blew, causing the glass window to silently decay. Without any movement, it shattered into countless snowflakes. In the corresponding room, the black-robed, thin-faced Patrick appeared. He saw that the owner of the pair of cold black eyes was a crudely made clay figurine. Who made the puppet? Who moved it here? Patrick Bryan cautiously looked around, not letting go of any corner. Just as he cast his gaze towards the corridor and his body was facing the glassless window, the crude clay figurine's pitch-black eyes suddenly turned. Then, it raised its hands and grabbed at Patrick's neck. Halfway through this action, the clay figurine seemed to lose its support and no longer had any vitality. Many cracks appeared on its surface, and it instantly disintegrated into a pile of fragments. Patrick Bryan's figure first vanished before he appeared in the corridor. He stared at the collapsed clay figurine as though he was facing a formidable foe. In that instant, he had truly jumped in fright. Although there were all sorts of strange and horrifying things related to spirits, it was still rather terrifying for a puppet to suddenly come to life without the influence of an external spirit body. The clay figurine's fragments lay there silently, motionless. Patrick Bryan waited patiently for a while before finally confirming that there were no abnormalities. He once again traversed the spirit world and returned to the place where the ritual had been held. At that moment, the heavy, pitch-black coffin had completely rotted, as though it had been buried in the soil for hundreds or thousands of years. As for the surrounding believers who sensed the underworld, they slowly recovered from their semi-conscious states. Patrick Bryan looked around a few times, but he didn't see the young spirit guide his teacher had sent. He had no idea when he had left the area. Wasn't he here to monitor me? This demigod of the death pathway was at a loss. Considering the abnormality he had just discovered, the living clay figurine, Patrick Bryan didn't delay any further. He quickly awakened his believers, cleaned up the scene, and removed all traces. After he was done, he suddenly heard a voice. "Does this garment factory belong to you?" Patrick Bryan's figure instantly vanished, and when he appeared again, he was already facing the person who spoke. It was the young spirit guide who had disappeared to who knew where. "No," Patrick said with a slight frown. "How could he do such things in his own clothing factory? Wouldn't there be no way out if he was exposed?" "He's not too stupid." The young spirit guide nodded gently. Patrick's eyes narrowed slightly as he held back his anger. "Where did you go just now?" The young spirit guide chuckled. "I went to a familiar place and met a friend. 160 Buckland Street, Don Dantes' residence." After Klein took a detour and teleported back, he didn't delay. He immediately set up an altar, held a ritual, and prayed to death. "You are the essence of death. You are the ruler of the dead. You are the final destination of all living beings. I pray for your help. I pray that you can know how to resolve the problem of the Red Angel evil spirit." He possessed the body of a gatekeeper and cooperated with the high priest of the Charismatic Order, Hader. He came to Bakeland and became Patrick Bryan's assistant. On this matter, Klein really had no solution. All he could do was seek help from the Evernight goddess. Ignoring the fact that he didn't have the ability or opportunity to kill Sauron Einhorn Medici by cooperating with the ascetic leader, Ariana, even if he could, once the Red Angel evil spirit disappeared, the high priest of the Charismatic Order's artificial death faction would immediately realize that something major had happened. From there, he would associate it with other abnormalities and determine that artificial death's condition wasn't right. Then, he would use his level, possible sealed artifacts, and familiarity with the pathway to carry out acts of destruction that wouldn't benefit anyone. And if the Red Angel was left alone, it wouldn't take long for this conspirer evil spirit to sense that something was amiss with Patrick Bryan. With his knowledge and intelligence, it wasn't difficult for him to guess the essence of the problem. "No matter how I deal with it, it's a mistake. as expected of an angel from the war domain. Even if he is only left with a 3-in-1 spirit body, he can still prevent others from finding a solution to the problem he created. This must have been an idea he gave Hader. Actually, there's an extreme idea. It's to let the Red Angel evil spirit be killed by other churches, official factions, or secret organizations because of other matters. In short, nothing related to the goddess can appear. I have to make things clear. The difficulty of this idea is how to make a high-level figure in the field of conspiracies jump into a trap. If I don't handle it well, the fire will burn me. After the prayer, Klein casually let his thoughts wander as he patiently waited for the Evernight goddess to give him feedback. After more than 10 seconds, the herbal ashes that pleased the deity were swept up by an invisible wind. They flew out of the cauldron and landed on the table, forming words: "With his arrival, the land shall rise with weapons." What did that mean? Klein looked at the familiar sentence and frowned slightly. As a seer, he had a habit of interpreting it. Because of the problem with the king, Ruan was in the shadow of war, so the Red Angel who symbolized war came. This meant that the war might be unstoppable. At sequence 1, it would become a symbol in itself. As thoughts raced through Klein's mind, the invisible wind stopped. The interior of the altar that was isolated by the wall of spirituality became extremely quiet. Are there no other revelations? Klein waited for a while, and after confirming that it was really just that, he ended the ceremony and cleaned up the altar. He then walked to the sofa area in the room and sat down to see if anything else would happen. And after a full quarter of an hour, he still did not see the dean of the Night Monastery, the head of the 13 archbishops, the angel of concealment, Ariana. There's no need to deal with the Red Angel evil spirit. Are we just going to let it go? Or is there another solution that doesn't require me to get involved? Klein wasn't a devout believer of Evernight. Since the goddess said that he didn't need to do anything about it, he naturally couldn't be bothered. After all, this matter was not only extremely troublesome for him, but it was also very dangerous. Shaking his head, Klein took out a pen and paper from his pocket and began doing dream divination. What happened tonight made him instinctively feel that he couldn't waste a single moment. He had to digest the Bizarro Sorcerer potion as soon as possible. Above the fog sea, inside a steam-powered merchant ship that was extremely close to the pirate ship. Men and older women were pushed to the edge of the deck with their hands tied behind their backs. Then, the pirates used their hands or feet to make them fall into the sea. Splashing sounds sounded one after another, but the pirates weren't affected at all. They laughed as they completed the bloodless massacre. After clearing the predetermined captives, they held their guns and lanterns and went to the side of the ship, prepared to watch the pitiful wretches struggle. However, under the illumination of the lanterns, the dark blue sea beside the ship quietly undulated without a single figure. It sank so quickly, a pirate blurted out in surprise. The leader of the pirate crew frowned and looked for a while. Perhaps some sea monster passed by and treated those who dared to resist as food bestowed by the gods. It's perfect. It won't attack us after being fed. Having said that, the leader waved his hand. Everyone, enjoy yourselves. As a rather experienced pirate, he knew that there were many strange things at sea. When faced with them, it was best not to seek out the reason and attempt to figure out the truth. Since it didn't harm him or his companions, he could thank the Lord of Storms for his blessings and pretend that nothing had happened. After confirming the people on duty, the pirates began to gulp down alcohol, eat large pieces of meat, and sing loudly. For the right to control the young female captives, they drew their swords and dueled. Amidst the bustling atmosphere, the pirate leader brought a beautiful passenger he had long taken a fancy to and entered the captain's room. He couldn't wait to begin the final process of the night of revelry. In the middle of the night, the exhausted pirate leader stretched out his right hand and touched something cold. The pirate leader jolted awake. With the help of the crimson moonlight shining in from the window, he saw that he was hugging a piece of rough wood. Branches with green leaves grew out of the wood, hugging the pirate leader like a human's limbs. The pirate leader's pupils dilated rapidly. As he pushed the wood away, he jumped off the bed and stumbled backwards. Was I dealing with such a thing just now? His mind was filled with horror. Without bothering to put on his clothes, he picked up his gun and saber and left the room. Outside the door, there was a pirate on duty. Eavesdropping, why are you so happy? the pirate hurriedly asked when he saw the leader open the door. The pirate leader originally wanted to reprimand the other party for secretly drinking, causing his words to be slurred. However, when he looked up, he saw golden wheat grains growing in and around his subordinate's mouth. Even the surface of his tongue was densely packed with them. The pirate leader's scalp instantly tightened as a numbness spread from top to bottom, merging with a chill that went straight to his tailbone. At this moment, the door to the opposite room opened as well. A pirate cried out in a sobbing tone. A pirate shouted with a sobbing tone, "Oh no!" A pirate shouted with a sobbing tone, "Boss, I have a lot of mushrooms growing there." As he spoke, the pirate ran out. At the same time, he felt his eyes itch, so he raised his hand and rubbed his right eye. As he rubbed it, a green vine slowly grew out from the gap between his eye socket and eyeball. At its top was a dark red grape. The flesh around the grape was a mess. The pirate leader's body stiffened as he asked in a voice that didn't belong to him, "What did you encounter?" The pirate, who was still rubbing his eyes and didn't feel that there was a problem, didn't need to recall. He directly said, "A shadow that looked like a long rod struck me." "Wha? You?" The pirate whose tongue was covered in golden wheat echoed. He was blocked by the leader and didn't see his companion's terrifying appearance. The pirate leader's legs began to shake uncontrollably as he instinctively turned around and ran out of the cabin. At this moment, he saw a long shadow that resembled a rod rapidly sweep over from the side wall and strike him. The shadow disappeared in a flash, disappearing without a trace. It was like a surreal nightmare. The pirate leader was a beat too slow before. He subconsciously raised his hand in an attempt to block it. Of course, it was useless. Then, he hurriedly checked his condition in horror, but he didn't find anything abnormal. Thankfully. The pirate leader couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. Before he could finish speaking, he suddenly heard a slightly muffled voice. Thankfully, the voice seemed to come from his body. The pirate leader's pupils dilated to the extreme as his hands uncontrollably lifted his clothes. He then saw 3 cracks in his chest and abdomen, 1 big and 2 small. In the big one, there were 2 neat rows of white teeth. In the middle of the small one were 2 nimble rolling eyeballs. It was a mouth and 2 eyes. The pirate leader's chest and abdomen had an additional mouth and 2 eyes. No! A blood-curdling scream erupted on the ship, carrying with it an indescribable, intense fear. In the next 15 minutes, some of the pirates went crazy and killed their companions. Some successfully escaped back to their own ships, only to realize that the people on them had also become deformed. Hence, they jumped into the sea in despair. After everything calmed down, there were only about 10 relatively normal pirates left on the deck. They hid in their rooms, their bodies reeking of stench. After a while, passengers walked out of the cabin one after another. Not a single one was missing. They looked at the scene in front of them in disbelief. They either thanked the gods or stood rooted to the ground in confusion. Early in the morning, Klein got out of bed and began washing up. Just as he changed his clothes with the help of his valet, Anuni, he saw butler Walter, who had returned from leave, walk to the door. "Sir, Bishop Electra is here to visit. Let him wait for me in the activity room where he can enjoy cigars," Klein said after a moment of surprise. He suspected that this was a belated response from the goddess. Walter immediately turned around and went downstairs to make the arrangements. Before long, he returned and said, "Sir, Bishop Electra has already bade farewell and left. He got me to inform you that you have to go to St. Samuel Cathedral this morning. It said that the church and the government will be holding an air defense exercise." "Air defense drill?" Klein's brows furrowed a little. At that moment, his spiritual perception was triggered. He suddenly turned around and looked out the window. In the sky where the clouds weren't thin, airships painted in dark brown were approaching in a dense pack. These airships were painted with diagonal stripes of red, white, and yellow. This was the flag of Fasak. Upon seeing this scene, Klein suddenly understood what he had overlooked. The war wasn't necessarily started by the Ruan Kingdom. An ancient and secretive organization definitely had members with high statuses in other countries. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to influence the situation in the world. Although the Sonia Sea wasn't like the Fog Sea, which often had a lot of fog, The northern region would still be filled with fog from time to time in the early morning of every autumn and winter. Alger Wilson's Blue Avenger was sailing in such an environment, following the borders of Xianxia Island back to the coast of Rouen. He had stayed in the northern Xianxia Sea for too long, so he had to return for a debriefing. In the pale white fog, the ghost ship quietly advanced, appearing and disappearing from time to time, as though it was a dream that didn't leave any traces. Alger was surrounded by the wind as he stood in front of the window, admiring the white world outside. He allowed his thoughts to wander in different directions without restraint. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed, and some silvery white light flashed in his pupils. He saw a huge ship with a sail silently sailing through the fog in the distance. This ship wasn't alone. Behind it were many of its kind. 1, 2, 3. They formed a long fleet. Faisac Xianxia Sea Fleet. They've all been mobilized. Where are they going? Alger's feet suddenly landed on the deck. His gaze then turned to the other side, where Xianxia Island was located. After all the exchanges on the tarot, Alger had already confirmed that the world was in a tense situation. War was about to break out at any moment. At that moment, he made the connection and had a certain guess. To the Faisac Empire and the Kingdom of Rouen, Xianxia Island was a very important place. If it were occupied by Rouen, the Faisac Eastern Navy would be stuck in the cold north, unable to vie for the various colonial islands in the Xianxia Sea and unable to head to East Balam. At the same time, if they wanted to threaten the hinterland of Rouen, they had to cross the Amantha mountain range or cross mid-seashore, passing through the defenses of several counties. It was very, very difficult. And if Xianxia Island was occupied by the Faisac Empire, all the ports in the north and center of Rouen would be within range of attack from here, including but not limited to Inmat Harbor and Pritz Harbor. If the Faisac commander was a little bolder and didn't care about the losses, they could even directly target the Rouen capital, Bakeland, which wasn't far from the port. It was precisely because of this that the 20-year war erupted between the two countries. The Faisac Empire emerged victorious and obtained the crucial southern passageway. In the War of the Violated Oath, Rouen won the war, but they failed to take back their territory. They only achieved half of their strategic goals. Alger stared at it for a while and whispered with a serious expression, "Is war about to break out?" In Bakeland, a large number of Faisac airships entered from the north and arrived above the metropolis. Just as they approached, the Holy Wind Cathedral and other places seemed to be prepared. The howling of the wind suddenly intensified, transforming into bluish-black blades that whistled towards the target like cannonballs being fired into the air. Just as the giant blades were about to slash at the airship fleet's airbags, an invisible layer of defense appeared, blocking all the attacks. Under the violent blows, the transparent wall began to sway, but in the end, it still managed to hold on. At the same time, the cannons, machine gun muzzles, and throwing ports on the airships opened up one after another as they aimed downwards. Bang! As a hurricane formed around the Holy Wind Cathedral, explosive sounds spread out in all directions. In such a terrifying storm, the airships were like ships sailing in the sea. They rose and fell amidst the mountain-like waves, about to be thrown into the distance. At this moment, on the leading airship, a glow that resembled a mixture of blood and rust flashed. It enveloped all its companions and connected them one by one. Suddenly, the Faisac airship fleet stabilized in the hurricane, no longer looking like a tiny ship in a huge wave. The high-level powers of the Red Priest pathway belonged to war, and war was an art of gathering the masses. This was the authority of a war bishop. After the Faisac fended off this wave of attacks, they pushed the bombs out of the throwing ports before the rest of the attacks arrived, allowing them to land. And in the hurricane, the trajectory of these bombs became unpredictable. Boom! Boom! The corresponding cannon muzzles also flashed with sparks as they displayed the joy of the god of war. The airship fleet didn't attempt to cross Bakeland. After entering North Borough, they immediately turned to West Borough. That was the political center of the Rouen Kingdom. North Borough, Bakeland University of Technology. The withered leaves of the parasol tree with intus fluttered in the wind. Students were either carrying books or bags as they walked around the campus. As members of a higher education institution, as the first batch of students of this newly established university, these young people were filled with vigor and yearned for the future. Every day, they would gather together to discuss their ideals, recite poems, and research technology. They were pure and happy. Melissa Moretti walked in the middle of them and looked up at the wall clock at the top of the main teaching block. Her footsteps involuntarily quickened. Today, she was going to Chancellor Mament's place to help with the preparations for the mechanical laboratory that was about to be announced. This was something that she liked and was very interested in. It made her feel happy every day. She felt that school life was beautiful and that her classmates were adorable. Subconsciously, Melissa looked at the steam locomotive in the middle of the square. Its massive and complicated body showcased the infinite charm of the mechanical domain. Quite a number of students liked to gather there, knock, and study the structure. However, the school did not encourage this, nor did it forbid it. The corners of Melissa's mouth curled up into a smile as she was about to look away. Suddenly, an iron-gray object fell from the sky and landed in the middle of the square. Boom, the ground trembled violently as all the glass in the main teaching block shattered. If Melissa wasn't far away, she might have been flipped over by the shockwave. Countless screams sounded. Like the other students, Melissa fled in panic, not knowing what had happened. After all, she was only 16 or 17 years old. She had never experienced such a scene before. The billowing smoke and dust gradually settled. Melissa, who was hiding behind a tree, subconsciously cast her gaze at the spot where the explosion had occurred. Her expression froze in an instant, and her gaze became dull. The steam locomotive had already been torn to pieces, and its parts and fragments were scattered everywhere. Some of the students around and passing by were already lying on the ground with mutilated bodies. They were no longer breathing. Some were covered in blood and had charred marks on their bodies. They were still moaning in pain. Such a scene was like an oil painting. It was so unrealistic. Melissa stared blankly, momentarily unable to react. Carter, a male classmate she knew who was very research-minded. Every time they discussed, he would confidently say that he wanted to become a ship engineer. But now, only half of his body was left, and his intestines were flowing all over the ground. Eudora, her classmate from the same faculty, clearly studied machinery, but she loved poetry. She was quite talented in this aspect and was very popular with the people around her. Sometimes, Melissa would also participate in their gatherings and quietly listen to Eudora's recitation. She felt that she was really a charming girl. But now, one of her legs was badly mutilated, and she was moaning in a semi-conscious state. In just a few seconds, the future of these people had been cruelly changed. It wasn't until many teachers rushed out of the teaching block and began to rescue the injured and organize the evacuation of the students that Melissa woke up and hurriedly approached the teachers. Listen to me. Split into two groups. One group will go to the laboratory, and the other group will go to Teeny's cathedral. They both have underground areas that you can hide in. Although one of the teachers' face was also filled with horror, he still calmed down and made arrangements in a clear and loud voice. He seemed to have received special training. He looked around and saw that the students still didn't dare to leave the teacher's side. He hurriedly said, "Don't worry too much. The enemy's airship has already turned around and is heading to Westboro. There's no danger here." Following his words were the rumbling sounds of explosions coming from the southwest. Westboro. The kingdom's upper and lower parliaments, various departments, and the city hall are all there. When Melissa heard the teacher's words, she immediately thought of many things. As her eyes flickered, she suddenly pursed her lips and turned to run to the school gate, ignoring the teacher's shouts behind her. Following the concealed area, Melissa quickly arrived on the street. She panted heavily and looked around to identify the direction. At this moment, she saw the nearby subway entrance. Although she was flustered, she still remembered what the teacher had said. "There's an underground area to hide in." Isn't the subway underground? The bombing had just begun, so the subway shouldn't have stopped operating yet. As Melissa's thoughts raced, she rushed to the entrance that had traces of being bombed. When she entered the underground, she found that there weren't as many people as she had expected. Most ordinary people who hadn't received any training wouldn't have thought of hiding here. The subway had indeed not stopped operating, but no one checked the tickets. Melissa, who had been waiting for a while, ran up with her mouth tightly pursed, her face full of anxiety. 3 stops later, the subway stopped at King's Avenue. Melissa squeezed through the crowd and rushed out of the car. Her strength had already recovered. She ran faster and faster along the stairs, and soon, she came to the surface. At this moment, it was chaos everywhere she looked. Many buildings had collapsed and were burning with scarlet flames. Broken limbs, the dead, and blood were everywhere. Shouts, screams, and orders came one after another. Seeing this scene, Melissa became even more anxious. She tried to run to the 4-story building where the kingdom's Ministry of Finance was located. However, the place was already sealed off. She could see that the glass was broken, and the walls were densely packed with bullet holes. There were still traces of explosions in some places. Melissa went around the blockade and tried to enter, but she was blocked by the soldiers who were maintaining order. She became more and more anxious, and her eyes were already slightly red. At this moment, she saw a familiar figure. It was Banson without a hat, with black hair and brown eyes. As soon as Banson saw Melissa, he immediately came over. The anxiety on his face eased, and anger appeared. He shouted, "Why did you run over here? Why didn't you hide underground? I'm very safe here. Quick, follow me over there. You didn't go underground either." Melissa, who had never been shouted at by her brother like this, wanted to reply, but her vision was already blurred. Phew. After shouting, Banson let out a breath and softened his tone. "It's good that you're fine. Quick, don't wander on the streets." Hearing that, the panic and worry in Melissa's heart calmed down. It was a miraculous calmness. At that moment, she felt that even if she died, it was not that scary, at least she would not be the only one left in the family. At this moment, a bomb was blown by the hurricane and landed in this area. Suddenly, the bomb changed direction and flew away horizontally. Boom, it exploded in midair, only stirring up some wind. Rumble. Rumble. In the building at 17, Minsk Street in Sherwood Borough, the mistress, Stellan Sammer, and her maids hid in a corner of the room when they heard the explosion from afar. They felt the ground beneath their feet tremble slightly. When the continuous and terrifying commotion grew further and further away, Stellan straightened her body and looked around with an abnormally tense expression. What happened? The 2 maids shook their heads at the same time. They were both confused and afraid. Stellan left the corner and instinctively wanted to walk out of the room to talk to her neighbors and figure out what had just happened. However, she was worried that an accident would strike again. All she could do was walk around the living room. After a few minutes, she suddenly heard the sound of the door opening. She quickly turned her head and saw that her husband, Luke Sammer, had returned with his manservant. "Aren't you working?" Stellan asked subconsciously. The tall and sturdy Luke replied with a solemn expression, "I happened to pass by the area, so I came straight back." "Quick, put on your coat, we're going to the church now." What happened? Stellan asked the question again. Luke took 2 steps forward. "Faceax airships are bombing Bakeland." How could that be? Stellan widened her eyes in disbelief. "Now is not the time to discuss this. Anyway, it has already happened. We must go to the church immediately." Luke gave his wife a hug. "Don't worry too much. I don't think the airships are coming this way." All right. Stellan replied, still a little flustered. As she put on the coat brought by the maid, she instinctively said worriedly, "What about the children?" "They are in the church school. Someone will arrange for them to hide." "We can't get there in time," Luke said calmly. "All right." Stellan made a prayer gesture, hoping that the deity she believed in would provide her with protection. The 2 of them, together with the servant and maid, quickly left the house and walked towards the other end of the street. When she passed by the house at Unit 58, Stellan glanced at it and whispered, "That's right. I used to laugh at Lawyer Jurgen, saying that he moved south because of Mrs. Doris's illness, giving up the many opportunities in Bakeland. Now, I'm a little envious of him." Luke glanced over and said, "Don't worry too much, it'll be fine." As Stellan walked forward quickly, she couldn't help but ask, "Luke, are we escaping from Bakeland?" No need." Luke Sammer replied firmly. "It was just an accident." Seeing that his wife was obviously puzzled, he added, "Bakeland is the kingdom's capital, so it's definitely the area with the highest level of defense. This happened because everyone didn't expect it, resulting in negligence. Next time, the Phaeacians won't have another chance. The kingdom has the strongest military strength in the northern and southern continents. The Phaeacians will definitely be taught a lesson. It's impossible for them to invade Bakeland again. After this, Bakeland will be the safest place. I see. Stellan felt that what her husband said made sense and was willing to believe him. After the explanation, Luke was silent for a few seconds. However, we still have to make some preparations. When the church announces that we can move freely, we will immediately bring the children back and buy more food. Buy as much as we can, as much as we can. In the public school in the Bakeland Bridge area. Due to the distance, Daisy and her classmates didn't notice what had happened in the North and West districts, nor did they sense the chaos that had spread to Hillston Borough and Sherwood Borough. However, there were still teachers who came to their classrooms and organized them to line up for the nearest cathedral. This made Daisy recall the Great Smog of Bakeland last year. Back then, they had also been asked to hide in the cathedral beside the school. I did something similar happen again. The shadow in her heart made Daisy's body tremble slightly as she felt intense sadness and anger. When she passed by the door, she couldn't help but turn her head and look at the teacher in charge. She asked, "Is it another disaster?" "Maybe." The teacher didn't know the exact situation and only knew to follow the telegram's instructions. "Is there such a disaster every year, or even more than once?" Daisy asked in a slightly ethereal voice with a hint of innocence. The teacher gave her a pitiful look and shook his head. "All difficulties will pass. God will protect everyone." Daisy didn't waste the others' time. She followed the order and followed the crowd to the nearest cathedral in a daze. North Borough, 22, Phelps Street. When Audrey, who was at the Rouen Charity Bursary Foundation, heard the explosion, she immediately hid her dragon scales and rushed to the window. As she watched the airship formation with the Phaeac flag appear in midair, she watched as the bombs were deflected by the hurricane and thrown into the distance, either landing and exploding or disappearing as though they had entered the spirit world. Audrey's mind flashed with the words of the world's German sparrow and a psychological alchemy mission. As a result, she came to a realization. The war had really broken out. She immediately turned her head and said to Susie, her personal maid, Annie, and the others, "Don't worry. Quick, hide in St. Samuel Cathedral." Although Audrey didn't know how to deal with an airstrike, the education she received from a young age told her to head to the cathedral as soon as possible if she encountered danger. In fact, her instinctive thought was to immediately rush back to Empress Borough to protect her mother. However, considering that Annie and the other servants and staff were ordinary people without experience or the ability to deal with such a crisis, she had no choice but to take care of them and accompany them to St. Samuel Cathedral. In order to resolve the danger she might encounter on the way, Audrey planned on wearing Hand of Horror and Lie at the same time. On the one hand, she could distort the trajectory of the bullets, and on the other hand, she could control the flames to detonate the bombs ahead of time. In the face of long-range attacks, it was indeed difficult for the beyonder powers of the spectator pathway to be effective. After secretly protecting her servants and the Foundation staff, Audrey successfully entered St. Samuel Cathedral and saw a few bishops and priests coming over to welcome her. "Miss Audrey, you don't have to worry about the Earl, Countess, and Lord Hibbert. They have their own people protecting them. An air raid of this level won't hurt them. Besides, you know how big and sturdy your basement is." A bishop quickly brought Audrey to the side and consoled her. Audrey took off her gauze gloves and nodded, agreeing with the bishop's words. She was no longer in a hurry to go home. "What's the situation now?" "The Phaeacians lost 2 airships and have turned to West Borough. Don't worry, all the defensive forces have been awakened. They won't be able to cause any more damage." The bishop simply said a few words and led Audrey and company to the underground area of the cathedral to hide. And one level below was where the Nighthawks were active. 160 Buckland Street. Butler Walter and a group of servants were hiding in an underground area that doubled as a wine cellar. This was an order from Don Dantes, and this gentleman had brought his valet to find Bishop Electra. After an unknown period of time, Walter and company heard knocking on the door. Through the hole in the door, they confirmed that their employer had returned. "There aren't any attacks now," but let's hide in St. Samuel Cathedral for a while longer, Klein said as he surveyed the area. Yes, sir. Walter responded on behalf of the servants before asking, what happens after that? As a qualified butler, he often read the newspapers and knew that the situation was tense to begin with. It wasn't difficult for him to guess that a war of a certain degree would erupt after the bombing. Klein pondered for a moment. Once the church has confirmed the situation, we will go to Maker Manor. You can bring your family along. Regardless, the kingdom's capital is definitely a relatively safe place. And the manor at the periphery of the capital won't be a target of an air raid. It's of no value. Yes, Maker Manor has plenty of food and large amounts of wine. Even if the war continues for a long period of time, we won't have to worry about starving to death. Upon hearing their employer's words, the servants who had already married immediately revealed looks of delight. Their paleness and fear from before were wiped away. Walter directly expressed his gratitude. Then, he deliberated and said, we can buy more food. You can buy more food. Under such circumstances, no one will ever complain that there is too much. Also, the vicinity around Bakeland might not be attacked again, but public security might be in chaos. The manor outside the city has to be guarded against this. Klein nodded. I've considered this as well. I'll get Member of Parliament mocked and the military to discuss buying a batch of scrapped weapons and bullets. You have to practice more. In short, Anuni and I will return to Bakeland to handle matters based on the situation. If there's anything we didn't consider, we'll make up for it when the time comes. As for food, Klein didn't forbid Walter from buying it. This way, if there was a famine, he would have the ability to provide relief. After discussing the follow-up, everyone in Don Dantes' residence packed their luggage and brought their valuables with them. They followed their employer into St. Samuel Cathedral and went underground. Klein immediately saw Audrey, who was walking among the crowd and calming them down. He smiled and nodded at the noble lady. Upon seeing Don Dantes, Audrey returned a smile. From his attitude, she confirmed that nothing major had happened. Furs and Zio moved once again, but they still moved to the periphery of East Borough. Furthermore, they were closer to the Bakeland Bridge area. After waking up naturally, Furs rubbed her hair and walked out of her bedroom to prepare lunch. As she swept her gaze, she saw Zio, who had long gone out, sitting on a chair and quickly flipping through the newspapers. What's wrong? Furs asked in confusion. Zio frowned. The Phasacians have launched an air raid on North and West Borough, what? Furs blurted out before recalling the discussion on the tarot. At this moment, the paperboy's voice sounded from outside. Extra! Extra! The kingdom has declared war on Phasac. Extra! Extra! The kingdom has declared war on Phasac. Divine Emperor of the Nine Heavens extra! Extra! The kingdom has declared war on Phasac. Klein, who had returned to Bakeland from Maker Manor, sat in a carriage and listened to the paperboy shouting as he ran quickly on the streets. Although he was already prepared, Klein still sighed after confirming that the war had truly erupted. He couldn't help but feel a little depressed. The grudge of Sonia Island being snatched away from a key territory. The conflict between the colony's interests. The defeat of the previous war. The economic decline caused by pollution control. Ever since the Grain Act was enacted, a large number of domestic farmers have gone bankrupt due to the impact of foreign food products. The extremely terrible living conditions of the people at the bottom of the social hierarchy. The widening gap between the rich and the poor, the middle class are blindly confident in Rowan's national strength, and they're eager to have a chance to raise their status. The conflict between the different political parties in high society has intensified, tearing each other apart. The king and his faction want a large-scale war. With so many factors added together, just from an objective and materialistic perspective, it's almost inevitable for Rowan to export war. Reality is the best writer. Klein jumped out of his previous position and re-examined the situation in Rowan from the perspective of a bystander. He discovered that the tides of the era had already formed and were surging over. Without the descent of a true god, there was really no way to stop it. In comparison, he was more puzzled as to why the Phasac Empire was willing to initiate a war. Even if the members of an ancient secret organization were members of the upper echelons of Fasak or the Church of the God of Combat, and were key figures who had the right to make decisions, it was impossible for them to act arbitrarily on such an important matter. And why would others agree to a war of the world? Could it be that the conflict between the various classes in Fasak has completely intensified, and there's an urgent need for a war? Klein lacked sufficient understanding of the empire in the north, making it difficult for him to make an accurate judgment. But they had just won the war in East Balam and seized even more colonial benefits. There's no reason for their situation to be worse than Ruan's. Yes, the royal family, the Einhorn family, is in charge of the Red Priest pathway. It's understandable that they desire war, but there's no reason for the Church of the God of Combat to not stop it. As a member of the Orthodox Deity Alliance, they lack the motivation to help Amon's brother advance to Sequence 0. With this in mind, Klein suddenly had a guess. Did Amon's brother notice that the goddess has obtained the uniqueness of the death pathway and divulge this information to the Church of the God of Combat at the critical moment? And the God of Combat is a neighboring pathway to the goddess, so it's impossible for him to ignore this matter. He will definitely respond to an intense response. Of course, it might not be done by that brother of Amon's. It might also be that the numinous episcopate's artificial death faction's angel, Hyder, had discovered the abnormality ahead of time under the warning of a conspiracy expert like Sauron Einhorn Medici. On the one hand, he pretended not to notice anything and continued setting up the probing. On the other hand, he brought in the Church of the God of Combat to make the situation worse and more chaotic. The Red Angel evil spirit is really a symbol of war. If that's the case, then it's inevitable for Fasak to start a war. Furthermore, there's no way to mediate the matter regarding the uniqueness of the death pathway. At the critical moment, the God of Combat might directly descend, and a war of gods that hasn't happened since the fourth epoch would erupt. For Fasak's airship fleet to be able to pass through the nearly 100-kilometer area from the coast to Bakeland without being detected, there's definitely a weather warlock providing protection. Otherwise, even if they take a detour to a sparsely populated area, they would definitely be seen ahead of time. They would definitely be intercepted by Ruan's airship fleet. A weather warlock is an angel. Since the fifth epoch, there have been very few Beyonders appearing in wars at this level. After the Emperor's death, most soldiers don't even know that there are Beyonders in the various colonial wars. What does it mean for a weather warlock to take action? This is really a war that will sweep the entire world and involve all levels of society. Is this what Amon's brother wants? When that happens, what side will the Lord of Storms, the eternal blazing sun, Earth Mother, the God of steam and machinery, and the God of knowledge and wisdom choose? Will the conflict between them that has been suppressed for 1,000 or 2,000 years intensify because of this? Earth Mother likes giants, and there are even Phasacians among her blessed. As for the Fainapotter kingdom, due to the split of Lenberg, Mason, and Seeker, it has a deep-seated hatred for Ruan and Intis. The will of the royal authority and the divine authority will likely be unified. It's very likely that they will form an alliance with Fasak and attack Ruan and Intis from the south to the north. Of course, the countries like Lenberg and the Church of Knowledge that are in the middle will definitely stop them. Desi Bay is directly bordered by Fainapotter and Ruan. The south won't be peaceful either. The more Klein thought about it, the more he felt that the situation in the northern continent would become abnormally chaotic. And regardless of which aspect it was, there was nothing he could do to stop it. Even a Sequence 4 demigod wouldn't be able to exert any critical influence in such a situation that could lead to a war of gods. It would be pretty good if he could protect himself and the people he cared about. Previously, when the Fasak airship attacked, the first thing Klein did was to arrange for Walter and the others to hide in the underground area that served as a wine cellar. Then, he teleported to Bakeland University of Technology. At that moment, a bomb had already landed there. There were deaths and injuries. The only thing Klein was glad about was that his sister, Melissa, wasn't within the blast radius. After Melissa rendezvoused with Banson, the Fasak airship didn't stay for long. It quickly evacuated from Bakeland before he returned to Don Dantes' mansion. Phew. Klein slowly exhaled and turned his head to look out the window. He saw that when the pedestrians on the street heard the kingdom's declaration of war on Fasak, a small number of them revealed looks of horror, as though they had recalled the air raid in the morning. Most of them looked confused and a little panicked. They wanted to do something, but they didn't know what to do. They might not be able to truly understand what such a war would bring, but they instinctively felt that the peace had been broken. The future was chaotic and filled with the unknown dangers. Klein retracted his gaze and looked at his valet, Anuni, who was sitting opposite him. From his eyes, he realized that he was also slightly at a loss. With a half-smile and half-sigh, Klein raised his hand to rub his temples. He put away his depressed and helpless emotions and thought about what he could do and what he needed to pay attention to. Regardless, with this experience and lesson, the king's faction has also launched a war as they wish. Before Rouen is completely defeated, it's almost impossible for Faisac to invade Bakeland again. It's safer for Banson and Melissa to stay here. What I need to worry about is the shortage of food and all kinds of assassinations. The latter isn't a problem. The place where Melissa and Banson live and their own levels determine it. They won't be able to come into contact with important figures who can easily be assassinated, so they won't be implicated. Fortunately, Portland Moment's laboratory has just been set up and hasn't produced any results. It won't become a target that needs to be destroyed. As for the former, I can provide some assistance through Miss Audrey. Winter County, where the Holy Cathedral is located in the northernmost part of the kingdom. It's adjacent to Faisac, and it's the front line of every war. Ma Mariana might return there to help the military. Yes, she might also be sent elsewhere to protect the coast. After all, Bakeland's defenses are sufficient. The royal family definitely has grade 0 sealed artifacts and angels. The 3 churches most likely have hidden means. This way, my greatest reliance will be gone. At most, I'll receive a certain degree of help from the churches and use some sealed artifacts. Previously, I wasn't too worried that the return of the Red Angel evil spirit would affect me. Now, I have to be more vigilant in this regard. Patrick Bryan knows that Don Dantes is equivalent to German Sparrow, equivalent to Death's Blessed. This was deliberately revealed by me, hoping to lead the suspicion to Mr. Aztec, Death Consul. And now, this also means that it won't take long for the Red Angel evil spirit to grasp this information. The Red Angel evil spirit is only at a high level at the moment. Its actual level shouldn't have recovered to the level of an angel. There's no irreconcilable grudge between him and me, and I don't have anything he wants. Even if he knows that Dantes is equivalent to German Sparrow, the chances of he directly dealing with me are very, very low. Apart from directly attacking, what other harm will he bring after he grasps this situation, using this to set up a scheme or sell the information to someone who needs it? What scheme? Who would need it? Thoughts and names surfaced in Klein's mind, but they were quickly eliminated by him. This included Amon's brother and the Angel of Fade Ouroboros. From the Red Angel evil spirit's previous actions, he wouldn't come into contact with the people of Rose Redemption at the moment. And Amon's brother and Medici were mortal enemies. Suddenly, a name appeared in Klein's mind: Zeradol. The leader of the secret order, Zeradol, the Sequence 1 angel of the seer pathway who had gone mad and returned to normal. According to Erodz's feedback, this powerful and secretive existence had already left. His original location was unknown. Klein had previously guessed that Zeradol would come to Bakeland because of the law of Beyonder characteristic convergence. The Medici, Zeradol, and Zoroast families are all working for the Solomon Empire. Even if there's no friendship between them, they must be very familiar with each other. Zeradol saw the German Sparrow in the foggy town. If he really wants to pursue something, he'll definitely target the crazy adventurer. Klein's heart stirred as he instinctively began to assume that Zeradol was in Bakeland and was searching for traces of the German Sparrow. He then used this as a premise to analyze other anomalies. Almost instantly, Klein recalled something: the failure of Sharon and Company's joint operation with the Sanguine. Rose School is also looking for the German Sparrow. Will Zeradol, who received the corresponding news, cooperate with them? Back then, the operation was almost a success. The person in charge of Rose School in Bakeland had to evacuate in a hurry. Clearly, he only noticed the problem at the last moment. This is something that's unlikely to happen when the Sanguine has prepared the corresponding sealed artifact. Even that Duke is puzzled. But what if it's the intuition of a Sequence 1 angel of the seer pathway? That's a good explanation. Back then, Zeradol was sitting opposite the person in charge of Rose School in Bakeland. During Rose School's frantic evacuation, they even deliberately left behind puppets to create moonlight and cleanse everything. Was it to hide Zeradol's existence? Also, It's no secret that German Sparrow has a certain relationship with the death console. Could Zeradol have spread his marionettes everywhere to sense if there's any power of death in Bakeland? Previously, when Patrick Bryan was holding the ritual, there was actually a marionette of Zeradol watching him. If the Red Angel evil spirit has already sold the information to Zeradol, wouldn't returning to Buckland Street in such a chaotic situation be throwing myself into a trap? Klein's pupils constricted as he immediately said to the carriage driver, "Let's stop here. I suddenly remembered that there's something else I need to deal with." After saying that, Klein tensed up, afraid that the carriage driver wouldn't be able to answer as he continued driving forward. Thankfully, none of this happened. The carriage stopped by the side, and Klein walked to a nearby alley with his valet, Anuni. Right on the heels of that, he snapped his fingers in an empty spot, allowing the scarlet flames to emerge from his pocket and envelop him and his marionette. He wanted to rush to St. Samuel Cathedral as quickly and secretly as possible. With a flash of flames, Klein and Anuni's figures vanished. However, after he completed a jump, the flames he sensed suddenly vanished. All of them were gone. A spacious living room appeared in front of him. There was an ordinary reclining chair, and on it was a thin, tall, young man of southern continent descent. He had good facial features, but he lacked the color of blood. The Red Angel evil spirit, Sauron Einhorn. Medici, the Red Angel played with a ball of scarlet flames in his hand as the corners of his mouth curled up. "You actually sensed it earlier than I expected." "Heh, to play flaming jump in front of me." The moment he saw the Red Angel evil spirit, Klein's pupils dilated as the human-skinned glove on his left hand suddenly turned transparent. He didn't listen to what the other party said. His instinctive reaction was to immediately teleport away, but at this moment, the spirit world that entered his eyes was different from usual. The countless transparent creatures that were indescribable were all dyed with the color of iron and blood. The surroundings were filled with thick smoke, and the 7 pure lights that contained infinite knowledge were obscured, making it almost impossible to see them. Klein's heart skipped a beat. He didn't rashly teleport. Upon seeing this, the Red Angel evil spirit chuckled. "What are you afraid of, Zeradol?" Upon hearing this, Klein subconsciously looked around, but he didn't discover anything abnormal. The Red Angel evil spirit maintained its extremely annoying smile and pointed at the sofa opposite the reclining chair. "If I had already informed Zeradol that Don Dantes is German Sparrow, when you return to 160 Buckland Street in the morning, what awaits you in the wine cellar won't be a living person, but a butler and servants who are hung like dried ham. Of course, they will also warmly welcome you. Have a seat. In such a situation, it's not a bad thing to listen to my thoughts and intentions first." Imagining the scene described by the Red Angel evil spirit, although he had done something similar himself, his hair still stood on end as he felt a chill run down his spine. He maintained his vigilance and made the marionette, Konas Kilgore, who had transformed into Don Dantes, sit on the sofa while he stood by the side as his valet, Anuni. He had unknowingly swapped positions with his marionette and instantly changed their appearances. "Perhaps it's because you just learned of this information from Patrick Bryan and haven't had the time to inform Zeradol?" Klein retorted through his marionette. At the same time, he determined from the Red Angel evil spirit's words that Zeradol had really arrived in Bakeland. This was a complete, unrestricted, strange, and terrifying sequence. One angel. It was enough to be called a hidden existence. The Red Angel evil spirit's gaze swept across his valet and his master as he smiled. "I can get what I want to know from a fool like Patrick Bryan in 15 minutes, and it's been an entire night and morning since the ritual. You and Miss Messenger might have something in common." Klein made his marionette raise his eyebrows. "So?" The Red Angel evil spirit made the reclining chair beneath him shake gently. "I wonder if you've heard of this saying before. When you choose a beyonder pathway, the corresponding friends and enemies will be determined. As for me, I'm not your friend, but I'm not your enemy either. Of course, you and I did have some conflicts, but we didn't suffer too many losses. It's all in the past. To me, your growth will bring great trouble to some people I hate, so I don't want to kill you in advance. I'm happy to see you continue to advance." The Emperor said something similar. "I hate certain fellows." Klein deliberated and returned with a question. "Blasphemer Amon? He's not that ignorant, nor is he that stupid." The Red Angel evil spirit laughed and stroked his chin. Be it his words or actions, it made him have the urge to hit him. After some thought, Klein calmly pointed out a problem. Then you can choose Zeradol. If he can advance because of this, he will also bring great trouble to Blasphemer Amon. Compared to him, I'm still too weak. I still need a long time to grow. There are too many unexpected possibilities in between. The Red Angel Evil Spirit nodded seriously. Indeed, that's what I thought in the beginning. How can a fellow like you, who isn't much stronger than a wild dog, compare to a Sequence 1 Zeradol? To see who dies faster? At this point, the Red Angel Evil Spirit changed the topic and sighed. However, if this world can choose the most ideal solution for everything, that would be wonderful. Before he could finish his sentence, a bloody gash suddenly appeared on his bloodless left cheek. The gash was very large, and his mouth also opened and closed, revealing 2 rows of illusory white teeth. I've investigated. The decline of the Sauron family was caused by Zeradol and Roselle. This is the spirit left behind by the ancestor of the Sauron family? The Red Angel's split personality is more serious than I imagined. No, this isn't considered a normal split personality. It's just 3 people being stuffed into one body. No matter what they do, they have to reach an agreement first, or there will be internal strife. Klein believed that the Red Angel Evil Spirit wasn't setting up a trap. He really has no way of telling Zeradol the corresponding information. This is his weakness. I can use it in the future. After muttering silently, Klein asked, then why did you come to me? Just to say what you just said? The Red Angel Evil Spirit raised his hand and rubbed his left cheek, making the mouth that appeared slowly disappear. At the same time, he smiled and said, aren't you investigating the Ruan royal family? This seems to involve a relatively high-ranking demoness named Katarina. If you have any traces of her, inform me before you carry out your normal operations. Saintess of White Katarina. Why is the Red Angel Evil Spirit looking for her? Sequence 4 of the Hunter pathway can cause a female to become a male. Sequence 7 of the Demoness pathway can cause a male to become a female. These should be 2 Beyonder pathways that can be interchanged. The Red Angel Evil Spirit can't find a suitable Hunter pathway Beyonder characteristic, so he plans on jumping to the Demoness pathway? That's right. As an evil spirit, as long as he can resolve the problem of his existence, he can also advance through potions and characteristics. Klein was first taken aback before he made a guess based on the secrets he knew. And this instantly made him have a strange thought. When there are high-sequence Beyonder characteristics of both the Hunter and Demoness pathways in his body, will the Red Angel Evil Spirit appear as a male or a female? Who has a higher level, who is in charge, and who decides? At this moment, the Red Angel Evil Spirit looked at Don Dantes and his valet and scoffed. You have a talent for provocation. I haven't said anything. Klein replied inwardly in a daze. The Red Angel Evil Spirit curled his lips and said, I can guess what you're thinking. I can guess what you're thinking, unless you admit that you're ignorant. However, this might be a good thing for them. Shut up. A bloody mouth appeared on both sides of the Red Angel Evil Spirit's cheeks. Klein looked at the dissociative personality seen opposite him and rationally gave up on delving deeper into the topic. He said, it's not impossible to inform you in advance, but the problem is, how should I inform you? From his point of view, Katarina, the Demoness of Unaging, wasn't a good person. The Red Angel Evil Spirit was the same. It was a good thing to cause a conflict between them. The Red Angel Evil Spirit smiled when he heard that. Of course, it's by chanting my honorific name, the great god of war, the symbol of iron and blood, the ruler of chaos and strife. Pooey. The mouths on both sides of the Red Angel Evil Spirit's cheeks let out a contemptuous sound at the same time, as though he didn't approve of it. This is a standard honorific name of a deity. After wielding the uniqueness, Medici is already a quasi-god to a certain extent. And as long as no one accommodates the uniqueness of the Red Priest pathway, this evil spirit's level won't decrease? The honorific name will always point to him? Klein nodded in thought and probed, what do you know about the secret ruins of Blood Emperor Alistitutor? Upon hearing this name, the Red Angel Evil Spirit's facial muscles twitched slightly before he scoffed. Upon hearing this name, the Red Angel Evil Spirit's facial muscles twitched slightly before it scoffed, that's right. Upon hearing this name, the Red Angel evil spirit's facial muscles twitched slightly before he scoffed. You might not know about this, but you might be familiar with the secret ruins of the Blood Emperor. Klein deliberately provoked him. The Red Angel evil spirit suddenly laughed out loud and slapped the armrest of the reclining chair. Your tricks are as childish as a 3-year-old child's. Haha, the secret hidden by the Ruan royal family is very simple. I can guess it just by reading the newspapers. TSK, you only have a smart face, but your brain is filled with squirming worms. You can guess it just by reading the newspapers? Klein frowned slightly and asked. The Red Angel evil spirit stopped laughing and curled the corners of his lips. Of course, you also need some necessary common sense. I believe you should have it. How about this? I'll ask you a few questions, and then you'll understand how simple the answer is. How about this? I'll ask you a few questions, and then you'll understand how simple the answer is. Does the secret ruins of the Blood Emperor belong to the type that the church knows about? No. Klein shook his head firmly. The Red Angel evil spirit smiled and continued asking, do you know which pathway and sequence Blood Emperor Alista Tudor was at before he advanced to sequence 0? Black Emperor pathway, sequence 1 Prince of Disorder, Klein replied calmly. The Red Angel evil spirit nodded slightly. Do you know that before Alista Tudor became Blood Emperor, he was one of the 2 consul of the Tudor-Tuluan-Sostal United Empire? The ones supporting him are 6 of the 7 deities, including Evernight and Storm? Klein nodded and gave an affirmative answer. The half-leaning, half-lying Red Angel evil spirit crossed one leg over the other. Then do you know that Alista truly went mad after becoming Blood Emperor, and that he perished in a war of gods? I roughly know. Klein didn't dare to be too sure because he had read it from Roselle's diary, and the Emperor had learned it from Mr. Dorr. The Red Angel evil spirit chuckled when he heard that. Then do you think Alista Tudor had the rationality and opportunity to leave behind a secret ruin after becoming Blood Emperor? No. Klein slowly shook his head. The Red Angel evil spirit then spread out his hands. Since it's a ruin left behind by Alista before he became Blood Emperor, and it wasn't known to the 6 deities who supported him back then, what could it be? If you had a choice, would you take a path that's destined to lead to madness? This? Klein instantly thought of the 9 mausoleums needed for the Black Emperor's apotheosis ritual. To the Prince of Disorder, before the return of the past Black Emperor, secretly seeking to advance to Black Emperor was what he wanted to do. That ruin is related to the Black Emperor? Klein asked in a deep voice. The Red Angel evil spirit stroked his chin again and chuckled. You seem to know about the Black Emperor's ritual. Isn't that simple? What has the current king of Ruan been doing for the past 2 to 3 years? The abolition of the Grain Act, the unified examination for government employees, the reorganization of the military, the suppression of the House of Lords and Nobles, and the strengthening of the House of Commons. Aren't these all things published in the newspapers? Besides, isn't it common knowledge that the Judge pathway can be transferred to the Black Emperor pathway? This was because many of these things were the trends of the times in Klein's eyes. One of them was even pushed by him. In the past, he had never examined them from the perspective of mysticism, but now that he was connected, he immediately came to a realization. Soon, he remembered something else. The last person who wanted to become Black Emperor was Roselle. He happened to be related to Amon's brother. The abolition of the Grain Act. Unified examination for government employees. Making concessions and introducing the church's forces into the military. These seem to be in line with the trend of the times, but in essence, they are suppressing and weakening the nobles and supporting a new class. Compared to the ruling methods of more than 1,000 years ago, this can really be considered a rule that defies normal circumstances. It's the kind of order needed to become a Dark Emperor. In the past decade or so, the architectural style has also changed greatly. For Roselle to be able to obtain the uniqueness and obtain the corresponding sequence 1 beyond her characteristic, that ancient secret organization must have put in a lot of effort. It might even have directly provided a portion of it. When this emperor perishes, who will take away those characteristics? Also, Bernadette has been in Bakeland for the past few months. She used to come here often. Sigh, it's mainly because of the asymmetrical aesthetics of the empires of the 4th epoch that affected my understanding. I misunderstood the rules that defied normal circumstances as strange and an order that defied human nature. Now that I think about it again, what do you mean by normal circumstances? Isn't it just a state where everyone is already used to not directly resisting their instincts to survive? From tribes to countries, from feudalism to republicanism, didn't they all go against the normal situation at that time? Countless people wanted to return to the past. The phrase leftovers is a good summary of the problem. From the looks of it, as long as there's no deity's interference, the change that the Dark Emperor needs will definitely happen. It's only a matter of time. The tide of the times is really hard to stop. That brother of Amon's is indeed a powerful and terrifying author. What's hidden deep in the Blood Emperor's ruins should be a mausoleum similar to a pyramid. And according to the requirements of the ritual, it has to be repaired by driving the people. That's why there are the missing people in East Borough and the overseas slave trade. When the war develops to a certain stage, they can use the excuse of praying for victory or the entire country mourning the dead soldiers to organize a large number of people to participate in the sacrificial ritual in different cities of the kingdom. Yes, many years ago, the Ruan royal family obtained the crown of the Balam Empire and linked the king's name to the title of emperor. What a good plan. Jolted awake by the Red Angel evil spirit's question, Klein tensed up. Many thoughts flashed through his mind, and at the same time, he had another question. He looked at the thin, young, and bloodless gatekeeper opposite him and deliberated. George III wants to directly become the Dark Emperor? But he's not even a sequence 4, even if he could act ahead of time to make himself more talented, reducing the impact of the mental imprint in the potion. Klein didn't believe that a sequence 5 could directly become a god unless he was lucky enough to grasp an extremely small chance of success. And this luck wasn't something that could be simply described as sufficient. Even the snake of Mercury, Wilosepton, who symbolized fate, didn't dare to directly devour the die of probability. He still had to seriously find a way to accommodate it. The Red Angel evil spirit scoffed when he heard that. How do you know that George III is only a sequence 5? How can you be sure that the George III being examined is the real George III? Couldn't it have been imagined, or perhaps it was transformed by a faceless person at the angel level? These are indeed very difficult things to do, but for a certain paranoid person, this is all within the scope of his own ability and the resources he has at his disposal. I suspect that George III is an official member of the secret organization that imitates our Rose Redemption. His true level might already be at the level of an angel. Haha, I wouldn't be surprised if he reached sequence 1. This, Roselle the Great once said that the members of that ancient secret organization are all important figures that he can't imagine. Apart from dealing with the 7 churches, there's nothing they can't do. This actually includes the king of a country? That's right. A late-stage emperor is also the ruler of Intis. Paranoid. This is the evaluation of the Red Angel evil spirit of Amon's brother? Although this is clearly a little extreme and has a strong subjective bias, there's definitely some truth to it. A nickname isn't randomly given. Klein made the marionette frown slightly. The truth of this matter seems to be easily seen through, but why haven't the churches of Evernight, Storm, and Steam discovered the problem yet haven't discovered the crux of it? Their understanding of the Dark Emperor isn't any less than yours. After all, the 2 churches of Evernight and Storm had supported the Tudortulu Sostal United Empire. The Red Angel evil spirit revealed an amused expression again as he sized up Dwayne Dantes and his valet. How old are you? Why are you still so naive and childish? The 6 deities and the 6 churches aren't necessarily the same at times. What the 6 deities know might not be told to the angels and saints below. Seeing that Don Dantes was still frowning in confusion, the Red Angel evil spirit chuckled again. Believe me, what I just said and what I'm about to say is undoubtedly to sow discord and destroy the image of the 6 deities, but you can think for yourself if it's the truth. Let's put it this way. Regarding the matter of someone wanting to become the Black Emperor, the attitude of the 6 deities, the 7 deities, is rather ambiguous. They often contradict themselves. To describe it more accurately, they are happy to see the birth of a mentally sound Black Emperor, but they hope that it's the one they support. Therefore, they won't give their respective churches too specific revelations. They only get them to follow the normal procedures. If they can find out, they'll punish them. If not, they'll tacitly agree to the development. Of course, in this process, we can't rule out the possibility that a certain existence might want to do some damage, but it won't be so direct and obvious, because it will definitely be stopped by other gods. If he hadn't grasped this attitude, how would George III have dared to take the risk? Alright, now that the war has broken out and he has survived the crisis, he can patiently wait for the next opportunity. Klein suddenly thought of how the news of the raid on the ruins of the Blood Emperor had been leaked in advance. For a moment, he didn't know if he should suspect that there were members of that ancient secret organization in the upper echelons of the three churches, or if a certain god had personally reminded his brother. If it was the latter, the suspect could be the Lord of Storms. After pondering for a moment, Klein asked hesitantly, so, as long as there are no accidents in the future, George III, who has done so much, will welcome the apotheosis ritual? And if everything goes smoothly and he withstands the backlash of the potion, he will ascend to the throne of Dark Emperor? The Red Angel Evil Spirit replied in a relaxed tone, is there a problem? Why did the seven gods? Klein couldn't help but ask. The Red Angel Evil Spirit clicked his tongue. Do you want to know? If you want to know, I can tell you now. Just as Klein was about to say of course, he suddenly recalled the warning given by the Servant of Concealment, Maya Mariana. For some things, the more you know, the easier it is to be infected. Both your body and soul will be infected. When you become an angel, you can explore the specific answer. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Klein made his marionette smile. Forget it then. Very good. You nearly died because of curiosity and stupidity. The Red Angel Evil Spirit shook its head regretfully. He then looked out the window. If there's nothing else, you can leave. All right. Klein made his marionette stand up and raise his right hand. At this moment, the half-leaning, half-lying Red Angel Evil Spirit suddenly asked, I have a feeling that if I had attacked you just now, you would have been able to do something about it, right? Of course, why do you think I chose Flaming Jump and not teleport directly? That was to hide the movement of the paper cranes being lit in the wallet. This way, Snake of Fate will Septon's gaze will silently land on me. Once something goes amiss, he will use the yesterday once more charm. When dealing with existences at your level, how can I not be careful, and keep my means hidden? Klein didn't directly answer the Red Angel Evil Spirit's question. He smiled in tacit agreement. With a snap of his fingers, scarlet flames gushed out from his pocket and enveloped him. As the scarlet red dissipated, Klein's figure disappeared in front of the Red Angel Evil Spirit. Bakeland, Dr. Alan Series's house, inside a black pram. The plump baby rubbed its eyes and mumbled silently. To a child, Bakeland really isn't a good place to live in. 39 Buckland Street. After a divination, Klein met Mocht, who was about to head to Westboro, as he wished. Aren't you going to Maker Manor? I also plan on letting Rihanna and Hazel hide in Moose Manor, Mocht said as he pinched the sides of his eyes. I wonder when the after effects will disappear. Klein retracted his gaze from his actions and sighed. I need to prepare some weapons for the manor, so I came to seek your help. Also, if you have the means to obtain food, you can help me buy some as well. From his point of view, the people at the bottom of society had no way of hoarding food because they didn't have the money. At most, they could prepare a few days' worth of food. Therefore, his purchases wouldn't affect them for the time being. When food began to run out, he could donate the extra food he bought through Miss Audrey. Before the temporary law on food control was passed, even if Klein didn't hoard food, other rich people would. Furthermore, they might not donate it. No problem. Mocht agreed without any hesitation. Klein didn't ask about the price, because he had given housekeeper Tanaja a total of £5,000 for such expenses. Of course, after confirming that Zeradol was in Bakeland and that the Red Angel Evil Spirit knew that Don Dantes was equivalent to German Sparrow, he had already decided not to return to Maker Manor. He wanted to change his identity to prevent it from affecting the innocent. As for the excuse, it was that the Church of Evernight had arranged for him to do certain things and wouldn't be able to return for a long period of time. If there were any charitable activities that required his cooperation, he could listen to Miss Audrey's arrangements. Divine King of the Nine Heavens on the way from Buckland Street to St. Samuel Cathedral, Klein passed by the Rouen Charity Bursary Foundation at 22 Phelps Street. He was surprised to discover that the door was still open. As the founder and current board member, he was rather concerned about this matter. He temporarily slowed down his advance and turned around. Just as he entered the door, Klein saw Miss Audrey walk down from the second floor. Beside her were her maidservant, the golden retriever, and a few staff members. "Good afternoon. There doesn't seem to be anything that requires you to persevere under such circumstances." Klein went forward and voiced his doubts. Audrey held the newspaper in her hand as she looked at Don Dantes and said, "A few of the recipients were injured in the air raid. A few of the recipients were injured in the air raid. I've just visited them and arranged follow-up treatment." This noble lady's eyes were a little red, as though she had seen all sorts of tragic things in the hospital. May the goddess bless them. Klein came to a realization as he drew a crimson moon on his chest. He took the opportunity to voice out the idea he had long prepared. "I plan on donating some more money to buy food, medicine, and medical equipment for the foundation. In this man-made disaster, we can do more." "An excellent idea. Those who are suffering will be grateful to you, Mr. Dantes." Audrey tapped her chest 4 times in a clockwise fashion as her eyes suffused obvious joy and pity. "I'll do my best." She didn't just want to donate money. She also wanted to organize the corresponding matters. Klein nodded and said, "There's no need to praise me." "You don't need to praise me. I'm just doing what I should do at a time like this. Apart from donating money, I'll also donate food. You can directly discuss these matters with my butler, Walter." "Yes, Miss Audrey, I can now write a letter of authorization for you, allowing you to use my name to mobilize Mager Manor's resources." "What about you, Mr. Dantes?" Audrey asked with a vague guess. This was the most normal reaction in this context. "I've received a notice from the church to help them do something. As for the details, I haven't been to St. Samuel Cathedral, so I don't know for now. The only thing I can be sure of is that I'll be on the move recently. I won't be able to return to Mager Manor for a very long time." Klein told her the reason he had made up earlier. "Miss Audrey, I've learned about your character and ability during this period of time in the Foundation. Your background and status also determine your vision and structure. Entrusting this matter to you is the best way I can think of." Klein didn't expect his lies to fool a veteran spectator. He only wanted to deceive the people around Justice Audrey. Well, that didn't include the dog. "Is Mr. World going to temporarily give up his identity as Don Dantes so that he can hide and do certain things?" Audrey pretended to be in deep thought and pondered for a few seconds. "In this situation, I can't refuse such a request." Klein secretly heaved a sigh of relief and immediately got his valet, Anuni, to go upstairs to get a piece of paper and a fountain pen. Then, under the witness of the staff, he personally drafted a letter of entrustment. He signed his name, stamped his fingerprint, and stamped his seal. After doing all this, Klein looked at the newspaper in Audrey's hand. "Did anything else happen?" "I just returned from outside the city and heard the paperboy shouting that the kingdom has declared war on Faysac." Audrey pursed her lips and said with a slightly gloomy expression, "Not long after the Faysac airships launched an air raid on Bakeland, their Xianxia fleet took advantage of the thick fog to attack the Royal Navy base and the surrounding shipyards on Oak Island in Pritz Harbor. Thankfully, the Church of the Storm received a warning in advance and sent a telegram over ahead of time. Pritz Harbor wasn't lost, but they lost quite a number of ships and factories. It's said that many people were killed or seriously injured. This is war." Klein sighed and said, "Can I see how the king declares war?" Audrey knew that there was something wrong with King George III, and she could tell the sarcasm in Mr. World's words. She didn't reject it and handed the newspaper over. It was a copy of the Tussock Times. Without needing to expand it, Klein directly saw the king's declaration of war on the front page. 708 years ago, the Faysac took away Sonia Island from us. A year ago, the Faysac snatched away half of our interests in East Balam. Today, they bombed Bakeland and attacked Pritz Harbor. Many Ruan were killed and injured as a result, and their blood stained the land. We can't back down anymore. Backing down will only result in the repeated bullying of the Faysac. If we continue backing down, we will lose all our interests overseas. We won't be able to sell a large number of our products, and countless workers will lose their jobs. Even more farmers will go bankrupt. Everything in the past and present shows that justice is in our hands, and we already have enough strength to seize complete victory. Everyone, I, your Emperor, George III, represent the House of Lords and Commons and represent the kingdom's government to declare war on Faisak. Unless they raise the white flag and raise their hands to surrender, we will never stop advancing. Advance and reclaim Sonia Island. Advance and occupy St. Milam. Victory will definitely belong to us. The gods are with us. Klein quickly browsed through it and used his clown ability to control the curl of his lips. He then returned the tussock times to Audrey, took off his hat, and bowed. I'll have to trouble you with the rest. Please don't worry. Audrey returned the bow with the letter of entrustment and the newspaper. Klein didn't delay any further as he left the Rouen Charity Bursary Foundation with his valet, Anuni, and arrived at St. Samuel Cathedral. At that moment, there weren't many believers in the cathedral. Most of them had returned to their homes and were busy preparing for life after the war began. In the dark and quiet environment, Klein found a seat and sat down. He took off his hat, clasped his hands, and placed them in front of his mouth and nose. He softly chanted the honorific name of the Evernight goddess. Then, he said, I received news from the Red Angel Evil Spirit that Zeradol might have already arrived in Bakeland. And the Blood Emperor's secret ruins are most likely the mausoleum needed for the Black Emperor's ritual. After finishing the prayer, Klein waited patiently for a while before seeing Archbishop Anthony Stevenson enter from the side door and walk towards him. This saint's face was clean and beardless. He wore a black robe with a crimson moon symbol on it. He didn't make a sound as he walked, as though the night was slowly descending. When he approached Don Dantes, Anthony didn't say a word. He only gestured with his eyes before turning towards the library. Klein stood up, put on his hat, and followed silently. As for his valet, Anuni, he walked to the entrance of the cathedral with his cane in hand and waited there. Outside the library, Archbishop Anthony turned around and revealed a smile. He said to Don Dantes, the war has broken out. There are too many things that need to be done. As a devout believer of the goddess, are you willing to provide a certain amount of help? Indeed. From the looks of it, Ma Mariana has already left Bakeland. As Klein sighed, he drew the crimson moon on his chest. It's my honor. Praise the goddess. After responding, he immediately asked, what do you need me to do? I'll inform you when there's something. Try not to go home during this period of time, St. Anthony said in an illogical tone. Klein instantly understood what he meant. It was to hide first. He didn't have the energy to deal with Zeradol for the time being. At most, he could provide protection. Within a certain range. Just as I thought, the goddess is digesting the uniqueness of the death pathway. She won't be able to descend for a long period of time, and the upper echelons of the church have to deal with the war. The negative effects of Grade 0 sealed artifacts are each more terrifying than the last. Klein nodded gently. Yes, Your Grace. May the goddess bless you. St. Anthony drew the crimson moon. Praise the lady. The only home is peace, Klein replied with a well-practiced gesture. Then, he left St. Samuel Cathedral and turned into another street with his valet. After walking for a while, Don Dantes and Anuni disappeared at some point in time. East Side, in a 2-bedroom rental house. With an ordinary face, Klein took out the adventurer's harmonica, brought it to his mouth, and blew into it. Soon, Rionette Tinker walked out of the void with 4 blonde, red-eyed heads in her hands. She was not surprised at all by the new appearance of her contractor. Klein didn't hand over the letter. Tell Miss Sharon and Merrick that Zeradol has come to Bakeland and might be in contact with Rose School. Tell them to be careful. It's best if they don't even go to Braveheart's bar for the time being. Zeradol. This time, Rionette Tinker's 4 heads spoke at the same time, as though she had spent a certain amount of effort to remember who it was. The leader of the Secret Order, a Sequence 1 angel who once went mad but has now returned to normal. Klein took out a gold coin and handed it to Miss Messenger. He didn't mention that Zeradol was very interested in German Sparrow. He believed that as a high-level spirit world creature, Miss Messenger would be able to sense his uniqueness to a certain extent. Otherwise, there was no need for this angel to lower herself to be a messenger. If it was for the yesterday once more charm, she could have provided help in a more dignified manner. As for why Zeradol wasn't able to sense the gray fog's aura in the foggy town and was interested in German Sparrow, Klein believed that there were 3 reasons. First, the gray fog's beyonder convergence allowed this powerful seer to come to Bakeland and prophesy something. Second, German Sparrow was actually able to leave the foggy town after obtaining the wrong symbol and return to the real world. Third, German Sparrow might be related to an organization that believed in the Fool. After Zeradol came into contact with Rose School and discovered that the Mother Tree of Desire was also interested in German Sparrow, even if he didn't have a guess, the importance he placed on him would rise exponentially. Rionette Tinker didn't say another word. One of her heads swung forward and bit the gold coin. After watching Miss Messenger leave, Klein pulled a chair and sat down. Separated by a wooden desk, he observed the sky outside the window. The layout of the rental apartment was the same as the one he had stayed in Tingen City. Inside was a bedroom, and outside was a living room, dining room, and study. There was also a bunk bed. At that moment, apart from him, there were also Marionette's Konas and Anuni in the room. After sitting in a daze for a while, Klein rubbed his temples, stood up, took 4 steps counterclockwise, and went above the gray fog. He then conjured German Sparrow, and through praying to Mr. Fool, he passed the 2 messages to Donnas and Katlia. The former was to remind him to be careful of the secret order. Although Klein didn't believe that Zeradol would directly seek out Donnas, a person who had ties with German Sparrow, it wasn't wrong to warn him. As a bizarro sorcerer, Klein had a certain level of understanding of the beyonders of the seer pathway. He believed that those who could truly mature were sufficiently cautious and careful. There were exceptions and oddities, but it definitely didn't include Sequence 1 Zeradol. And in the present situation, in the eyes of an angel who had grasped enough secrets, Donnas was more like a bait that was deliberately thrown out to hook certain targets. Therefore, there was a high chance that Zeradol would carefully avoid him. At most, he would send members of the secret order to do some indirect investigations. By the same logic, Klein's message to Katlia also contained such content, but that wasn't the main point. The main point was for her to immediately contact Queen Mystic Bernadette and tell her that German Sparrow wanted to meet her as soon as possible. In addition, Klein had also informed Admiral of Stars of his original plan to delay the tarot, allowing her to decide if she wanted to purchase the Planter Pathways Sequence 5 Druid and Sequence 4 Classical Metallurgist potion formulas. West of the Berserk Sea, Theros Island. Here, Donnas, who was searching for clues to Vice Admiral Ailment's whereabouts, held a cup filled with golden beer as his expression suddenly turned extremely complicated. Why? You saw someone and recalled an indescribable encounter? Anderson swirled the Lanty-proof malt liquor in his hand and teased Danitz, who was in an abnormal state, with a smile. Donnas gulped down a mouthful of beer and wiped his mouth with the back of his hand. We have to be careful of the people from the secret order. Ever since he got to know the German Sparrow, he had often heard similar words. His reaction had changed from panic at the beginning to numbness and depression. He suspected that there would come a day when he would be wanted by all the organizations, big and small, with the exception of Mr. Fool. Anderson sized up Donnas and chuckled. Sometimes, I think the German Sparrow is more like a hunter than I am. Heh, so you guys have a special method of communication. You don't even need to summon messengers. Donnas was about to give a perfunctory reply when a person with Intis rushed in from the entrance of the tavern. He was holding a telegram. Fasak is conducting airstrikes on Bakeland. Rouen has officially declared war. A declaration of war? Anderson and Donnas looked at each other. Relying on their pathway's characteristics, they acutely smelled the scent of a large-scale war. Fasak has attacked Bakeland and Pritz Harbor. Rouen has officially declared war. The 3 ironclad fleets aren't at the harbor. They didn't suffer any losses and are rushing back to Rowen's coast. Admiral of Stars Katlia's fleet happened to pass by Orvie Island. She had gathered all sorts of information from the telegrams. She was just about to consider how a pirate crew should deal with such a situation when she suddenly saw the endless gray fog and heard the words of the world German Sparrow. Be careful of the people from the secret order. Be careful of Zeradol. To a certain extent, Katlia, who was considered an Intis person, first paid attention to the most unimportant matter. And it was precisely because of this that she didn't have any doubts about the world German Sparrow's request to meet the Queen as soon as possible. She believed that this was an extension of the secret order and Zeradol. Finally, her lips parted slightly as she muttered the names of the two potions. Druid. Classical metallurgist. This sequence 4's modern name should be ancient metallurgist. In the past, it was called human metallurgist. Katlia subconsciously walked to the window and cast her gaze down. At this moment, at sea with a time difference from Bakeland, Frack Lee and artisan Charv were leaning against the side of the ship, basking in the sunset. The former looked relaxed and content, but there was a hint of puzzlement in his eyes, as though there was still a problem that he couldn't solve. The latter's face was pale, and his lips were trembling slightly. Mushrooms were scattered all over his clothes. Druid. Ancient metallurgist. Admiral of Stars. Katlia repeated the two specialized terms again as she felt something heavy press down on her body. After about 10 seconds. Katlia nudged the heavy glasses on her nose bridge and consoled herself inwardly. Mr. Fool didn't give any hints. Since Mr. Fool didn't give any hints, it means that it's nothing serious. With this thought, resplendent starlight floated down, forming a staircase of light between the captain's cabin window and the deck. Katlia walked down the staircase and came to Frank Lee and Charv's side. After a few seconds of silence, Katlia asked, "Frank, what are your ideals?" Only then did Frank Lee realize that his captain had come over. Only then did Frank Lee realize that the captain had come over. He pushed himself up with his palm and flipped himself up. Ideals? The biologist thought seriously for a moment and said, "That's right. To be able to research soil, crops, and hybridization technology without any restrictions. Also, to prevent humans from suffering from famine and to make everyone equal. What you can do, I can also do. What you can grow, I can also grow." Upon hearing this, Charv slowly got up and silently crouched to the side. He opened his mouth and began vomiting. Frank Lee was not affected at all as he continued, "In order to have such a world, there must be sufficient food and resources. Therefore, I hope to create a variety of creatures that can adapt to different environments and conditions. Hee, everyone has their own preferences. I prefer fish, cows, spores." Admiral of Stars. Katlia listened to Frank's recount with a deadpan expression. During this process, she continuously nudged the thick glasses on her nose bridge 3 times. After a moment of silence, Katlia asked, "You're only one step away from the last step of your research?" "Yes, I'm just short of the catalysis of Druid's powers. If I still can't obtain the formula, I wish to get Charv to help me turn the Druid Beyonder characteristic I have into a mystical item," Frank answered frankly. "No, I won't help you. You devil." Charv, who was silently vomiting, raised his head and shouted anxiously. Katlia watched this scene quietly. With a flip of her palm, a gold coin appeared out of nowhere. Clang, the gold coin first flipped up before landing in Katlia's palm with the head facing up. "There's the Druid potion formula. It's from German Sparrow. 5,000 gold pounds." Katlia described it in detail, as though she was deliberately saying it for Charv to know who the real murderer was. Frank Lee's eyes immediately revealed pure joy. "He's really a good person. Captain, I've only saved up 3,000 pounds. Can you lend me 2,000 pounds? Most of his savings had been used to buy the Druid Beyonder characteristic. He had even sold some items for it. Katlia fell silent once again. After a few seconds, she nodded under Frank Lee's expectant gaze. "All right. Northborough, Bakeland Medical College Affiliated Hospital." Eudora lay on the hospital bed with a blank expression. She didn't have the vitality of a young girl. She woke up from her coma very early, but she didn't open her eyes. She heard the doctor tell her parents that her right leg, which had been injured in the air raid, might not be saved. They had to be prepared to amputate it. After that, she lay there in a daze. She felt that there were many people coming over. Among them, the Rouen Charity Bursary Foundation's director, Audrey, who was only visiting the student next door, heard about her matter and expressed her willingness to pay for her subsequent treatment. The school's principal, Mr. Portland Moment, promised to create the most advanced and convenient mechanical prosthesis, allowing her to walk like a normal person. But none of this dispelled the gloominess, heaviness, sadness, and despair in Eudora's heart. She wasn't even 18 years old. Before she could taste the beauty of life, she was about to lose a leg and lose her ideals. Her family wasn't rich. Her father was a grocery store owner who believed in the Lord of Storms. He was rude, barbaric, and unwilling to reason with women. Her mother was timid and cowardly. She relied on her father to survive and supported the family with hard work. If there was a second child in the family, Eudora wouldn't have been able to go to school at all. But even so, her father chose Bakelin Technical School, a place where results could be seen quickly. She had previously felt that she was lucky. The Bakelin Technical School had been reorganized into the Bakelin University of Technology, and she had passed the exam to become a true university student. This filled her with smiles every day, allowing her to spread her happiness to the people around her. She even had the free time to pursue poetry. Eudora's ideal was to stay in school in the future and become a university teacher. She wanted to find a husband who liked her and she liked him. At the same time, she would not stop writing poems, hoping to publish them in magazines and newspapers. Now, all of this was destroyed by a bomb falling from the sky. It was destroyed mercilessly and unusually coldly. After a long time, Eudora silently pulled up the quilt and covered her face. She made a low cry like a cub. The crying didn't stop. It lasted for a while. Eudora suddenly felt something and opened the quilt. She saw a black shadow standing beside the bed. The black shadow's face was half covered by mushrooms and the other half was full of weeds. He was holding a wood-colored cane in his hand. Eudora couldn't even scream. She felt that her heart was about to explode. And the black shadow touched her with the head of the cane. Eudora felt that her heart had returned to normal. Her right leg was cool and she seemed to have a feeling. She looked at the bed again. There was no black shadow. In a daze, Eudora moved her right leg and found that it didn't hurt at all. It was as if she had never been hurt at all. She pulled up the quilt again and covered her face. Dozens of seconds later, there was a cry of disbelief, horror, and joy under the quilt. 9 Heavens Shenhuang at night, in the cemetery on the outskirts of Pritz Harbor. The people who had died in the naval bombardment had already been carried here. The priests and bishops of the 3 churches were busy comforting the souls to prevent any abnormalities. In that short day, many wives had lost their husbands, and many children had lost their mothers. Many families were left with only one person. They lingered in the cemetery, some silent, some tearing up, and some fainting from crying. With an ordinary face, Klein stood among them and watched everything without a word, as though he had recalled the funerals he had once attended. He had taken advantage of the darkness to use life's cane to treat the injured people from the attack in the hospitals in Bakelin and Pritz Harbor. He had also left behind strange and terrifying urban legends to further digest the bizarro sorcerer potion. And he knew that once such a legend spread, Zeradal, who was in Bakelin, would immediately understand what was going on and send his marionettes to monitor the corresponding locations. Therefore, before the news spread, Klein relied on teleportation to run to all the hospitals in Bakelin and Pritz Harbor. As he left behind all sorts of horror stories, he treated the seriously ill patients. When this matter spread, he believed that he would receive a lot of feedback and take a solid and huge step towards completely digesting the potion. However, Klein didn't stop there. The possible conspiracy of the Red Angel evil spirit and the fact that Zeradal was in Bakelin were like a sharp sword that hung above his head, urging him to continue searching for opportunities. Therefore, he came here and witnessed the grief of the ordinary people. After a moment of silence, Klein retracted his gaze and turned to leave the cemetery. When he arrived at a deserted place, the glove on his left hand quickly turned dark blue, and slippery fish scales grew on it. A howling wind swept over, bringing Klein into the air and flying towards the harbor. In the sea outside, the Sonia Sea fleet of the Faisak Empire was waiting quietly, as though they were preparing to launch another round of bombardment at dawn to destroy the remaining shipyards. Soon, Klein arrived above the ruins of the harbor and looked at the faint flames that seeped through the dark night. At the same time, his 2 marionettes used flaming jump to rush over from the ground and took different hidden positions. What he had just seen and heard made Klein no longer have any doubts or reluctance to do what he had to do next, but he was still very confused. Taking revenge on the invaders was a proper thing to do, but if he were to severely injure the Faisak fleet, the happiest person would be King George III of Rouen, the true mastermind, one of the culprits who pushed for the war. There are too many principles in this world, but only after truly experiencing them will one realize that there are sometimes things that aren't right. It makes one feel conflicted. Klein took a deep breath and turned his attention to the information he obtained from the hanging man. The commander of the Fasak Empire's Xianxia fleet was Admiral Jaeger Einhorn. He was a demigod born of the royal family, and he was currently a Sequence 4 Iron-Blooded Knight of the Red Priest pathway. Through this information, Klein combined it with the contents of the Red Priest card and more key points surfaced in his mind. Iron-Blooded Knights can turn women into men, giving them courage that's comparable to steel. Not only can they control all kinds of flames, making them masters in this domain, but they can also turn themselves into flames or steel. Fasak Empire, Xianxia fleet, on the flagship, Nepos. The burly Igor Einhorn, who was more than 2 meters tall and had a thick beard above his lips, was sitting behind a desk with a map. As he drank Sonia blood wine, he considered his next plans. After daybreak, Ruan's airship fleet will definitely attack. Their ironclad warship, Pritz, and the corresponding fleet will soon return. If I continue staying here, I'll end up in a very passive situation. Although I'm an iron-blooded knight, allowing me to focus the entire fleet's strength on me and distribute the damage, the commander of that ironclad fleet might very well be a demigod of the Arbiter pathway or have the corresponding Grade 1 sealed artifact. It won't be easy to deal with them. If I'm not careful, I'll allow them to use their advantage in speed and cannons. Retreat is the best choice. After that, I'll take advantage of the fact that Ruan's navy is injured and temporarily lacking in numbers to continue attacking the coastal ports. Haha, such a war is indeed a good opportunity to digest the potion. It's a pity that I didn't become a war bishop before this. Otherwise, I might have a chance to advance to the level of an angel after the war. Sigh, only a war bishop can truly bring out the advantages of an army. It's not like what I'm doing now, where I can only focus my strength on myself. As Igor Einhorn's thoughts raced, he wanted to use the hidden connection between the iron-blooded knight and his soldiers to inform his adjutant to come over and instruct them to retreat in the night. Suddenly, he looked up at the door. Knock. There was a knock on the door, instantly echoing in the quiet room. A warning of an attack. This thought flashed through Igor's mind as he suddenly tensed up. In a battle between demigods, setting up an environment, sudden attacks, and taking the enemy by surprise were all good ways to take the initiative. They were indispensable components that could effectively defeat or even kill enemies of the same level. Conversely, it was very difficult to succeed. Therefore, making a warning before an attack was either a warning without any follow-up, or it meant that the level, status, and strength of the attacker far exceeded the target. As a veteran iron-blooded knight, Igor instinctively considered the worst-case scenario. He immediately awakened the connection that every sailor and soldier on the Nepos had established with him. At this moment, the voice sounded again. Bam! This time, the knocking on the door produced a sound comparable to the roar of a cannon, making Igor feel as though a powerful bomb had exploded beside his ear. With his mind highly tensed, he carefully listened to the commotion. This wasn't much worse than the roar of a cataclysmic interrupter. For a moment, a buzzing sound echoed in Igor's ears as he felt dizzy. He hurriedly distributed the damage, causing every member of the Nepos to have a slight tinnitus. Right on the heels of that, Igor grabbed the pen on the table and threw it at the door. The dark red pen left behind afterimages as it flew, like a fired cannonball. To an iron-blooded knight, no matter how ordinary something was, it could be transformed into a terrifying killing weapon under the enhancement of his special trait. Bang! The door that was hit by the pen directly cracked open, revealing the person who knocked on the door in the corridor. It was a man in a black trench coat. His body was as thin as paper, and his face was featureless. At this moment, the pen itself had already exploded. The tiny fragments were like a storm brought about by a machine gun as they swept towards the person who knocked on the door, tearing him into pieces of blood-colored flesh. Igor didn't relax. Instead, he stood up and looked around warily. He knew very well that the real person who knocked on the door had yet to appear. At this moment, the adjutant who lived diagonally opposite him opened the door and ran out. Looking at the flesh and blood on the ground, he said in shock. He looked at the flesh and blood on the ground and said in shock, "Your Excellency, what happened?" "There's an infiltrator." Before Igor could finish his sentence, his gaze suddenly froze on the adjutant. The adjutant retracted his gaze from the flesh and blood on the ground and raised his head bit by bit. There were no eyebrows, eyes, nose, or mouth on his face. Just like the person who had knocked on the door, it was empty on the surface. Jaeger's heart trembled, and his whole body instantly ignited, turning into flames that shot out in all directions. After the scarlet-red flames dispersed, they soared to the front and gathered together, surrounding the adjutant inside. The flames quickly dispersed, revealing the charred adjutant. The wind brought by the convection of heat and cold blew past, and the adjutant disintegrated into ashes. The flames didn't stop. One after another, they flew out of the room and reformed into the burly Igor in midair. At this moment, he saw seabirds flying around him. Each seabird had a human head without any facial features. Their faces were bald. Igor snorted and released a circle of blazing flames around him, allowing them to sweep towards the strange seabirds at high speeds. At this moment, he heard the sound of metal rubbing and immediately looked over with the help of the soldier's vision. With this look, his body suddenly turned cold, and he couldn't help but feel a sense of horror. On another sailing battleship in the Xianxia fleet, the cannons seemed to come alive and possess a life of their own. They turned on their own and aimed into the air. As for the cannonballs, they took the initiative to enter the cannons. Boom! 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 Just as these cannonballs were fired, they were hit by fireballs that drew different arcs, detonating midway. Seizing this opportunity, Igor quickly chanted the honorific name of the Xianxia Theater's supreme commander. It was a weather warlock from the royal family. The ruler of the fog on the battlefield, the symbol of weather changes, the totem of storms and lightning, the great Ahmadawa Einhorn. This was also the reason why it was difficult to kill a demigod of the same level with advance warning. They could always find an opportunity to seek help. Of course, the attacker, Klein's main goal was to create a strange scene to scare a demigod and help him digest the potion. He didn't have any intention of successfully hunting. Upon seeing this situation, he immediately got Konas and Anuni to switch positions with him after having achieved his goal of hiding underwater. He then teleported them away. As for Igor, he didn't let down his guard. His mind remained tense as he guarded against any possible attacks. Only when the angel responded did he truly heave a sigh of relief. Following that, Igor didn't let the fleet stay any longer. He abandoned the sailing battleship that had become a strange legend and left the waters. After a while, a seabird flew over from the sailing battleship that had regained its silence and landed on the mast. The seabird had obvious dark circles under its eyes. It looked around and spoke in human language. It looked around and said in human language, "I smell the aura of a seer demigod." Bakeland, East Borough, in a cramped rental apartment. Klein, who was wearing a thick jacket, stood behind his desk and looked at the glass window in front of him. He carefully sensed the speed at which the Bizarro Sorcerer potion was digested. It's really fast. It's more than what I digested in the past 3 months combined. However, there's nothing I can do about it. Before I obtained Life's Cane, it was difficult for me to provide sufficient treatment. I had to care if the frightened person's heart could withstand it, so it was impossible for me to go to the hospital to create urban legends. Similarly, if it wasn't for the outbreak of war, it would be rather difficult to find other demigods. Those whose whereabouts can be confirmed are mostly on their home turf. To secretly invade and create a strange sense of horror, I can't help but turn innocent people into marionettes. Even if there's no other choice, I wouldn't consider it. Klein shifted his attention away from himself and sighed silently. He then repeated a word inwardly: war. At this moment, there were still street lamps in the distance. East Borough was already pitch black, and occasionally, he could see police patrolling with lanterns in hand. And in the past, these police officers wouldn't be so active. Now, because of the outbreak of war, they had to carry out the corresponding prohibitions to ensure good public order. War. Klein softly repeated the word again as he vaguely saw a portion of the outcome. Rouen King George III had finally broken through his shackles. He no longer needed to worry about which of the 7 deities would forcefully stop him. He could officially carry out the various rituals of the Black Emperor. What followed was mainly up to him, or rather, himself. As long as he could withstand the impact of the potion and maintain his necessary rationality, he would ascend to the position of deity and advance to sequence 0. The Einhorn family of Fasak had used a war that could affect the entire world to allow key members to digest the potion. Without much difficulty, they could prepare the corresponding rituals, and their overall strength would rise to a whole new level. As for Amon's brother, he consumed the potion amidst the rolling tides of this era and underwent a metamorphosis. He became a visionary, adding another true god to this world. As his thoughts wandered, a question suddenly popped up in Klein's mind: can you accept such an ending? Can you accept such an ending? Klein opened his mouth and slowly closed it. Everything in front of him seemed to have penetrated the limits of time and distance, returning to the past, returning to another place. It was an extremely thick, slightly pungent, cold, and moist smog that permeated all of Backlund. It was pale yellow with hints of iron black. It was slightly suffocating, cold, and moist. He was a homeless man who was slowly approaching death under the attacks of disease, hunger, pain, and cold. He struggled to survive. He squeezed himself desperately for a portion of food and some remuneration. He didn't dare to be lazy at all. He finally saw the dawn of life and bought the ham that he had been longing for a long time. However, in the hazy haze, he fell head first and never got up again. It was a hard-working widow. In order to survive and for her 2 children, she abandoned all her dignity and made herself shrewish. She used vulgarities and the humidity that came day after day, causing her joints to ache. She propped up a roof that could shelter her from the wind and rain. However, in the smog, the roof collapsed. The child she tried her best to protect also died in her arms. It was a young girl who yearned to study and fantasized about a beautiful future. She doted on her mother and sister. She worked in a room filled with water vapor, always carrying a tiny bit of hope. However, after the smog struck, she could no longer see the future she yearned for. It was a girl who studied hard under the care of her mother and sister. She was a girl who studied hard under the care of her mother and sister. She had experienced too many hardships and walked out of her predicament step by step. She had the hope to make herself better. She had the hope that her mother and sister would not be so tired. She had the hope that her family of 3 could live the life that they had imagined. However, all of this was shattered in the end. In that terrible smog, the girl was left alone. No matter how much pain and joy she had, she could not share it with her mother and sister. The family life that she had imagined had not appeared, and it would never happen again. It was a living creature that fell like straw. It was a pain that could never be erased. It was a pain that was engraved in the marrow of one family after another and one human after another. It was a student who clearly had a beautiful future, but only had half of his body left. His intestines flowed all over the ground. It was a child who came home from school only to suddenly realize that he had lost his parents and became an orphan. It was an ordinary person who rolled in pain and crawled with difficulty. He wanted to get closer to the future but was powerless to take his last breath. It was the people in the cemetery who were so silent that it made one's heart ache. They cried until they fainted several times. It was the land stained with blood. It was the sky that was covered in smoke. It was the cold and merciless cannonballs. And the mastermind who pushed and created all of this, the greatest culprit, would climb the stairs piled up with corpses to ascend to the throne step by step. He would receive cheers and get rid of aging. Can you accept such a development? Can you accept such an arrangement? Can you accept such an ending? No, I don't accept it. Klein was silent for a while before he suddenly spoke in a deep voice. His voice echoed in the room, overlapping and resonating with each other. No, I don't accept it. With the echo still lingering in his ears, the corners of Klein's mouth curled up bit by bit. He laughed self-deprecatingly. The 7 deities have already tacitly agreed. What's the point of not accepting it? Klein fell silent again. After a long time, he exhaled and said to himself with a calm expression, even if it's meaningless, some things still have to be done. In this world, how could there be so many things that were guaranteed to be successful, valuable, and useful? The corners of Klein's mouth curled up. He retracted his gaze, turned around, and entered the room inside the rental apartment. Although he had already made up his mind, he didn't plan on doing it rashly. With his present level and status, no matter what he did, it was very difficult for him to affect George III matters. Apart from losing his life, there would be no other outcome. Furthermore, if he were to cause chaos in Rouen during a critical period of the war, allowing the Faisac army to successfully invade, the number of innocent deaths would be 10 times or even 100 times greater than the Great Smog of Bakeland. All I can do now is make preparations. On the one hand, I have to improve myself. On the other hand, I have to make more arrangements and wait patiently for an opportunity. Klein muttered to himself silently. He found a blob of black paste, split it in half, and evenly smeared it on a mirror. This was the way to contact Demonestrissy. However, even when the black substance completely evaporated and disappeared, the mirror still didn't show any abnormalities. There's no response. After being frightened by Miss Messenger, an angel, Trissy has already decided not to have any contact with German Sparrow. Klein sighed inwardly and walked to the side of the bed to sit down. His train of thought quickly shifted to the reason why the Demoness sect was helping King George III. Firstly, the demonesses need a calamity to digest the potion and hold a ritual. Secondly, George III made a certain promise to them. He promised that they could openly preach. No, this is likely something that the 7 deities wouldn't allow. Even if the Black Emperor is a sequence 0, together with the primordial Demoness and the true creator, there's no way for him to fight the 7 deities alliance. Of course, after this war, it's still a question if the 7 deities alliance will still exist. This way, the 7 deities who know that George III is cooperating with the Demoness sect shouldn't have allowed him to become the Black Emperor. The promise is about something else? The Demoness pathway has a true god, and there are very few valuable items outside. A neighboring pathway? Isn't that the Red Priest pathway? George III, no, that brother of Amon not only grasped the secret mausoleum needed by the Black Emperor from Blood Emperor Alista Tudor, but he also obtained an angel level beyonder characteristic or a grade 0 sealed artifact of the Red Priest pathway. In a situation where a sequence 0 doesn't have a sequence 1, this is probably the greatest hope for the Demoness sect's upper echelons to advance further. Yes, the primordial Demoness will likely be very interested. This can explain why the Demoness sect is providing help. The Red Angel evil spirit's search for Demoness of White Katarina isn't as simple as he made it out to be. No, he didn't say anything. He only used common sense and reaction to guide me to think that way. Klein's thoughts gradually became clear. He decided to use Demoness of White Katarina as a breakthrough point and make her his next target. However, before that, he wanted to hear what Queen Mystic Bernadette's prophecy was and what she wanted to do in Bakeland. Only by understanding the situation better could he find and seize the opportunity. The next morning, the hermit Catlia conveyed Queen Mystic Bernadette's words between 12 and 12:30 this afternoon, Schrenzo Restaurant, Golden Theatre. It was the name of a private room. Klein arrived at 11:55. He used an illusion to fool the waiter and arrived outside the target's room without anyone stopping him. He then waited patiently. After a while, he took out his golden pocket watch, snapped it open, and took a look. Klein put away his pocket watch and silently counted to 10. Then, he raised his hand and knocked on the door of the Golden Theatre. At that moment, his marionette, Konas, was sitting on a bench opposite the restaurant, leisurely reading the newspapers. Anuni was with a group of students, distributing flyers that promoted the evil image of Faisac. Of course, the 3 of them would switch positions from time to time, making it impossible to make an accurate judgment. "Please come in." Bernadette's voice sounded from the room. "Impressive. I didn't notice anyone inside, nor did I notice anyone entering." "Yes, it's also because I didn't activate my spirit-body thread's vision." Klein mumbled to himself as he turned the doorknob and pushed open the door. The first thing he saw was a large expanse of gold, followed by the chestnut-haired woman sitting at the end of the dining table. P.S. Seeking monthly votes and recommendation votes on Monday. 9 Heaven's Divine Emperor Bernadette was wearing an Inta-style white blouse as she sat there quietly. Her long chestnut-colored hair cascaded down naturally, and her straight eyebrows were perfectly spread apart. She had the bearing of a professional woman from Earth, one that had been in a high position for a long time. The Emperor has quite an influence on Queen Mystic's aesthetic standards. However, it's limited by the surrounding environment, preventing it from being fully reflected. Klein took off his hat, pressed it to his chest, and bowed slightly. Then, he casually pulled out a chair and sat down. Bernadette's blue eyes that resembled a concentrated sea swept over him as her voice sounded gently and calmly. Why did you contact me so urgently? Aren't you a clairvoyant? Didn't you receive any revelations? Klein subconsciously replied inwardly, but he immediately felt that he had been too inflated. This should be the after effects of communicating with the Red Angel evil spirit for too long. With his level, he will naturally affect the people around him. If he is willing, this influence can definitely become corruption. Klein quickly did a self-examination and came to a certain conclusion. He pondered for a moment and didn't answer. Instead, he asked, "Have you completed your matters in Bakeland?" Bernadette slowly shook her head. No. It can even be said that it has already failed. Oh? Klein used a single word to express his surprise and puzzlement. Bernadette glanced at him and spoke unhurriedly. The Sequence 2 potion of the Mystery Prior Pathway has a strange name. The Sequence 2 potion of the Mystery Prior Pathway has a strange name. It's called Sage. To advance to this level, one has to stop a calamity that involves high-level powers. Sage. The hidden sage's sage comes from here. Klein was momentarily enlightened. Just as he was about to press further, he heard Queen Mystic continue, "That's right. I foresaw that such an opportunity would appear in Bakeland, so I made arrangements here many years in advance. Recently, I've been staying here for a long period of time. Unfortunately, my prophecy was for the second half of this year. I wasn't in Bakeland at the end of last year, so I wasn't able to stop the Great Smog. And in this war, I've tried my best to do something, and I've achieved certain results. Who knew that Fasak would directly launch an airstrike on Bakeland, causing the disaster to happen? That's why you said it failed." Klein nodded indiscernibly and sighed. "I never expected the war to start with the Phasacians either." As he spoke, Klein sighed inwardly. Queen Mystic's advancement ritual could be said to be difficult, but it wasn't too difficult either. It all depended on one's encounters. One had to know that before he became a demigod, he had already stopped the true creator's descent twice, saving Tingen and Bakeland. He could definitely satisfy the ritual requirements to become a sage, but under normal circumstances, how could there be so many similar disasters? Furthermore, how could they be easily prevented? Just like this time, Amon's brother had been plotting for 1,000 years. Even if something were to happen to King George III, the war would still erupt as he had expected. This was because there was no way to undo the knot of the death pathway's uniqueness. This made Klein suspect that Mr. Aztec's life in the northern continent had always been arranged by Amon's brother. Otherwise, without the transformation mask, how could he have escaped the attention of the various churches with his amnesia? More importantly, in this life, for some reason, Aztec had directly used his true name, and this similarly didn't raise any suspicions, nor did it attract any investigations. Was all of this part of your plans? Amon's brother. Upon thinking of this, Klein experienced some form of post-traumatic stress disorder as his body nearly trembled. He silently drew a breath and added as he looked at Queen Mystic, "That's right. This war involves the Son of the Creator, the kings of angels, and the true deities. It's not something you can stop." With Bernadette's knowledge, and experience, her expression changed slightly when she heard this. She softly repeated a few key words, the Son of the Creator. Kings of angels. True deities. She wasn't too surprised by this, as though she had a certain level of foresight. However, even a clairvoyant wasn't able to see the script of Amon's brother. After repeating it, Bernadette fell silent for 2 to 3 seconds before sighing and muttering to herself, "So that's how it is." Klein adjusted his sitting posture as his thoughts raced. "Actually, this war is also an opportunity for you. Following this, there will be many disasters. There will be no lack of them caused by the clash of angel-level powers. I believe that you should at least be in control of a level 0 sealed artifact. You can stop it at critical moments. Of course, you have to choose the right timing and method." Bernadette nodded gently in agreement with Klein's words. She also tacitly agreed that she had at least one grade 0 sealed artifact. Of course, as the daughter of a protagonist of the previous era, as the most beloved child of Roselle the Great, it would be unbelievable if her father didn't leave her 1 or 2 grade 0 sealed artifacts. And more importantly, Bernadette was already preparing for the ritual to advance to Sage. This meant that she definitely had the corresponding sequence 2 beyond her characteristic. To a certain extent, this was equivalent to a Grade 0 sealed artifact. After tacitly agreeing, Queen Mystic Bernadette's gentle but emotionless voice had a subtle change. However, I still don't like war, even though it can bring me opportunities. I once hated him and couldn't understand him. As a result, I didn't call him Dad for many years. It was because in his later years, in order to advance to Black Emperor, he did too many things that went against the trend of the times and harmed innocent people. I couldn't accept my heroic father becoming a crazy tyrant, and now, through the answer of the person behind you, and through my own investigations, I have some understanding of his situation. I understand that he's suffering from despair, pain, and loneliness. I understand that he's like a drowning person, instinctively struggling with all his might. Klein sighed when he heard that, finding it difficult to calm down. There were probably only 2 people in the world who knew Huang Tao Roselle Gustave the best. Of course, this didn't stop him from noticing that Queen Mystic Bernadette's state was a little different today. In the past few meetings, this princess had never spoken so much. She had never opened her heart so directly. At most, she would blow a symphony to vent some of her sorrow in a reserved manner. After some thought, Klein pretended not to notice and asked, "What's the matter? When did he start to change? Do you think there were any signs before this, or anything worth paying attention to?" Queen Mystic's deep blue eyes moved slightly as though she had fallen into a long period of memories. After a while, she slowly opened her mouth. "Not long before that, he said to me proudly, 'Haven't you always wanted to know what's on the moon and other planets around us? In the future, perhaps our journey will be in the Sea of Stars.'" The Sea of Stars? What's on the moon and other planets? Klein ruminated over Queen Mystic's words and suddenly thought of a keyword and something. The key word was starry sky. That matter was, Mr. Dorr had once told Roselle the Great that when he had the ability and opportunity, he could head to the moon to take a look. That would resolve many of his questions. The Great Emperor eventually went there? That hysterical diary was written after that exploration? In the end, he unknowingly changed his personality, becoming extreme and extreme? Klein recalled the corresponding content. Under Queen Mystic Bernadette's gaze, he deliberated and said, "At your level, you should more or less know that corruption comes from the cosmos." Bernadette nodded and didn't press further, as though she knew that the German sparrow sitting opposite her wasn't aware either. She knew that only a demigod at the angel level could sense and resist such corruption. Klein exchanged looks with her in silence for about 10 seconds before bringing up the topic of his visit. One of the reasons for this war was that King George III of Rouen discovered the 9 secret mausoleums left behind by Blood Emperor Tudor. He had the pathway to the Black Emperor and became a sequence 0. For this reason, he repealed the Grain Act. Klein didn't care if Queen Mystic had any understanding of these matters. He roughly explained the main points at his own pace. The Dark Emperor does have the ability to revive, but once a new Dark Emperor appears, the original one will completely perish. Originally, he was referring to Roselle the Great, who might have succeeded but was assassinated. At times, Klein even suspected if Roselle had deliberately given others a chance to perish on the spot. This way, when he resurrected from the astral world and regained control of the uniqueness and absorbed 3 sequence 1 characteristics, he wouldn't take back the characteristics of Knowledge Emperor, Arcane Scholar, and the other pathways. He could make himself pure and escape from madness. This was a way to seek life in the midst of death, but the premise was that Roselle's ritual had been successful. He had died during or after the ritual, not before. Queen Mystic Bernadette listened quietly and slowly said, "I'm not sure. You want to stop George III? Yes." Klein nodded frankly. Why? Bernadette pressed without any change in her tone. The corners of Klein's mouth curled up as he smiled. Some laughable reasons that aren't worth mentioning. Bernadette's gaze paused on his face for a moment. That's enough. I'm also doing it for something that has a slim chance of never happening. When it comes to stopping George III, we can work together. They're all laughable people. Klein sighed inwardly. I'll give you the summoning method for the messenger. All right. Bernadette reached out her right hand and patted the table. The fountain pen that was placed beside her suddenly leaped up as though it was being held by an invisible spirit. It freely and smoothly wrote on the paper. "This is the summoning method for my messenger," Bernadette said calmly. Note 1, the diary content is in Part 3, Chapter 233, Madness in Old Age. P.S. Seeking monthly recommendation votes on Monday. Queen Mystic's powers are all very dreamy. No, it's like a fairy tale. Klein glanced at the fountain pen that was writing on its own and took out a pen and paper from his pocket. He wrote the incantation to summon his messenger and noted that he needed to pay a gold coin for every letter. Following that, he handed the piece of paper to Bernadette and took the piece of paper from her. He quickly scanned through it. An invisible creature that roams the upper realm, a strange spirit body that is friendly to humans, a messenger that belongs solely to Bernadette Gustave. There's a certain difference from a standard incantation, but it's essentially the same. Yes, Queen Mystic must have deliberately made it this way to prevent others from testing out the summoning incantation. By using the connection between the messenger and the contractor, she can lock onto her. It's fine for me. My messenger is an angel. Only he can threaten others, and no one can threaten her. Even if he encounters Zeridal, he should have the ability to protect himself. Klein mumbled inwardly as he shook the paper in his hand, producing a scarlet flame. Seeing the paper turn to black ashes in the flames, Queen Mystic Bernadette asked in an emotionless voice, "What are your thoughts on stopping George III? What are your thoughts on stopping George III? Klein had long considered it as he deliberately slowed down. First, don't be rash. Don't take risks that you can't bear. Don't harm the innocent. If it wasn't for Queen Mystic Bernadette mentioning that she hated war and hurting innocent people, Klein wouldn't have said so directly to prevent himself from exposing his weakness. He would have changed his method and used a gentler and more roundabout method to achieve his goal. Upon hearing this, Bernadette nodded slightly in agreement. Then, there are only 3 ideas. One is to destroy the ritual at the critical moment, causing George III advancement to fail. The second is to attempt an assassination ahead of time, preventing him from holding the ritual. Klein deliberately didn't mention the third idea as he first analyzed the feasibility of the first 2. Assassination is an extremely slim choice. George III, or rather, the one who will become the Black Emperor, should already be at the sequence 1. He's not someone we can deal with. Even if he hasn't advanced to sequence 1, he must have done acting ahead of time. Once he completes the ritual and consumes the potion, he will be able to quickly digest it and lay the foundation for the future. Of course, even if it's an extremely unlikely situation, that person will definitely be a sequence 2. And the Augustus family definitely doesn't lack grade 0 sealed artifacts. Together with the surrounding protection, there's no chance of us succeeding. Here, Klein changed the way he addressed George III from he to he. Bernadette listened calmly and thought for a few seconds as though she was making an assessment. As long as we can create a good enough opportunity, it's possible to assassinate a sequence 2, but at least one of us will die, or both of us. What she meant was that the grade 0 sealed artifact she wielded was sufficiently powerful, magical, and terrifying. However, to fully unleash it, the price would be huge. If that's the case, there's really a chance. As I lied just now, if I really had to use all my strength, I can still seek help from Septon, Pallas Zoroast, and Miss Messenger. I can get them to use the yesterday once more charm to restore them to their normal states in a short period of time. The problem is that I don't know how much of a price I'll have to pay, what kind of changes it will cause to the situation, and if it will involve kings of angels like Ouroboros and Amon. If only Mr. Aztec had woken up. With the 4 angels and Queen Mystic's grade 0 sealed artifact, as long as he created a chance, even a sequence 1 would be able to target it. Of course, the chances of failure are extremely high. After all, there's no way to last long. Klein's heart stirred when he heard that, but he didn't discuss it further. It wasn't that he wasn't willing to be honest in the cooperation, nor was it that he didn't trust Queen Mystic, but that Septon and Pallas Zoroast were being pursued. Once their whereabouts were exposed, it was very likely that they would perish. This was a development that Klein absolutely didn't wish to see. He said vaguely, "If there's really only assassination left, I can seek the help of at least 2 angels." This referred to Death Consul Aztec Eggers and Snake of Fate Septon, whom Bernadette knew of. The latter had guessed it from the drop of mythical creature blood. Bernadette was taken aback, which was a rare sight. This is that person's will? Without the fool's consent, how could his blessed invite an angel to help him? He tacitly agreed to it. Klein said the absolute truth. Queen Mystic's blue eyes immediately turned a little deeper. She didn't say another word as she slowly nodded. Klein steered the topic back on track. Destroying the ritual might be relatively simple, but it has to be done at the most critical moment. Otherwise, to George III, it would only be delaying his ascension to godhood for a period of time. He has already obtained the tacit approval of the deities, so he doesn't need to worry about anything. Even if the mausoleum is destroyed, it wouldn't take long for he to rebuild it. And destroying it at the critical moment will cause his advancement to fail, causing him to lose control and turn into a monster. No deity would allow such a creature to wreak havoc in the real world. He would definitely descend and obliterate it. The problem is that with a king of angels' warning and help, George III wouldn't take this lightly. He would definitely arrange for the strictest protection. The difficulty might be slightly lower than directly assassinating him. This requires us to gather information as soon as possible and find a place that can be used. And be at the first or second train of thought. It's best if you advance to sequence 2 ahead of time and become a sage. Bernadette nodded slightly, indicating that she understood. She then said, "What's the third train of thought?" Klein fell silent for a few seconds. If the ritual had succeeded back then, the Emperor would have advanced to sequence 0. Then, he would still have a chance of resurrection. As long as we can find the setup left behind by the Emperor before George III ascends to the divine throne and make him return, George III's scheme will fail. He didn't use he to address Roselle like Bernadette did to prevent himself from exposing his identity. Queen Mystic's eyes clearly flickered for a moment before turning deep and restrained. Her lips moved slightly. "I'll hand the selected diary pages to Katlia." Klein didn't dwell on the matter as he smiled. "Actually, there's a fourth train of thought." Bernadette twitched her eyebrows slightly as she expressed her puzzlement. "That is to do nothing and allow George III to hold the ritual and attempt to become a god, waiting for him to fail." Klein gave a self-deprecating laugh. "On the sequence pathway, the higher the chances of failure are." This was actually the truth. Even with the script written by Amon's brother and the various possibilities of success, even if George III perfectly digested the potion from before, the chances of him advancing to godhood wouldn't exceed 50%. Of course, Klein was only teasing himself by saying that. Queen Mystic Bernadette didn't immediately respond as she seriously looked at German Sparrow for a few seconds. "The feeling you give off this time is different from the previous few times. This is my psychiatrist's suggestion." Klein smiled, describing himself as a serious mental patient. Bernadette didn't say anything else as she retracted her gaze and looked at the pen lying on the table. "Then, let's begin gathering the corresponding information and maintain correspondence." Having said that, she paused for a moment before continuing. Her gaze didn't move. "Actually, I'm wondering if he's already in the preliminary stages of resurrection, but he's still trying to find his past self. I'm not sure what kind of details are hidden in the Black Emperor's resurrection, nor do I know if he really chose the Black Emperor in the end." Bernadette's voice gradually became ethereal, with an indescribable feeling. As Klein listened, he suddenly understood what Queen Mystic was thinking and what she was hoping for. She suspected that the fool was the resurrected Roselle. She suspected that this emperor had fooled everyone back then and had no intention of switching to the Black Emperor pathway. Instead, he had chosen another path, resulting in him searching for past diary entries and cards of blasphemy to find himself. "Unfortunately, I'm just Uncle Jean next door." Klein originally wanted to make a witty remark inwardly, but his emotions gradually settled down, making it difficult for him to force himself to relax. Without saying a word, he stood up, bowed, wore his hat, and left the room. After closing the door to the Golden Theater and taking 2 steps forward, Klein suddenly heard a serene and melodious melody. This melody was ethereal and had a hint of sadness to it. Klein stopped and listened for a few seconds before turning back to the hall and leaving with flaming jump. In the City of Silver, a team was gathered at the city gate and was about to set off. This was a team heading to Afternoon Town in preparation to explore the giant king's court. Derek Berg stood in the middle. He was the second shortest, and he held a bronze cross with spikes. To his left and right were Joshua and Chaim. They were prepared to receive the unshadowed crucifix at any moment to prevent Derek's beyonder characteristic from being purged. Such a sealed artifact required 3 people to take turns wielding it to resist the negative effects. As he lowered his head to size up the creator's relic, Derek suddenly felt that someone was watching him. He subconsciously looked up and realized that it was a member of the 6-member council, Shepherd Elder Lovia. This shortest lady in the team had silver-gray, slightly curly hair. She was looking at the ancient mottled unshadowed crucifix with her light gray eyes. Her gaze was burning. Sensing Derek's gaze, the corners of the shepherd elder's mouth twitched as she revealed an indescribable smile. "This is the Lord's item." Derek shivered for some baffling reason as he heard Chief Colin Iliad say, "Let's go. Let's go." P.S. Recommending a book, Black-Bellied Sword Emperor's Rebirth. After a Sword Emperor was reborn, he obtained the good and evil system, and his journey of rising to prominence was hilarious. 9 Heaven's Divine Emperor in a small alley in the Bakeland Bridge area, Xiao once again met the MI9 personnel in charge of contacting her. "This is the reward you exchanged for with your contributions. It's a total of 2,500 pounds. Haha, I helped you get an extra 500 pounds. The golden-masked man threw a bulging envelope at Xiao. Xiao caught it accurately without counting. She instinctively pressed it down and sincerely said, "Thank you. Thank you." The golden-masked man waved his hand. "You're welcome. This is also a good thing for me. If you still don't let go of the past, I'm very worried that one day I'll go to the military court. Are you still going to stay in Bakeland?" "Yes, I'm already used to life in the city. Once the war stops, I'll bring my family here," Xiao said the words she had long thought of. "When the war ends." The golden-masked man repeated Xiao's words with an odd tone. He smiled and said, "May the Lord bless us to live until the end of the war." The Lord here referred to the Lord of Storms. "I believe in the goddess," Xiao replied seriously. "You know what I mean." The golden-masked man waved his hand. "Then, do you still plan to accept MI9's commission?" "I won't reject the opportunity to earn money." Xiao scratched her slightly coarse hair and said half-truths. "Yes." The golden-masked man nodded and said, "During the war, the main task is to deal with the spies of various countries. If there is a suitable mission for you, I will look for you." "All right." After Xiao replied, she didn't stop and carefully left the dark alley. After watching her leave, the golden-masked man looked at the shadow in the corner. She must have been used by a certain force and was abandoned after they stopped investigating the matter. A deep voice came from the shadows in the corner. "That's what it looks like on the surface, but in reality, there's no need to pursue the matter or worry about it. Even if she figures out the truth and spreads it, it won't affect His Majesty. Haha, the Church of Evernight has already tacitly agreed to it. That's for the best." The golden-masked man sighed. After returning to her residence at the edge of East Borough, Xiao said to Furs, who was reading a newspaper by the bed. "Took 2,500 pounds. Furs put down the newspaper. Her eyes moved slightly as she focused on calculating. "That's enough." Hugh had over 600 pounds in savings, and with the 2,500 pounds, she had 3,100 pounds at her disposal, after necessary living expenses. As for the Judge Potion formula, she had bought it for 2,000 pounds, and the Beyonder characteristic was 3,500 pounds. In other words, she was still short of 2,400 pounds. Furs would lend her the money. After lending this sum of money, Furs's savings would drop to 780 pounds. However, this didn't affect her much. She had the subsequent potion formulas and main ingredients, so she wouldn't have any huge expenses for a long time. Occasionally, she would even earn some money by renting out Lamino's travels. "Okay." Xiao nodded. "I'll complete the transaction as soon as possible and strive to advance to Sequence 6 as soon as possible." Seeing that her friend's matter was settled, Furs turned to worry about herself. "I don't know when my scribe potion will be completely digested. Now that the war has broken out, it will be much safer to have traveling powers. The focus of a scribe is definitely on recording. When I become a judge, you will have new Beyonder powers that you can repeatedly record. This should speed up the digestion of the potion," Xiao said in thought as she pulled a chair and sat down. Furs sighed. "I suspect that apart from recording Beyonder powers, I also need to record the scenery and folklore of different places. Only then can I match up with the subsequent traveler. But now that the war has broken out, it's fine to head inland, but going elsewhere will definitely be difficult and dangerous. Sigh, the price of bread has increased. It's nearly a quarter of a penny per pound. It's more expensive than before the Grain Act was repealed. Indeed. Xiao thought seriously and agreed with Furz's conclusion. The two fell into silence. After about 10 seconds, Xiao suddenly had an idea. Actually, there's a very simple solution. What is it? Furz sat up slightly as she blurted out a question. You can pay that person to bring you on a trip. Xiao was very careful not to mention the person's codename or name. Every time, you'll be thrown into an unfamiliar place for 3 to 4 days or even a week before being picked up. It won't take long for you to record all sorts of folklore. Furthermore, you can also rent some mystical items from them to record beyonder powers. This can not only strengthen you, but it can also help you digest them. That's right. Furz's eyes lit up when she heard that. Only then did she realize that her usage of the tarot gathering was extremely superficial. After the pleasant surprise, Furz's brows gradually furrowed. This was because this method meant that she would have to frequently interact with the world, German Sparrow. And just the thought of that crazy adventurer made her tremble. Indeed, there's nothing that doesn't come with a price. In order to digest the potion, I have to take the risk. Finally, Furz made up her mind. She planned on making the request on the tarot next week. In an apartment a few streets away from where Xiao and Furz lived. Klein, who had just returned from the Srenzo restaurant, was sitting in front of a table. He quickly flipped through the days. Newspapers and summarized the more important information. The Sonia Sea fleet of the Fasak Empire has withdrawn from Pritz Harbor. Their whereabouts are unknown. Admiral Emirius of the Department of Defense has expressed his intention to strengthen the coastal defenses. He has also ordered the 3 ironclad fleets to return. There's no need to be in a rush. They should make more detours to prevent themselves from being ambushed. The Fasak twin-headed giant legion invaded Winter County's Amantha mountain range and encountered intense resistance. They failed to pass through a few major fortresses. The Fasak conquest fleet attacked Constant and other heavy industrial cities on the east coast of Midseashire. A large-scale naval battle broke out with the kingdom's Midseashire fleet. Both sides suffered losses. East Balam's Fasak and Rowan's colonial army are at war in many places. The other countries have yet to express their intentions clearly. In the corresponding capitals, ambassadors are running around and urgently carrying out diplomatic mediation. The radio waves carry all kinds of important information as they crisscross between the different cities of the northern and southern continents. It's still in the early stages of the war. Klein didn't think that the diplomats could stop the war. He put down the newspaper and thought about how he should gather the relevant information regarding George III Black Emperor ritual. According to normal logic, before Blood Emperor Alista went mad, he would tend to do things reasonably. That is to say, it's impossible for he to build 9 mausoleums in a secret place. It's very easy for he to be wiped out, causing the resurrection to fail. Therefore, in the area around Bakeland, in other parts of the kingdom, there should be 8 similar mausoleums. They haven't been exposed, so they might not be as tightly protected as Ruin 1. This might give me a chance. The Red Angel evil spirit might know something, but I can't contact him now. Ignoring the danger of chanting his honorific name, just this action will expose my intention to prevent George III from becoming the Black Emperor. To a terrifying conspirer, there are too many things that he can use. Queen Mystic might have certain channels and clues, but I can't rely on her alone. The church probably doesn't know how many secret ruins of the Blood Emperor are or where they are. I should attack the key figures around the king, such as the royal family's demigods who are deeply involved in this matter. They definitely have the corresponding vigilance. Furthermore, the Augustus family's angel and the ancient secret organization's angel will most likely be watching from the shadows. In addition, as long as something happens to a royal family demigod, George III will definitely be able to guess that someone is trying to stop him from becoming a god, right, Demoness of White Katerina. Compared to the royal family's demigods, she's easier to deal with and won't attract attention. Yes, in theory, George III, who has already obtained the tacit approval of the few churches, doesn't need to cooperate with the Demoness sect. There's also no need for that. If it wasn't for certain reasons that both parties are completely bound together, the first thing he would do now would be to sever ties with the demonist sect. Of course, he probably won't directly betray the demonist sect. On the one hand, the demonesses are also good at scheming, so he will definitely be wary of this. On the other hand, if he infuriates the upper echelons of the demonist sect, George III Black Emperor ritual might not be that safe. This is a secret organization with a true god, a grade 0 sealed artifact, and an angel. As long as George III still has his reason, the right thing to do is to follow the agreement and give him everything that needs to be given. Then, he will send the members of the demonist sect away. During this process, he will use the power of the mind domain's angel or even a king of angels to wipe the key memories of the demonist sect's participants. This way, even if Demoness of White Katarina disappears for a period of time, it won't garner George III vigilance. He wouldn't even know. And from the demonist sect's point of view, the matter is over. The various churches have tacitly agreed to it. Demoness of White and the others don't need to completely hide like before. They can move about freely. To Queen Mystic and me, this is an opportunity. Yes, Vice Admiral Ailment might very well appear again. From her looks and the attitude of Demoness of White back then, she and Katarina should be related by blood to a certain extent. With this in mind, Klein exhaled and cast his gaze out the window. I hope Anderson and Donnas can find that pirate admiral as soon as possible. I hope that the City of Miracles and Roselle's travels can effectively destroy the influence of the mind domain. And all he could do now was wait patiently. Berserk Sea, Theros Island. Donnas said to Anderson with a look of delight, I heard some news. Southwest of here, on an abnormal sea route, there's an island that doesn't have many resources but is sufficiently hidden. You suspect that Vice Admiral Ailment's fleet is hiding there? Upon hearing Donna's words, Anderson asked in thought. Danitz replied excitedly, that's right. It's very likely. Didn't the Black Death vanish after it sailed west out of Theros Island? Anderson curled his lips and chuckled. If Vice Admiral Ailment's whereabouts could be so easily found out by you, why would she need to hide? How can an island that even you can find out about be considered well hidden? Hey! What do you mean? Donnas felt like he had been mocked. Anderson spread out his hands and said, I don't mean anything. I'm just using my brain to analyze the situation. That island likely exists, but it's either one that many people here know about, or someone deliberately released the news. If it's the former, Vice Admiral Ailment Tracy's fleet definitely wouldn't be hiding there. If it's the latter, that's interesting. Who would release the news? Donnas was a little angry in the beginning, but he gradually followed Anderson's train of thought and analyzed the situation. A trap set by some pirates or adventurers? But an island without any resources can't attract people to explore it. Vice Admiral Ailment herself? In order to find out who is tracking her? Anderson smiled and said, that's right. Not bad. With my guidance, you've improved quite a bit. Otherwise, I suspect that even if you drank the Conspirer potion, you wouldn't be able to improve your brain. You would only mutate your enemy to become stupid and pull him into a domain you're familiar with, thereby defeating him. That wasn't said by me. It was said by Roselle the Great. After this period of searching, Anderson had already helped Donnas obtain a portion of the Conspirer potion's main ingredient and nearly all the supplementary ingredients. He was just short of the final step to succeed. I suspect that you have such an ability. Donnas mumbled softly as a response. Anderson didn't pay attention to him and continued to speak. If Vice Admiral Ailment got someone to release the news, that secret island must be a trap. Perhaps there's nothing there, with only mirrors monitoring the ships and humans that approach the island. Perhaps it's the important stronghold of the Demonist sect that German Sparrow mentioned. Then what should we do next? Donnas asked subconsciously. When Anderson heard this, he snorted. You can't even think of such a simple thing? Of course, we'll go look for whoever you got this information from. We'll find out the source of their information. If we investigate layer by layer, we'll definitely find something. That's right. Donnas wanted to nod his head in agreement, but when the words were on the tip of his tongue, they turned into a heh. Near midnight, on the second floor of a casino. The brown-haired yawned and walked into his room. Before he could light the candle with the help of the moonlight outside the window, he suddenly saw a bright white flame in front of him, which made him temporarily unable to see. Buzz's heart tightened as he suddenly pounced to the side and rolled on the ground. Just as he rolled twice, his movements came to an abrupt halt as though someone had used a petrification spell on him. This was because a bone-piercing chill and a slight stabbing pain came from his neck. This made him have no doubt that if he moved forward a little more, blood would definitely spray out onto the roof. "What are you trying to do?" At that moment, Buzz's vision had already recovered. He saw a blond man standing beside him with one hand in his pocket and a pitch-black short sword in the other. Beside the window was a fellow wearing a black cloak with a hood covering most of his face. Dawes didn't answer Buzz's question as he looked at Anderson in surprise. "Why didn't you disguise yourself?" "How can others know who to hate if I disguise myself?" Anderson replied indifferently. Dawes exhaled. "Thankfully, I haven't been infected by your crappy habit." "It's fine," Anderson said with a smile. Anderson chuckled. "Anyone on Theros Island can find out who I've been hanging out with." Dog*T. Dawes blurted out a curse. Buzz, who had his short sword pressed to his neck, didn't dare move. All he could do was listen quietly. He felt like he had returned to Trier and was watching a farce. What are the two of them here for? This intelligence peddler was deeply puzzled. At this moment, Anderson retracted his gaze and looked down at Buzz. "Who told you about the secret island that deviates from the main sea route and is located southwest?" Buzz suddenly came to a realization as he looked at Dawes by the window. "It's you." In the past few days, this piece of information had only been sold to one person. He was recognized so quickly? Dawes was momentarily at a loss for words. Anderson pressed down the pitch-black short sword in his hand slightly, making the stabbing pain even more obvious. "Please respect the order." Buzz immediately felt as if his life was rapidly slipping away. He hurriedly replied, It's Vice Admiral Ailment." "When did she tell you?" "Why did she tell you?" Anderson continued asking without any surprise. "The night before the Black Death left Theros Island," Buzz replied quickly, afraid that he would die from excessive bleeding. He was afraid that he would bleed to death. "I didn't ask her why. At that time, I only cared about admiring her beauty." As expected of the famous ailment maiden of the 5 Seas, even after a long time, Buzz couldn't hide his admiration when he recalled the extremely dangerous situation he was in. "Is this the charm of a demoness?" Anderson muttered to himself before asking, "Do you have a way to contact her?" "No." Baz quickly shook his head. And said, "She asked me to remember all the people who asked about her whereabouts and to tell her when she returned to Theros Island. If anyone really left the port after obtaining information about that hidden island, let them go." "Is that so?" "Very reasonable." Anderson nodded and retracted the pitch-black short sword. "Is it a trap?" "I don't know either," Buzz answered frankly. Anderson didn't say a word as he searched Buzz's body and the money in his room. Then, he pointed his short sword at the intelligence peddler. "I wanted to kill you, but that way, no one would hate me. Live well and curse me a few more times a day." He then turned around and walked to Donna's side. Together, they jumped out of the window and disappeared into the night without street lamps. Buzz touched his bleeding neck and stood up in fear. He ran to the window and confirmed that the two of them had disappeared. "Thankfully, I encountered this fellow who seems to have some mental problems. Otherwise, I'd be dead today." He closed the window, locked the wooden door, and carefully checked the room. Finally, he sat down and gulped down half a bottle of Lanti-Proof. With the help of the alcohol, Buzz collapsed on the bed and fell asleep. Time ticked by, and it slowly arrived at 3 in the morning. Suddenly, Buzz sat up. His eyes were bright and spirited, and he didn't show any signs of drunkenness. He found a dagger, pried open a wooden floor in the room, and picked up a thumb-sized ball of paper from below. After the white paper unfolded layer by layer, there was a sticky, paste-like black object in the middle. Buzz took a quarter of it and walked to the mirror in the room. He was about to smear the object on it. At this moment, he saw 2 figures reflected in the mirror. One was wearing a white shirt and a black vest. He had one hand in his pocket and was holding a short sword. The other was wearing a dark cloak that didn't reveal his face. Just as Baz's pupils dilated, he was punched in the back of the head by Danitz and fainted. His last memory was of a smiling voice saying, "He really didn't disappoint. He really didn't disappoint." He chuckled and said, "This fellow actually believed it. He believed that you didn't kill him because you wanted him to hate you." After dealing with Buzz, Dawes bent down to pick up the paste-like object that had fallen to the ground. His previous conversation with Anderson was actually a rehearsed play. It was to make it reasonable for Anderson to let Baz off and not be suspected. "This means that you acted well enough," Anderson said with a smile. "Acting as yourself is indeed different." T. Dawes cursed without any qualms. He then said wistfully, "I never expected him to be so patient. He waited until midnight before taking action. As for us, we were even more patient. If a hunter wants to capture his prey, he has to be patient. Sometimes, he can even wait for a few days," Anderson replied in passing. To the two of them, this was actually something that couldn't be helped. Be it hunter, provocateur, pyromaniac, or reaper, none of them were good at mediumship, much less grasping the powers of hypnosis. If they wanted to obtain information, apart from torture and threats, they could only work hard on schemes. This sentence makes sense, but in the future, it will become the words I use to lecture others. Dawes looked at the black paste in his hand and said, "It seems like I have to wipe it on the surface of the mirror. Then, I'll be able to contact Vice Admiral Ailment? It seems like I have to wipe it on the surface of the mirror. Then, I'll be able to contact Vice Admiral Ailment? That should be the case. However, what's the point of contacting her? Asking her to have breakfast at Thero's Island?" Anderson mocked. Dawes also knew that he and Anderson had no way of influencing the person on the other side of the mirror. However, he instinctively wanted to do more and complete the mission given to him by German Sparrow better. He frowned slightly. "Then what do we do next?" "Of course we'll contact German Sparrow and leave him to handle the aftermath. This fellow is very mysterious in every aspect, so he should have a way to resolve it," Anderson said with a TSK. "Besides, the mission he gave us is to seek out Vice Admiral Ailment's whereabouts. There's already an outcome." Dawes tersely acknowledged and began taking out the candles and other items used for the ritual. "What are you doing?" Anderson asked with a slightly odd expression. Danitz didn't turn his head as he set up the altar. "To summon German Sparrow's messenger." Anderson fell silent for a few seconds before saying, "I'll head out for a smoke first. P.S. It's the end of the month. It would be a waste if I didn't cast my monthly votes." It was just past 6 in the morning. All of Bakeland was still dark and very quiet. Most of the places were only illuminated by the light from the street lamps. Klein, who was wearing pajamas, sat on the bed and looked at Miss Messenger, who was holding 4 heads in her hands. He rubbed his temples and asked helplessly, "Who sent the letter?" How was he going to let him sleep well? The 3 blonde, red-eyed heads in Rionette Tinker's hands answered one after another. "You. That. No, Brain. Servant. Brain, Dawes." In the past, he prayed in the middle of the night, but now, he's sending letters in the morning. Klein took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. Following that, he received the letter from Miss Messenger. He unfolded it and his expression gradually turned solemn. This was because the timing of Dawes and Anderson discovering Vice Admiral Ailment Tracy's whereabouts wasn't good. According to Klein's deduction, it wouldn't take long for the Pirate Admiral and Demoness of White Katarina to regain their freedom. They wouldn't need to hide, making it easier to find them. Now, by dealing with the intelligence peddler, Baz, and obtaining the item to contact Tracy from him, the greatest possibility was to scare the target and make her continue hiding. Of course, Klein could seek Queen Mystic Bernadette's help to obtain a way to lock onto Vice Admiral Ailment through a mirror. However, the problem was that he suspected that the target was hiding in an important stronghold of the Demoness sect. It might even be the headquarters that stored Grade 0 sealed artifacts. This way, even if he confirmed Tracy's whereabouts, he wouldn't dare teleport over to capture her. Therefore, contacting her would only alert the Pirate Admiral. And if he didn't take this opportunity to contact her, regardless of whether Baz was dead or alive, the news would spread after daybreak. Tracy would similarly be alerted. Seriously. However, this is also because Anderson and Donnas don't know the truth of the matter. They aren't aware of the changes in this situation in the Ruan Kingdom. Klein thought for a moment and said to Miss Messenger, "Wait a moment. Wait a minute, I'll write a reply." His original plan was to teleport over directly and decide what to do next, but after some consideration, he chose to write a letter. Although he believed that Zeradal wouldn't waste time on an obvious bait like Donna's, he still felt that he had to be more cautious. Even if Zeradal didn't do so, it didn't mean that the members of the secret order under him would do the same. In such a large secret organization, there were definitely a few demigods at the saint level. Once they were entangled, it would be troublesome. "Alright," Rionette Tinker's head, which couldn't speak previously, answered first. Klein got up, walked out of the bedroom, and went to the room outside. He took out a pen and paper and wrote smoothly, "Find a way to knock Buzz out until morning. Then, leave his room immediately. Stay as far away from him as possible. There is great danger lurking there. Wait until dawn, then monitor Baz again, but don't alarm him." The so-called great danger was both a truth and a lie. Klein's main goal was to get Anderson and Donnas to leave the scene and lure away any possible surveillance. After putting down the pen and reading it again, Klein folded the letter and handed it to Miss Messenger, Rionette Tinker, who had followed him out. 3:10 in the morning, Berserk Sea, Theros Island, in Buzz's room. Donnas had just tidied up the altar and cleaned up the traces when he saw the terrifying messenger with the four heads return to the scene. German Sparrow actually didn't come. Surprised, Donnas reached out to receive the reply letter. Then, he took out a gold coin and gave it to the messenger. After the figure in the dark and complicated dress with the four heads disappeared, he unfolded the letter and quickly read it. There's danger." Donna's pupils dilated as he ran for the door as though his butt had been burned. After leaving the room, he said to Anderson, who was standing in the corridor with his back against the wall and an unlit cigarette in his mouth, "Quick, leave quickly. Quick, let's go. It's very dangerous here." "German Sparrow said it?" Anderson was taken aback as he asked thoughtfully. "Yes, how did you know? Can't I discover something?" Donnas replied instinctively. "You? Heh." Anderson chuckled and asked in a relaxed manner, "What else did he say? Aren't you nervous? German Sparrow is still very reliable when it comes to such matters." Donna's focus was completely wrong. Anderson fell silent for a moment before saying, "His messenger is more reliable. His messengers are more reliable. At least, during the few minutes he takes to and fro, there is no danger here. If there was any danger lurking, it would silently shrink back when it saw the messenger." Donnas originally wanted to reply that that was the case from an image point of view, but for some reason, he instinctively gave up on that sentence. He changed the topic. "German Sparrow also said to make Baz unconscious until early in the morning. He told us to wait for the sun to rise before monitoring, but not to expose ourselves." Anderson frowned a little. "What does he want to do? When the sun rises, there won't be any hidden dangers here?" Without waiting for Donna's response, the Fog Sea's strongest hunter turned around and walked into the room. He took out a small metal bottle he carried with him, pulled out the stopper, and moved it to Baz's nose. "It's done. Let's go." Anderson didn't hide his curiosity as he looked around before leading Donnas out of Baz's room and into the distance. Bakeland, Empress Borough, Earl Hall's luxurious villa. At 7:25 a.m., Audrey suddenly woke up from her dream. She dreamed of the endless gray fog. She dreamed that German Sparrow, the world, had asked her to help hypnotize a person, making the target forget everything that had happened in the past 6 hours, as well as all the people who had inquired about a certain hidden island. This is something that can accumulate the manipulator potion formula and beyond her characteristic contributions. Also, Mr. World said that he would donate another £7,000 for war treatment. Audrey got off the bed very gently and put on a bluish-green cloak over her white nightgown. She then followed German Sparrow's instructions and set up a ritual to pray for Mr. Fool's bestowment. The illusory door quickly formed and opened. 3 items flew out and landed on the altar. One of them was a thin human-skinned glove, the other was an instruction manual on a piece of white paper, and the other was a neatly arranged stack of cash that wasn't tied up. "Is this the creeping hunger?" Audrey examined the altar and thanked Mr. Fool. Then, she put on the glove and followed the instruction manual to control the traveler's soul. When the glove turned transparent, the holy angel with 12 pairs of flaming wings suddenly appeared in front of Audrey. This is the angel's embrace that Mr. World prayed for? Its effect is to interfere with divination and prophecies aimed at the scene to ensure that my identity isn't exposed? Audrey's eyes darted around slightly as she turned Lai, which she had long prepared into a silver mask, and wore it on her face. Right on the heels of that, she began teleporting according to the coordinates of the spirit world that German Sparrow had given her by the world. During this process, the strange and beautiful scenery and all kinds of strange creatures in the spirit world left a deep impression on Audrey. However, before she could carefully observe it, she had already arrived at her destination. She saw the rich colors and the stacked scenes rapidly fade away, returning to normal. It was still late at night outside. It feels like I've returned to the mood and feeling I had when I first entered the world of mysticism. Audrey analyzed her mental state and turned her attention to the target lying on the ground in the room. It was an unconscious man. The door to his body of heart and mind was rather weak. He was the kind of person who could be easily bewitched, even if it didn't involve beyond her powers. Hypnosis wasn't difficult for Audrey at all. Therefore, in order to digest the potion, she decided to use a dream to complement hypnosis. The unconscious Bartz had a dream. He dreamed of a blurry female figure. In his dream, he believed that it was the most beautiful woman in the world, the perfect state that Vice Admiral Ailment Tracy could achieve. Bartz frantically chased after her, running back and forth across the wilderness, hills, and peaks, but he couldn't grab anything. It was as though he had left something very important behind. After an unknown period of time, he woke up in exhaustion and slowly recalled what had happened last night. Due to losing money, he was in a bad mood. He had only drunk half a bottle of Lanty Proof before falling drunk. Even now, his forehead still felt a little swollen. He even hit the back of his head. Bartz rubbed the swollen area and walked back to the bed. He fell down and continued sleeping. As for Audrey, who had completed a gentler hypnosis with her dreamwalker powers, she had long followed the instructions of the world's German Sparrow. She had completely restored the scene, leaving nothing suspicious. This was the ability of a senior spectator. Then, she teleported back to Bakeland and sacrificed creeping hunger to Mr. Fool. The entire process didn't cause much of a commotion. The Church of Evernight Beyonders who were in charge of protecting Earl Hall and his family didn't notice anything. After Audrey cleaned up all the traces, she pulled the bell and let the maids waiting outside in. "Miss, there's a message from the Bursary Foundation," her personal maid, Annie, signaled the other maids to get busy as she told Audrey. "What news?" From Annie's tone, Audrey detected surprise, bewilderment, disbelief, joy, and curiosity. Annie replied rather quickly. "Miss Eudora, who said that she would have to amputate, has completely recovered as if she had never been injured. This is simply a medical miracle." Audrey was also stunned. She had some vague guesses, but she wasn't sure because she lacked sufficient clues and evidence. Also, all the critically ill patients in the ward have recovered. At this point, Annie could no longer control herself. She lowered her voice and said, I heard that at night, there is a ghostly shadow with mushrooms on one side and weeds on the other. It feeds on diseases, wounds, and sorrow. I don't know if it's true, but it's very scary." Mushroom, weed. Audrey repeated the two words, unable to think of anything else. P.S. It's the end of the month. It would be a waste if I didn't vote for the monthly ticket. Seeing that her mistress was clearly interested in ghost legend, Annie glanced at the other maids who were preparing hot water, combs, and other items. She continued, "The doctors and nurses wish to invite the church's bishop to conduct a mass, but the remaining patients are strongly against it. They look forward to meeting that ghost. They call it the clown angel. They say that its terrifying appearance is like a clown in disguise, but in fact, it's an angel that resolves pain and suffering. This title is very interesting." Audrey sighed with a faint smile. If it were in the past, she would definitely be filled with interest. She would be eager to use dream traversal to guard the hospital overnight and figure out what was going on with the so-called clown angel. However, the outbreak of the war had left her in a relatively low mood. She felt that there were too many serious and important things that needed to be done. She really didn't have the mood to investigate. In fact, if she hadn't personally experienced the air raid and seen the injured people, she definitely would have felt that the war had never broken out and that Bakeland was very peaceful. This was because after the air raid, the Ruan Kingdom's airship fleet had entered the war. The air defense standards of the coastal cities had all been raised, and Bakeland hadn't been attacked again. At present, the battles between Faisac and Ruan were mainly concentrated in 3 places. The first was the Winter County's Amantha mountain range, the second was the heavy industrial city cluster on the east coast of Mid-Seashire, and the third was the few large ports along the Sonia Sea. Furthermore, they were in a stalemate, with no one gaining the upper hand. Even if there were casualties, it didn't have much of an impact on Bakeland. Apart from the rising prices and the constant news in the newspapers, the city seemed to have returned to peace in just a few days. However, Audrey didn't think so. Her father and brother had been busy recently. They often returned home late, or they would gather a group of nobles, members of parliament, and clergymen for private gatherings. Through the other charitable organizations of the Church of Evernight, she had learned of the exact number of casualties at the front lines of Pritz Harbor and Amantha. She had even seen some photos of the battlefield. She was working hard to raise money and contact the various pharmaceutical companies and hospitals, hoping to organize battlefield rescue and charitable medical treatment. Who would have thought that the adventurer who's famous for being crazy would not only take out the excess food in the manor, but he would also donate an additional £7,000 in cash. Audrey sighed inwardly and began getting the maidservant to busy herself. South of the bridge, Rose Street. Emlyn White donated a £10 note to a charity fundraiser, pressed down on his top hat, walked up the stairs, and entered the Harvest Church. At this moment, there was not a single believer in the cathedral. Only Father Yutravsky, who looked like a half-giant, sat at the front and prayed devoutly. Emlyn wasn't in a rush to change into his priest robes. He sat beside the priest and wanted to say something, but when he opened his mouth, it turned into a chuckle. "It must be because of your standard Faisac looks and figure that those believers don't dare come over," Emlyn said casually as he looked at the altar in front of him. Bishop Yutravsky lowered his hands and opened his eyes. "I can understand them." "What's the use of understanding? If the war were to be a little more intense, with more soldiers dying in battle, those believers might surge in, burn down the cathedral, and hang you to death." Emlyn continued looking at the sacred emblem of life. Father Yutravsky shook his head slightly. "No, they won't. They sincerely believe in the Mother Goddess. They won't burn down the church. At most, they'll banish me. If I express that I have renounced my Faisac nationality, there will always be someone who will understand and accept me." Emlyn sked and said without moving his gaze, "That's right. What if Fainapotter joins the war and attacks Ruan's territory in Desi Bay? What if the Church of Mother Earth summons all the clergymen to fight against Ruan? Will you listen to the orders of the church and abandon the believers here, or will you pretend that you don't know anything and continue to preach the preciousness of life and the joy of harvest, or will you directly organize the believers and let them fight against their own people, proving their faith with blood and sacrifice?" Bishop Yutravsky slowly looked at the altar and the sacred emblem of life on it. He didn't say a word for a long time. Emlyn didn't raise any more questions and fell silent like the priest. The entire Harvest Church was silent. On a colonial island, Alger Wilson, who hadn't returned to Pasu Island in time, didn't leave the Blue Avenger out of caution. He only sent the sailors to take turns going ashore to gather information. "Captain, there's still no news of us being summoned," a sailor reported to Alger with a strong smell of alcohol. Alger waved his hand and got his subordinate to leave the room. Then, he frowned slightly and muttered silently to himself. The church doesn't seem to place too much importance on this war. From Alger's understanding, this was likely an intense war that involved a lot of areas. As the target, the Church of the Storm would definitely mobilize all its forces to defeat the enemy, including driving the captains scattered across the sea and giving them the corresponding missions. But up to this moment, Alger hadn't received any orders from Pasu Island. This wasn't to say that the Church of the Storm was slacking off. The activity of the Church's forces in the Ruan army, the high-altitude defenses in the various cities, and the various activities of demigods indicated that the Church of the Storm was seriously resisting the Faisac Empire's invasion, but it wasn't desperate enough. Could it be because it's still in the early stages of the war? The church wants to preserve a portion of its strength for the critical moment? Alger restrained the stirrings in his heart and waited for further information. In the evening, another batch of sailors returned. This time, the news had nothing to do with the war. "Captain, there seems to be some kind of monster hiding on this island." Many pirates said that after drinking too much, they encountered something scary when they went out to pee. Some of them were slapped by tree branches, some of them saw fruits growing on their bodies, and they were filled with blood and flesh. Some of them encountered skinny ghostly figures with faces full of wheat grains. A relatively sober sailor described the rumors he had heard from others. Legends of ghosts and monsters. Alger had no intention of investigating the truth. He nodded and warned sternly, "Don't go out at night." After Bakeland and Pritz Harbor became a ghost story, Klein never went to those hospitals again, afraid that he would directly encounter Zeradal's marionette. With creeping hunger and his traveling powers, he expanded the range of terrifying legends. He would sometimes appear in the Sonia Sea, the Fog Sea, Lemberg, Fainapotter, and other times, he would appear in East and West Balam, the Highlands, and river valleys. Furthermore, he didn't abide by any rules. He would go to some cities 2 or 3 times, and he wouldn't set foot on others even once. During this process, Klein had a baffling and strange feeling. It was as though invisible tentacles had extended out of the terrifying darkness, either seeking out his whereabouts or attempting to predict and intercept him ahead of time. They were silent and cold. Once they were entangled, the outcome would be unimaginable. Klein knew that this might be Zeradal's search. His best solution was to temporarily stop acting and lie in wait. However, it was this subtle feeling that made him wish to digest the potion as soon as possible. Hence, he used the Grey Fog's powers. Every time he randomly chose a target location, Klein would first head above the Grey Fog to divine the level of danger and use the paper angels to interfere. At that moment, having greatly digested the potion, he had teleported to Kukawa City in the northern state of West Balam. This was the place where he had killed Nsangwil to avenge himself and his captain. The moment his figure appeared in White Feather Square, Klein suddenly sensed something amiss. The residence that belonged to Xianxia was too quiet. It was so quiet that it sent chills down his spine as his hair stood on end. Xianxia was a native general who had previously purchased firearms from Don Dantes. He was a beyonder of the death pathway, and he relied on the Church of Knowledge. What happened? Klein frowned slightly as he considered entering to confirm the situation. After all, he was his partner. Furthermore, if he were to encounter a powerful enemy, it would be a very good opportunity for him to act. Klein had just done a self-assessment and believed that if he could create a few more terrifying legends with a saint-level demigod as the main character, his Bizarro Sorcerer potion would be mostly digested. Of course, the premise of everything is safety. I have to be careful and cautious. As Klein made his marionette, Kona's Kilgore, transform into Don Dantes, he took out a gold coin. This time, the revelation he received was that there wasn't any danger. Strange. Klein didn't let his guard down. His body suddenly turned incorporeal, turning into a shadow as he vanished into the darkness of the night. As for Kona's Kilgore, with Don Dantes' face, he slowly walked towards Xianxia's residence. This was Creeping Hunger's shadow concealment. As for Klein's other marionette, Anuni, he was waiting about a kilometer away. As for the few rats that belonged to this marionette, they were nearly a kilometer away from the marionette, but they were unable to do anything. Soon, Don Dantes arrived in front of the general's residence and activated his spirit body threads vision. What he saw were black illusory threads that were growing in a messy manner. They seemed to come from different people, but they had a clearly similar aura. As for ordinary spirit body threads, they didn't exist at all. Don Dantes fell silent for a few seconds before reaching out his right hand and pushing open the door that wasn't closed. The scene inside was completely different from what Klein remembered. The pillars were wrapped in gold leaf, and the golden statues embedded in the walls, as well as the gorgeous staircase, were all jumbled together like a gigantic hedgehog that had grown golden spikes. Sharp stone pillars rose from the ground, and there was shattered glass everywhere. Apart from these, there were also illusory bookshelves that didn't seem real in the hall. Hidden in different spots on the bookshelves were pools of black shadows. At times, they would curl up and stretch out like eyes. As the door opened, the pools of liquid-like shadows suddenly came alive as they produced the same voice, "It's you. My prophecy was right. You're the person who helped me resolve my troublesome predicament. P.S. Requesting for monthly votes on the last day of October." Hearing the words of the black shadows, a figure suddenly appeared in Klein's mind. It was an old man wearing a plain white robe embroidered with brass threads. His hair was completely white and combed neatly. He had a pair of grayish-green eyes that left a deep impression. He claimed to be a clergyman of the Church of Knowledge and was in charge of matters in West Balam. He had a close relationship with Xianxia. At that time, he suddenly visited Don Dantes. The reason was that he had prophesied that he would be in a very troublesome predicament in the future, and that someone he met during that period of time would help him solve the problem. Klein thought for a moment and slowly said, "Luca Brewster? Yes, it's me, you still remember me." In different parts of the illusory bookshelf, the puddles of liquid-like shadows rushed to answer. Their voices were no longer uniform as they stacked on top of each other and reverberated endlessly. It left Klein, who was separated by his marionette, feeling a little tinnitus. This isn't a normal voice. It contains a certain tendency to lose control or mental corruption. Those illusory bookshelves themselves are a manifestation. Just as this thought flashed across Klein's mind, he heard the black shadows that sometimes curled up and sometimes stretched out. Speak in unison. Sorry, I was too excited just now and couldn't control myself. Hiding in the shadows outside the manor, Klein controlled his marionette, Konas Kilgore. What happened to you? How did it become like this? The black shadows sighed in unison. The Phaenopotter military's adjudicator, Bellicose, and the Church of Earth Mother's Archbishop, Martina, joined forces to ambush this place. Their main target was me, and I had no choice but to activate my mythical creature form, forcing them to temporarily retreat. From the looks of it, for you to appear here without noticing anything, you must have teleported here directly. You are also a demigod. You should know that once you reveal your mythical creature form, it's not that easy to return to normal. I was also affected by my madness and nearly lost control. Fortunately, I was once a mystic arts tutor and had grasped many strange but effective mystic arts. Therefore, I sealed myself at the critical moment and became like this. Sigh, this can only last for a while. The madness is still eating away at me. I've already contacted the Holy See, and it won't be long before help arrives. But I don't know if I can hold on until then. I was just thinking that this should be the very troublesome predicament in the prophecy, and I don't know if the person who can help me solve this problem will appear. I'm so happy that you're here. This proves that my prophecy and my interpretation are correct. My mental state is much better now. What a demigod who's obsessed with the success of the prophecy. If I were to turn around and leave at this moment, would your mental state collapse and you would lose control on the spot? Klein lampooned inwardly before thinking about the key information that Luca Brewster had revealed. The Phaenopotter military and the Church of Earth Mother had begun to take action. Klein then made his marionette, Konas Kilgore, take out a gold coin and flicked it up before reaching out to catch it. From what he knew, the clergymen of the 7 churches were dedicated to maintaining order and protecting believers regardless of anything. From this angle, Luca Brewster wasn't a devil or devil. And the impression Vice Admiral Iceberg and Detective Eichinger Stanton gave Klein a pretty good impression of the Church of Knowledge. He felt that other than them habitually discriminating against people with low intelligence or those who didn't like to learn, there wasn't anything wrong with their actions and style. This is also the reason why they're unable to expand and can only hole up in a few small countries. Klein didn't look at the outcome of the gold coin toss as he mumbled. How do you need me to help you? The slightly excited black shadows fell silent. After a few seconds, they said, I don't know either. Klein looked at them as they looked at Klein. Momentarily, they were speechless. Why don't I suggest making you my marionette? After nearly 10 seconds, Klein lampooned inwardly. His thoughts raced as he began to think of a way to resolve the problem of Luca Brewster being unable to recover from his mythical creature form. To be honest, apart from having a good impression of the Church of Knowledge and Luca Brewster, he was so serious in helping because of benefits. Firstly, there was the existence of the God of knowledge and wisdom in the matter of Roselle's travels. At present, Klein was unable to determine the true god's goal, and he felt that showing some goodwill might give him a pleasant surprise. Secondly, if Rozelle's return really happened, the god of knowledge and wisdom's attitude was rather important. From the Red Angel evil spirit's tone, Klein could make a preliminary judgment. Compared to the fourth epoch, the attitude of the seven deities in the present era towards the appearance of the Black Emperor had changed drastically. Their reaction was no longer as intense, and they were more inclined to acquiesce, even if it wasn't the candidate they had in mind. Under such circumstances, if Roselle the Great were to return, the only ones who would object would probably be the eternal blazing sun and the god of steam and machinery. After all, back when Roselle perished, their figures had been faintly discernible. However, this objection wouldn't be too strong. As long as Roselle was mentally normal and had escaped the corruption and madness, there was a possibility of acceptance. After all, the Black Emperor and the Sun and Savant pathways weren't interchangeable. There was no direct conflict of interest. As for the original grudge, it wasn't too serious at the level of a deity. Of course, this was only a guess made by Klein from the perspective of ancient history and mysticism. According to his understanding, other than the god of craftsmanship, the other six deities had been hostile towards each other during the Solomon First Empire, leaving behind countless grudges. They had no choice but to rope in the Black Emperor of that time to help them. In the end, they still let go of the past and formed an alliance that lasted until today. Even deities of similar pathways could coexist peacefully to a certain extent. As long as Roselle could really be resurrected, he, who hadn't completely perished, had a chance of resolving the grudge between him and the eternal blazing sun and the god of steam and machinery. Of course, with Klein's understanding of Roselle, he would take revenge sooner or later. However, as long as he wasn't crazy, wasn't forced into a corner, wasn't extreme, he could still see the situation clearly. He knew what to do and what it meant to wait for an opportunity. And under such circumstances, Klein believed that the Lord of Storms and the God of Knowledge and Wisdom were the only ones who could suppress the eternal blazing sun and the God of Steam and Machinery's objections and make them acquiesce. This was because they and the eternal blazing sun were interchangeable beyond our pathways. I'm just afraid that the corruption from the cosmos isn't that easy to resolve. The resurrected Roselle will completely turn into an evil god, but such matters can only be done step by step. Only by understanding it can I grasp the crux of the matter and decide if I should press that button at the final moment. I can't stop moving forward just because the probability isn't high. If that's the case, there's nothing I can do. Even drinking a mouthful of water might cause an evil god to descend. Similarly, the reaction of the various parties to Roselle's return and how intense it will be will require further observation before I can find a plan that everyone can accept. At present, destroying the ritual at the critical moment has the highest chance of success. Amidst Klein's thoughts, he looked at the black shadows and slowly said, "It's time for the ritual to be destroyed. How much longer can you last?" Luca Brewster examined his condition. 7 minutes. I thought it was 7, 6, 5, 4, 3. Klein lampooned inwardly. Let me help you find a psychiatrist. As he spoke, he retreated several hundred meters into the shadows outside Xianxia's manor. Following that, he set up a ritual and sacrificed creeping hunger above the gray fog. After doing all of this, Klein sat in the fool's chair and conjured German Sparrow's figure, allowing him to quickly and succinctly pray. It was almost midnight, but Audrey, who was busy with charity work, had yet to go to bed. Treating a demigod who shows signs of losing control. I can accumulate contribution points again. Audrey put down the fountain pen in her hand and wore a white cloak with golden patterns. Just like the previous mission, she set up a ritual and received creeping hunger. She wore Lai, who had turned into a silver mask, and under the protection of Angel's embrace, she teleported to Xianxia's manor in West Balam's Kukoa city according to the route provided by German Sparrow. The difference was that, as she was facing a demigod, not only did Audrey wear a mask, but she had also used Lai to adjust her figure, aura, and the looks under the mask. Then, she saw Mr. World, who looked like Don Dantes. That demigod has currently disintegrated into a pool of black liquid. Try not to directly communicate with his body of heart and mind. This will cause his tendency to lose control to infect you. If you can't treat him, I can lend you my Beyonder characteristic, Klein specially exhorted Miss Justice. Audrey didn't say that she knew very well. She was very professional in this aspect as she listened attentively. I'll give it a try first. She pulled the cloak that wrapped around her body and took a few steps forward, casting her gaze at the illusory bookshelves and the pools of black liquid. Thankfully, he hasn't truly begun to lose control, Audrey said in a gentle voice after observing for a few seconds. Accompanying these calm and powerful words was an invisible soothing wind that blew quietly. The frequency at which the pools of black liquid curled up began to decrease, and the feeling of anxiety weakened. Audrey used pacification a few more times until Luca Brewster's mental state had completely stabilized and he had the ability to cooperate. Only then did she get him to open up his mind and embrace the treatment. She took the opportunity to open the door to the demigod's body of heart and mind. She split up her pacification to cleanse the corruption and planted a psychological cue, hinting to Luca Brewster that there was nothing wrong with him. He could easily dispel his mythical creature form and return to a human. The reason for splitting up her pacification multiple times was that Audrey would immediately withdraw when she was slightly corrupted or affected. She would first resolve her mental problems. Finally, she completed the treatment and the cue and took a few steps back. Your Excellency, you can dispel your mythical creature form. Just as she said that, the illusory bookshelves in the hall vanished. The pools of black liquid gathered together as though they had a life of their own, condensing into a human form. The black color quickly faded as Luca Brewster returned to his original appearance. He sighed with a smile. Thank you so much. I saw a Sequence 5 spectator come over. I thought I would become the main ingredient for her to switch pathways. This old man is so direct. I don't even know how to respond. Klein turned his head to glance at Audrey and realized that she had her eyes tightly shut. Klein replied to Luca Brewster, don't worry about it. What you need the most right now is a set of clothes. Luca Brewster looked down at himself, hurriedly raised his right hand, and grabbed to the side. His grayish-green eyes turned deep black. The gold that was mixed with the stairs immediately flew out, fusing into a thin armor in midair, and covered Luca Brewster's body. Luca moved his arms and explained as he experienced the effects, Xianxia's golden armor spell. Xianxia's golden armor spell. It's equivalent to a Sequence 5 Guardian's defense. Xianxia? Klein asked casually. Luca used a tone as though he was introducing a famous historical figure. One of the earliest founders of the Moses ascetic order. I heard that Roselle the Great had once modified this golden armor spell. I wonder what the final effects will be. I can roughly imagine. Perhaps this golden armor has 12 different shapes. Klein mumbled inwardly before steering the topic back on track. Faina Potter and the Church of Earth Mother have officially joined the war? Audrey, who had opened her eyes when Luca introduced Xianxia's golden armor spell, controlled the urge to turn her head. Her eyes remained unchanged as she looked at the shimmering demigod. Luca sighed. Regardless of what they thought before, they will definitely officially join the war after tonight. Of course, they probably won't target Rouen for the time being. There's a high chance that they will attack Lemberg, Mason, or Seeker. This is to prevent the battle line from being stretched too far and having too many enemies, preventing them from being able to concentrate their strength. Besides, the Church of Earth Mother might not be willing to contribute too much strength. After sighing, the demigod of the Church of Knowledge sincerely said to the silver-masked Audrey, I wonder what kind of consultation fee I should pay. I wonder what kind of consultation fee I should pay. Audrey looked at Mr. World beside her. He's already paid it. Luca Brewster then shifted his gaze to Don Dantes. Klein thought for a moment. Let me ask a few questions. Please go ahead. At this moment, Luca did not have the demigod demeanor. Instead, he looked more like a professor waiting to answer a student's question in class. Of course, if he could take off that golden armor and change into a three-piece suit, he would look even more like him. Klein didn't think about it and asked directly, what do you know about the underground pollution? From his point of view, if the saint of the Church of Knowledge, who was famous for his erudition, knew of it, he would definitely be able to bear the influence. And if it wasn't suitable for Miss Justice to hear, he believed that Luca would mention it. After all, he wasn't a bookworm. As the discussion about the underground pollution originated from her experience exploring the sea of collective subconscious in Roselle's travels, Audrey had a certain understanding of it. At this moment, she did not feel like she did not understand anything at all. She waited attentively for the demigod's reply. Luca frowned slightly. I don't know much either. It seems that understanding itself will bring pollution. I once saw this sentence in an ancient book. The higher the sequence, the more dangerous it is when one is close to the underground. That's why the dragon of imagination Ankwelt left behind such a deep trauma and some kind of fear. Audrey instantly thought of the items sealed by the bronze door in the City of Miracles, Liveseed. She then looked at Mr. World beside her, but she failed to notice any minute changes in his expression. However, Klein had made his marionette nod gently to tell Miss Justice that he had the same thoughts as her. This made Audrey feel like she had returned to the past. Back then, she was still a low-sequence beyonder of the spectator pathway. She was unable to decipher any useful information from Mr. World's expressions and actions. The higher the sequence, the greater the threat of the underground? That doesn't make sense. Seeing that Luca was unable to provide any more information, Klein thought for a moment and said, "Second question. What prophecy do you have for this war?" At the mention of prophecies, Luca Brewster became spirited. It's just the beginning. It's far from reaching its peak. Also, the greater destruction stems from the war, but it's outside of it. I don't know what it is either. The war has just begun. Audrey couldn't help but feel heavy. Stems from the war, but it's outside of it? Is it the Amon brothers' apotheosis ritual, or is it the advancement of the Black Emperor? Or is it the return of Roselle? Klein nodded with some guesses and raised the third question. Have you heard of the apocalypse prophecy? How do you interpret it? Luca Brewster's expression instantly turned serious. No, this isn't a prophecy. Anyone with the ability to prophesy is very certain that the apocalypse is coming. In his holy text, God mentioned that the apocalypse will happen in 1368 of the fifth epoch. Of course, God also said that there will be a savior. The prophecy of the God of knowledge and wisdom? 1368, there's only about 10 years left. The goddess is willing to destroy the alliance with the god of combat to grasp the uniqueness of the death pathway. Could it be because of the impending apocalypse? Klein's expression unknowingly turned solemn, but it didn't show on the marionette's face. There's only about 10 years left before the apocalypse. Audrey ruminated over the demigod's words in a daze. To be frank, she felt that it was fake. It was something used by those disguised mysticism experts and religious cheats to deceive the people and obtain money. Although a foreseeable large-scale war had already erupted, Audrey never imagined that this world was so close to its end. This was what almost all normal people and beyonders knew. Why 1368? Klein couldn't help but ask. Luca Brewster shook his head. I don't know either. That's what God's prophecy said. Realizing that he was only a sequence 4 and that he didn't have the ability to resist the apocalypse, Klein rationally ended the topic and said to Luca, the saint of the Church of Knowledge. Let's leave it at that. What he really wanted to ask was that there was a high chance that the other party didn't know either. For example, what the corruption that originated from the cosmos was, whether Roselle could return, and what his condition was like. Luca Brewster nodded and said, in the future, if you need any help, you can come to me. If you need any help in the future, you can come to me. Specifically, you can contact Edwina. He remembered that Don Dantes' sale of firearms to May Sanchez had been mediated by Edwina Edwards. Edwina? That Vice Admiral Iceberg? Audrey was taken aback for a second before she came to a realization. She curiously glanced at Mr. World. She remembered that she had once read a newspaper that had a story about the German Sparrow and 3 female pirate admirals. All right. Klein was never one to worry about having too many helpers. After nodding at Audrey, Luca Brewster's figure rapidly turned transparent, as though he had fused with the spirit world. Then, he vanished just like that. Looking at the spot where Luca Brewster had been standing, and then at the hall that no longer had any gold, Klein inwardly gasped and fell silent for 2 seconds. He then made his marionette look at Justice Audrey and say, that's right. I thought it would be more troublesome. It was that saint who saved himself in time and was willing to trust me, allowing me to plant a psychological cue, Audrey replied with a faint smile, trying her best to appear sincere and humble. Don Dantes nodded and said, "This will be added to your accumulated contributions. This will be added to your accumulated contribution. Go back as soon as possible, it's very dangerous here." Seeing that a demigod had nearly lost control, Audrey didn't doubt Mr. World's words about how dangerous this place was. She immediately used creeping hunger to teleport back to the northern continent through the spirit world. After she sacrificed the human-skinned glove to Mr. Fool and settled the remaining matters, Earl of Hall and his eldest son, Hibbert, returned home. Audrey was just about to head out to meet her father and chat with him when she heard her mother, Countess Caitlin, ask in the hall, "Did something happen again? You came back much later than scheduled today." "You came back much later than scheduled today. Fainapotter has invaded Lenberg. Fainapotter has invaded Lenberg. Extra! Extra! Fainapotter has brazenly invaded Lenberg." Leonard, who was wearing a red glove, got off the carriage and was about to enter St. Samuel Cathedral when he saw a paperboy waving a newspaper as he ran quickly through the streets and square. He stopped the paperboy, fished out a penny, and bought a newspaper. As he flipped through it, he lowered his voice and said, "Don't worry." As he flipped through it, he suppressed his voice and said, "Perhaps it won't be long before the South becomes a battlefield." "That's right." Palazorost's slightly aged voice echoed in Leonard's mind. "But why am I still left behind in Bakeland?" Leonard muttered to himself in puzzlement. After advancing to Spirit Warlock, he had already become the captain of a Red Gloves team. The members were transferred from other teams, including Cindy and Bob, whom he was familiar with. After the war broke out, Leonard originally imagined that his team would be like Sostel's team, being transferred back to the Holy Cathedral to participate in the battle in the Amantha mountain range. To his surprise, he was arranged to be a mobile force of the Bakeland diocese. As for this huge city, due to the implementation of the nighttime ban and other wartime policies, it was currently very safe. There weren't many Beyonders who came out to wreak havoc. Even the devils who liked to murder didn't cause any chaos, making Leonard rather free. It made him even more relaxed than when he wasn't at war. At this moment, Palazorost smiled. "I have a guess." "What guess?" Leonard hurriedly asked in a low voice. "I don't wish to tell you now," Palaz replied leisurely. Leonard didn't say a word as he adjusted his collar and entered St. Samuel Cathedral. He exchanged a few words with the Archbishop and prayed for 5 minutes. Then, he went underground and pushed open the door to his Red Gloves team's temporary office. "Good morning, Captain." Bob, Cindy, and the other Red Gloves stood up and bowed. Upon hearing their greetings, Leonard, who believed that he was already used to it, fell into a daze once again. In the blink of an eye, it was Monday afternoon. Leonard arranged his team members' respective missions, found a lounge, and waited for the tarot gathering to begin. P.S. Requesting a guaranteed monthly ticket at the beginning of the month. I didn't go out this month and stayed at home, writing seriously. However, I still encountered something. Last week, my eyes were a little inflamed, causing the vitreous to turn a little more cloudy. After seeing that ordinary eye drops didn't have any effect, I quickly registered for a doctor. Before I set off, my wife, an ophthalmology graduate, said that it wasn't a big deal. As long as it wasn't a lesion in the eye, it was fine. I asked what lesion in the eye included, and she said macula before forgetting everything else. When I arrived at the hospital, the doctor said that the vitreous was indeed cloudy, but the shadow was small and could move. There was no flash, so it wasn't a big problem. It's just that your macula doesn't seem too good. Back then, I was so scared that I peed my pants. I immediately made an appointment for a follow-up checkup. I was depressed at home for 2 days, but thankfully, the checkup said that there were no problems. Just remember to have regular checkups in the future. Everyone, if you have severe myopia, please remember to take care of your eyes and use them scientifically. Yes, this month, I've finally advanced the plot to the beginning of the war. I've connected many of the foreshadowing and paved the way for the tense atmosphere. This novel should end in November, or at the latest, in early December. Considering that the war is a continuous process, it's impossible for it to reach a climax like the Great Smog of Bakeland. There will be many foreshadowing and many tragedies. Therefore, I didn't use the writing method at the end of the second novel. I only slightly exaggerated the atmosphere of the war and the reactions of different people. This also resulted in the chapter of asking myself not having enough emotional foreshadowing. Of course, I didn't write that chapter as a climax. To me, it's just a relatively important point in the plot structure. It's important not because it's stirring up the emotions, nor is it because it's to change Klein's aimless state from the beginning of the fifth novel to now. It's to tighten the tension of the plot later on. Therefore, what I need is clarity and a certain degree of explosive force. It's like a nail being hammered into the plot, tightening the story later on. With such a goal in mind, I finally used the method of repeated questioning that I originally didn't plan on using in this book. This is because if I were to use an indirect method or a straight line to express it, the points that need to be protruded wouldn't be clear. This would cause the emotions that need to be conveyed later on to be far from enough. If it wasn't for the existence of the previous chapter, the hidden emotions and emotions in my conversation with Bernadette wouldn't have been presented so easily. As for using the method of conversing with other people or objects, I wrote it in the beginning. It was very awkward, many times more awkward than I asked myself. Of course, because I changed the way I wrote it at the last minute, there were a lot of unnecessary words. At the time, I wanted to let my emotions slowly relax before tightening them. Yep, now that I think about it, going too far is as bad as not going far enough. Sometimes, I have to repeatedly remind myself of the word control. As for the war, due to the foreshadowing of the entire style, it's unlikely that Lil Ku will directly enter the battlefield. I also don't know how to directly describe the war. At most, I'll highlight 2 or 3 battles to achieve the goal of outlining the situation. Following that, Lil Ku and Bernadette's efforts and the Giant King's Court's plot will intertwine. I hope it'll be written well. That's the summary for October. Today, the first chapter has been updated. Begging for a guaranteed monthly vote. Vote for me, vote for me, vote for me. Also, I'm at the top of the monthly votes again in October. Thank you, everyone. This should be the first time I've done it 3 times in a row. Yes, I'll add more chapters to the latter half of the month. At the critical moment of the plot, I'll ask for monthly votes again above the endless grayish-white fog, in the ancient palace that seemed to be the residence of the deities. Dark red beams of light rose up from both sides of the long bronze table, materializing into blurry figures. Audrey immediately stood up, lifted the hem of her skirt, and bowed towards the highest point. Good afternoon, Mr. Fool. She wasn't feeling down, but with so many things that had happened recently, she couldn't keep her voice up like before. After the members finished bowing and took their seats, Audrey swept her gaze and habitually observed them. Almost instantly, she discovered that Ma'am Hermit's mental state and body language indicated that she was worried about something. Is it related to Queen Mystic? Or could it be that there's another problem? Or could it be a combination of both factors? Audrey was somewhat surprised and curious as she pondered over the possible reasons. After so many tarot gatherings, she had long drawn a psychological portrait of Ma'am Hermit. She believed that she was a rather contradictory beyonder. She was experienced, knowledgeable, calm, and capable, but also bold and rash in certain aspects. She was like an underage girl. Combined with her relationship with Queen Mystic, Audrey's interpretation was that although Ma'am Hermit had experienced a lot, most of the time, she had successfully resolved her problems under the Queen's protection and arrangements. Deep in her heart, there was still a little girl who yearned for love and care. And it was precisely because of this hidden state that Audrey boldly guessed that Ma'am Hermit would unconsciously pity those who had been abandoned and hadn't committed any serious mistakes. She would sympathize with them and help them. At the same time, based on the fact that she was a woman who was active at sea, had the strength of a Sequence 5, had plenty of mystical items, had rich knowledge and experience, liked to wear a pair of thick glasses, and had interacted with German Sparrow, Audrey believed that she could confirm Ma'am Hermit's identity by casually flipping through the wanted posters and newspapers related to pirates. However, she didn't specifically do so. All she did was make a rough guess. No, Ma'am Hermit is already a Sequence 4 demigod. There aren't many things that can make her so worried. It's definitely not because of the outbreak of war. A great pirate wouldn't be too worried about this. As her thoughts raced, due to her lack of understanding, Audrey couldn't think of anything other than guessing from the direction of Queen Mystic. And at this moment, 2 things echoed in Catlia's mind. Why did the Queen send so many diary pages over? If I hadn't become a mysticologist and grasped certain mystic techniques, I wouldn't have been able to memorize all of them in such a short period of time. What exactly happened? Was the queen in some sort of predicament? That frank fellow actually didn't want to hold the ritual and directly consumed the potion to advance. Luckily, I stopped him. However, the druid ritual isn't difficult for him at all. Grasping the living habits and body structure of many ordinary animals and 3 extraordinary creatures is a crazy biologist who has already done his homework in advance. Next week, no, within these 2 days, he will become a druid. What he needs to do is to write down the knowledge and experiences he has accumulated in the past as part of the ritual. Amidst her thoughts, Xianxia put away her worries and turned to the end of the long bronze table. She lowered her head and said respectfully, "Honorable Mr. Fool, I've gathered an entire set of Roselle's diary this time." An entire book. Upon hearing Ma'am Hermit's words, all the members, including the hanging man Alger, were clearly stunned. This exceeded their understanding. In the past, it was usually 2 or 3 pages, but this time, it was a whole book. Did something happen? Even the dullest son, who paid the least attention to such matters, sensed something amiss. They all knew that Queen Mystic Bernadette was Roselle the Great's eldest daughter. It was normal for her to provide an entire diary, but what wasn't normal was for her to provide an entire diary at once. Xianxia didn't mind everyone's gazes as she continued. These diaries are not continuous, but they all originate from Roselle the Great's later years. Very good. The fool Klein nodded slightly, indicating that the hermit could begin conjuring. Page after page of the slightly yellowed diary took shape, and soon, they were stacked into one. After Klein received it, he casually flipped through it without reading it. He put it down and looked at Xianxia. "You may ask your questions. Including the last time, there's a total of 10. He didn't read the diary carefully because there were too many of them. There were at least 30 pages. If he wanted to read it all, it would make the tarot members wait too long and affect Mr. Fool's image. Therefore, he planned on slowly reading it after the gathering ended. 10. Xianxia immediately felt a headache. This was because Queen Mystic Bernadette had only allowed her to ask 2 questions. She deliberated for a moment before saying, "Honorable Mr. Fool, can I ask them in batches?" "Sure." Klein nodded with a smile. This was in line with his thoughts. Answering 10 questions in one go was also a very difficult task for Mr. Fool. Xianxia secretly heaved a sigh of relief. There are 2 problems this time. First, why do we have to be careful of the audience? Be careful of the spectators? Audrey wore a blank look. She was momentarily unable to come up with a guess. She even examined herself. Be careful of the spectators? Emlyn, Leonard, and the other tarot members cast their gazes at Miss Justice. The fool Klein chuckled and said leisurely, "A spectator always likes to hide in the shadows and manipulate certain matters, making it difficult for others to detect and guard against them. Here, we need to be especially careful of the angel of imagination, Adam. His apotheosis ritual is to consume the potion during the trend of the times that he envisioned. The trend of the times that he envisioned. Make the development of the times match his expectations?" Audrey couldn't help but ask Mr. Fool for advice. The trend of the times that he envisioned. Make the development of the times match his expectations? Audrey couldn't help but ask Mr. Fool for advice. Klein nodded slightly. Yes. A war that engulfs the entire world is exactly what Adam wants. This. The hanging man Alger, Xianxia, and the other tarot members were momentarily overwhelmed by the information revealed by Mr. Fool's words. Be it the apotheosis ritual or the trend of the times, they involved a very, very high level. It was so high that they could only look up to it. Suddenly, they vaguely understood the reason why the psychological alchemy was deeply involved in the royal family's conspiracy. And some of the members who knew about the Twilight Hermit Order grasped the essence of maintaining the trend of the times. Only an existence at the level of Mr. Fool can understand these secrets and participate in the corresponding game. The hanging man Alger quickly regained his train of thought and sighed inwardly. He was increasingly eager to become a demigod. He believed that this war would bring him many opportunities, but he didn't know if he could grasp them. The tarot members fell silent. Amidst their thoughts, the fool Klein sighed for some baffling reason. This was because he was powerless to stop such a war. If George III Black Emperor ritual failed, he could jump and extend his hand. There was still a tiny possibility that he could reach it. However, this was a war that had already become the trend of the times. Even if he was an angel, a sequence 1 angel, there was no way for him to truly affect the situation. Forcefully doing so would only result in him being crushed into powder by the rolling wheels of history. Even for a king of angels, apart from an existence like Adam who has spent 1 or 2,000 years to arrange the plot, the rest can at most change a portion of the situation. It's very difficult for them to resist the general trend. Only a sequence 0 true god can truly participate in the game. It's no wonder the emperor said that only by becoming a god can one protect themselves and the people they want to protect. What I can do now is to let the Rorstad archipelago's resistance make more preparations, hoping that they have a chance to escape the colonial rule. Klein reined in his thoughts and maintained the smile in his eyes. He wasn't someone who blindly opposed all wars. The education he had received in his previous life, as well as what he had seen at sea in East and West Balam, had encouraged the resistance to overthrow the colonial rule. To put it simply, what he didn't like and abhorred was an unjust war. Sensing Mr. Fool's gaze, Katlia controlled the chaotic thoughts in her mind and said again, "That's not a problem." Secondly, where might the secret mausoleum of Roselle the Great that hasn't been discovered be? Secret mausoleum? That hasn't been discovered? Magician's Furs became more focused, feeling that this was a best-selling theme that had all the elements that were popular. Audrey and the hanging man Alger keenly sensed something from this question. Roselle's eldest daughter might not be willing to accept the fact that her father had perished. She was still searching for the traces he left behind, hoping to find clues that could revive the emperor. Of course, he couldn't eliminate the possibility that there was something else in the secret mausoleum, something important. That might be Queen Mystic's real goal. Roselle left behind a secret mausoleum? I wonder what's inside. Leonard, Zio, and the other members were more concerned about this. The fool Klein was already prepared for this. Perhaps in the Fog Sea, in the hidden primitive island or the abyss that Roselle once discovered. Abyss. Emlyn immediately felt his eyelids twitch. The history of the vampires had a lot of records about the demons of the Second Era. Even after thousands of years, he still felt that he had become impetuous and entangled by chaos during and after reading it. Sun felt the same way as him, but he didn't mind too much. When reading certain documents, one's mental state would be overly drained, and one's mental state would be unknowingly affected. This was common knowledge in the City of Silver, so one had to first receive general education and listen to the teacher's explanation. Abyss. Audrey, Zio, and the others couldn't help but repeat the term inwardly. In their daily lives, the abyss was more of an abstract description. It was synonymous with danger, pain, degeneration, and filth. They never expected it to really exist. It's somewhere in the Fog Sea. P.S. I've sent both chapters today. I hope for a guaranteed monthly ticket for November. Katlia similarly didn't snap to her senses for a few seconds. She never expected that Roselle the Great's secret mausoleum would involve the abyss. But on careful thought, she realized that it wasn't surprising for a battle of that level to involve anything. For an instant, she wished that the queen wouldn't pursue this matter further, but she eventually suppressed this thought to the bottom of her heart. This was because she felt that if she were in her shoes, she would have made a similar choice. All sorts of thoughts flashed through her mind as Katlia bowed at the end of the long, mottled table. Thank you for your answers. I have no more questions today. The fool Klein nodded slightly and surveyed the area. You may begin. Just as he said that, Furs, who had been cultivating her courage, spoke with a resolute attitude as though she was closing her eyes and charging towards death. Mr. World, I have something to entrust you with. Seeing the World German Sparrow look over, she hurriedly explained, You don't need to do much. You don't need to do much. Just throw me to an unfamiliar place every once in a while and pick me up in a few days. If you're really busy, you can also gather them at a certain point in time and show me a few more trips for me to record. Upon hearing Miss Magician's words, the first thought that came to Klein's mind was, man versus wild? There are too many suitable places for me. The easternmost ruins of the Battle of the Gods in the Sonia Sea, Calderon City in the spirit world, or the City of Miracles in Roselle's Travels, Liveseed. They're all 10 times, 100 times, or even 1,000 times more dangerous than the wilderness. I'm just afraid that Miss Magicians won't be able to grasp it. Klein didn't let the world German sparrow immediately answer. He controlled the fake person to continue staring at Miss Magicians with a gaze filled with pressure. Furs took a silent breath, calmed her emotions, and added in more detail, "It's like this. I'm now a Sequence 6 scribe of the apprentice pathway. To digest the potion, apart from recording the various Beyonder powers, I also have to record the customs and folklore of different places. I wish to become a traveler as soon as possible. Only then can I avoid most of the dangers in war. Mr. World, I've only recorded one trip so far. If I go somewhere else, I won't be able to come back, so I have no choice but to seek your help. I wonder if you're interested? What kind of reward would you like?" So that's how it is. Audrey finally came to a realization and felt that Furz's idea was great. Furthermore, she's a best-selling author. By recording the scenery and folklore into a book and publishing it, it should be able to greatly aid the digestion of the potion. Audrey nodded to herself, feeling sincerely happy for her friend. However, as a senior spectator, how could she not sense Furz's fear and dread towards Mr. World? She was even looking forward to what would happen when the two of them officially made contact. Audrey, this isn't a good state of mind. However, this is the state of mind of a spectator. Furz definitely wouldn't have imagined that the so-called crazy adventurer she fears is just a mask. Beneath it hides a gentle and kind heart. I also have to work hard to digest the Dreamwalker potion and strive to visit the surrounding dreams every night. Audrey didn't allow her expression or gaze to change as she maintained the posture of a bystander. After the hanging man Alger heard the magician's words, he sighed. This was because even this apprentice was beginning to strive for Sequence 5, while he was still stuck at this level. World and the Hermit are already Sequence 4. Justice, Sun, Moon, and the Star are also Sequence 5. Apart from magicians, only the newly added Judgment is lower than my sequence. As his thoughts churned, Alger felt a stifling feeling in his chest that he couldn't dispel. He wished he could immediately find an opportunity to make contributions and become a demigod cataclysmic in Tur. He yearned for a high position and power. He yearned to be recognized, respected, and obeyed by others. He didn't want to gradually fall behind in the tarot. Is that so? As Klein basically understood Miss Magician's thoughts, he suddenly recalled something. It was the identity she had mentioned in front of Mr. Fool during a certain full moon. Former surgeon, now writer, by turning the horror legend I created into words and spreading it, will it help me further digest the Bizarro Sorcerer potion? The more horrifying, terrifying, and inexplicable the description is, the better the effects. Klein suddenly had an idea as he controlled the world's German sparrow. This commission is very simple, but I need a very special reward. Upon hearing that Mr. World was inclined to agree, the magician's Furs was both happy and nervous. What reward? The world's German sparrow pondered for a moment. Collect the latest ghost legends from the major hospitals in Bakeland and write them into a book or newspaper. My request is for it to be as terrifying and bizarre as possible. It's best if it can become a bestseller. The reason why Klein only mentioned the major hospitals in Bakeland was because Miss Magicians was a local writer who often mingled in the circle of doctors. It was very reasonable for her to understand those legends and use them as material for her writing. It wouldn't be suspected, and if she had even grasped the ghost stories that only appeared in the Rorstad archipelago, the Fog Sea, and East and West Balam, then Zeradal's marionette would definitely visit her. The latest ghost legends from the major hospitals in Bakeland. When Audrey heard the world's German sparrow's words, she was stunned for nearly 3 seconds. She originally believed that the legends were caused by the church's Beyonders secretly treating the injured, and that mushrooms and weeds were the negative effects of mystical items. She never expected that it wasn't the case. Audrey had also guessed that it was done by Don Dantes. After all, this gentleman had heard her mention the air raid victims, and he was a kind gentleman. However, due to the lack of any other clues or evidence, she could only believe that the church was more likely. At this moment, she was almost certain that the clown angel was the world's German sparrow. Even if he wasn't, there was a deep connection. Mr. World wearing the mushroom and weed mask is the same as German Sparrow wearing the crazy adventurer mask. Why does he disguise himself like that when doing good deeds? Is it because he needs the feeling of horror and the corresponding feedback? Audrey had a guess as she muttered to herself inwardly. The star Leonard and the hanging man Alger connected it to the urban legends that the Nighthawks of St. Samuel Cathedral had recently discussed, while the other pondered over the terrifying legends his subordinates had heard and encountered. I've never heard of such remuneration. It's not like I'm writing a biography. Although a war has recently broken out, the sales of newspapers and magazines seem to have increased. The previous editor has been urging me to publish a new book. Yes, my identity has to be kept a secret. I have to convince the editor to change my pen name. The excuse is that different styles have different pen names. Magician's Furs didn't have the time to think too much. After some consideration, she replied, "All right, no problem." The world's German Sparrow chuckled and said with a hoarse voice, "If you do well, I'll give you a chance to record the beyonder powers of a demigod." "No problem." Furs chuckled and said with a hoarse voice, "If you do well, I'll give you a chance to record the beyonder powers of a demigod." "No problem." Furs replied firmly, no longer having her usual laziness. To her, recording a demigod's powers could not only increase her ability to protect herself, but it could also effectively digest the potion. This also made Audrey, Zio, Leonard, and the other members sigh inwardly. A scribe sure is enviable. Once a demigod-level powerhouse has the backing of a scribe, she can produce extremely powerful strength that isn't inferior to a sequence 5. At times, she might even be stronger. After the deal was made, there was a brief silence. This was because the other members of the tarot didn't have any requests at the moment. Leonard had just become a spirit warlock not long ago, and he hadn't even finished summarizing the acting principles. There was still the possibility of advancing from the Church of Evernight. As for mystical items, he had already bought Word of the Sea. In special situations, he could still request to use the Church's sealed artifact. Emlyn was reading the Sanguine's research on the Moon domain every day, hoping to make the Scarlet Scholar more realistic. As for the Sequence 4 Shaman King potion formula and beyonder ingredients, he wouldn't be able to use them for a very long time, nor could he afford them. Sun had just mastered the powers of a priest of light, and he was still a long way from advancing. As for the main ingredient of an unshadowed, he had already obtained it. Similarly, Audrey and Zio hadn't advanced for long. One of them was working hard to help Mr. World, accumulating contributions, while the other was burdened with a huge amount of debt and was eager to repay it. The hanging man Alger was in the Church of the Storm, and he had to hide his secrets. He was currently in a rather awkward position, and he needed an opportunity to advance. Furthermore, he had obtained the cataclysmic Inter potion formula from the world. Catlia had just become a demigod, and she was currently deeply studying all kinds of secrets and mysticism knowledge. To her pleasant surprise, not long after her advancement, when she recalled the knowledge and secrets she had grasped in the past, she realized that she had digested quite a number of potions. Among them, the things she had heard from the tarot had contributed greatly. The transaction segment quickly ended, and the members began to freely communicate. Emlyn surveyed the area before his gaze landed on Leonard's face. "If you were official beyonders, how would you deal with a clergyman from an opposing faction under your jurisdiction during a war? He hasn't done anything bad, nor does he plan on doing anything bad." Although Phaenopotter hadn't directly declared war on Rouen, they had invaded Rouen ally, Lemberg. This made the believers and citizens around the Harvest Church look at Bishop Utravsky more and more strangely. Leonard thought for a moment and said, "That's right. Protective custody. P.S. Looking for a guaranteed monthly ticket at the beginning of the month. Protective custody." This answer is very intelligent. As expected of a newly promoted Red Gloves team captain. The fool Klein couldn't help but laugh inwardly when he heard Leonard's answer. He knew very well who Emlyn was referring to, and he had a certain understanding of Bishop Utravsky, who called himself a priest. He didn't really believe Emlyn White's words that he hasn't done anything bad, nor does he plan on doing anything bad. This was because to a blessed and a fanatic, their understanding of what was bad might be different from that of a normal person. Indeed, Klein had never doubted Father Utravsky's sincerity and agreement when he talked about how precious life was and how the harvest was to be happy. However, the problem was that the teachings of the Church of Earth Mother also mentioned that life was like a plant that would eventually wither and die. It would return to the embrace of Mother Earth, and it would grow back in the next year. A qualified bishop of the Church of Earth Mother wouldn't and couldn't treat life and death the same as the secular world. Regardless, I still have to control Father Yutravsky. This is to protect the believers of Earth Mother and the surrounding people, as well as to protect the half-giant bishop. It's to prevent anything irreversible from happening. As Klein thought to himself, Leonard, who knew a lot about the Harvest Church, also understood the essence of Emlyn's question. He planned on leading his team over in the next 2 days to confirm this situation and cooperate with the official faction in charge of the Bridges South area to protect and imprison the blessed of Earth Mother. After Emlyn heard the answer, he only nodded slowly without saying a word. Seeing his silence, Leonard raised the question he wanted to discuss. Is there anything major hidden in Bakeland recently? What he really wanted to ask was why his Red Gloves team was left behind in the capital of capitals as a mobile force. And just as he said that, the other Tarot members, including Sun, who didn't pay much attention to the outside world, cast their gazes at the world, German Sparrow. From what they knew, every time something happened in Bakeland, Mr. World would more or less have a warning. What other major things are hiding in Bakeland recently? That's a lot. George III Black Emperor ritual, the secret collusion between me and Queen Mystic, the 3 churches' seemingly tacit agreement, but they actually have different attitudes. As Klein's thoughts raced, he suddenly understood what Leonard wanted to ask. After all, the 2 of them would occasionally communicate privately. That's right, why did they leave Leonard in Bakeland? Because of me, the church doesn't want to place Leonard in Bakeland? Am I thinking too highly of myself? Klein secretly shook his head and rejected the first thought that came to mind. He quickly changed his train of thought and analyzed the problem from the perspective of what Leonard could use. Leonard was only a sequence 5. What use could he be in the turbulent backland? Even if they wanted to use him, they wouldn't use him. They would use me, who is related to him, or Pallas Zoroast. This can eliminate me. At present, I'm still a qualified blessed. If they really want me to do something, they can just directly instruct me. The matter of wiping out all Amon's avatars in Bakeland made the goddess or the church's upper echelons guess that Pallas Zoroast is hiding around Baklund Street, thus making them suspect Leonard. That's possible, and it's not a small one. Back then, I had some worries, but I believed that the church and Pallas Zoroast were on the same side when it came to preventing Amon from becoming a god. We can form a tacit understanding. Even back then, that Grandpa might have chosen Leonard to parasitize him because of this consideration. But why did they leave Pallas Zoroast in Bakeland? To fish for Amon. Even among kings of angels, Amon is ranked at the top. With the goddess unable to descend, it wouldn't be difficult to force Amon away with the church's angels, grade 0 sealed artifacts, and Pallas Zoroast. But killing him is nearly impossible unless his true body isn't here. And if his true body isn't here, it wouldn't be worth such an arrangement. Klein's thoughts rapidly expanded as he quickly had a new inspiration. Fishing up Amon isn't to deal with him, but to restrain Zeradal, who's currently in Bakeland. Similar pathways could be interchanged at higher levels. Furthermore, even if one became a Sequence 0 true god, they would still have a strong desire for the uniqueness and Sequence 1 beyonder characteristics of a nearby pathway. This was evident from the Evernight goddess's plan. The goddess wants to turn Bakeland into a pot of boiling porridge? Klein made the world German Sparrow ponder for a few seconds before saying, that's right. The leader of the secret order, a Sequence 1 angel, Emperor Rosel's old friend, Zeradal, is currently hiding in Bakeland. The law of conservation of beyonder characteristics that we often talk about often refers to the conservation of beyonder characteristics of neighboring pathways. In other words, neighboring pathways also have the law of convergence of beyonder characteristics. In other words, neighboring pathways also have the law of convergence of beyonder characteristics. Leonard immediately fell into deep thought. After a few seconds, he deliberated and asked, Marauder and Seer are neighboring pathways? Yes, there's another apprentice pathway, the world German Sparrow answered frankly. Upon hearing their conversation, magicians first thought of the law of convergence of beyonder characteristics to the attraction between beyonder characteristics mentioned by her teacher, Dorian Gray Abraham. She then thought of the Saint of Secrets, Bu Tiz, who had been attracted over. Then, she began to consider a question: if it's really as Mr. World said, that there's an attraction between beyond or characteristics of neighboring pathways, then could it have attracted Zeradol, who was in Bakeland, to the vicinity? Suddenly, Furs thought of the crow that had been staring at Booty's back. Furs hurriedly raised her hand, indicating that she had something to say. Seeing that all the members were looking at her, she quickly said, "My teacher is a member of the House of Abraham. He wields a rather important sealed artifact." As the first half of the sentence was something that the other members knew apart from the star, Furs didn't think of hiding anything. As for the latter half of the sentence, she made some embellishments, changing it from very important to rather important. Seeing that no one asked any questions, Furs continued, "This caused him to occasionally encounter high-sequence beyonders of the apprentice pathway. Previously, when he came to Bakeland, the Aurora Order's Saint of Secrets Bootiz appeared nearby. And I noticed that a crow was staring in the direction that Bootiz was heading." A crow. The exact situation of the foggy town surfaced in Klein's mind. At the top of the pitch-black cathedral, there were crows flying back and forth, as though they were paying their respects and mourning. And Zeradol's avatar was hidden inside the cathedral. Zeradol is used to using crows as marionettes? This is a mark left behind by him when he was a bizarre sorcerer? In thought, Klein made the world's German sparrow speak. "That's very likely Zeradol. I actually met a Sequence 1 angel." Magician's Furs felt a lingering fear, shock, and fear. She then recalled that she and Zio had discussed Adam and the possibility of being targeted. For some baffling reason, she had the illusion that she had become the main character. She was only a Sequence 7 or Sequence 6, but she was already related to a king of angels and a Sequence 1 angel. With this in mind, Furs hurriedly turned her head to Miss Justice. "Wait, can you hypnotize me to forget some things? I'm afraid that I might accidentally recall it and attract attention." "No problem," Audrey replied as she glanced at Zio and nodded at her. As for Leonard, he had some guesses and planned on discussing it with Old Man to hear his opinion. Klein, on the other hand, did not continue to talk about the major events hidden in Bakeland, because for the other members of the Tarot, it was too high-end. Not only could they not participate in it directly, but even a complete understanding of it might bring disaster. In this regard, Klein's idea was that some of the Tarot members might be able to help out at some point, but it was just like entrusting a bounty hunter to do something. He didn't want them to get too involved and figure out the whole story. This was a form of protection for them. At this moment, the hanging man Alger surveyed the area. "According to my observation, the Church of the Storm isn't very active in this war." "Not too active?" "This doesn't match the image of the Church of the Storm. Although their teachings don't advocate combat, nor do they promote war, they definitely emphasize on treating their enemies with the cruelty of a storm. Any anger will be vented on the spot." Klein was a little surprised when he heard that. Then, he combined it with his understanding of deities and made a preliminary analysis. "According to my previous speculations, the storm, sun, reader, spectator, and shepherd are close pathways that can be interchanged at a high level. There should be a huge conflict between them, and the Lord of Storms is most likely the Wind Angel from back then. He had devoured Adam's father, the ancient god of the sun, the City of Silver's creator. Even if he tacitly allowed George III to become the Black Emperor, it's unlikely that he would sit back and watch Adam use the torrent of the times to ascend to the divine throne. Therefore, the Church of the Storm isn't willing to expand the war to the extent that it engulfs the entire world. They're trying their best to restrain their urges. It's really difficult for them. This can explain why Ruan and Intis are strangely silent about Fainapotter's invasion of Lemberg, Mason, and Seeger. The Church of the Eternal Blazing Sun and the Church of the Storm are probably in a dilemma, unable to make up their minds. On the one hand, at the level of deities, it's not like they don't have the possibility of betraying the alliance and dealing with the Church of Knowledge. On the other hand, national strategy urges them to protect those countries. Forcefully going against the understanding that the citizens have formed will lead to the instability of the anchor. Also, once they participate in the war, they will fulfill Adam's wish and fulfill the conditions for him to advance to Sequence 0. Klein deliberately made the world's German sparrow fall silent for a moment before replying to the hanging man's intelligence. "At present, this is a necessity. P.S. Requesting a guaranteed monthly ticket at the beginning of the month. In fact, Klein couldn't remember if he had told the hanging man that the 5 pathways, sailor, spectator, son, reader, and secret suppliant, could be interchanged, unless he used dream divination on the spot to recall it. But since the hanging man had shown his doubts about the Church of the Storm's attitude, it meant that he hadn't thought about the possibility of exchanging pathways. Regardless of whether he didn't know or whether he hadn't connected the two matters, Klein believed that he needed to make things clear so that the members of Tarot could grasp the true stance of the various major factions and avoid many dangers. After the hanging man, Alger, and company cast their gazes over, Klein controlled the world, German Sparrow, and made him say in a low, uncertain tone, the storm, sun, spectator, reader, and secret suppliant are neighboring pathways. So are Evernight, god of combat, and death. And neighboring pathways often become enemies. Of course, this isn't absolute. At the very least, the 7 deities have established an alliance. Upon hearing World's answer, the hanging man, Alger, first recalled how Adam had pushed for the torrent of the times in an attempt to become a god. Following that, thoughts flashed through his mind as he gained a certain understanding of the Church of the Storm's current attitude. This made him feel a rather special sense of superiority and joy, as if he had seen the essence of the matter, surpassing the level of most of the Beyonders in the Church of the Storm. Audrey also had a new understanding of the strange silence of Intis in this war. She became more and more worried about the situation in Lemberg, Mason, and Seeker. In addition, she also knew that she could become an unshadowed, a cataclysmic interrer, and a Sequence 4 representative of the Church of Knowledge's demigod. As for the corresponding Sequence 4 of Secret Suppliant, it wasn't even within her consideration. Of course, compared to the others, she preferred Manipulator. She had a fondness for the Spectator pathway from the bottom of her heart. However, she also had a heartfelt fear towards the high-level Beyonders of the Spectator pathway. Din Rambus had left a rather bad impression on her, and Adam's any mention of it will be known had left a psychological scar on her. She had no choice but to frequently do self-analysis to treat the corresponding problems. Katlia had always been very knowledgeable in this area. Apart from what the World German Sparrow had mentioned, she also knew that mystery priors and savants were similar pathways that could be interchanged at high sequences. It was the same for arbiter and lawyer, prisoner and criminal, hunter and assassin, and planter and apothecary. While the other members of the Tarot were lost in their thoughts, the hanging man Alger said to the World's German Sparrow, "Thank you for your answer." He didn't mention what he had figured out. In fact, there was a moment when Alger wanted to leave the Church of the Storm and switch to another pathway. This was at least better than waiting for a slim chance in the Church. However, he eventually gave up on this thought. After all, he had been pursuing becoming a cardinal of the Church of the Storm for a long time. Now, he was beginning to yearn to be ranked first among the cardinals, becoming an angel in charge of an agent or ascetic. As for the position of pontiff, Alger didn't yearn for it. This was because it was too close to the Lord of Storms, and he had many secrets. If he were to really be chosen as pontiff, Alger suspected that he would be blasted into a pile of charcoal by a lightning storm the moment he wore the papal tiara. Seeing that the World and the Hanged Man's exchange had ended, Emlyn asked out of curiosity, "What's the matter? Which pathway can the apothecary pathway be exchanged with?" The Sanguine's racial characteristics made it so that none of them wished to switch to other pathways. This was because it often meant that they would lose their identity. Therefore, Emlyn wasn't too concerned about such matters. "The planter pathway of the Church of Earth Mother Earth," Katlia replied casually. "The planter pathway. Owned by the Church of Earth Mother." Emlyn frowned bit by bit as he vaguely grasped something. At this moment, Zio also asked, "What's the matter? Which pathway is Arbiter related to?" "Lawyer," Katlia replied succinctly. "Lawyer of the Black Emperor pathway. In other words, if I can reach Sequence 5, I can later switch to Sequence 4 of the Black Emperor pathway. And Furs once said that Mr. Fool has a card of blasphemy. It contains all the secrets of the Black Emperor pathway." Zio suddenly realized that there was a glimmer of light in the future. After all, the Arbiter pathway was firmly controlled by the two royal families. Even the corresponding military only had low and mid-sequence potion formulas. If they wanted to advance further at Sequence 5, they needed to be bestowed by the royal family. It was just like how every general had to be conferred a title by the king or queen. And what they obtained was basically a concocted potion and a ritual. To Xiao, this meant that it was almost impossible for her to obtain or buy the Arbiter Pathways Sequence 4 potion formula. Of course, no matter how tight the defenses were, there would always be loopholes. The military demigods knew of the ritual, and from time to time, they would cooperate with the royal family to hunt powerful Beyonder creatures. They could roughly narrow down the main ingredients to a small range, but this also meant that they had to undergo repeated experiments to confirm it. At the same time, the military demigods were unable to grasp the supplementary ingredients. To rely on them to advance, they could only pray for fate. But now, Xiao saw another possibility. At this moment, Audrey had already summarized the similar pathways that Mr. World and Ma'am Hermit had mentioned. Then, she asked thoughtfully, "What's going on?" Then, she asked thoughtfully, "Prisoner, criminal, hunter, assassin, savant, mystery prior, and monster, which of them are similar pathways?" The German Sparrow World glanced at the hermit and replied with a hoarse voice, "Prisoner, criminal, hunter, assassin, savant, mystery prior, and monster, which of them are similar pathways?" Prisoner and criminal, hunter and assassin, savant and mystery prior are similar pathways that can be interchanged at high sequence Beyonders. This was all knowledge that Klein could confirm. Among them, the exchange of prisoner and criminal was mentioned by the Red Angel Evil Spirit, and Miss Sharon had tacitly agreed to it. The exchange of savant and mystery prior was personally demonstrated by Roselle the Great. As for hunter and assassin, he was finally certain of it after accumulating information bit by bit. Then what about monster? That's the only one left. The magicians, Furs, couldn't help but press. Seeing world silence, Catlia thought for a moment and said, "It's difficult to categorize it as a neighbor of any Beyonder pathway. It's difficult to classify it as a neighbor of any Beyonder pathway. It exists objectively and alone like fate. I can confirm that. It can only be said that the most fundamental order of our world's Beyonder powers might be chaotic and uncoordinated." The reason why Catlia was certain that there was no interchangeable pathways for monsters was because she had relied on analyzing the Snake of Fate's blood during her advancement. Is that so? Audrey felt a little uncomfortable with such an uncoordinated situation, but she quickly adjusted her mindset. After the exchange, all the members of the Tarot Club looked at the sun. The youth didn't hesitate at all as he directly said, "We've already set off. Currently, we're less than a day away from Afternoon Town. When the time comes, we'll rest for another day or two before we begin exploring the Giant King's court." Sun's words made the hanging man Alger, the hermit Catlia, and company feel as though a myth had entered reality. Compared to places like the ruins of the Battle of the Gods, the Giant King's court was an iconic item that would definitely be mentioned in all sorts of legends and secret documents. What secrets were hidden in it? The answer was about to be revealed. Even though they had followed the World and German Sparrow into the City of Miracles, Liveseed, which was equally famous as the Giant King's court, Leonard and Justice Audrey were secretly excited and looking forward to it. After all, the city imagined by the Dragon King had lost too much in the process of being transferred to Roselle's travels. It didn't leave behind any valuable traces. Apart from the buildings themselves, only the strangeness of the hall could reveal the charm of ancient myths. Furthermore, more importantly, Sun had mentioned that the kings of angels were conspiring in the Giant King's court. At that moment, the fool Klein was thinking about something else. Should I get little Sun to pray to the fool before the exploration, and then use the corresponding crimson star and see God's scepter to expand his vision to a certain distance so that he can watch the live stream? Yes, this way, if anything unexpected happens, I can still provide some help. The only problem is that this method of relying on prayer points of light to observe won't be able to last too long. This has nothing to do with my spirituality. It's just that this connection will dissipate on its own, and it can only last for 45 minutes at most. Get little Sun to pray every once in a while? The premise is that it doesn't affect his battle, and it doesn't attract the attention of the people around him. This way, my spirituality can last for about 2 hours. It's on a completely different level from when I was at Sequence 5. Haha, it's also because I've been digesting my potions very quickly recently. After thinking, Klein didn't say anything. He controlled the World and German Sparrow to hint to Sun, before exploring the Giant King's court, "You can pray to Mr. Fool for good luck. During the process, you can pray many times. Mr. World is really a good person. After Derek sincerely thanked him, he hurriedly turned his body to the end of the long, mottled table. Then, he saw Mr. Fool, who was shrouded in grayish-white fog, nod gently. P.S. Seeking recommendation votes and monthly votes on Monday. The world above the gray fog returned to silence, as though the gathering from before was just an illusion. Klein bent his finger and tapped the edge of the long mottled table, allowing the hermit Catlia's Roselle diary pages to appear once again. Amidst the indescribable silence, Klein cast his gaze at the first paragraph on the first page with a solemn expression. September 27th. I met Miss Ithaca again. I had an exciting but beautiful experience with her. Indeed, I still prefer women of this age. It's not that I'm reminiscing about my youth, but that I haven't changed after so many years. Heh, how single-minded. I read your diary so seriously and solemnly, and all you show me is this? The corners of Klein's mouth twitched as he lampooned the emperor whose portrait he had only seen. He then reined in his scattered thoughts as his gaze began to move. In a lounge in the basement of St. Samuel Cathedral. After Leonard Mitchell opened his eyes, he deliberated for a moment before suppressing his voice. Old man, the secret order Zeradol seems to be in Bakeland as well. In his mind, the slightly aged voice quickly sounded. Indeed, when Leonard heard this answer, he immediately pressed. Old man, are you familiar with Zeradol? Didn't you say that the Zoroast family and the Zeradol family are powerful nobles of the Solomon Empire? From his point of view, Old Man and Zeradol were former colleagues and had fought side by side. How could they not be familiar with each other? Pallas Zoroast scoffed. The Zeradol I'm familiar with has already perished in the War of the Four Emperors. This one should be his descendant. I might have met him back then, or I might not have met him. Sigh, back then, Zeradol had already obtained clues to the second sequence, one beyond or characteristic from the true creator. He was waiting for the War of the Four Emperors to end before searching for it. If he succeeded, he would be considered a king of angels. Unfortunately, in the War of the Four Emperors, he directly encountered the one from the Antigonus family. That's an existence known as the Half-Fool, and Bethel Abraham was also involved. He can appear anywhere at any time. If he wasn't quickly expelled and sealed by Evernight and Storm, I probably wouldn't have been able to last until the end of the War of the Four Emperors. The Half-Fool. Leonard's eyelids twitched when he heard this title as he inexplicably thought of the person above the gray fog. He immediately forced himself to control himself and turned his thoughts to something else. Even from a bystander's description, Mr. Dorr is clearly one of the top existences among the kings of angels. Two true deities had to join forces to expel and seal him. There's a high chance that he is especially good at running and very difficult to kill. And back then, the situation was tense. They had to eliminate a threatening enemy as soon as possible. The old man was reminiscing about the past, and his mood was a little unsettled. He actually said so much in one breath. Amidst his thoughts, Leonard suddenly spoke. I was left in Bakeland because I wanted to use you to lure him on here. The sentiments in Pallas Zoroast's tone vanished as he clicked his tongue. Who guessed that? I don't think it was you. However, it's not bad that you know how to use your own resources to find out the truth. I've been very familiar with this ever since I joined the Nighthawks. Leonard replied in his heart, but he did not say it out loud. Pallas Zoroast continued. That's what I guessed as well. To be frank, your former colleague's relationship with Evernight really puzzles me. If it wasn't for the familiarity of the mysterious power that appeared that day, I wouldn't have dared to make such a guess. Zeradol and I are in Bakeland, and Amon is about to arrive. It's truly a perfect triangular balance. What does that mean? The mysterious power that dealt with Amon came from the Evernight domain, and not Mr. Fool? Does this mean that Mr. Fool and the goddess have a certain level of cooperation, or does one of the upper echelons of the church actually believe in Mr. Fool? Leonard suddenly felt extremely confused and perplexed about his position. Upon seeing Pallas admit that he was rather puzzled, he reined in his thoughts and didn't ask about it. He frowned slightly. And said, 2 sequence 1 angels and a king of angels. Will this bring a devastating disaster to Bakeland? He remembered that Amon was a terrifying existence that could silently kill countless people, and he could happily experience life as a victim. With this as a reference, Zeradol, who was of a similar pathway, definitely had extremely terrifying and horrifying powers. If he were to clash with Amon, half of Bakeland or all of Bakeland would become the City of Death or the City of Bizarreness. Pallas Zoroast laughed and said, balance means that everyone will restrain themselves. Besides, it's very likely that Amon won't let his true body enter Bakeland. At most, he'll summon a large number of avatars. After all, Evernight's inability to do anything doesn't mean that storm and steam can't descend. What do you mean? What do you mean by it can't be done? Nader acutely grasped the crux of old man's words. Pallas Zoroast's tone turned rather leisurely. Be it because of the war or other reasons, Evernight likely isn't able to interfere with the matters on the ground. Otherwise, why would he draw Amon over to form a balance? He could have directly set up a trap to capture Zeradol or scare away the cowardly seer. Did something happen to the goddess? Leonard suddenly turned nervous. The slightly aged voice replied, it might not be a bad thing. It might also be a good thing. Without waiting for Leonard to ask again, Pallas Zoroast sighed again. Amon was attracted to Bakeland by me. What about Zeradol? What about me? Zeradol likely did it because of you, and you did it because I'm in Bakeland. Leonard replied after some thought. Why do you think you're in Bakeland? Pallas immediately scoffed. Leonard immediately replied, this is an arrangement by the church. It can't be because of the law of beyonder characteristics convergence, right? That's not necessarily the case. Not necessarily. Pallas' tone turned slightly serious. Most of the time, the law of beyonder characteristic convergence isn't something you can directly sense. It's more of an influence on fate. It's just like when you board a train, but you suddenly find the scenery along the way very beautiful. Hence, you get off ahead of time and wander around a small city. This might be because there are beyonders or mystical items of similar pathways nearby. In other words, there's something else in Bakeland that attracted you and Zeradol here, and through you, it affected my fate, causing me to be arranged by the church to be in Bakeland most of the time? Leonard sought confirmation with some understanding. Pallas Zoroast slowly sighed. I can't rule out that possibility. Above the gray fog, Klein quickly flipped to a valuable page in the diary. November 21st. As I had made too many preparations in advance, I obtained the chaotic and terrifying Grade 0 sealed artifact faster than I imagined. Then, after a difficult battle and with help, I finally restored it to a pure Sequence 1 Beyonder characteristic. In a few days, the ritual's preparations will be complete. I should be able to advance to Sequence 1 Knowledge Emperor of the Mystery Prior Pathway November 26th. Clear sky with a gentle breeze. The ritual went smoothly, and I digested it thoroughly. The anchor was very stable, and I didn't encounter many difficulties during the entire process. I'm already a Sequence 1 angel, the Knowledge Emperor. From now on, Bernadette no longer needs to worry about the influence of the hidden sage. She can abide by the maxim of do whatever you want, but do no harm and continue on this path. At the same time, being a Sequence 1 angel means that I can resist the gaze and corruption from the cosmos to a large extent. I can head to the Crimson Moon to see what's there. Regardless of whether Mr. Dorr is lying or not, everything points to the crux of the problem. If I want to become a true god, I have to figure out the reason. I'll attempt to land on the moon in another 3 days. This is a small step for me, but a huge step for humanity. Haha, that's not what I said. Upon seeing this, Klein recalled Roselle's hysterical diary page, and he increasingly suspected that it was recorded after the Emperor's moon landing. Putting down the remaining unread diary pages, Klein began to recall the contents he had read over the past year through dream divination. He wanted to use the comparison to find clues to Roselle's abnormal mental state in his later years. Not long after, he saw a few lines of text in his dream. This was the theoretical final diary entry of Roselle. I'm unable to give a specific suggestion because I can't see the 7 deities or the true faces of those evil gods. This might have something to do with the contents of the second blasphemy slate hidden by that ancient organization. Unfortunately, I can only roughly guess that there's a hidden portion, but I'm unable to verify it. In this diary entry, the Emperor had solemnly warned his possible companions to be careful of the moon. The dream suddenly shattered as Klein jolted awake. There was a clear look of horror in his eyes. He clearly remembered that Roselle had confirmed that the second blasphemy slate had a hidden portion a long time ago, July 19, the night of the blood moon. Mr. Doerr's answer has allowed me to confirm one thing. The second blasphemy slate I saw in that ancient secret organization wasn't complete. Did the Emperor forget? No, how could he forget such an important matter? He only looks a little extreme and a little extreme. There's nothing wrong with him, so why is this happening? Klein couldn't help but mutter silently to himself. He had an inexplicable and terrifying feeling. The person who wrote the last diary entry, or rather, that sentence, Roselle the Great, seemed to be a different person. P.S. Seeking recommendation votes for Monday above the grayish-white fog, Klein silently sat at the end of the long, mottled table, as though he was a stone statue that had existed there for centuries or millennia. He felt a sense of horror that came from the bottom of his heart over his discovery. He felt a chill surge out from the back of his head and spread throughout his body, causing him to tremble in an inconspicuous but real manner. It was as though he had watched a familiar friend turn into a stranger in a short period of time. His actions were abnormal, as though he had been replaced by an imposter. Of course, there was a clearer and more direct analogy in this regard. It was Leonard Mitchell visiting Klein to discuss the matter regarding Pallas Zoroast when he suddenly took out a monocle and put it on. Could it be that after the Emperor ascended to the Crimson Moon, he was unknowingly infected, and he didn't notice it at all? He usually didn't show any abnormalities, and only when he recalled the past in his diary and dissected his inner thoughts and conversed with himself would there be certain subtle signs? Or is this Adam's hypnosis? But at this point in time, Roselle is at least a sequence one. Klein couldn't help but look down at himself, imagining that there was another unknown, completely unknown fellow in his body. He wasn't sure if it could be called a person. This is truly an extreme terror. Klein slowly took a deep breath and forced himself to focus his attention back on Roselle the Great's diary. Soon, he discovered something worth reading carefully. July 28. Once again, I participated in that ancient secret organization's gathering. From the members' idle chatter, I noticed a problem. Is it because I advanced too quickly that my experience is relatively lacking? There are actually many things that I haven't heard of. Just like the corruption from the cosmos and underground that they mentioned. I only learned of their existence today for the first time. Haha, I wonder how many of them are him. Apart from a very small number of members, most of them don't like others to know of their current level. While others were conversing, I whispered to old Mr. Hermes beside me, hoping to understand more about the corruption of the cosmos and underground. Hermes told me that this isn't knowledge that I can come into contact with at my current level. Just understanding it will cause me to be corrupted. It's actually that terrifying? What could it be? I was even more curious. The old man then told me that the pollution from the underground could be ignored because it would naturally fade with the passage of time. A long time ago, when the ancient gods were active, powerful creatures tried to completely solve this problem, but it only made things more troublesome and caused great losses. Later, they gave up the idea of directly exerting influence and changed to sealing and guarding. From then on, although there were still occasional accidents, it became stable. Today, even if there is no seal, no one is guarding it, as long as no one approaches or tries to enter, there will be no contamination. This is really a surprising situation. It seems like I don't need the main character of this era to solve this problem. Old Mr. Hermes mentioned the cosmos again, saying that the situation there is more complicated, more interesting, and more dangerous than I imagined. He said that even a Sequence 2 or Sequence 1 angel doesn't have enough knowledge of the cosmos. He only has a general understanding of it and doesn't know that there are many other things apart from danger. If it wasn't for the fact that he once knew an existence that was good at roaming the cosmos and learned many things from him, he wouldn't have said such words. I was very curious, but I didn't have much hope. I asked who the existence that was good at roaming the cosmos was. Old Mr. Hermes didn't hide anything. He said that Mr. Doerr was Bethel Abraham. Mr. Doerr. I pretended not to know anything and casually asked about his level. Hermes didn't answer directly. He only said that in the fourth epoch, even angels and demigods would address him by name in private. Apart from deities like Evernight, Storm, and Earth, there were only a few people like Mr. Doerr who were used to using titles. Is that so? Mr. Door's level really isn't low. The pollution that comes from the underground will naturally fade with the passage of time? Arode said that the gray fog gives it the feeling of something underground. It wishes for me to return to the throne before exploring the underground. As for Luca Brewster, he said with certainty that the higher the sequence, the greater the danger brought about by the underground. Klein tapped the edge of the long mottled table with his fingers, becoming more and more confused about the situation underground. Fortunately, Hermes's description, the state of the abandoned castle, and the Evernight goddess's attitude seemed to indicate that the contamination that originated from the underground would naturally dissipate. Ignoring it was the best way to deal with it. Phew, then I'll temporarily put aside my worries about the underground. Hermes's words and the bronze door deep in the City of Miracles, Liveseed, can be considered to have verified each other. Dragon of Imagination Ankweld has really attempted to resolve the problem underground, but all it left behind was horror and a shadow. From the looks of it, the apocalypse is most likely to come from the cosmos, and with my current sequence, I don't even have the right to understand it. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Klein continued flipping through the diary in his hand with a sigh. After reading a few pages in a row, his eyes suddenly lit up as he locked onto one of the entries. December 31st, the end of the year. This is the best day to make a decision and begin a new story. I've already thought of where the 8 secret mausoleums should be built. I'm just short of the last one. This one has to be more concealed than the previous 8, otherwise, it would be meaningless. After a long period of thought, I thought of a place, the nameless island where Grimm was buried. Of course, the abyss is also a choice. However, I can't find a single living devil in the area I can currently enter, so there's no way for me to tame them and make them my citizens to help me build the mausoleum. As for ordinary humans, there's no way for them to survive there. Even powerful Beyonders find it difficult to resist the corruption contained within the abyss. Regardless, the living environment on that nameless island seems pretty good at the moment. The 4th epoch's princes of disorder really have a narrow understanding of the people. The Emperor doesn't only rule over humans and humanoid creatures. All living beings should be my subjects. And on that nameless island there are many Beyonder creatures without much intelligence. They have long believed in me and followed me. I can easily order them to build the secret mausoleum. At this point, I suddenly recalled that experience. Because I dreamed of Grimm, I brought Edwards, Benjamin, and the others back to that nameless island. I discovered that those Beyonder creatures coexisted harmoniously, gathered together, and held a ritual. And the dead Grimm was among them. I was indeed given a fright back then, feeling a long-lost fear. All of this appeared extremely strange. That time, William died, Porley died, and only Edwards and Benjamin survived. If I hadn't become powerful and wielded a grade 0 sealed artifact, everyone would have been buried. The power that affected those Beyonder creatures on that nameless island actually came from the cosmos, and those who died from that corruption would return to the source after death. Thankfully, only a small portion of the power that originates from the cosmos can be projected into the real world. I finally resolved the problem and made that nameless island my secret base. Now, it's time for it to come into play. After reading this diary entry, Klein wasn't delighted that he had guessed where Roselle the Great's last mausoleum was. Instead, he frowned slightly. On the one hand, the corruption that originated from the cosmos had truly appeared in front of him. On the other hand, the nameless island wasn't that secret. Apart from the Emperor, Edwards and Benjamin, the 2 survivors, clearly knew of it. It didn't meet Roselle's requirements. Before that, Edwards and Benjamin had already died a natural death, preventing the secret from being divulged, or did Roselle plan on letting these 2 subordinates stay on the island forever after the mausoleum was successfully built and resolve the problem of mediumship? Of course, if Roselle had the corresponding sealed artifact or Beyonder powers, he could also make Edwards and Benjamin completely lose their memories. Klein fell silent for a moment before flipping through the diary again, searching for the coordinates of the nameless island. However, he didn't see the corresponding content on the last page. Instead, there was a diary entry that vaguely explained some of Roselle's thoughts in his final years. December 27th. I've been feeling restless recently because I'm completely unsure of what's going to happen next. I no longer yearn for help. I'm very satisfied if they can maintain their neutrality. I've placed myself in the most dangerous situation. This is an act of my own initiative, but it's also a choice that I have no other choice. Sometimes, I'm very confused. Why did I end up in this situation? Am I being too extreme, or is this the only way? No, at this juncture, I can't have any more confusion. Apart from affecting my state of mind and making my already small hopes even slimmer, it's meaningless. Since I've already come this far, I can only continue walking forward. Success will naturally bring about a bright future. Haha, I placed all my hopes on one sentence, putting oneself on the brink of death to be reborn. From the looks of it, the emperor has really chosen the method of resurrection after death to escape his madness and corruption. This is crazy. It's like playing Russian roulette with 6 bullets and pinning his hopes on a single bullet going off. People who don't like going to extremes and are good at sudden whims wouldn't even consider the feasibility of such a method. Perhaps it's because the enemy can't guess that the emperor has a chance of survival. Klein leaned back in his chair and sat silently in the ancient palace for quite a while. When he slowly reined in his scattered thoughts, he considered the problem of finding the nameless island. I remember that Benjamin, who went to the nameless island, seems to be someone from the house of Abraham. I can ask Miss Magicians about this. Yes, I'll be meeting her next. There's no need to specially get the fool to pass the message, it's more appropriate to get Queen Mystic to ask the descendants of Edwards, William, and Pourlay. After making up his mind, Klein surveyed his surroundings, sighed, and vanished above the grey fog. P.S. I recommend a book, Men Are All Children. It's a work that reflects the growth of young boys into mature men from a male perspective. After returning to the real world, Klein immediately took out a pen and paper and wrote a short letter, investigate the nameless island that caused the deaths of Grimm, William, and Pourlay. This can be done from Edwards, Benjamin Abraham, and the descendants of the 3 deceased. This was a letter for Queen Mystic Bernadette, so Klein didn't write a reason. He believed that she would understand what it meant. After folding the letter, Klein casually found a candle and began the summoning ritual. After completing the first part, he placed the letter on the altar, took 2 steps back, and chanted softly in ancient Hermes, I. In my name, I summon an invisible creature that roams the upper realm, a strange spirit body that is friendly to humans, a messenger that belongs solely to Bernadette Gustave. Just as he said that, Klein's spiritual perception was triggered as he instinctively activated his spirit vision. However, he didn't see anything. Then, he realized that the letter on the altar had disappeared. Queen Mystic's messenger is very special. I'll use spirit body threads vision next time. Klein was taken aback as he sighed inwardly. In the evening, under the illumination of the street lamps that were lit up one after another, a carriage drove to the intersection of Bakeland Bridge and East Borough before stopping by the side. Furs, who was wearing a tweed dress and a dark-colored cloak, paid the fare that had increased to 3 soldi and walked out of the rental carriage. She walked slowly along the shadows of the street, prepared to make a huge detour to escape her imaginary stalker. After the tarot gathering ended, she quickly overcame her laziness and left the house. She visited her former teachers, classmates, and colleagues. As for the reason, there was no need to specially search for it. It was very normal to be concerned about friends and acquaintances who had suffered from an air raid. The reason why it wasn't last week was that, in the eyes of the ordinary people, the situation in Bakeland was extremely tense. A new round of attacks could happen at any time. Naturally, everyone tried not to go out as much as possible. Furs had originally prepared an excuse to direct the topic of the hospital's ghost stories during her visit, but to her surprise, she didn't use it at all. Her teachers, classmates, and former colleagues would often take the initiative to talk about such matters after a short chat. Without exception, it gave the illusion that similar situations were happening in all hospitals. No, Furs knew it wasn't an illusion, so she was inexplicably terrified and suspected that she would have nightmares at night because of this. I didn't need to make too many changes. I just needed to change the ending of the patient's miraculous recovery to the point where the patient's physical injuries were healed, but his mental state was completely deranged. It would be a very good horror story. Furthermore, it would take place in a city that everyone was familiar with and a hospital that people would often come into contact with. The sense of immersion was perfect. I could almost foresee the birth of another best-selling novel. I just didn't know if I could handle this theme, The only problem is that this story lacks enough emotion. A certain female patient passionately kisses the face covered in mushrooms and weeds. Isn't this too strange? First thought as she walked, and unknowingly, she entered a creative state. At this moment, her vision blurred. She saw a figure walk out from the shadows in front of her, where the gas lamps couldn't illuminate. The figure was wearing a black trench coat and a half-top hat. He had a chiseled, cold face. Other than the lack of gold-rimmed glasses on the bridge of his nose, he looked exactly like the crazy adventurer German Sparrow who ran amok on the 5 seas. Although Furs knew that Mr. World wouldn't hunt her and was here to fulfill the contract, she still couldn't help but tense up. It was like she was facing the strictest teacher when she was studying. Good evening. Her footsteps slowed down, but she still continued forward and greeted him. Klein nodded and didn't say a word. He turned around and walked into a secluded alley to the side. The gas lamps inside had been destroyed, and they couldn't emit any light. Looking at the dark environment, Furs also didn't say a word. She lowered her head slightly and followed behind German Sparrow at an unhurried pace. When they reached the depths of the alley, Klein looked around and said in a deep voice, "Ask your teacher if he knows a person named Benjamin Abraham. Ask your teacher if he knows Benjamin Abraham. If he does, I want all his information and all the words and pictures he left behind." Okay. Furs was a little nervous as she waited for Mr. World to teleport her somewhere else. She didn't expect him to mention another matter for some baffling reason. She nearly couldn't react in time. She didn't ask why and quickly nodded in agreement, as though it was something she couldn't wait to do. Then, she took a deep breath and continued waiting for German Sparrow to approach, grab her shoulder, and begin teleporting. But after a few seconds, nothing happened. Furs looked up in surprise, only to see Mr. World still standing in front of her, looking at her. She then heard the other party speak in a deep voice. Write it now. Write it now. Furs still didn't ask why. I have no paper, pen, envelope or stamp. Before she could finish her sentence, the 4 items were thrown over. Furs caught the items and took a few steps outside. Under the light of the street lamp and the hard walls, she quickly wrote a letter to her teacher, Dorian Gray Abraham. Klein put his hands in his pockets and waited patiently. He was not impatient at all. In fact, he had long been lurking around Miss Magician's, but he hadn't shown himself. According to the address provided by Furs, he had been secretly monitoring her from the moment she left in the afternoon. And the way he monitored her was to make his marionette prey to see God Cavituous from time to time. His true body would go above the gray fog and use the prayer light to observe the situation in the vicinity of the magicians. With the help of true vision, Klein could confirm that Zeradal wasn't targeting Miss Magicians. It was safe to make contact with her. After knowing that Miss Magicians had met Zeradal's marionette, how could Klein be at ease to meet her and travel with her? Now, he was certain that Zeradal had been attracted by the House of Abraham's sealed artifact or the Saint of Secrets Bootiz. As for a mere sequence 6 magicians, she wasn't noticed at all, so she wasn't exposed. A few minutes later, Furs finished writing. She used a sticky herbal powder she carried with her as a paste, sealed the envelope, and stuck the stamp. Furs glanced at the surface of the envelope with her teacher's address and real name and asked hesitantly, "Do I send it to the mailbox now?" She believed that she had to do it herself. She couldn't leave it to the world, otherwise, it might bring danger to her teacher. Of course, if German Sparrow insisted, Furs felt that there was nothing she could do. Even if she tore the letter apart and ate it, there was still the possibility of being hypnotized or channeled. Klein nodded indiscernibly. "Come back here after you're done." Phew. Furs heaved a long sigh of relief, turned around, and jogged down the street to find the mailbox. After doing all of this and returning to the dark alley, she didn't wait for German Sparrow to say a word. She directly handed over the fountain pen and the remaining 2 stamps. "One is enough." Klein glanced at Miss Magician, took the stamp and fountain pen, and said calmly, "That's not a problem. This means that your teacher lives no more than 100 kilometers away from Bakeland." Furs's expression froze. "So what?" "I also know that your teacher lives in Pritz Harbor, and there's a high chance that he hasn't moved away. As for why I gave you 3 stamps, of course it's on purpose." Klein mumbled inwardly as he took a few steps and came in front of Miss Magician's. He then reached out with his left hand, which was wearing a transparent glove, and grabbed the lady's shoulder. Magician's first subconsciously lowered her head again. The colors in the surroundings suddenly thickened and stacked on top of each other. Countless figures with indescribable forms quickly appeared. When her vision returned to normal, Furs raised her head reflexively and was about to say thank you. However, German Sparrow's figure had already disappeared. Furs looked around in a daze and realized that she was standing in an empty corner. In front of her was a door, and there was a commotion and the fragrance of alcohol outside. Furs tugged at her cloak and walked out of the door with the timidity of a foreigner. She saw many men dressed in pirate attire. They had short knives by their waists and pistols by their sides. They were drinking hard liquor and discussing who was stronger between the fleets of Faisac and Rouen in high spirits. Many women dressed in gorgeous clothes mingled among them like dancing butterflies. She wore a long Bakelin-style dress and a dark-colored cloak. Her brown hair was long and slightly curly, and she had a mature bearing. However, her expression was timid. At that moment, she was like a lamb that had barged into a pack of wolves. She was so incongruous and eye-catching that she quickly attracted gazes. She vaguely felt that the language that those people spoke to her was a little familiar. It seemed to be a branch of a language that she had learned before, but she still couldn't understand it in a short period of time. Where am I? What am I doing? Who are they? While Furs was at a loss, a burly man squeezed his way over and spoke in choppy Rouen. 10 solely for one night. Furs was also someone who had mingled in many Beyonder circles. Although she didn't know where she was, she knew very well what she had encountered. A strange glint condensed in her eyes as they flashed before finally settling on one. An indescribable majesty emanated from her body, causing the people around her to subconsciously avoid her gaze. This was the authority of a judge, a qualitative change in the abilities of an arbiter. Berserk Sea, Theros Island. Danitz hid in the shadows, carefully and attentively monitoring the intelligence peddler, Bartz. As a hunter with a shadow cloak, Donna's hiding and monitoring abilities had always been good. Back then, he had even helped the German Sparrow ambush Steele Mavady. At this moment, he didn't reveal any traces of himself. He only found it a little boring and desperately wished for Anderson to come and take over as soon as possible. When will such a life end? Vice Admiral Ailment, quickly appear. No, not now. I'll wait for Anderson to come. Donnas examined himself and rationally ended his prayer. He was worried that a pirate admiral at the level of Vice Admiral Ailment Tracy would discover him hiding in the shadows, and he lacked the courage and confidence to do so. Of course, if he wore the boxing glove, none of this would be a problem. As long as he made decisions quickly enough, cowardice and fear wouldn't be able to catch up to him. You seem very vexed? Suddenly, a voice sounded in Donna's ears. Donna's jumped in fright as he suddenly jumped out of the shadows. An orange-red flame quickly took form in his hand. At the same time, he cast his gaze towards the source of the voice and saw Anderson hiding in a thicket. There were branches with green leaves sticking out of his head, almost fusing with the environment. T. It was unknown if Donnas was cursing Anderson or himself. After venting his anger, he said, "When did you come?" 2 minutes ago, Anderson replied with a smile. You hid well. I didn't even manage to find you immediately. All I could do was follow your habit of hiding and casually ask a question. For a moment, Danitz didn't know if he should be proud or cursing angrily. He asked with mixed feelings, if I had maintained my composure, you wouldn't have been able to discover me? In theory. Anderson smiled without minding it at all. But as an experienced hunter, there's more than one solution. Donnas was just about to ask what other solutions there were when he suddenly saw Baz extinguish the candle in the room and prepare to sleep. After nearly a minute, in the darkness, the blurry figure of the intelligence peddler, Baz, appeared by the window. With a light leap, he landed in a dark spot outside the room. That was where Donnas was hiding. He, who had merged back into the shadows, was almost stepped on by his target. Baz then followed the shadows and walked towards the beach. Bullshit. Only then did Donnas show himself. He pointed his middle finger at his target's back. Anderson also left the thicket. As he plucked the branches on his head, he smiled at Donna's. Looks like we'll get something tonight. Donna's cast a glance at the strongest hunter of Fog Sea across him and nodded vigorously. I hope it's Vice Admiral Ailment. He immediately took Anderson with him, and with the help of the shadows that existed in the night, he followed the intelligence peddler at an appropriate distance. He's not stupid after all. Anderson chuckled after observing for a while. Donna scoffed in his heart but did not respond. Since he wasn't wearing his boxing gloves, he knew very well that this wasn't an occasion to taunt and provoke each other. 15 minutes later, Baz arrived at the beach. He stood on the beach and stared at the deep blue sea illuminated by the crimson moonlight. He didn't wait too long before a massive silhouette appeared in the depths of the sea. Gradually, it formed a black ship with a white flag fluttering in the wind. On the flag, 2 gloomy blue flames were burning inside a pitch-black skull. The Black Death, Vice Admiral Ailment Tracy's flagship, Black Death. Donna's instantly became excited. If he hadn't turned into a shadow, his pupils would definitely have widened in a bid to take in more light and see every detail of the ship. He subconsciously moved forward a distance, hoping to confirm if Vice Admiral Ailment Tracy was on the ship. The gigantic sailboat approached, and the two in the shadows could gradually see the sailors busying themselves on the deck. Is there a dock here to dock? Or should I give Baz a small boat and let him row over himself? Just as these thoughts flashed through Donna's mind, he heard Anderson suppress his voice. Leave this place. Ah? Donna's greatest strength was that he was good at obeying the instructions of those in authority. Be it Edwina Edwards or German Sparrow, he would at most grumble, but he would never compromise his actions. At that moment, although he wore a puzzled look and had the intention to retort and stand by his thoughts, he first used the shadows to silently leave the beach. When he could no longer see the Black Death and could only hear the faint sound of the waves, Donna's left the shadows and appeared in the forest. He anxiously asked, Aren't you going to confirm if Vice Admiral Ailment is around? Anderson sized up Donna's and chuckled. Never underestimate beyonders who are famous at sea but have lived to this day. Every pirate admiral is a target that needs to be treated with caution. You absolutely can't be careless. Donna subconsciously replied, Admiral of Blood Seigneur, Admiral Hell Ludwell. They were pirate admirals who had been easily finished off by a crazy adventurer. They were all pirate admirals who were easily dealt with by a crazy adventurer. Anderson was momentarily at a loss for words to refute Donna's. After a few seconds, he said, Therefore, isn't Vice Admiral Ailment Tracy, who was also attacked by the German Sparrow and managed to survive, more important? Donna's thought about it carefully and felt that Anderson's words made sense. He was about to speak when he felt an itch in his throat and coughed. After coughing a few times, his throat began to swell, and the smell of rust came out. See, I told you to be careful. Anderson also clenched his fist and pressed it to his mouth. He coughed lightly, but his reaction wasn't as drastic as Dannett's. Tracy must have spread all sorts of diseases in the area around the ship. Once anyone approaches, they will quickly be infected and exposed. Such a large-scale use of her powers means that she has completely digested the Sequence 5 potion and has a chance of advancing to Sequence 4. Why wouldn't she have advanced to Sequence 4? As he was far from the source of the infection, Donna's quickly calmed down as he instinctively retorted. Then, you're either on the Black Death, or you've contracted the Black Death and are about to die. Anderson turned his body halfway and cast his gaze towards the invisible seaside. Tracy's usage of the disease was a bit of a trick. She likely only maintained the disease in the area directly in front of her and ignored the other 3 directions. Then, with the help of the wind, it affected the people on the shore. Having said that, Anderson clapped his hands and revealed a smile once again. Doesn't our encounter prove that Vice Admiral Ailment is indeed on the ship? You can inform German Sparrow. Donna's didn't hesitate any further as he immediately set up a ritual to summon the messenger. Anderson used the excuse of preventing any accidents to walk out of the forest. At 3 in the morning, it was pitch black in Bakelin's East Borough apart from the moonlight and stars. Klein was wearing cotton pajamas and a nightcap that protected his hairstyle. He sat on the bed and received the letter from Rionette Tinker without asking any questions. After opening it, he calmly got up and took out a fountain pen from his pocket. He wrote on the back of the letter, return to the port city and await further instructions. After watching Miss Messenger leave, Klein unhurriedly changed into a shirt, a vest, a bow tie, and a black trench coat. Then, he took 4 steps counterclockwise and arrived above the gray fog. He used the topaz spirit pendulum to divine the danger level of this operation and received almost no revelation. Without any hesitation, Klein returned to the real world. Standing in front of the mirror, he picked up his half-top hat and wore it. In the room outside, marionettes Konas and Anuni opened their eyes on the bunk bed. On the black death, in an empty room, a figure quickly outlined itself. He had black hair and brown eyes, and his facial features were cold and stiff. It was none other than German Sparrow. Under the dim crimson moonlight, Klein swept his gaze and casually found a chair to sit down. He enjoyed the night view of the sea outside the window. In the captain's cabin a floor away, Vice Admiral Ailment Tracy, who was wearing a white shirt and beige trousers, watched in disgust as Baz left the room. She reflexively tugged at her collar as her expression gradually turned solemn. She had just learned that Blazing Donnas and the strongest hunter, Anderson, had been staying on Theros Island recently with an unknown motive. They are all related to German Sparrow. That fellow is looking for me? Tracy narrowed her eyes and walked to the window without any hesitation. She was prepared to instruct the sailors on the deck to turn the ship around and leave the waters. At this moment, her thoughts suddenly froze, as though she had fallen into a state where she knew she was dreaming, but she couldn't escape no matter how hard she struggled. Not good. Black flames suddenly drilled out of Tracy's body in an attempt to burn away any external influences. However, the flames were able to flow smoothly in the beginning, but later on, they became intermittent as they constantly dripped to the ground like withered petals. A strong sense of despair surged in Tracy's heart as her thoughts turned sluggish. She couldn't care less about anything else as she hurriedly condensed a layer of translucent ice crystals on the surface of her body, allowing the invisible threads to coil around her in layers. At this moment, the door to the captain's cabin creaked open. German Sparrow, who was wearing a silk top hat and a black trench coat, walked in. Right on the heels of that, he politely closed the door. Amidst a light creaking sound, the entire captain's cabin immediately became extremely quiet. There was no longer the sound of the waves, as though it had been isolated from the real world. As for the invisible spider silk that wrapped around Tracy, it seemed to misunderstand the orders as it tightly bound Vice Admiral Ailment, preventing her from moving or using her beyonder powers. Distortion. Tracy's thoughts recovered as her brain no longer felt frozen. What do you want to do? She couldn't hide her horror as she looked at the approaching German Sparrow. What she couldn't understand was why Klein had given up on the attempt of turning her into a marionette when she clearly didn't have the strength to resist. The reason why Klein did this was because he was worried that Vice Admiral Ailment and the Demoness of White had a very close blood relationship. This way, Tracy's death would be sensed by the demigod who was good at curses, allowing her to avoid it ahead of time. Tap. Tap. Amidst the sound of footsteps, Klein stopped in front of the Demoness. Seeing that German Sparrow didn't say a word, Tracy's heart slowly sank, as though it had fallen into an ice cavern. Looking at Vice Admiral Ailment, who had a look of despair on her face, Klein took out a piece of paper from his pocket. With a flick of his wrist, it flew forward like a poker card. With a whoosh, the piece of paper seemed to be made of metal as it sliced through a small amount of invisible spider silk and sliced through the crystalline ice crystals. It streaked across Tracy's upper left arm, producing a blooming flower of blood. The surface of the piece of paper was quickly dyed red as it flew past the Demoness, who had been trapped in her spot, and spun back into Klein's palm. Tracy originally imagined that the piece of paper would be aimed at her throat, but she never expected it to be aimed at her arm. She was momentarily stunned until German Sparrow folded the piece of paper and placed it into an iron cigar case. Only then did she snap to her senses and ask, "Your true goal is to find Katerina?" Klein casually placed the iron cigar case back into his pocket and didn't answer. Instead, he calmly asked, "Are you her descendant?" Upon hearing this, Tracy, who was still trapped by the ice crystals and spider silk, suddenly chuckled. "I'm not only her descendant. I'm her child. Daughter." As Klein was glad that he didn't rashly kill her, causing Demoness of White Katerina to sense him, he subconsciously analyzed if Katerina was Ailment Maiden Tracy's mother or father. If Katerina was once a man, it was indeed possible that she was Tracy's father. But the problem was that she was already a Sequence 4 demigod during the Pale disaster at the end of the fourth epic. And the assassin pathway would change from male to female at the Sequence 7 witch stage. In other words, for Katerina to be Tracy's father, Tracy had to be at least 1,300 years old. And it was impossible for a Sequence 5 Beyonder to live that long. Even most Sequence 4 and 3 saints were unable to do so. There's only one answer. That is, Tracy was born by Katerina herself, and it happened in the last few decades. An elderly woman over 1,000 years old. Klein nodded slightly and confirmed without any change in expression. She's your mother? Tracy's expression suddenly became a little strange. No, mother. Klein was about to ask what was the difference between this and his mother. In essence, wasn't one more formal and the other more colloquial? However, Tracy had already sneered to herself. My mother is another person. She used to be my father. Your Demoness family sure is messy. But this isn't a reason for you to spread the disaster to the outside world. Klein used his clown powers to control his facial muscles and continued looking at the ailment maiden with a deadpan expression. Tracy, who was already in a dire situation, had given up on herself. Without waiting for German Sparrow to respond, she sighed and gave a self-deprecating laugh. Perhaps I was a mistake from the moment I was born. Abnormal parents, abnormal family relationships, and abnormal members of the church. They shaped and hurt me. When I was 8 years old, I discovered that my father, who I had always secretly idolized as a role model, had suddenly turned into a woman. Furthermore, he was becoming more and more delicate by the day, and he was becoming better at using his charms. Later on, he even found a male friend and gave birth to a younger brother for me. Can you imagine how I felt? When I ran away from home and came to the sea, after years of hard work, I finally found my normal self and social cognition. I understood what I really wanted. A potion made me become a woman. Heh, a woman, Klein listened quietly and said without any change in his speed, your instigation skills aren't bad. Tracy turned agape and finally sighed. She smiled with a complicated expression and said, I admit that I was trying to arouse your sympathy. Everyone yearns to live. Isn't that wrong? However, I didn't say a word of falsehood. Those are all my life experiences. She didn't exaggerate her pain and sorrow as she paused for a moment. Before you kill me, I would like to ask a question. It won't put you in a difficult position. What is it? Klein looked at the demoness opposite him. Tracy hesitated for a moment before finally asking, before you assassinated me, did Elaine know about this? Klein fell silent for a moment. She didn't know what would happen. Tracy's face immediately lit up. Really? Without waiting for German Sparrow's response, she revealed an extremely complicated expression. Before I die, can I ask you one more thing? If you meet Elaine again, tell her that I'm very guilty about what happened in the past, but I don't regret it. With that said, Tracy attempted to shake her head, but she was restrained by the transparent ice crystals and invisible spider silk, preventing her from succeeding. All she could do was give a self-deprecating laugh. Forget it. There's no need to tell her. Let's leave it at that. You can do it now. With that said, Tracy closed her eyes. After waiting for a few seconds, she didn't feel the pain she expected. Instead, she heard German Sparrow say in a deep voice, say it. Everyone is not to disturb me. Tracy was surprised. Her heart was filled with puzzlement as her expression turned confused. However, since she was already facing death, such a small matter was not worth bothering about. She didn't think too much about it and opened her mouth. Without thinking further, she opened her mouth and said, everyone is not to disturb me. Just as she said that, the same voice echoed in the Black Death, louder than before. The pirates didn't suspect anything. It was as though they were following a strange pattern. They instinctively avoided the captain's cabin and continued busying themselves. The captain had said not to disturb her, so they naturally wouldn't look for her during this period of time. At the same time, Tracy saw German Sparrow take off his top hat and press it to his chest. He bowed slightly at her, as though he was bidding her farewell. Then, she felt like she was isolated from the entire world. There was silence around her, and even the crazy adventurer had vanished. She had obtained the undisturbed environment she wanted. The lawyer pathway's magnification and distortion, the layer of ice on Tracy's body began to melt, but the invisible spider silk remained firmly binding her, preventing her from doing anything. She couldn't even change her center of gravity. Hence, she could only stand there like a lifelike wax figurine. He didn't kill me. Tracy looked ahead blankly, momentarily in disbelief. She didn't believe that German Sparrow didn't take action because he pitied her. This crazy adventurer had killed many pirates, and he had never shown mercy. And although Tracy didn't believe herself to be a normal demoness and hadn't done many things worthy of a demoness, as a pirate, how could she not do bad things? Be it selling slaves or plundering ships, she was experienced. Similarly, Tracy didn't believe that German Sparrow had been moved by her beauty and experience to the point of coveting her. This was because his gaze was so cold, as though he was looking at a dead person. There must be other factors. Tracy's thoughts raced as she made connections from the matters she might be involved in. Soon, she came to a conclusion. It's likely that I'm too close to Mother by blood, and demonesses are good at curses. Once I die, Mother will immediately sense it and realize that something is wrong here. She will then avoid it in advance, preventing German Sparrow from finding a target in his subsequent actions. Therefore, he left me alive without being able to communicate with others. From the looks of it, regardless of whether his operation against Mother succeeds or fails, he might come back to kill me. And if I want to live, I have to successfully save myself first. In Tracy's heart, she actually didn't have very deep feelings for her mother, Katerina. This demoness of unaging had lived for a long time, and most of the time, she maintained a youthful attitude by interacting with young people. She was often warm to the children she was occasionally interested in giving birth to, but she was cold most of the time. However, as she grew older, Katerina commented that Tracy was becoming more and more like her past self, so she received more love and help. However, Tracy didn't want such attention. This caused her to lose her original gender, and she was in an inextricable pain. Phew. Although I hate her and blame her, I still unconsciously rely on her. I wish that she would respect my opinion more. I hope that she can escape German Sparrow's pursuit. Tracy began to struggle again, trying to break free from her bound state. On the one hand, she was trying to save herself, and on the other hand, she wanted to inform her mother as soon as possible. She wanted her to be careful of German Sparrow. Of course, Tracy suspected that German Sparrow, who had only recently advanced to Sequence 4, could harm her mother, who had survived from the fourth epoch, a demoness who was known as unaging. However, she didn't hold any hopes of getting lucky. This was because German Sparrow had a helper, the death console that even her mother feared. Plop, Tracy finally fell to the ground and attempted to roll towards the desk, but no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't move her body. She was fighting against none other than the distorted and magnified version of herself. Above the gray fog, Klein was already sitting in the fool's high-backed chair. He placed the piece of paper that was stained with Vice Admiral Ailment Tracy's blood on the surface of the long mottled table. Following that, he conjured a pen and paper and wrote a divination statement, the current location of Vice Admiral Ailment Tracy's mother, Katerina. Putting down the fountain pen, Klein held the two pieces of paper, leaned back in his chair, closed his eyes, and softly repeated the words he had just written. After repeating it 7 times, he entered a dream and saw a tall Gothic bell tower appear in the grey world. Around the bell tower, Katerina, who was dressed in a holy white robe, stood in the shadows of a few buildings. She observed her surroundings with a heavy expression, as though she was searching for something. And the crimson moon hung high in the sky, and its position was identical to what Klein had seen before he entered the grey fog. This meant that Demoness of White Katerina was still in Bakeland. She was in West Borough, pursuing a particular target. After ending the divination and returning to the real world, Klein walked to the room outside his rented apartment and looked at the crimson moon in the night sky outside the window. He silently pondered for nearly a minute. Perhaps, there's still a chance to digest the potion. Finally, he mumbled silently, found something, and disappeared into the shadows with his 2 marionettes. In Bakeland, he no longer dared to use Flaming Jump, afraid that Zeradal would sense it. After all, he couldn't ignite Will Septon's folded paper crane every time as a precaution. This was disrespectful to the Snake of Fate, and it was easy for their family to be targeted by Dr. Allen if he kept visiting them. In the blink of an eye, Klein appeared behind the tall Gothic bell tower in his dream, hiding in the shadows. This was Baekeland's iconic Bell of Order. Right on the heels of that, he and his two marionettes split up, each occupying a different hiding spot. After doing all of this, Klein quickly transformed a rat into a marionette and made it run to the edge of his control. It opened its mouth and softly chanted an honorific name, the great god of war, the symbol of iron and blood, the ruler of chaos and strife. Demoness of White Katarina is in this area. Klein was fulfilling his agreement with the Red Angel evil spirit, and he also hoped that this former high-level creature would step into a possible trap for him. At the same time, he was a little puzzled about Sauron Einhorn Medici's true intentions. He didn't plan on being in a hurry to seek help from the Church of Evernight or Queen Mystic Bernadette. He planned on watching from the sidelines to confirm the situation so as to prevent others from falling into a trap. Just as the prayer ended, the grey rat suddenly convulsed a little and quietly fell to the side of the trash can. It had already lost its life and was no longer Klein's marionette. This was a way for Klein to prevent himself from being marked by the Red Angel evil spirit. As for himself, after abandoning the rat marionette, he immediately left the area where the Bell of Order was with Konas and Anuni. Then, a few kilometers away, he got the winner to pray to see God Cavituous. After praying, the man and the two puppets continued to retreat, putting quite a distance between them. Then, Klein hid in a storeroom in a particular building, took 4 steps counterclockwise, and arrived above the grey fog, where he sat at the fool's seat. He then waved his hand and summoned the sea god scepter. With the help of Winner's prayer light, he expanded his range and observed the situation of the target zone. At the same time, Klein's other hand held the piece of paper stained with Vice Admiral Ailment Tracy's blood. With such a medium and a general range, it didn't take long for Klein to find the invisible Demoness of White Katarina with his true vision. The beautiful woman with black hair and blue eyes was wearing a holy white robe. She was like a weightless feather, gently floating in the streets and alleys. Even if the patrolling policemen looked in the right direction, they would not be able to discover her existence. If not for the grey fog's help, Klein could only rely on his spirit-body threads to see through this level of invisibility. Taking a deep breath, Klein patiently waited for the Red Angel evil spirit to appear, and he also observed what Katarina was looking for. He suspected that the Demoness of White's target was Trissy Cheek. Time passed minute by minute, and the crimson moon gradually tilted. Katarina, who wandered around the Bell of Order for a while without any results, revealed a slightly frustrated and disappointed expression, as if she might leave that area at any moment. As for the Red Angel evil spirit, he didn't appear. This Sauron Einhorn Medici was just lying to me and didn't really treat the Demoness of White as a target. No, there's no need for that. If that's the case, his condition would be meaningless. The Red Angel evil spirit has actually already arrived at the scene, but he didn't immediately take action like me. He is waiting for my companions and I to fight Katarina before cleaning up the mess. I also want to wait for him and that Demoness battle to reach the most intense stage before suddenly appearing and plundering the biggest fruit. As Klein's thoughts raced, he had a vague guess. He suspected that the Red Angel evil spirit was as cautious, careful, and level-headed as him. He hoped to be the fisherman who reeled in the net, not the net. This is really troublesome. Next, it'll depend on who's more patient. Klein muttered silently as he continued observing the situation around the Bell of Order through the prayer light. Tick. 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 The second hand beat at the same rhythm in the quiet night. Demoness of White Katarina's expression became more and more gloomy. Suddenly, she cast her gaze at the glass window of a building. In the dim night, it was like a mirror that reflected the things in front of it. Katarina's beautiful blue eyes flashed slightly, and the surface of the mirror immediately turned dark. It was as though there were countless objects and layers of space hidden inside. The glass window seemed to have become a passageway to the otherworld world. Klein's heart stirred. Combined with the various Beyonder powers that Demoness Trissy had displayed that were related to mirrors, he suspected that Katarina was about to use the mirror world to leave this place and end tonight's hunt. How can the Red Angel evil spirit endure it? Klein's mind tensed up as he instinctively wanted to put down the sea god scepter and return to the real world to take action against the Demoness of White, preventing her from leaving just like that. As these thoughts raced through his mind, Klein ultimately didn't move. He felt that he could still wait a little longer. This was because even if Katerina left the area around the Bell of Order, as long as she didn't discover that something had happened to her daughter, Tracy, Klein could locate her again. When the time came, he could first summon a Rhodes and ask about the target's specific abilities and items. Then, he could seek Queen Mystic Bernadette's help or borrow a Grade 1 sealed artifact from the Church of Evernight. He could tilt the scales of victory in his favor before taking action. I didn't deliberately hide anything in this operation. If I were to borrow a sealed artifact and the Archbishop gave it to me, it means that the goddess's true attitude regarding George III matter is, she doesn't like that king becoming the Black Emperor, but she can only tacitly agree to it. If someone is willing to destroy the ritual, she's very willing to provide some help. Klein calmed his slightly anxious emotions and relaxed his state of observation. At that moment, Demoness of White Katerina's expression returned to normal. She floated in front of the glass window and entered as though she didn't have a physical body. The layers of illusory world inside the mirror converged as though it was constantly distancing itself. At this moment, Klein, who was using his true vision to observe the area below, seemed to hear a shrill female scream. This scream seemed to come from another world. It contained extreme fear and disbelief. As for the residents in the surrounding area, none of them woke up. No one heard it. Is this Katerina's scream? What exactly happened to her? Klein's gaze instantly froze as he thought of something. The Red Angel evil spirit was also an evil spirit. It could also use Mirror Blink to use this medium. In other words, he was definitely no stranger to the world in the mirror. Could it be that Sauron Einhorn Medici had been hiding in the mirror all this while, waiting for the Demoness of White to fall into the trap? As Klein's pupils dilated, the gloom and darkness in the glass window disappeared. The mirror lost all its uniqueness and returned to its original state. After a few seconds, at the bottom of the glass window, bits of bright red slowly seeped out, condensing into a liquid that slid down. Wherever the liquid passed, grayish-white spread out, covering the original light yellow, as though it was a stone that had been embedded. Tap. 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 The drops of liquid landed on the ground and dyed the ground. They were as red as blood and as beautiful as flowers. Upon seeing this scene, Klein's facial muscles twitched slightly. Then, he forcefully used his clown powers to control his expression. This kind of ending was a little out of his expectations. A demoness of unaging who had lived for more than 1,000 years, a powerful and experienced Sequence 3 saint, seemed to be unable to put up any resistance in front of the Red Angel evil spirit's trap. Just like that, she remained motionless. As for Klein himself, even with his 2 marionettes and the sealed artifacts he possessed, he was still slightly inferior to Katerina's pure strength. He had to rely on advanced preparations to make up for it. This also meant that if he were to face the Red Angel evil spirit, he probably wouldn't have a better outcome. He would similarly be powerless and insignificant, and he could only slowly sink in the flood. This is the former King of Angels? Even though he hasn't recovered to his peak strength, he still makes me feel despair. Seeing that the blood seeping out of the glass window had gradually decreased, Klein took a deep breath and returned to the real world. Following that, he switched places with Winner Anuni, his marionette, and teleported him to the glass window. When a Bizarro sorcerer switched places, they could choose to switch their bodies and external objects. However, there was no way to be precise at this level. It wasn't possible for Klein to leave behind whatever external object he wanted. He could only choose to leave everything behind or not leave anything behind. Just as Anuni, who was wearing the appearance of German Sparrow, appeared, he faced the glass window and said in a deep voice, "I've already fulfilled my promise. I've already fulfilled my promise." A figure instantly appeared on the glass window. He was wearing a black robe with red patterns. He casually wore a hood, revealing his soft lines, brown skin, and pale face. He was none other than the gatekeeper who had been possessed by Sauron Einhorn Medici. "Well done," the young man said with a smile as he walked down from the window. Upon hearing this, Klein took out an item from his pocket and curled up the corners of his mouth as he replied in a rather pleasant manner, "That's right. You've done well too." As he spoke, he blew at the monocle in his hand and wore it on his left eye. Sauron Einhorn Medici's smile immediately froze. P.S. Yuan created a secret interactive game and placed it in the Discovery page event. Everyone can give it a try. This is the first wave, and it's mainly to test the effects. There will be more and better ones in the future. The next time might be to test if I'm Grumpy Bro, Proud Brainiac, or Night Owl, as well as what the specific Beyonder job is. For an instant, the cold night became abnormally hot, as though invisible magma was surging. However, everything quickly returned to normal. The Red Angel evil spirit sized up Klein and smiled as though nothing had happened. I'll say it again. You have the talent of a provocateur. Back when Zeradol was digesting the Bizarro Sorcerer potion, he didn't dare to pretend to be Amon in front of me. His tone didn't contain any anger. He didn't say why Zeradol didn't dare, but when his gaze swept past Klein, he felt as though he had fallen into the depths of a glacier as his body turned cold. This was what his main body felt. Even with a marionette in between, the hair on the back of his neck and back still stood on end. Without needing Sauron Einhorn Medici to say anything else, Klein already understood the hidden meaning behind his words. Anyone who dared to use such a method to scare him would suffer the punishment of iron and blood on the spot. Looking at the Red Angel evil spirit in front of him who had a converged aura but gave off an extremely lofty vibe, Klein couldn't help but mutter inwardly. If it wasn't for the fact that the Bizarro Sorcerer potion had been digested to a large extent, I would have really imagined that your will was as strong as steel, and that your strength had recovered to at least the level of a sequence 1. And now, I can basically confirm that under your calm performance, there's a strong fear of Amon. This also means that your current level is at most sequence 2, furthermore, I'm already mentally prepared to lose a marionette. In order to digest the potion as quickly as possible, this is a risk I have to take. If Donis were here, he could take the opportunity to shout coward twice. Then, even if he drank 4 or 5 bottles of the provocateur potion, he would still be able to quickly digest it. Klein didn't agitate the Red Angel evil spirit any further. He smiled and took off the monocle. During the Solomon Empire, Zeradol should have already been an angel. How can he still be digesting the Bizarro Sorcerer potion? I'm talking about young Zeradol, Sauron Einhorn Medici replied casually. This is consistent with the description of the grandpa and Leonard. Klein nodded indiscernibly and changed the topic. You've already finished off the Demonis of White? What do you think? The Red Angel evil spirit laughed and said, also, you have to be polite. Since Katarina calls herself the Saintess of White, don't call her Demonis. Courtesy. A hunter is emphasizing on courtesy. At that instant, Klein really wanted to twitch the corner of his mouth to express the absurdity in his heart, but he ultimately held himself back. From the looks of it, provocation isn't limited to mocking and cursing. Donis, who only knows how to curse once, is a disgrace to all hunters. Klein thought as he spoke. I have fulfilled my promise. I think you wouldn't mind giving me a small reward. Payment? The Red Angel evil spirit scoffed and asked in return. Klein didn't care about his attitude as he continued. I want to communicate with the Demonis of White and ask her some questions. That's all? The Red Angel evil spirit asked in amusement. Klein nodded. Yes. No problem. Sauron Einhorn Medici raised his right hand and grabbed at his glabella. From there, he dragged out a slightly blurry illusory figure. It was none other than the Saintess of White, Katarina, who had a blank and horrified expression. Can we communicate in private? Klein looked around when he saw this. The Red Angel evil spirit immediately laughed. Do you still need a separate room? Use your brain and think about it. Even if you want to hide the question you asked, I can still know the details through Katarina's spirit. Unless, you don't plan on returning her to me? Or are you a little boy who needs a sense of ritual? Klein made the marionette reply without any expression. I have a way to make her forget my question. This was both the truth and a lie. The truth was that Klein could indeed use Vin Rambise's manipulator Beyonder characteristic to complete this task. However, it was relatively difficult, and the failure rate was very high. Furthermore, the negative effects weren't small. The lie was because Klein didn't plan on doing so at all. This would expose many important matters. He only had one goal in saying this, to make the Red Angel evil spirit suspect that what he asked wasn't the truth. He would believe that there was still a crucial part hidden beneath the surface, thus ignoring the value of the question on the surface. This was miraculous for people who were suspicious. Of course, Klein didn't have any extravagant hopes of success. After all, he was facing the Red Angel who was in charge of conspiracies. That's right. After Sauron Einhorn Medici heard Klein's answer, his body suddenly vanished and was reflected in the glass window. Klein glanced at the blood that had already condensed into grey stones and regretfully brought the somewhat muddle-headed demoness of White Katarina away from the area with the glass and came to a dark alley. He then took out candles, essential oils, and herbal powder, set up an altar, and prayed to the Evernight goddess, hoping to complete mediumship through ritualistic magic. This was a skill he had mastered when he was a Nighthawk. With the completion of the ritual, a majestic, terrifying, and hidden power descended from an indescribable height, causing the surroundings to become abnormally quiet. Klein's eyes instantly turned dark, as though the night had condensed. He then saw more things around Katarina's spirit. He saw a shimmering, hazy mind storm. He easily passed through the obstacles and faced the demoness of White's body of heart and mind. Has the cooperation between the demoness sect and George III ended? Klein didn't let his guard down. He first started with less sensitive questions to observe Katarina's condition. The dazed and confused look on Katarina's face disappeared a little as she nodded with a pure smile. Yes. Then why are you still in Bakeland? Klein asked further. Katarina replied with a solemn expression. Pursuing Trissy. She took away an important sealed artifact. What sealed artifact is that? Klein immediately recalled the unique sapphire ring that Demoness Trissy had once worn. Demoness of White Katarina said with a pious expression, that's right. It's related to the Primordial's awakening. Other than having a high enough level and being at level 0, it doesn't have any special abilities. Indeed, it's related to the Primordial Demoness. You even changed Trissy's name to Trissy Cheek. Klein didn't reveal that he knew the Primordial Demoness' true name. Do you know where the other 8 mausoleums of George III are? Katarina frowned slightly and replied in a pitiful manner, they're in the southwestern suburbs of Bakeland, Alwa County, East Chester County. The Demoness of White first briefly explained where the 8 mausoleums were located. Following that, she introduced the specific locations and situations in detail. The 8 mausoleums have long been repaired. They have temporarily closed the teleportation passageway. Even with the corresponding charms, there's no way to open it again. And it's almost impossible to find them directly from the outside world, apart from Prince Grove, Duchess Georgina, the 2 angels of the royal family, and George III himself. No one can enter. Yes, that's where Kona's Kilgore often hunts. It matches my guess. This means that the Demoness of White isn't lying. I'll go above the grey fog to confirm it later. If that's really the case, it'll be rather troublesome. In the present situation, be it Prince Grove or Duchess Georgina, they're definitely in the sights of the angels. The most difficult thing is how to enter the ruins. Once I enter, the subsequent stages won't be that dangerous. The war has already broken out, and I need to resist the Faceac people. And the number of demigods is limited. It's impossible for George III to have a saint guard every ruin and get an angel to provide aid. As Klein's thoughts raced, he first raised a question, the royal family has 2 angels? In fact, it's not only that, because George III himself might very well be one as well, Demoness of White Katarina answered honestly. Demoness of White Katarina answered honestly, one of the 2 angels is the founder of the Lone Kingdom, Protector William I, who survived from the 4th epoch. He is a sequence 1-hand of Order of the Arbiter pathway. The other is the former Duke of Southville, Dlink Augustus. He is a sequence 2 balancer of the Arbiter pathway. As for how many grade 0 sealed artifacts the royal family has, I'm not sure. The founder on the 10-pound bill is still alive? It feels like history has entered reality. Klein ended his thoughts, nodded, and asked, what's the matter? He then asked, why are you cooperating with George III? For a conqueror beyond her characteristic. It's now in our hands. Katarina's expression turned a little excited. Conqueror was the name of the Red Priest Pathway Sequence 1 potion. Then, will it belong to the Primordial Demoness, or the upper echelons of your church? Klein asked thoughtfully. What are the upper echelons of your church? It will be sacrificed to the Primordial, but we have to first find the sealed artifact that Trissy took away. Currently, it's in the custody of the Sanctus of Darkness. The upper echelons of our church all use colors as their code names. Katerina answered truthfully. After understanding more details, Klein stopped the mediumship and dealt with the altar, allowing the demoness of white spirit to return to the glass window from before. As for himself, his figure suddenly turned transparent. With the help of teleportation, he vanished from the area and met up with his main body and another marionette. After watching German Sparrow leave, the dazed and confused look on Katerina's face suddenly vanished. Her expression became extremely spirited. She then entered the glass window that had turned dark once again. A few seconds later, Sauron Einhorn Medici, who was wearing a black robe with red patterns, and Demoness of White Katerina walked out of the mirror together. The latter's figure was clear and filled with flesh and blood. There were no signs of death at all. Are you saying that he's asking about the other 8 secret mausoleums of George III? The power of mediumship originates from Evernight? The red angel evil spirit stroked its chin and turned its head to ask Katerina. The Demoness of White nodded slightly. Yes. Heh. The red angel evil spirit immediately laughed. He doesn't want George III to become the Black Emperor. Katerina's eyes darted around as she revealed a smile. But it's impossible for him to succeed. No matter how fast he improves and how much help he can receive, there's no way he can resist the combined forces of the royal family, the military, and that organization. No, it's just the Augustus family. With his level and strength, there's no way he can shake them unless Evernight personally takes action. At this point, the Demoness of White asked casually, I'm very surprised. I'm very surprised. Why didn't you just kill me after gaining the absolute advantage? The red angel evil spirit glanced at her and slowly curled up the corners of his mouth. Do you think you have the right to be my true target? P.S. Recommend a book. The author is Xianxia, a god of online literature during the Age of Enlightenment. The title of the book is The Sword of Commandership. It's a story of a top athlete who was bestowed true love by the god of love, but fell in love with swords. He was reborn in a new world where martial arts competitions were all the rage, and he ascended to the top. Upon hearing the red angel evil spirit's answer, Demoness of White Katerina's expression instantly froze. She couldn't help it. Sauron Einhorn Medici laughed and continued, You should have become a demigod at the end of the 4th epoch. You should have become a demigod at the end of the 4th epoch. It's been more than 1,000 years, and you still haven't become an angel. Don't you feel inferior? As for that fellow from before, he originally had to rely on Aztec eggers to face you head-on. He was as weak as a newly hatched chick, but now, in less than a year, he has already advanced to sequence 4 and obtained godhood. He has the strength to fight you. Don't you have any thoughts about this? Don't you think that the previous 1,000 years were a waste? Even a dog might have pushed open that door and become an angel after living for more than 1,000 years. I know what you're thinking. On one hand, you're jealous, and on the other hand, you have a twisted desire. You want to prove yourself by sleeping with him. Which is like you are truly laughable. On the one hand, you have to insist that you're originally a man in your heart to avoid losing yourself and losing control. On the other hand, you have to display your feminine charms and attempt extreme pleasure and intense love. Hunters like us don't have this problem. No matter what gender we were originally, all we have to do is fight, fight, and fight. The primordial is really a twisted fellow. It would be much better for a pure woman to take the path of a demoness. The main goal of you passing down the damage from generation to generation is actually to take revenge on fate, right? Every word from the red angel evil spirit was like a sharp arrow that stabbed into Demoness of White Katerina's heart, causing her pure and exquisite face to twitch. Her smooth, raven-black hair seemed to grow a little thicker. Sauron Einhorn Medici glanced at Katerina and immediately chuckled. Don't tell me you've lost control because of my provocation? What a nostalgic feeling. The red angel evil spirit paused for a moment before saying, You can leave now. If there's anything, remember to recite my honorific name. Of course, I'll come to you directly if necessary. Demoness of White Katerina's expression returned to normal. She frowned slightly and asked in disbelief, You want me to leave just like that? The red angel evil spirit chuckled. Why? You want to sleep with me? If the timing was right, it wasn't impossible, but there were still important things to do now. Don't worry. Since you've already recited my honorific name and given me a drop of your blood, you'll be under my watch and can be affected by me at any time. Have you forgotten the difference between an angel and a saint? Don't you know how powerful those with high positions are? Hee, unless you directly pray to the primordial one and receive a response, you will never be able to escape my gaze. Normally speaking, angels are able to do such a thing, but that is only limited to the situation where only my honorific name has been read. If you don't believe me, I allow you to seek the help of angels. Demoness of White Katerina listened with a slightly gloomy expression. Finally, she smiled. As you wish, Lord Medici. Sauron Einhorn Medici's eyebrows twitched and he said, You don't seem to know your place. I can even imagine the state you were in when you faced the German sparrow. But, I don't care. I forgot to tell you. It's best you immediately confirm the condition of your bloodline descendants. Don't you think there's a problem with German Sparrow being able to find you so easily? Katerina's face turned a little pale at first before turning solemn and solemn. She slowly nodded and said, I understand. After saying that, she immediately retreated and entered the glass window again. Through the illusionary layers of the world in the mirror, it was unknown where she had gone. Seeing the demoness of white disappear, the red angel evil spirit's left cheek suddenly split open with a bloody gash as he let out a voice, What a good actress. She made herself appear as though she's not good at controlling her expression. She's a little restless, but she lacks sufficient intelligence. It's very easy for her to be discovered. That's right. This way, there's a high chance that we'll underestimate her and lower our guard against her. The red angel evil spirit's right cheek also split open with a hideous blood-colored crack. TSK, demonesses are indeed cunning. However, I never underestimate any prey, the red angel evil spirit said with a normal mouth. The red angel evil spirit said with a normal mouth, She wants to numb me and make me underestimate her. It's impossible. The bloody gash on the left side of his face opened and closed as he replied, Then why were you captured by a listed tutor back then? That's because of the two of you. The personality belonging to Medici curled his lips and said, It has nothing to do with underestimating her. The blood-colored crack on his right snorted and said, How does it feel to be someone else's prey, the great god of war, the red angel beside the creator? Not bad. Medici's expression turned a little gloomy, but his words seemed to be at ease. The personality belonging to Sauron said with the crack on his left cheek, You really like to use bluffs to achieve your goals. You're too fond of bluffing to achieve your goals. Alista and the others saw through your bluff and seized the opportunity. And just now, you were bluffing Katerina again. Clearly, you could only show some of your aura and rely on traps and surprise attacks to deal a certain amount of damage. There was no way to quickly finish her off, but you had to pretend that you had recovered to sequence 1 and trick her into chanting your honorific name and handing over her blood. Medici curled his lips again and said, Bluffing is also a normal way of playing poker. Bluffing is also a normal way of playing poker. The effect is pretty good, isn't it? At this point, the red angel chuckled and said, Besides, it's not purely a bluff. Besides, it's not just a bluff. What I like the most is to mix 1 or 2 truths with several bluffs, waiting for the guy who thinks that he has seen through my disguise to step into the trap, just like the mistake you 2 idiots made back then. But you were the first to die, the 2 cracks on the red angel evil spirit's face replied at the same time. Medici said without hesitation, That means that I'm the strongest and most valued. With that said, the 3 personalities of the red angel evil spirit fell silent at the same time. With that said, the 3 personalities of the red angel evil spirit fell silent at the same time. After a few seconds, the blood-colored rift representing Einhorn opened and closed. The connection between German Sparrow and Evernight is closer than I imagined. He should have sensed Katerina's true state just now. Medici chuckled and said, It's fine. This was something that he had tacitly agreed to. Previously, during the Great Smog of Bakeland, those who took direct action had all disappeared. Only that demoness named Trissy was still alive. Doesn't that explain some problems? Sauron and Einhorn didn't say another word as they allowed the bloody wound on their cheeks to squirm and recover. The red angel evil spirit was reflected in the glass window and disappeared from the area around the Bell of Order. Above the grayish-white fog, inside the ancient palace, Klein looked at the topaz pendant that was spinning clockwise in his hand and nodded indiscernibly. He had already used spirit dowsing to confirm Katerina's answers and come to a conclusion that was sufficiently real. Right on the heels of that, he relied on the situation of the 8 secret mausoleums that he had already learned to do a dream divination. He saw the corresponding area and a blurry state. This made Klein realize that it was impossible to enter using normal methods. Even a pry that eliminates any interference would find it difficult to locate the interior. This is very troublesome. Also, the state of the Demoness of White spirit channeling is different from that of Kona's Kilgore and Vin Rambus from before. There are too many expressions, and her answers are more proactive. Is this something special about a Demoness, or is there another factor? With a thought, Klein beckoned for a piece of paper stained with Vice Admiral Ailment's blood. He wrote down the corresponding sentence and did a dream divination to find a target. In the grey world, Klein saw Tracy, who had already escaped the restraints of her spider silk. He saw the Demoness staring out the window. A black and illusory storm filled the air, and it was unknown where it came from. Tracy has escaped. There's no sadness on her face, only a certain amount of anger and confusion. Is her parent-child relationship with the Demoness of White that bad? Perhaps. Just as Klein was feeling puzzled, he saw black flames suddenly burn, causing his dream to quickly melt and shatter. He opened his eyes and confirmed that he could no longer use the blood in his hand to divine Vice Admiral Ailment Tracy. This was because a demigod-level expert had used a mystic spell to sever the connection between the two. Could it be that Demoness of White Katerina isn't dead yet? This? Right, when the red angel evil spirit answered me, it was a rhetorical question. It didn't admit at all. Back then, I was channeling a living person's spirit. Klein was immediately enlightened as he hurriedly did another divination and finally confirmed that the Demoness of White was still alive. Indeed, the red angel evil spirit's true target isn't the Demoness of White. Also, based on the feedback from the progress of the potion's digestion, can it be that the red angel evil spirit is weaker than I imagined? It hasn't even recovered to sequence 2, so it can't quickly finish off the Demoness of White and can only be subdued by other means? Klein pondered for a moment, but he couldn't come to a certain conclusion. He quickly reined in his thoughts and stopped considering this problem. This was because he had already obtained the information he wanted from Demoness of White Katerina. Klein put down the piece of paper stained with Vice Admiral Ailment's blood and suddenly chuckled. It severed a certain connection between the blood and the main body, preventing divination and prophecy from being used as a medium. I wonder if smearing it on the surface of Roselle's travels will still be effective. After looking at the piece of paper for a few seconds, Klein temporarily gave up on the idea of experimenting because there was no need for it at the moment. His focus quickly shifted to whether there was a way to enter the other 8 mausoleums of George III. Normal methods probably won't work. If I can think of it, the angels and saints like George III and him will definitely be able to think of it as well. If it wasn't for the fact that the deities have already tacitly agreed to it, printing this matter into a flyer and distributing it might have a certain effect. Yes, fixed-point teleportation. Tudor ruins. This, as he thought about it, Klein's heart suddenly stirred as he had a guess. In the magnificent palace above the grey fog, Klein stretched out his right hand and tapped the edge of the long mottled table. He silently muttered to himself, the 5 major families of the Tudor dynasty are Amon, Abraham, Antigonus, Jacob, and Tamara. The ones who helped Alista Tudor become Blood Emperor were Adam, Amon, Abraham, and the other kings of angels. Can this be inferred that during the Tudor-Tuluan-Sostal United Empire, Amon and Abraham stood beside one of the 2 consul, Alista? If that's the case, then Blood Emperor Alista Tudor didn't plan on switching pathways in the beginning. When he secretly built the mausoleum, he would have sought help from one or more of Amon, Abraham, or Antigonus. As for Bethel Abraham, he's Mr. Door, and he's in control of the apprentice pathway. In terms of teleportation, even a true god might not be able to compare to him. Therefore, is it possible that the fixed teleportation in the Tudor ruins was set up by Bethel Abraham? The probability is very high. Yes, only an important figure like Mr. Door can allow the entry and exit of secret ruins to reach such a level. It's impossible for my divination above the gray fog to locate him, and it's difficult for an angel who's in charge of concealment to directly infiltrate. Amidst his thoughts, Klein was more and more inclined to believe that his guess was close to the truth. I wonder if Mr. Dorr left behind the corresponding information to provide accurate positioning information or other methods of entry and exit. This will require Miss Magicians to ask her teacher again. Sigh, I really hope that Miss Magicians can become a traveler as soon as possible. That way, I won't need to rely on writing letters to contact her teacher. I can directly teleport over. Yes, I can do it now, but recording so many trips will scare her teacher and attract suspicion. How troublesome. If the House of Abraham doesn't have any records left behind, should I attempt to speak to Mr. Dorr? That's not only troublesome, it's also dangerous. Most importantly, Miss Magicians hasn't reached sequence 5. She can't hear me clearly every time, much less respond to Mr. Dorr. It's impossible for me to turn her into my marionette or descend and possess her body. Back when Klein first pulled Magician's furs above the gray fog, he had seriously considered the problem of communicating with Mr. Dorr through her after he advanced. Later, the more he learned, the more fearful he became. He didn't dare take the risk. Moreover, at his current level, he lacked sufficiently effective and safe methods. After a series of thoughts, Klein suddenly sighed softly and said a word, "You're not a good person." Patience, above the sea, on an island where pirates were more active. Furs picked up the glass and took a sip of the transparent, colorless liquid expectantly. Her face scrunched up, as if she had tasted something disgusting. Pooey, isn't this Lanty proof too inferior? Why are they drinking it so happily? Furs put down the glass, raised her right hand, and fanned her mouth. She muttered softly, apart from the high alcohol content, it has no other advantages. Oh right, it's also cheap. After drinking a mouthful of cold water from another cup, Furs picked up a fountain pen and wrote in a rather poor quality notebook, "The pirates here only pursue strong alcohol, and they pay attention to the price. To them, getting drunk is more important than anything else. 3 pirate friends I know told me that this port city was built by them. In the beginning, they docked their ships here, hid their harvest, and settled their families. Later, bankrupt people, adventurers, and tax evaders came here and settled down. They opened up wastelands on the island and built houses. Later, a trading market was formed, and the merchants at sea swarmed over like sharks that smelled blood." At this point, Furs raised her head and looked at the 3 pirates who were curled up in the corner. "Do you have anything else to say?" The 3 burly pirates shuddered at the same time, scowling miserably. "No, I really don't. I have to say, imitating Mr. World to deal with pirates feels pretty good." Furs sighed inwardly, shook her head, retracted her gaze, and continued writing. "The atmosphere here is very open. If a woman takes a liking to a man, she can also name a price. Similarly, if a man takes a liking to another man, and if a woman takes a liking to another woman, it's also possible. According to my 3 pirate friends, because of the long period of depression and boredom, it's inevitable that some people would try taboo behavior. In this aspect, they were very honest, and each described their own experiences. In addition, they let me know something I didn't dare to believe in the past: pirates actually advocated democracy and justice. This has completely subverted my understanding. But if I think about it carefully, it doesn't seem difficult to understand. At least they didn't say that they were pursuing justice. The explanation given by my 3 pirate friends is that when a person and their weapons don't have absolute strength, the majority on a pirate ship will definitely prevail. Furthermore, steering a large ship requires the cooperation of many people. When these factors add up, it leads to a pirate crew being very democratic. Every once in a while, a captain will be voted out or even killed by his subordinates. I believe that if a captain has absolute strength, the pirate crew will definitely develop into another form." At this point, Furs looked out the window again. She saw that under the blue sky and white clouds, buildings made of wood or stone surrounded a market. From time to time, she could see a few children in tattered clothes hopping past. Listening to the lively commotion, Furs wrote again, "That's right. There's no urban planning here. Everyone casually builds houses and expands the borders. As a result, many roads can only accommodate one person. There's no sunlight at all. My first thought was that once a fire broke out, the consequences would be terrible. Bakeland once had a similar tragedy. However, my 3 pirate friends told me that it wasn't worth worrying about. This is because it's humid and rainy here, and people with strange powers don't try to hide it. This place hasn't been affected by the war. Although it's chaotic, it gives people a sense of tranquility. Also, what they're most afraid of isn't King of the Five Seas Nast, nor are they afraid of all sorts of terrifying legends, but the crazy adventurer, German Sparrow. Every pirate is warning each other not to drink too late, not to walk at night, and not to relieve themselves in alleys because it might very well cause them to go missing. And the murderer is rumored to be that gentleman. This is a form of hunting? As she wrote, Firz's expression gradually turned solemn. She hurriedly took out another stack of paper and continued with the existing content. The hospital's nights are always filled with a special coldness. The darkness outside the window is also thicker than other places. No one knows why the lady in the single ward would get her family to bring mushrooms and weeds. No one knows where these things end up. In short, there aren't any signs of a fire in the ward, nor are there any junk outside. This makes the nurses suspect that the patient is secretly eating the mushrooms and weeds. In Afternoon Town, which was built on a mountain and divided into upper, middle, and lower levels, in the city of Silver's camp. Derek Berg clasped his hands and placed them in front of his mouth. He softly chanted, "The fool that doesn't belong to this era." After chanting piously, he stood up, picked up the ancient cross covered in verdigris, and walked towards the bonfire outside. As the unshadowed crucifix rejected other mystical items, his hammer, Thunder God's roar, could only be carried by Chaim and Joshua for the time being. While the City of Silver's expedition team was gathering, Klein, who was in Bakeland, had already arrived above the gray fog. He picked up the sea god's scepter, and with the expansion and contraction of one of the crimson stars, he saw the situation in Afternoon Town and expanded his vision towards the giant king's court. If he didn't use the prayer light and the sea god's scepter, just by using the crimson stars, Klein temporarily didn't have such a wide range of observation. As he moved his gaze, Klein's eyes gradually reflected a resplendent but gloomy dusk. The area where the dusk enveloped was filled with countless palaces, towers, and majestic city walls. They were magnificent and gorgeous, as though they were a miracle that only existed in myths and legends. Furthermore, they had been frozen in time. Giant King's Court. Klein attempted to zoom in, but he realized that he couldn't see the exact situation beneath the dusk. As expected of an ancient god's divine kingdom. Furthermore, it's not the kind that has been abandoned or hidden. It's no wonder the kings of angels chose this place as a secret gathering spot. I hope that little son's prayer after entering the giant king's court will help me see it a little more clearly. Klein nodded in thought. At the same time, he cast a portion of his attention to Shepherd Elder Lovia and discovered that the lady was hiding in illusory silver full-body armor. This should be the evil spirit that she grazed. I haven't seen the true creator exert any influence on it for now. Klein slowly exhaled as he patiently waited for the subsequent developments. After a while, under Chief Colin Iliad's lead, Derek Berg and the other 9 members of the expedition team left the Afternoon Town camp. They followed the gray stone staircase, passing through the towering and dark buildings as they headed for the peak. They were at least sequence 6 Beyonders, and most of them belonged to the warrior pathway. They advanced at a relatively fast speed, and after clearing a few waves of monsters that were mainly rotting giants, they finally arrived at the area shrouded in dusk. They were shocked by the magnificent buildings that exuded a strong sense of epicness. No one spoke for a moment. This was also the first time they had encountered a place where there was natural light without alternating lightning. Demon Hunter Colin narrowed his eyes, took out a metal bottle, and drank the liquid inside. After generations of changes, they were already more accustomed to the dark environment with frequent lightning. They had an instinctive fear towards the situation of dusk. They were both hopeful and fearful. After drinking the potion they had prepared and mentally preparing themselves, Colin Iliad and Shepherd Lovia led the members of the expedition team into the area with the light of dusk. Before Derek could sense anything, he saw the unshadowed crucifix in his hand fall to the ground, revealing a corporeal body formed from pure light. The light emitted by the corporeal body was no longer clear. It was dyed with the orange-red color unique to dusk. Right on the heels of that, Derek felt his condition plummet to rock bottom. It was as though he was at the most exhausted moment of daytime. He was prepared to welcome the approaching night. The huge building stood quietly in the frozen dusk. There was no sound around it, as though it was an oil painting. While traversing through such an environment, Derek Berg was even more tense than when exploring the depths of the darkness. The hair on his back stood on end. After entering the area enveloped in dusk, the entire expedition team, including Chief Colin Iliad and Shepherd Elder Lovia, inevitably showed signs of exhaustion and decline. They felt as though they were nearing the end of their lives. And as they proceeded forward, the rotting giants that wandered the roads or rushed out of different buildings increased in number and strength. With one side weakened and the other strengthened, it became difficult to advance. After a few intense battles, the City of Silver's expedition team finally broke through the monsters' blockade and obstruction. They arrived at an extremely quiet area without any sound. It left their scalps tingling. With regards to this, demon hunter Colin Iliad had no choice but to break the silence and remind them, "This means that we have truly entered the Giant King's court and are about to approach the core. This means that we have truly entered the Giant King's court and are about to approach the core. The danger level will only increase and not decrease." Upon hearing this, a small number of members of the expedition team wavered due to the influence of dusk. From their point of view, although they didn't dare to stay most of the time in the earlier stages, afraid that they would be surrounded by the rotting giants, there was still a situation where they could rest and adjust themselves after clearing out all the monsters in a small area. They had obtained quite a number of Beyonder characteristics, mystical ingredients, and potion formulas. It could be said that they had gained enough from this exploration, and there was no need to continue venturing deeper. What they needed to do now was to find a suitable building and set up an advance base in preparation for the second exploration. Faced with such a suggestion, Colin Iliad didn't say anything else. He only emphasized that the goal of this exploration was to figure out the general situation of the Giant King's court as much as possible, so as to accumulate enough information for the subsequent operations. Then, he got a team member named Antiona to pacify those who had wavered. As Shepherd Elder Lovia also supported the chief, the small number of members of the expedition team quickly adjusted their mentality and followed the chief quietly. After a while, they saw a huge stone staircase. It was grayish-white in color, but it was dyed with an orange-yellow glow. It was both gorgeous and silent. Each level of the staircase was relatively high. If it were an ordinary human, it would definitely be very strenuous for them to walk. Fortunately, the shortest member of the expedition team, Elder Lovia, was close to 1.9 meters tall and could control strong winds. Above the huge staircase was a majestic city wall that one had to look up to see the top. There were many burn marks on it, and some places were pierced by arrows that were as thick as ordinary trees and several meters long, causing some of the stones to collapse. In the middle of the city wall was a pair of double doors that were dozens of meters tall. The color of the door was more grayish-blue, and there were many golden nails embedded in it. 2 guards stood outside the door, giving off a strong sense of oppression just by looking at them. They were about 5 to 6 meters tall and wore exquisite and sturdy silver full-body armor. One of them held a greatsword, while the other held a giant axe to the ground. Behind their visors, there was an orange-red light that looked like a single eye. Silver Knight. Demon Hunter Colin raised his right hand and held his sword horizontally, stopping the members of the expedition team behind him. He had already unsheathed the 2 swords on his back and smeared them with different drugs. Silver Knight. Derek Berg's eyelids twitched as his heart palpitated. He had recently come into contact with some information that only the upper echelons knew from the chief. He knew that the Giant Pathways Sequence 3 was called Silver Knight, and he also knew that the City of Silver lacked the correct potion formula, but they had the corresponding Beyonder characteristics. What surprised and horrified Derek was that the gatekeepers at the core of the Giant King's court were 2 Sequence 3 demigods. This was a level higher than the strongest combat power of the City of Silver, and this was only the area of the King's court's entrance. If he could go deeper, it was unknown what he would encounter. After his horror, Derek couldn't help but feel a certain sense of anticipation. Perhaps, in the Giant King's court, he could find the potion formula for the Giant Pathway after Sequence 4. That way, the chief might become a Silver Knight, greatly increasing the strength of the City of Silver. When the time came, he would be able to explore the Giant King's court further, find more potion formulas, hunt more monsters, and obtain more high-level Beyonder characteristics and mystical ingredients. Subconsciously, Derek looked around and realized that Joshua, Hyam, Antiona, and the other members of the expedition team had the same reaction as him. They were nervous and fearful, but also a little hopeful. At this moment, Shepherd Elder Lovia took 2 steps forward and stood beside Colin Iliad. She looked up at the grayish-blue door and the 2 silver knights who were in an unknown state. If there's only one, we have a chance of dealing with it. What she really meant was that with 2 silver knights, even if they were willing to suffer massive casualties, there was no way for them to wipe out the enemy. After all, even if the chief could control his mythical creature form and could normally fight as Sequence 3, the environment here didn't allow him to make such an attempt. The Shroud of Dusk brought about decay, and what could originally be withstood might not be withstood. Colin Iliad nodded and glanced at Lovia and Derek Berg. After observing the area ahead for a while, he said, "That's right." After observing for a while, he said, "From the looks of it, as long as we don't approach the door, the 2 guards won't attack us. Perhaps we can try to lure one of the Silver Knights away and do a solo cleanup?" The female warrior named Antiona deliberated and made a suggestion. She had medium-length burgundy hair, and her facial features weren't considered exquisite, but when combined, they were extremely imposing and beautiful. In this expedition, her main mission was to rely on a sealed artifact she wielded to treat the psychological problems of her team members and resist enemies with psychic domain powers. Antiona's actual idea was for her and the other members to lure one of the Silver Knights away and rely on the terrain and their cooperation to deal with it. Meanwhile, the chief and Elder Lovia would join forces to deal with the remaining one, hoping to finish it off as soon as possible. This was a textbook method of dealing with similar situations in the City of Silver. Even if there's only one Silver Knight, it will be very difficult. Furthermore, there's no guarantee that the Silver Knight you lure away won't directly reveal its mythical creature form. Demon Hunter Colin calmly rejected Antiona's suggestion. Ignoring the fact that the Silver Knight had powerful Beyonder powers, as long as it revealed its mythical creature form, most of the members of the City of Silver's expedition team wouldn't be able to look at it directly. They would be affected, making it impossible for them to deal with it. Without waiting for the other team members to speak, Colin Iliad looked back and said, "Let's take another path." Let's take another path. Derek found some information in Afternoon Town's Reflection World. It records a passageway behind the Giant King's court. Shepherd Elder Lovia's gaze immediately cast at Derek Berg. Her gaze was indifferent, calm, and emotionless. Derek subconsciously raised the unshadowed crucifix in his hand a little higher, restraining his indescribable trembling. "All right." Lovia agreed with Colin Iliad's suggestion. Hence, the expedition team retreated from the huge stone staircase and circled to the left. Before long, they saw a rugged path. On the right was a towering cliff, and on the left was a bottomless cloud that was tainted with the light of dusk. Of course, the path was only relative to the giants. To the members of the City of Silver's expedition team, it was still relatively spacious. As they walked forward, Derek and company's spiritual perception was triggered at the same time as they subconsciously looked to the side. At the edge of the cliff, grayish-blue swollen palms reached out from the orange-red clouds. They were densely packed and difficult to count. If they were all giants, even if they were only Sequence 7 or Sequence 6 giants, this number was enough to wipe out the City of Silver's expedition team. Colin Iliad was just about to swing the sword in his hand when Derek suddenly had a subtle feeling. He hurriedly raised the unshadowed crucifix in his hand a little higher and pressed a finger on a particular thorn, causing bright red blood to seep out. The glow of dusk emitted by the pure cross suddenly brightened, as if it had returned to the state of noon. They surged towards the edge of the cliff, enveloping the grayish-blue giants that were attempting to climb up. These giants froze at the same time as their bodies faded inch by inch, quickly melting away. They weren't real giants, but the wraiths and shadows left behind by the giants after their tragic deaths. Therefore, the unshadowed crucifix could sense them. It was a saint-level sealed artifact of the Sun Domain, the nemesis of wraiths, shadows, and evil spirits. After easily finishing off these monsters, the City of Silver's expedition team continued advancing warily. After a while, they finally circled around the mountain wall and cliff and saw a dark forest. In the forest, the trees were dozens of meters tall and extremely thick. However, their bark was peeling off, and their trunks were rotting. Their leaves and branches were withered, giving off a sense of decline. The branches and leaves were supposed to be entangled together, forming a barrier in midair to block the light of dusk, making the interior dim. But at this moment, due to the large number of collapsed trees, the orange-red light had already scattered across most of the forest that could be seen with the naked eye. This is the waning forest where the giant ancestor, the parents of the giant king, is buried. Derek looked ahead and silently calculated how much longer he could use the unshadowed crucifix before speaking to the chief and his teammates. Colin Iliad stared at the forest for a while and said, "It's already been destroyed. Even if there's any remaining danger, it won't be too strong. We can attempt to explore it." "Yes, Your Excellency," Derek replied without hesitation. "My cross can resist the environment here. I will walk in front." He remembered that Mr. World had warned him that there might be some kind of corruption lurking in the forest, and that the unshadowed crucifix could provide an effective warning. The white-haired Colin nodded slightly. "Be careful of your surroundings." Derek took a silent breath and strode towards the waning forest. At the same time, he used the convenience of walking in front to softly recite Mr. Fool's honorific name. Then, Klein, who had his vision blocked by the dusk and had been offline for a period of time, could finally see the exact situation. However, he was unable to expand his vision too far. The interior of the forest, which should have been dark and decaying, was filled with the orange-red light of dusk. Where it was intense, it was like a burning fire. However, it inevitably brought with it a sense of glory that was about to end and irreversible. Derek Berg held the unshadowed crucifix condensed from pure light as he slowly walked in front. To his left was the grizzled demon hunter Colin Iliad, who held 2 swords in his hands. To his right was Hyam, who held Thunder God's roar. This 2-meter-tall half-giant was prepared to exchange his sealed artifact with Derek at any moment. The light emitted by the unshadowed crucifix became even dimmer here, as if the sun had already set to the horizon, leaving only a wisp of golden afterglow. Of course, the people in the City of Silver had never seen such a scene before. They could only rely on the descriptions in ancient literature to imagine it. Similarly, today was the first time they had seen what dusk was. Woo, as the exploration team ventured deeper. The waning forest, which was so quiet that it was almost frozen, began to have the sound of wind, as if countless living beings were crying in the depths. However, Derek and the rest didn't feel the wind blowing on them at all. Woo, the sound of the wind became more and more intense, shaking his soul. Derek suddenly felt a chill at the back of his neck. It made his hair stand on end, and his body and mind turned cold. Normally, a human's instinct would be to shrink their necks, raise their arms, and block behind them. They would then half-turn their bodies to observe the situation and prepare to launch an attack. However, Derek didn't do so. This was because in a dangerous environment, rashly turning one's head would often result in an extremely terrifying situation. Furthermore, he had the chief and his teammates behind him. He had full confidence that they would be able to react in time and place his life in their hands. With a whoosh, the silver blade, which was surrounded by tiny electric snakes, flew past Derek's neck and evaporated into the light of dusk with a blurry and distorted figure. At the same time, the unshadowed crucifix seemed to have received some sort of stimulation. It suddenly broke free from its dim state, allowing the light it emitted to become bright and pure once again. It was dawn in the surrounding area. Indescribable black shadows appeared one after another in the light of dawn and quickly melted away. After everything calmed down, Derek stared ahead and asked in puzzlement, "What's going on? What are these?" Unlike vengeful spirits, shadows, and evil spirits. Demon Hunter Colin looked around and slowly said, "Some kind of remnadora. Some kind of remnadora. It seems to have fused with the power of dusk, causing a certain mutation. I've never seen such a monster before." Derek tightened his grip on the unshadowed crucifix and moved his other finger to the thorns. With the targeted abilities of the unshadowed crucifix, the expedition team proceeded rather smoothly. Before long, they arrived deep in the waning forest. They could vaguely see the distant cliff and orange clouds through the trees. The damage here wasn't too serious. The branches and leaves were connected in midair, blocking the solidified dusk and causing the surroundings to darken. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fant, in, God ve ben at t, and in. The figure was very blurry, as though it was eternal and unchanging, as though it was a projection from a mythical era. Its skin was grayish-blue, and it wore a silver-gray armor that seemed to be stained with blood. There was a glow on its face that resembled the setting sun, which seemed to be the manifestation of its eyes. Its mere existence caused the surrounding trees and the void to bend, causing everything to uncontrollably begin to decay. Upon witnessing this scene, without any reason, everyone present had a thought: Giant King, the ancient god, Ormer. Joshua, Hyam, Aunt Iona, and the other members of the expedition team had their skin covered in granules. Bit by bit, they turned grayish-blue. At their glabella, flesh and blood squirmed, as though a monster was about to drill out. At the same time, they entered a state that was close to losing control. They didn't even see the mythical creature form. Just by approaching the figure, they showed signs of losing control at the same time. It became more and more serious. Derek Berg was relatively fine. This was because the pure light of the unshadowed crucifix enveloped him, giving him a warm feeling, allowing him to temporarily resist the corrosion of decay. At this moment, Colin Iliad had already bent his back. Holding two swords smeared with ointment, he charged at the terrifying figure at high speed, stirring up a hurricane. However, this demon hunter didn't charge in a straight line. His footwork was strange, causing his body to sway left and right as he approached the enemy in a wave-like manner. The gigantic figure that stood in the dusk watched everything with its sun-like eyes. It didn't show any emotions, as though it was a stone statue that had been carved. Suddenly, the glow on its face flickered. It then crouched down and slammed its fists into the ground. Bang! The ground shook violently as a rift opened up, causing Derek and company to lose their balance. They staggered and were about to fall. As for Demon Hunter Colin, he leaped up first and leaped more than 10 meters into the air. With a condescending posture, he slashed out with the two swords in his hands. At this moment, the figure that seemed to come from a mythical legend pulled out an illusory greatsword formed from the light of dusk from the crack in the ground and swung it forward. An orange-red storm of light suddenly took shape and swept towards Demon Hunter Colin, Derek, and the others who were behind him. Wherever the light passed, the trees withered and the soil turned to sand. Everything irreversibly entered the path of decay. Bang! The storm that was brewing at dusk was blocked by an invisible wall, causing the entire forest to shake. At some point in time, Shepherd Elder Lovia appeared beside Derek. In front of her was a tall, illusory figure covered in silver armor. The figure with dark red eyes knelt on one knee and stabbed an illusory greatsword into the ground, creating an abnormally strong invisible wall. Clang! At this moment, Demon Hunter Colin's two swords slashed at the nearly 10-meter-tall figure that had the aura of an ancient god. It triggered countless bolts of lightning. As the silver bolts darted about, the terrifying figure wasn't injured at all. However, the silver-gray armor that was covered in blood spots dimmed a little. Colin used the rebound force to leap up again. He somersaulted in midair and launched another attack. In the decay domain, he didn't dare release his mythical creature form because it was very likely that he wouldn't be able to reverse the situation. Seeing that the illusory figure that came from myths and legends had been blocked, Derek hurriedly followed the sudden tremors and heat of the unshadowed crucifix in his palm and pressed his finger on a spike. His blood, accompanied by pain, flowed into the cross. Vigorous and bright light surged out, flew into the air, and turned down. In an instant, it enveloped the silhouette in silver armor, whose eyes were like small suns. Amidst the sacred, solemn, and pure light, the gigantic and illusory figure stopped moving. It was as though it had encountered its natural nemesis, and the silver-gray armor that was stained with the light of dusk showed signs of melting. Seizing this opportunity, the ghost rider in front of Shepherd Elder Lovia pulled out the illusory greatsword that had been stabbed into the ground. With silver cracks that occasionally appeared and vanished, it instantly slashed at the enemy. Demon Hunter Colin's two swords came down from above like the rays of the morning sun, covering the ancient figure's head. Joshua, Hyam, and company didn't hesitate as they launched their strongest attacks. After 3 consecutive rounds, the illusory figure that seemed to have traveled through spacetime finally began to dissipate, disintegrating into orange-red dots of light that resembled burning flames. Demon Hunter Colin landed on the ground and looked at this scene. He deliberated for a moment before saying, "That's right." He deliberated for a moment and said, "It should be the remnant protective will of the Giant King. After years of fusion with the environment here, it has a certain amount of strength and form. It's a type of evil spirit. What kind of secret is hidden here?" Upon hearing the chief's words, everyone cast their gazes forward, towards the spot where the terrifying illusory figure had blocked. The atmosphere instantly turned heavy. Thankfully, it's only an evil spirit that has been restrained by the unshadowed crucifix. It's only a remnant will with almost no strength. Even after thousands of years, it's still so terrifying. What would a true ancient god look like? Why does he have such a strong will to protect this place? Is it because his parents are buried here? As he heaved a sigh of relief, he followed the chief and the others to approach the two tombstones with puzzlement and curiosity. Phew. I don't need to do anything. I have to say that this unshadowed crucifix is really useful in the Giant King's court. It's so useful that I'm beginning to suspect if this is Adam's goal. Above the grey fog, Klein heaved a sigh of relief as he lowered the sea god's scepter. He then cast his gaze at the place where the Giant King's will had been protecting for thousands of years. The first thing he saw were two mottled ancient tombstones. On them were the words Father and Mother written in Jotun. They contained the mystery of being able to stir the powers of nature. It made one feel a mixture of nostalgia, sadness, pain, and guilt the moment they saw it. Without realizing it, they would be infected and feel depressed. Behind the stone monument was a grave, but it had already been destroyed, revealing two black coffins below. It was unknown who had opened the lid of the coffin, as if to confirm something. This bathed the two grayish-white skeletons inside in the light that penetrated through the leaves, dyeing them with an orange-red color that resembled blood. The two skeletons were humanoid in shape. One wasn't more than 9 meters tall, and the other wasn't more than 8 meters tall. One of the two humanoid skeletons wasn't more than 9 meters tall, and the other wasn't more than 8 meters tall. They looked ordinary, but they gave Klein an unimaginable shock above the grey fog. At that moment, he felt as though he had returned to the time when he saw the door of light and the cocoon. Although his emotions were different, the shock he felt was almost the same. These aren't the corpses of giants. They definitely belong to humans. Giant King Ormer's parents were humans? Klein's pupils dilated as though he wanted to take a clearer look. However, no matter how he observed and scrutinized them, he couldn't find any characteristics of giants from the two grayish-white skeletons. Their limbs were of normal proportions, and their skulls had two eye sockets. They were definitely not underage giants. After a brief silence, Klein lowered the sea god's scepter in his hand again as thoughts flashed through his mind. Perhaps they aren't blood-related parents. Perhaps, the ancestors of giants, the origins of giants are humans. In the chaotic and crazy first epoch, some humans fused with Beyonder characteristics and mutated into cruel, bloodthirsty, and irrational giants who had the instinct to reproduce. On the one hand, their descendants inherited their physical characteristics, and on the other hand, they gradually found their normal mental state. Thus, they stabilized into a barbaric and bloody species. Among them, Giant King Ormer was the first batch of mutants, but he retained a certain degree of rationality to a certain extent, so he became an ancient god. Is the source of all of this really like the legends say, the original creator? After his thoughts settled into guesses, Klein's imagination ran wild as he developed even more questions. Why did the Giant King designate the waning forest as a forbidden land, forbidding any living beings from entering? He didn't wish for the fact that the giants originated from humans to be known, but if that's the case, he could have just cremated the remains of his parents. There's no need to go through so much trouble. Besides, what's with that strong sense of guilt? Who opened the tomb? The ancient sun god who killed the Giant King. The god of dawn, Badheil, or the other subsidiary gods of the Giant King's court who survived. Also, since the ancestors of the giants were humans, what about the elves, Sanguine, and other humanoid Beyonder creatures? The ancestors of dragons were actually lizards? In the early and middle period of the Second Era, were the conflicts between the demi-humans and the aliens because of different factors? Due to the lack of sufficient clues and information, Klein found it difficult to make any judgments, nor was he able to think of any more possibilities. All he could do was forcefully restrain his thoughts and focus his attention on the City of Silver's expedition team. At that moment, Demon Hunter Colin had led Lovia, Derek, and company to the front of the stone monument and saw the corpse in the tomb. They also fell into an indescribable silence, and no one spoke for a while. Finally, Joshua, who was wearing a scarlet glove, asked hesitantly. "These are the Giant King's parents?" From the point of view of the City of Silver's Dawn Paladin, the height of the two corpses didn't look like giants. They weren't even taller than him when he had just reached adulthood. If he was a young giant, his body proportions and facial features did not match either. Joshua's question echoed around the room, but no one answered. After a few seconds, Demon Hunter Colin slowly said, "That's right. That's why it's a secret." He didn't mention his thoughts and guesses. Does this mean that the giants are actually a branch of humanity, a differentiation brought about by the mutation of the Beyonder characteristic? The wine-red-haired Antiona said thoughtfully when she heard that. The giant ancestor was human? Derek felt a little dizzy from this possibility. He had a nagging feeling that there was a huge difference between the two. As his thoughts raced, he thought of his companions who had lost control, especially those of the giant pathway. He vaguely felt that it wasn't impossible. Those who lost control would often become abnormally large. Their skin would be dyed grayish-blue, and a huge crack would appear between their eyebrows, sucking in both sides of their eyes. "Perhaps," Demon Hunter Colin replied briefly. The members of the City of Silver's expedition team fell silent once again. In such an atmosphere, Derek glanced at Shepherd Elder Lovia and realized that the member of the 6-member council had a calm expression. She wasn't solemn or absent-minded. At this moment, Demon Hunter Colin surveyed the area and said, "Form a team of 2 to 3 people. Form groups of 2 to 3 people and search the surrounding area. See if there are any other gains." The members of the expedition team snapped back to their senses and carefully began their exploration according to the chief's instructions. Unfortunately, apart from trees, stone monuments, and tombs, there was nothing of value in this waning forest. Without any further delay, Derek and Chaim exchanged the sealed items on them to prevent their Beyonder characteristics from being expelled by the unshadowed crucifix. Then, they followed Demon Hunter Colin out of the waning forest, circled around a boulder that protruded from the mountain wall, and found a huge cave that was 30 meters tall. Outside the cave, there was originally a stone monument, but it had already shattered and collapsed, with weeds growing over it. Under the orange-red light of dusk, there was an indescribable sense of decay. After entering the cave, the City of Silver's expedition team followed the weathered stone slabs and the peeling murals. They walked through the withered grass and rough gravel as they explored forward with abnormal vigilance. With every step they took, they felt their lives weaken as they constantly lost moisture. After an unknown period of time, the City of Silver's expedition team finally saw an open, grayish-blue door. On both sides of the door, there were pieces of iron-black fragments that seemed to belong to some kind of armor. "There should have been guards here," Demon Hunter Colin said simply, took out a bottle of medicine, and gulped it down. His light blue eyes were quickly dyed with a layer of dark yellow as 2 complex dark green symbols appeared in his pupils. After carefully observing the grayish-blue door for a while, he nodded and walked into the dark hall. After everyone passed through the door and entered, the hall seemed to be pulled by an invisible hand. With a clanging sound, it quickly climbed upwards. More than 10 seconds later, the hall stopped moving upwards. A magnificent hall propped up by stone pillars appeared outside the door. It seemed to be the residence of the guards. Derek subconsciously looked around and swept his gaze across the various objects in the hall. He saw 2 murals with ancient characteristics. The main character of one of the murals was a giant wearing silver full-body armor that emitted an obvious glow. Where his eyes were, there was a blob of dawn. In the middle of the other mural stood a female giant with dark brown hair. She was wearing leather armor and a long skirt. She was holding wheat ears, fruits, and other items. Around her were fields of harvest, clear lakes, trees bearing fruit, and bright mushrooms. The god of dawn, Badhile. The goddess of harvest, Omabella. Derek came to a realization as he nodded slightly. He then retracted his gaze and saw that the chief was staring at the mural that represented the goddess of harvest. His expression was still as solemn as before. Is the chief hoping that the City of Silver can also have a true harvest? As Derek pondered, he followed Shepherd Elder Lovia's instructions and formed a team with the others to search for valuable items and check if there were any hidden passageways. About 7 or 8 minutes later, they gathered and followed Chief Colin Iliad to the door of the hall. Colin Iliad inserted the 2 swords in his hands into the gap between the stone slabs in front of him. He stretched out his hands and pressed them against the 2 sides of the door. With just a bit of force, it opened with a heavy thud. The orange-red and resplendent light of dusk silently shone in. The palaces and towers that the City of Silver's expedition team had seen from afar were reflected in their eyes in an extremely impactful manner. The gigantic, magnificent, epic, and mythical feeling became even more distinct and shocking due to the extreme distance. It made everyone subconsciously hold their breaths and forget everything else as they immersed themselves in such a scenery. It was the same for Klein above the grey fog. This was the king's court that belonged to the giants. This was a true divine kingdom. After about 10 seconds, Demon Hunter Colin pulled out his 2 swords, turned his body, and said to Shepherd Lovia, "Try to see the situation on both sides. Try to see the situation on both sides of the road." "I can't see very clearly." The 2 dark green symbols in his eyes were slowly dissipating. Lovia tersely acknowledged and took 2 steps forward to the door. Outside was a platform with stairs on both sides. In front of it was a guardrail formed by grayish-white stone pillars, facing the tallest building in the area. There was a huge bluish-gray door, and both sides seemed to be engraved with countless mysterious symbols. It looked extremely solemn. Corridors, stairs, and other things connected the layers of palaces and towers together, making it look grand and gorgeous. Lovia's silver-gray, slightly curly hair floated up, and the stones on the ground that were bathed in the light of dusk protruded, forming a grayish-white doll. This doll didn't have any spirituality. It was like a puppet that was being controlled as it walked to the left. It followed the stairs and went down 1 level at a time amidst the rich orange-red light, helping the expedition team confirm the situation. Suddenly, its body paused, and a fine silver light burst out from within, turning it into countless pieces. Shepherd Lovia wasn't alarmed. She followed the previous steps and created another stone golem, making it walk to the right. This time, the stone golem walked all the way to the end of the stairs and stopped at the entrance of the palace below. Nothing happened along the way. Demon Hunter Colin had been watching intently the entire time. Only then did he say, "We'll walk to the right, but we have to be careful." Although he didn't detect any danger, the fact that he couldn't tell the actual situation with his beyonder powers was enough to explain many problems. With such a reminder, Derek and company became even more tense. The 3 of them formed a team and helped each other as they slowly walked down. As they walked along the tall stairs, Joshua, who was wearing scarlet gloves, suddenly heard a series of tapping sounds behind him. It was as if someone was slowly and quietly following them. And behind them, Shepherd Elder Lovia was to the side. From the corner of his eye, he could tell that the footsteps were definitely not made by her. Joshua's heart turned cold as he hurriedly said in a deep voice, "There are footsteps behind me." Lovia turned her head and made the 5-meter-tall silver knight appear in front of her. She sized up Joshua's back with her scarlet eyes. After a few seconds of silence, the shepherd elder shook her head. "There's nothing. P.S. Seeking monthly recommendation votes on Monday." Shepherd Lovia's response made Joshua even more vigilant. He looked at the other members of the expedition team and asked anxiously, "What's going on?" Did you hear any abnormal footsteps? With the Thunder God's roar hammer and the straight broadsword in hand, Derek recalled for a few seconds before shaking his head in denial. With the unshadowed crucifix in hand, Hyam looked at the sealed artifact whose gaze didn't change. He replied, "Perhaps you were hallucinating?" "No, I heard it clearly." Joshua, who was wearing a scarlet glove, frowned and expressed his opinion. Upon hearing this, Demon Hunter Colin, who was walking right in front, turned his body and calmly instructed, "Hyam, Antiona, check on Joshua's condition." "Hyam, Antiona, check on Joshua's condition." "Yes, Your Excellency." Hyam immediately walked in front of Joshua and placed the unshadowed crucifix, which was formed from pure light, on his teammate's forehead. However, the sealed artifact didn't experience any changes. Right on the heels of that, the wine-red-haired female warrior, Antiona, also came to Joshua's side and raised her left hand. She wore a pale gold bracelet on her wrist, and there were 3 small bells covered in golden scales hanging from it. The tinkling sounds echoed in the surroundings, calming Joshua's mind. He was no longer as tense and anxious. No problem. Antiona cast her gaze at Chief Colin Iliad. Colin's eyes were already suffused with 2 complex dark green symbols. He looked at Joshua for a few seconds and nodded. It might not be a hallucination, but you have to constantly pay attention to whether there's anything abnormal about you. Seeing that the chief supported him, Joshua secretly heaved a sigh of relief. All right. Temporarily putting aside their doubts, the City of Silver's expedition team continued down the huge staircase that was bathed in the light of dusk. Suddenly, everyone heard a muffled groan. From the corner of his eye, Derek Berg saw Joshua raise his hands and clutch his neck tightly. As he was a Dawn Paladin, he was extremely strong. Just as he let out a grunt, his hand snapped his neck with a crack. Joshua collapsed with a gloomy and twisted expression. His eyes were filled with disbelief. The one who killed him was actually himself. Although Derek and the rest couldn't react in time to what had happened, their long years of training and experience in the depths of the darkness made them instinctively form a battle formation, and they were wary of any subsequent attacks. Then, they heard another muffled groan. It was from Shepherd Elder Lovia. The silver-haired lady's facial muscles tightened, and there was an obvious twitch and wriggle, as if she was growing another face. She fell to her knees on the wide staircase with a thud. The pain was indescribable. She slowly but uncontrollably raised her hands and pinched her neck. Just as Lovia was about to exert her strength, 2 swords smeared with silver ointment reached out and parried her palms. The prepared demon hunter Colin responded in time. Lovia's body twitched as she lowered her head even further. She opened her mouth and spat out pieces of torn flesh and incomplete organs. She took a deep breath as if she had finally recovered. Then, she propped herself up with her elbows and crawled forward. She swallowed the flesh and organs she had just spat out in a pious and humble manner. Demon hunter Colin, who had several old scars on his face, watched this scene silently without stopping her. Finally, Lovia raised her head, her pale gray eyes unfocused. It's corruption. It's a corruption that everyone has. Do you have a solution? Colin asked without any change in his tone. Lovia nodded without hesitation. Yes. Just as she said that, she had already used her right hand to grab her left index finger. With a snap, she snapped it off and forcefully pulled it out. She stuffed it into her mouth along with the blood and bone. As she chewed, she muttered, "The Lord that created everything, the ruler behind the shadow curtain, the depraved nature of all living beings, the honorific name of the true creator." His eyelids twitched when he heard that. Suddenly, he felt as if something subtle had happened around him. The orange-red light of dusk became a little richer, closer to the color of blood. Above the gray fog, the fool Klein's expression instantly turned solemn. Although he didn't see anything through his true vision, he could vaguely sense that a gaze was cast over from afar. It interfered with his observation, causing his clarity and range to weaken. In addition, the gaze gave Klein a strange sense of familiarity. It's hard not to be familiar with it. The first half of my life after transmigrating was spent dealing with him, his Son of God, his oracle, his wish to descend, the items left behind by his believers, his crazy ravings, and all sorts of murals related to him. At this moment, Klein was completely certain that the person who had begun watching the City of Silver's expedition team was the true creator. Frankly speaking, when Lovia began chanting that person's honorific name, Klein really wanted to give her a lightning storm to eliminate the problem before it happened. However, he ultimately resisted the urge because he wasn't confident that he could kill the shepherd in one strike. The evil spirit that Lovia grazed was likely a Sequence 3. Although it was long dead, its current overall strength was still at the level of a Sequence 4. It wouldn't be a problem for it to withstand lightning storm, which was close to but not at the level of an angel. And if the fool wasn't able to kill Lovia in a simple and straightforward manner, then Demon Hunter Colin would be showing his cowardice. In addition, Klein believed that Colin Iliad was happy to see Shepherd Elder Lovia recite the true creator's honorific name. He wanted to use this to keep Mr. Fool in check and achieve a certain balance. This was actually a form of disrespect in front of a deity. It was very easy to anger those great existences, but Colin Iliad had no choice. He wouldn't and couldn't simply believe the fool and the true creator. All he could do was try his best to maintain it and test the waters at the edge of the cliff. Only by doing so would the city of silver not be suddenly destroyed, just like the city-states that had been buried in the depths of the darkness and covered in the dust of history. What a pity. If the unshadowed crucifix was in my hands at this moment, and I had used all the powers of the mysterious space above the grey fog to coordinate with it, I would have had a chance of instantly killing that silver night evil spirit. This is a natural restraint. Klein sighed silently and could only accept such a development. He hadn't noticed anything amiss with Joshua until the red-gloved city of silver warrior strangled his neck. Only then did he see the other party's spirit turn grey and gloomy. Just as the shepherd elder had said, this was his own degeneration. It wasn't much different from losing himself to money and beauty. It was very difficult for external forces to detect it. That staircase should have remnants of the godhood that represents degeneration. It has blended into the environment, making it difficult to discover or resist. The stone golems from before didn't have any intelligence or spirituality, so they weren't affected. From the honorific name, the true creator has the self-nature to control degeneration. Just by looking at it, it can make the corresponding power dissipate. Klein adjusted his state of mind and continued observing the subsequent developments. During this process, he couldn't help but think of a question: is the true creator also like me, watching the actions of the City of Silver's expedition team from his divine kingdom? On Earth, if I were to reward friends who are watching the same livestream, would the true creator reward them even more? Klein used his teasing thoughts to ease the nervousness and worry caused by the true creator's gaze. That was a genuine deity. Be it Adam or Amon, none of them were worthy of being on par with him. At this moment, Shepherd Lovia had already stood up. Her missing left index finger had also grown back. She looked at Chief Colin Iliad. This area is no longer degenerated. This also meant that the staircase wasn't that dangerous. Typically speaking, the expedition team wouldn't care about Joshua's corpse. Be it advancing or retreating, they couldn't waste time. If they stayed in an abnormally dangerous area for too long, it would lead to accidents happening to the other team members. However, since Elder Lovia of the 6-member council had used a certain tone to indicate that there were no problems nearby, they could take a short break and deal with the matter. Derek put down Chaim's broadsword and walked to Joshua's side. After staring at him for a few seconds, he bent down to pick up his scarlet glove and wore it on his left palm. He still remembered that Joshua was always flaunting this mystical item he had obtained during his explorations. He could also clearly recall that when he walked out of the afternoon town camp, Joshua had said that he would be forced to get married after the expedition was over. He didn't know who his wife would be, but an hour later, this teammate had turned into a cold corpse. To the people of the City of Silver, this was their daily life. No one cried or broke down, but emotions that had already seeped into their bones and blood surged. They were heavy and sorrowful. They watched as Derek raised his left hand and aimed his palm at Joshua's corpse. A ball of blazing flames flew out and engulfed the teammates who had been fighting alongside them just a moment ago. After the incineration, Demon Hunter Colin put away the Beyonder characteristic that had seeped out. The other team members each grabbed a handful of ashes and placed them in a hidden pocket on their clothes. In silence, they continued to descend until they reached the bottom of the stairs. There was a majestic palace bathed in the light of dusk. Behind it were corridors and stairs that led to other areas. The doors of the palace were wide open, and it was pitch black inside. Not a single ray of light could shine in. Demon Hunter Colin carefully observed for a while before saying, "That's right. Just like in the outside world." What he meant was to use all kinds of methods to maintain the light and not let himself fall into absolute darkness. Hence, Chaim activated the light of the unshadowed crucifix, allowing it to envelop all his teammates. Antiona lit a lantern and held it in her hand to prevent the crucifix from suddenly losing effect. The group of people entered the palace and walked in the seemingly abnormally spacious hall. Their footsteps echoed far away, and none of them returned. As he walked, he suddenly felt his eyelids become heavy, and he felt a strong sense of drowsiness. At this moment, he heard the chief's growl. "Don't fall asleep." Derek jolted awake, shaking off the exhaustion that prevented him from opening his eyes. At this moment, a female warrior's body went limp as she collapsed to the ground, as though she had fallen into a deep sleep. Then, she vanished into thin air. She vanished just like that, right in front of everyone. Demon Hunter Colin and Shepherd Lovia observed for a while before shaking their heads and leading the team forward. During this process, they would injure themselves from time to time, using pain in exchange for lucidity. Finally, they passed through the arches and saw that there was no longer an undispellable darkness in front of them. With the help of the team's light, they discovered that they were in a hall with countless murals. In the middle of the hall was a long dark red table, and around it were high-backed chairs with complicated patterns. Derek found it a little familiar for some baffling reason. He immediately came to a realization. This was somewhat similar to the scene at the tarot gathering. Suddenly, balls of light lit up, and whispers could be heard around them. Around the hall, on the stone pillars that didn't support the dome, scarlet flames were ignited one after another, illuminating the surroundings in an abnormally dazzling manner. The whispers gradually grew louder, as though they had finally traversed a long and distant space and arrived at their destination. It made the hall bustle as though it was a gathering. Around the long dark red table, blurry and illusory figures suddenly leaped up and sat on different high-backed chairs. There were a total of 11 of them. P.S. Seeking monthly recommendation votes for Monday. As the flames flickered, Derek and company subconsciously looked at the long dark red table. The first thing they noticed was the figure closest to them. The figure was wearing a simple linen robe and had long silver hair. His facial features couldn't be seen clearly, but it made Colin, Lovia, and Derek feel an inexplicable sense of familiarity. In the blink of an eye, it was as if lightning had struck their minds, suddenly illuminating their blurry memories. Angel of Fate, Ouroboros. Just as the pupils of the people from the City of Silver dilated, the figure turned his head and looked at them. A pair of indifferent eyes immediately occupied their field of vision, and a transcendent and mysterious ring appeared. In a trance, Derek saw a figure in front of him. He was a handsome, sunny, and energetic man. He was wearing a pure white robe and had a head of short blonde hair. With his appearance, the surroundings became abnormally bright. The warm feeling was like light, instantly filling every inch of the place. It was as if Derek had seen the legendary daytime. For a moment, he forgot where he was and what he wanted to do. The man took a step forward, and his illusory, blurry figure overlapped with Derek. Then, Derek sat at the long dark red table and occupied one of the high-backed chairs. He had transformed into the handsome, sunny man from before, and he was participating in a secret gathering. At the same time, the City of Silver's chief, Colin, whose hair was white and face was covered in old scars, encountered an equally blurry and illusory figure. The figure was 7 to 8 meters tall and wore silver full-body armor. His eyes were a blob of light that resembled the light of dawn and dusk. He raised the sword in his hand and pressed it against Colin Iliad's forehead like a scepter. Demon Hunter Colin struggled for a moment, but he quickly calmed down after being enveloped by the orange-red glow. His figure merged with the giant opposite him as he took a step forward and walked to the long dark red table, sitting in the second seat on the right. The person Shepherd Lovia encountered was a man in a black robe. He had black curly hair that reached his shoulders and a pair of eyes that seemed to be covered in shadows. His exact appearance wasn't clear, making it difficult to see him clearly. However, the silver threads, complicated patterns, and gorgeous accessories on his clothes were directly reflected in Lovia's mind. Lovia shuddered. She could not help but lower her head, allowing the black wings on his back to wrap around her. She turned into that man and walked to the end of the long dark red table. There were 2 high-backed chairs with complicated patterns. Lovia chose the one on the left. The remaining members of the City of Silver's expedition team also encountered a similar situation, but the figures they faced were all different. After they found seats on both sides of the long, dark red table, the empty high-backed chair at the end of the table became darker, outlining the figure of a woman who seemed to be shrouded in mist. Immediately following that, a voice that seemed to have transmigrated from ancient times echoed in the ears of the participants. "We are saving ourselves and maintaining the balance of this world. Division and deviation are undoubtedly the most basic of order. This is also his idea. It's undeniable that we all have our own dark thoughts and desires, but this is very normal. death and blood will be unavoidable. In the name of Rose redemption, above the gray fog, Klein listened attentively. He couldn't wait for the voice to say more. However, be it the scene or the voice, it began to loop, as if it had been frozen for only a few dozen seconds. This is the scene when Rose redemption was established? Previously, the Red Angel Evil Spirit said that this is an extremely secretive organization established by a group of corrupted angels. From the looks of it, that's not the case. The person who said that back then shouldn't have been Medici, but one of Sauron and Einhorn. They actually don't know much about Rose redemption. Klein mumbled inwardly as he cast his gaze back to the City of Silver members who were repeatedly approaching, sitting down, listening, and distancing themselves like puppets. When the torches around the hall lit up one after another, Klein had already discovered an abnormality with his true vision. He saw the murals on the wall come to life, rapidly expanding and overlapping with the hall. It made the long tables, chairs, and floor tiles that had been cold for thousands of years warm again. It made the figures that had once met in secret cross the barrier of time and resurrect in a fixed spot, allowing some of the words from ancient times to the present. And among those figures, there were many that Klein was familiar with. Among them, the first person he saw was the Angel of Fate, Ouroboros. This king of angels, who still belonged to Rose redemption, was the most spiritual of all the illusory figures. Combined with the fact that the scene was looping, Klein suspected that the person who left the traces in the murals was Tail Devourer Ouroboros. In the ruins of the previous temple, there were murals left behind by him. Somewhere in the ruins of the Battle of the Gods, there are also murals left behind by him. In the Giant King's court, there are similar murals and similar powers. I wouldn't believe it if he isn't. How much does this king of angels like murals? He draws them wherever he goes. Klein couldn't help but lampoon Ouroboros inwardly. The second figure he noticed was sitting beside the Angel of Fate, Ouroboros. He wore black armor that looked like it had been splashed with blood. He had a head of bright red hair that looked like it was burning, and he was young and handsome. The reason why this figure caught Klein's attention was because he had seen it in a dream before. In addition, it was also the most arrogant one among all the figures. Not only was he pressing back against the back of the chair, but he also placed his feet on the long dark red table. He didn't care that he was surrounded by high-ranking figures of similar status. Red Angel, Medici, these are the kings of angels who participated in the secret gathering? Who else is there? As Klein's thoughts raced, he decided to first save the people of the City of Silver from the never-ending cycle of fate. In this regard, he had plenty of experience. Yes, the medium of the cycle is the hall itself. However, there's no need to attempt to destroy it. As long as I can temporarily break the cycle of fate, the dusk outside will seep in and dispel the abnormalities. They belong to the divine kingdom itself. In terms of level, they're definitely higher than the power left behind by Ouroboros. Klein observed for a few seconds and quickly came to a conclusion. After tossing a gold coin to make a divination, he immediately spread his spirituality towards the crimson star that represented Sunday Derek Berg's spirit body, then broke through the cycle of fate, creating an invisible gap. Outside the palace, the orange-red light of dusk immediately poured in from the windows high above, enveloping the entire hall. Without waiting for Little Sun to figure out his situation, Klein, who was afraid that the true creator would lock onto him, didn't hesitate to let him return to the real world. Derek snapped out of his daze and realized that he had unknowingly sat to the side of the long dark red table. He looked up in a daze and saw the chief, Elder Lovia, Hyam, Antiona, and company. He realized that there was more or less some confusion on their faces. Recalling what had just happened, Derek was alarmed as he deliberated before saying he deliberated and said, "The cycle of fate, indeed." Colin Iliad, who had similar experiences, nodded slightly and stood up. He looked around and let his gaze land on the closest and largest mural. The mural depicted this hall. It had the same stone pillars, torches, dark red tables, complicated high-back chairs, and the layout of items. And on those high-back chairs sat 11 figures. There were 2 at the top, 5 on the left, and 4 on the right. Everyone from the City of Silver followed the chief's gaze and took in the corresponding content. The 5 figures on the left were a gentle silver-haired man, an arrogant red-haired man, a hooded elder who only revealed his mouth, wrinkles, and beard, a dignified middle-aged man in black armor, and a handsome man in a white robe. The 4 on the right were mummies wrapped in bandages. There was a middle-aged man in a deep black robe with facial features that resembled those of the southern continent, a giant covered in silver armor, and a voluptuous, gentle, and dignified lady. Sitting on the 2 high-backed chairs at the very top were a man with black curly hair and shadowy eyes, and a woman shrouded in fog. At this moment, a guardian raised his right hand and pointed at the handsome white-robed man. His figure is made up of a bunch of mysterious symbols. These symbols symbolize the following. These symbols symbolize white angel, Aucuses. Before the guardian could finish his sentence, he suddenly let out a tragic cry as golden flames spewed out from his body. He instantly turned into a charred corpse, as if he would be reduced to ashes the moment he touched it. It made it impossible for demon hunter Colin and shepherd Lovia to save him in time. Don't attempt to distinguish those symbols. They contain extremely powerful powers themselves, Colin hurriedly reminded in a deep voice. As for Klein, who was above the grey fog, he was thinking about something else. White Angel Aucuses. Is that the true name of the eternal blazing sun? If it wasn't for the power of the giant king's court isolating me, just saying this name in Jotun would attract attention and suffer the wrath of the gods. Amidst his thoughts, demon hunter Colin stabbed his 2 swords in front of him, creating an invisible barrier. Then, the City of Silver's chief replaced everyone to distinguish the symbols and labels that formed the figures. Starting from the last person on the left, he slowly and firmly read them out: Angel of Fate, Ouroboros, War Angel, Medici, Angel of Wisdom, Haraburgen. At this point, Colin Iliad, who was constantly shaking the invisible barrier, paused. This was because this name was no stranger to the people of the City of Silver. This was the true name of the Dragon of Wisdom. Could it be that the Dragon of Wisdom later became the Angel of Wisdom by the Lord's side? Similar doubts surfaced in everyone's minds, but Klein discovered something strange. The historical records of the City of Silver had the name Haraburgen. They usually used Jotun, a language that could mobilize the surrounding natural powers. In other words, in the past 2,000 to 3,000 years, someone in the City of Silver must have read or written Haraburgen, but the god of knowledge and wisdom didn't respond. The Church of Knowledge still couldn't find the forsaken land of the gods. At this moment, Colin Iliad controlled his emotions and continued reading: Wind Angel, Leodoro, Pure White Angel, Aucuses, Dark Angel, Sasser, Evernight Goddess, Ammonizes, God of War, Badhile, Mother Earth Goddess, Omabella, God of the Dead, Salinger, God of Spiritual Creatures, Tolsna. Although Klein had expected this, he was still stunned. In the past, Rose Redemption was terrifyingly powerful. Among the 7 deities today, 6 were its members, including Death, the god of spiritual creatures, and the 3 kings of angels. This made Klein recall something the Red Angel Evil Spirit had once said: Rose Redemption has a close relationship with the birth of the true creator. It's impossible for you to imagine that certain people were once members of Rose Redemption, but they later left the organization. 9 Heaven's Divine Emperor. In the past, Rose Redemption could have been called an alliance of gods. But such an organization could only develop in secret under the suppression of the ancient god of the sun, hiding and conspiring in the palace at dusk. How powerful was the ancient god of the sun in the past? Klein couldn't help but exhale as he felt a strong sense of wistfulness. He examined his tarot and realized that compared to Rose Redemption, it was like a child's game. Even if he included Willasepton, Pallas Zoroast, Aztec Eggers, and Rionette Tinker, none of them could compare to Rose Redemption at its peak. No, even if it's a shrunken version of Rose Redemption, tarot is still quite a distance away. It can't be helped that its leader and summoner is only a sequence 4 saint. Klein gave a self-deprecating remark in a clear-headed manner as he turned his attention to the 11 figures. Combining their images, titles, and true names, it can be confirmed that the Wind Angel, Wisdom Angel, and White Angel are the present Lord of Storms, the god of knowledge and wisdom, and the eternal blazing Sunday. They really betrayed the ancient god of the sun, the creator of the City of Silver. Furthermore, they even devoured the deity they served. The god of combat and Earth Mother are indeed survivors of the Giant King's court. One is the Giant King's eldest son, and the other is the Giant King's queen. They have a mother-son relationship. This way, it's a little strange that Potter didn't directly declare war on Rouen and help the Faesac Empire. It's worth pondering. Also, the goddess is indeed the former subsidiary god of the annihilation demonic wolf, goddess of misfortune Ammonizes. After that ancient god perished, not only did she grasp the authority related to Evernight and successfully ascend to the throne of Sequence Zero, she also single-handedly wiped out all of Phlegria's descendants. She sealed the Antigonus family's angel in the nation of the Evernight, using Mother of the Sky's body as a vessel to descend. How ruthless. As Evernight's blessed, Klein subconsciously raised his head and surveyed the area at this thought, afraid that the secrets in his heart would be leaked to the outside world. After entering the foggy town and learning that Antigonus and Mother of the Sky were descendants of the ancient god, Phlegria, Klein actually had some guesses about the true body of the Evernight goddess. After all, in the historical records of the City of Silver, it was clearly written that the annihilation demonic wolf had grasped the authority of Evernight and had many strange powers. Combined with the fact that the Antigonus family had the seer pathway, and the Mother of the Sky in the nation of the Evernight clearly belonged to the Evernight pathway, Klein suspected that the annihilation demonic wolf Phlegria was an ancient god that had the beyonder characteristics of two different pathways. Therefore, he was extremely crazy and almost irrational. His goal was to destroy and corrupt everything. Therefore, he guessed that the Evernight goddess might be related to the ancient god, Phlegria. From Roselle's travels, he learned that one of the two subsidiary gods of the demonic wolf king had disappeared after his death, and the other had sought refuge with the phoenix ancestor. Furthermore, his true name corresponded to Death from the fourth epic, Mr. Aztec's father. He had vaguely connected the goddess of misfortune Ammonizes to the Evernight goddess. However, due to his temporary identity as an Evernight blessed and his instinctive fear, Klein didn't dare to think too much about it. He focused his attention elsewhere. At this moment, when he saw that true name, he wasn't too shocked. Instead, he felt a sense of relief. He felt that his boots had finally landed on the ground. In addition, he was even more fearful of the Evernight goddess. Because she doesn't want the ancient god, Phlegria, to revive, the goddess controls all sorts of matters regarding the seer pathway, preventing beyonders without her permission from progressing further. Right, when the ecclesiastical figure in Afternoon Town mentioned who had tempted Dark Angel Sasser, the left hand of God, the deputy of heaven, the name couldn't be mentioned. It was as though he had been erased. Isn't this a manifestation of concealment? Apart from a place like the giant king's court, words that directly mention the Evernight goddess and Ammonizes together can't be said. Even if it's said, no one else can hear it. There are two conveners of Rose Redemption. One is Dark Angel Sasser, and the other is the goddess. Outside the location of the conspiracy, there's the power of concealment. In other words, the goddess single-handedly directed the fall of the ancient god of the sun, initiating the cataclysm and ending the third epic. Compared to her, be it Adam or Ammon, they're still far inferior. How could such a true god be so easily trapped by Adam's arrangements, making it difficult for her to interfere in the matters of the real world, although it wasn't a conspiracy and was using what the goddess yearned for the most to make her willingly walk into the trap? How could the goddess, who was in charge of concealment and had plotted the fall of the City of Silver's creator, not have any additional preparations? Also, what does "that's also her thoughts" mean? Who is this he referring to? After knowing so much of the hidden history, will I be digested on the spot after drinking the scholar of your potion? With this in mind, Klein raised his right hand and rubbed his temples, forcing himself to divert his thoughts elsewhere. That ecclesiastical figure self-destructed when it mentioned the fourth king of angels. Is it because the remaining three later became true gods, but from time to time, the residents of the City of Silver would use Jotun to say the names Badheil and Harabergen? Why isn't there any abnormality? What's the difference between them? The strongest of the kings of angels, the left hand of God, Sasser, why did he disappear in the long river of history? Perhaps he is one of the present evil gods, the true creator, the dark side of the universe, or the mother tree of desire. There are remnants of fallen godhood outside the conspiracy hall. Was this left behind by him? Yes, the birth of the true creator is related to the Rose Redemption. How will he react when he sees the murals in this hall? With this thought in mind, Klein cast his gaze at Shepherd Elder Lovia. This lady's expression was slightly confused. She didn't seem to understand those titles and names well enough, but she recognized a portion of them. For example, Angel of Fate Ouroboros. She had become a believer of the true creator in the temple ruins with the murals left behind by Ouroboros. Derek also stole a glance at Elder Lovia, but he didn't notice any obvious changes in her emotions. As the Tarot's son, Derek was the one who understood the situation in the outside world the best. He had long known who the kings of angels were, and he suspected that 3 of them had later become deities. At that moment, he wasn't the most confused or at a loss. He was only a little shocked by the level of Rose's redemption. This was even more exaggerated than he imagined. It's no wonder the Lord perished because of this. Derek first came to a realization before he felt his heart sink. At this moment, he swept his gaze and saw that the chief's side profile was unprecedentedly pale and ugly. He even muttered a few words, "This is impossible, impossible. In my memory, the chief has never lost his composure like this." Did he think of the Lord's perish from the members of Rose's redemption? He can't accept that he will never return? But, he already knew about this from me. Just as Derek was feeling puzzled, he realized that the chief's expression had returned to normal, apart from his tightly pursed lips. As for the other members of the expedition team, they were thinking of the prophecy they had previously learned in Afternoon Town. "Almighty Lord, I repent," tempted Sasser, and the kings frequently came to the palace belonging to Dusk to plot. "I discovered all of this, but it was already too late. Degeneration, blood, darkness, rot, murder, filth, and shadows have already drowned this land. A huge calamity will begin from here." Chaim, who was holding the unshadowed crucifix, took some time to calm his emotions as he said with a slightly hoarse voice, "This is the Palace of Dusk. This is the Palace of Dusk. These are the kings of angels and the subsidiary gods of the second epoch? They plotted everything, causing a huge calamity to happen, causing the Lord to abandon this land?" Colin Iliad pulled out the 2 swords in front of him, half-turned his body, and calmly replied, "I'm not afraid." He calmly replied, "Very likely. If we can figure out what happened back then, will we have a chance to please the Lord and make him pay attention to this land again?" Upon hearing the chief's answer, Antiona pressed anxiously. At that moment, Derek seemed to see a trace of pity and sorrow in the chief's eyes. He grunted and said, "Yes." He grunted and said, "Perhaps." "Then let's continue exploring," the other members of the team requested with burning eyes. In the past 2,000 to 3,000 years of suffering, this was the closest the City of Silver was to hope. None of them were willing to let it go, even if they had to sacrifice their lives for it. Colin Iliad slowly surveyed the area and said, "Don't forget the rules of exploration. Don't be rash at any time. After confirming that this place is related to redemption, we can still come a second, a third, or even more times. There's no need to be in such a rush." After hearing what he said, the rest of the members of the expedition team calmed down a lot. They responded one after another. They replied one after another, "Yes, Your Excellency." Under Demon Hunter Colin's arrangements, the remaining team members split into small groups and carefully searched the hall. They didn't discover anything of value other than the murals. Of course, it wasn't that there weren't any. After all, this was the divine kingdom of an ancient god. As long as the seemingly ordinary long tables, chairs, stone pillars, and torches could be taken outside, they would have some special effects. Furthermore, they could be maintained for a long period of time. However, to the City of Silver's expedition team, they weren't convenient to carry around and lacked practical value. As for the other murals, they were all profiled from different angles of the main mural. When combined together, they could form a 3-dimensional scene. After completing the search, Derek and the rest regrouped and followed the chief to the exit at the back of the hall. There was a grayish-blue door that didn't open. Colin Iliad carefully observed for a while through the 10-meter-tall door before finally saying, "That's right. There are powerful guards outside." Upon hearing the chief's words, Shepherd Lovia immediately raised her question. "Just like the 2 silver knights at the main entrance of the palace, they won't take the initiative to attack targets outside their range?" Colin Iliad nodded slightly. "At least that's what they've shown so far. They were already close to the exit, but the guards outside didn't react. This meant that the other party didn't possess true intelligence or spirituality. It was very likely to be something that had been animated." Without waiting for the other team members to speak, Demon Hunter Colin continued, "Huge, heavy, after obtaining the corresponding information, the people of the City of Silver tacitly split up. One team distanced themselves from the exit, but they were facing the door. They were protected by Shepherd Elder Lovia as bait to attract the guards. The other team received the corresponding holy oil from the chief and smeared it on the ground at the exit. With the unshadowed crucifix in hand, Xianxia and demon hunter Colin each stood on one side of the door, using the stone pillars to hide themselves. Then, Colin Iliad sheathed a sword behind his back, took out a small metal bottle, and gulped down the liquid inside. His aura rapidly faded and was no longer obvious. If one didn't look carefully, they wouldn't be able to discover his existence. This was another setup. Xianxia was in the open, and the demon hunter was in the dark. After waiting for another 10 seconds, Shepherd Lovia reached out her right hand and grabbed at the air. Her long silver-gray hair was dyed a deep blue at that moment. With a howl of the wind, the grayish-blue door opened with a bang. Right on the heels of that, heavy footsteps sounded, causing the entire hall to shake. A giant covered in iron-colored armor ran into the hall with a halberd in hand. Its exposed parts didn't have any flesh or blood, as though it was made of metal. Behind the black mask was a dark red glow. If it didn't move and just stood there, it wouldn't be any different from a statue. Tap. 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 The shaking of the hall became more and more obvious. The giant statue suddenly threw out the halberd in its hand, stirring up a hurricane as it ran towards Derek and company, who were facing the door. Bang! The halberd struck an invisible barrier, causing illusory ripples to spread out. In front of Shepherd Lovia, an illusory figure in silver armor had appeared at some point in time. It had stabbed the greatsword in its hand into the crack in the floor. Thud. 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 The giant statue didn't stop and ran into the hall. At this moment, a screeching sound came from under its feet, and its huge body suddenly leaned back. It stepped on the place where the holy oil had been applied. As the giant statue slid down, the crimson light in its eyes suddenly brightened, and an invisible force appeared to support it. Suddenly, a scorching white beam of light shot out from the unshadowed crucifix, accurately hitting the giant statue's single eye. The crimson color instantly dimmed. Demon hunter Colin leaped up, holding a sword in a reverse grip with both hands, and like an eagle swooping down on its prey, he stabbed down. The rays of dawn appeared and converged on the straight sword, making it abnormally huge, even taller than Colin Iliad. With a poof, the bright sword stabbed into the gap in the giant statue's visor, stabbing into its eye. The surging rays of dawn surged in. Colin Iliad exerted force with his hands that were holding the hilt of the sword, and as the giant statue fell to the ground with a thud, he pulled out the sword and leaped to the side. The giant statue lay at the door, its body constantly emitting cracking sounds before it finally stopped moving. Demon hunter Colin didn't look at it again. He turned to look outside the door and said after a few seconds, "There are no other guards for the time being. There are no other guards for now. I can deal with this statue." Derek and company quickly surrounded it and skillfully searched for materials on the giant statue. Above the gray fog, Klein watched the entire battle and was deeply impressed by the tacit cooperation of the City of Silver. According to his observation, the giant statue was made of an unknown metal, and its surface was covered with armor with astonishing defensive strength. It could completely ignore most attacks in battle, making it very difficult to deal with. Furthermore, the giant statue didn't have a spirit, which meant that it was immune to the beyonder powers of the corresponding domain, such as spirit-body thread control, hypnosis, frenzy, and nightmare. It was like a walking fortress, making one suspect that it was the work of the goddess of harvest. Klein wondered how the battle would develop if he were in the shoes of a bizarro sorcerer's core powers being ineffective and could only rely on his two marionettes' own abilities to deal with the giant statue. The Earl of the Fallen's distortion and chaos might have miraculous effects, but they might not be able to finish it as quickly as the City of Silver's expedition team. A team of Beyonders with great teamwork can really produce an effect of 1 + 1 is greater than 2. Yes, the chief's grasp of timing and determination in his attacks are also key. Klein nodded slightly, feeling a sense of admiration in his heart. If this was really a live broadcast, he might have been tempted to tip them. Of course, it was most likely just a thought. After taking away the most valuable items from the giant statue, the City of Silver's expedition team continued forward. They walked along the corridor outside and entered another hall. Just like that, they shuttled back and forth between the palaces, towers, and different corridors in an attempt to find more clues, as well as the entrance to the sea that the outsider, Jack, had described. Regardless of whether they believed the boy's words or not, they couldn't help but look forward to the deep blue sea behind the giant king's court. On the other side of the sea, there was a country where humans thrived. There were no monsters hidden in the depths of the darkness. The sun rose and set normally, and lightning only appeared before it rained. People harvested all kinds of food. During this process, the City of Silver's expedition team didn't encounter many enemies. Most of them were animated statues, and a small number were evil spirits formed from the combination of remnant emotions and the power of dusk. The latter was almost powerless against the unshadowed crucifix. That's normal. The fool Klein above the gray fog nodded slightly, expressing his acceptance of the current situation. After the giant king perished, this place already belonged to the ancient god of the sun. It's unlikely that there would be a large number of giant powerhouses and mystical items left behind. When the kings of angels were conspiring here, they would definitely eliminate unnecessary trouble ahead of time. When the ancient god of the sun was devoured, it would be unknown who this place belonged to, or it would be abandoned. In short, there aren't many demigods or items that can be predicted. Yes, without the unshadowed crucifix, those evil spirits would be very troublesome. The City of Silver's expedition team wouldn't have been able to advance so smoothly. They wouldn't have been able to advance to this stage unless an angel led the team or activated a Grade 0 sealed artifact. When the unshadowed crucifix returned to Derek's hands, the City of Silver's expedition team was already very close to the tallest building in the giant king's court. The dusk here was very rich, as though it came from the palace. Once we leave this hall, we should be at the side of the giant king's residence. Demon Hunter Colin identified the location and direction before pointing ahead. Shepherd Elder Lovia nodded. Finally, there was an uncontrollable hope in her expression. Derek's heart beat faster, and he could no longer control his excitement. Then, he was appeased by Aunt Iona. After adjusting their emotions, the City of Silver entered the hall in front of them and saw things that resembled oil paintings hanging on both sides. These oil paintings depicted different giants. Some of them held bone flutes, some held wind chimes, and some hugged a 7-stringed zither that matched their height. With the arrival of the City of Silver's expedition team, the giants in the oil paintings suddenly came to life. They played the bone flutes, the wind chimes, or the strings of the zither, producing a beautiful piece of music. The dusk light in the hall brightened a little. Portions of food appeared on the long tables around them. They suffused a mouth-watering sheen and emitted an extremely alluring fragrance. Roasted chicken. Roasted goose. Fish smeared with honey. Is this the banquet of the giant king's court? But aren't those chickens, geese, goats, and fish too big? A masterpiece of the goddess of harvest? Klein glanced at them and confirmed that the food that appeared was an illusion effect. After all, the giant king's court no longer had any ingredients, and it lacked people who could imagine or create. This is normal food? Hyam, who was holding Thunder God's roar, stared straight at one of the long tables as his Adam's apple bobbed up and down. Possibly. Derek sniffled and couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Apart from black-faced grass, they had never seen normal food. The meat of those monsters was roasted in different colors, but it was equally unpalatable. It could even lead to poisoning. Demon Hunter Colin stared at it for a few seconds before sighing. They're all fake. Don't touch them, or there might be unnecessary accidents. Apart from Lovia, everyone from the City of Silver retracted their gazes with great difficulty and followed the chief to the exit of the hall. After a series of observations, Colin Iliad stabbed his 2 swords into the ground and reached out to push open the heavy door. A crack appeared as an even more intense orange-red light shone in. As the crack grew larger, a palace that towered into the clouds gradually became clear. Then, everyone in the City of Silver heard a rustling sound. At this moment, Colin pulled out a straight sword and suppressed the restlessness in the hearts of his team members. He then pulled out another straight sword and slowly walked out of the hall. Derek and company cautiously followed behind him. After being completely bathed in the dusk, they looked to the left at the same time. There was a row of stone pillars that formed a railing. Beyond the railing was an orange-red cloud. In the distance, there was a gently surging, endless deep blue that emitted a rustling sound. Without needing anyone to explain, the members of the City of Silver's expedition team simultaneously recalled the records in the books and Little Jack's description. A term flashed across their minds: the sea. Divine Emperor of the Nine Heavens. The dark blue, gently surging, boundless sea that seemed to contain endless life appeared before the eyes of the members of the City of Silver's expedition team. It was no longer a record in ancient texts, nor was it a combination of words spoken by outsiders. Although it was still very far away, it seemed to be possible to touch it. The wine-red-haired Aunt Iona looked over in a daze. She opened her mouth as though she wanted to say something, but in the end, all she said was one word: sea. Just as she said that, a silver-white crack suddenly appeared on her forehead. The crack rapidly rose up and down, instantly splitting Aunt Iona into two. Warm and bright red blood spewed out, splattering Derek's head and face. Silently, more silver-white light shot out from Aunt Iona's body, dicing her body into countless pieces of flesh and blood. The face that was filled with hope and obsession was like a jigsaw puzzle that had fallen to the ground, splattering piece by piece. Only at this moment did Demon Hunter Colin react. He swung the two swords in his hands, one horizontally and the other diagonally, as though he was dealing with an invisible enemy. Clang! 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 Silver light flashed as the sound of metal clashing echoed. The morning light around Colin Iliad shattered and scattered. At this moment, the silver shadow behind Shepherd Lovia had already taken a step forward and stabbed the blurry greatsword into the ground. Clang! 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 Surrounding the people of the City of Silver, silver beams of light appeared in different spots, trying their best to slice through the invisible barrier nearby, like bugs struggling in amber. Clang! 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 The silver light that was sometimes dense and sometimes thick constantly appeared, causing the protective force that enveloped the expedition team to waver, as though it could shatter at any moment. However, be it Demon Hunter Colin, Shepherd Lovia, or Derek and company, none of them could find any traces of the enemy. Above the grey fog, the fool Klein was just about to give them a reminder when the chief of the six-member council seemed to think of something as he crossed his two swords in front of him. Clang! A huge silver beam of light struck the two swords, causing Demon Hunter Colin's feet to sink into the solid stone slabs. He seized this opportunity and suddenly roared, "Unshadowed domain!" Upon hearing the chief's reminder, Derek didn't hesitate. He stabbed a finger into the thorns of the unshadowed crucifix. As his blood flowed out, a clear, bright, pure, and blazing light suddenly erupted, enveloping the entire area between the two buildings. In this area, not even a trace of shadow could exist. There was nothing that could be hidden anymore. Light had become the ruler of this area. A huge figure quickly outlined itself on the side of the giant king's palace. It wore silver full-body armor and was nearly 5 meters tall. Behind the visor, there was a single vertical eye that flickered with a light that wasn't dark red or orange. This was a giant that was still alive. He wouldn't wait for the enemy to enter his warning range before he tried to attack. He had enough intelligence. Unlike the other silver-armored knights, this giant's armor had a distinct pattern. One was on the right side, blood-red in color, and circled around the arm. The other was on the left side, dotted with black spots. The giant knight raised the broadsword in his hand and pointed it at the City of Silver. "How dare you barge into the imperial court and disturb Lord Sassur's slumber?" Sasser? Dark Angel Sasser? Above the grey fog, the fool Klein was alarmed when he heard that. He subconsciously sat up straight. The former left hand of God, the deputy of heaven, the leader of the kings of angels, and one of the two leaders of Rose Redemption didn't disappear in the long river of history. He is sleeping deep in the giant king's court, in the residence of the giant king? Why did he choose to sleep? Thoughts flashed through Klein's mind as he subconsciously cast his gaze towards the palace guarded by the giant knight. It was the tallest and most magnificent building in the giant king's court. The light of dusk seemed to turn corporeal as it covered its surface, tainting it with a clear sense of decline. It gave off the feeling that dusk had fallen and that an eternal night was about to arrive. On both sides of the building was a steeple, and on the other side was a round tower. The main entrance was grayish-blue, and it was more than 10 meters tall. It was covered in symmetrical symbols, labels, and patterns. It was both solemn and mysterious. The door was 3 to 4 meters tall, and on the left side of the door gap, there was a pitch-black hole. It was equivalent to an adult's fist. Upon seeing this scene, Klein suddenly thought of the dream divination he had done in the past. Back then, he had seen the exact same scene, and the medium for the divination was the giant key he had obtained from Vice Admiral Iceberg. That's the key to the giant king's residence? As Klein extended his hand and beckoned, he attempted to use his true vision to penetrate the obstruction of the building and see the situation inside the palace. Unfortunately, he failed. The black iron-colored key that was the size of a 7-stringed instrument landed in front of him. At this moment, Demon Hunter Colin had already spoken abruptly before the giant knight could launch his attack. "Don't worry. You're a king's court chaser?" The broadsword in the giant knight's hand did not slash down. He paused for a second and said in a low voice. He paused for a second and said in a deep voice, "After so many years, there are actually still people who remember the king's court chaser." He paused for a second and said in a deep voice, "I'm the leader of all the chasers, Light Slayer Murskogen. I later followed Lord Sasher. I've once hunted powerful dragons, elves, devils, demonic wolves, and phoenixes. Today, it's your honor to die under my sword." This Light Slayer didn't soften his attitude. He lowered his body slightly and held his sword with both hands. Like a meteor flying horizontally, he charged at the City of Silver at high speed. Due to the existence of the unshadowed domain, he could no longer hide his figure like before. Just as Colin Iliad, Lovia, and company determined that Murskogen's attack would arrive in a second, the giant knight suddenly slashed out with his silver broadsword. Demon Hunter Colin, who wasn't within Lovia's evil spirit defense circle, suddenly felt a sense of danger. Without any hesitation, he pounced to the side. Bang! A sharp silver light suddenly appeared where he had been standing, destroying everything from the inside out. This attack was so strange that it seemed to have been produced by the void itself. At the same time, Colin Iliad, who had fallen to the ground, underwent a change. His clothes were torn into shreds and strips of cloth by his rapidly expanding muscles. In the blink of an eye, this demon hunter had become a 4-meter-tall giant with a bluish-black, grayish-blue base. There was a black crack on his forehead. Every inch of him contained boundless power, endless mystery, and strange mental influence. If Beyonders below Sequence 4 were to see this scene, they would definitely suffer a strong impact. Their brains would very likely experience a terrifying stabbing pain that made them lose their rationality. Their spirituality would also be corrupted. And if they couldn't withstand such an influence, going crazy, losing control, or even dying would be inevitable. This was the incomplete mythical creature form of a demigod. Originally, Colin Iliad didn't dare to release this state due to the effects of dusk in the giant king's court. But now, he realized that the feeling of decline had weakened greatly in the unshadowed domain. He then held the two swords that had been covered in the light of dawn and had become gigantic. He engaged in an intense battle with Light Slayer Murskogen in the domain that was shrouded in light and had no shadows. Clang! Clang! The three swords of the two giants clashed and separated from time to time. Although Colin Iliad was at a disadvantage, he still managed to withstand the attacks of the leader of the king's court chasers. From time to time, he would have a strong intuition for danger. Then, without any warning, he would pounce out of his original spot, rolling or bouncing, and move in another direction. And at this moment, there would always be silver beams that would explode from the inside out of the spot where he was previously. Derek had already closed his eyes. Ignoring the loss of blood, he tried his best to maintain the unshadowed domain. Hyam and the other Dawn Paladins similarly didn't dare open their eyes. They helped shepherd Elder Lovia, allowing the team to slowly move towards the palace that they had just come out from without breaking away from the protection. If it wasn't for the help of the silver-armored Night Evil Spirit, they would have long been sliced into pieces by the storm of light that swept through the area, the silver beams that appeared everywhere, and the violent shaking of the ground. Light Slayer Murskogen had single-handedly pressured the City of Silver's expedition team into a precarious situation. They had no chance of counterattacking. As expected of the leader of the king's court chasers. This should be a subsidiary god, which is the first tier below angels. Compared to a demon hunter, a silver knight has several more terrifying beyonder powers. Above the gray fog, the fool Klein held the sea god's scepter and carefully observed the battle. He quickly figured out where Light Slayer Murskogen's strength lay. Firstly, the protective force has materialized into a full-body silver armor. Secondly, it can use light to hide its malice. Thirdly, the condensed Sword of Dawn can no longer be maintained for a short period of time. It can be used as a conventional weapon. It's sharp enough and good at purification. Fourthly, it can create a type of silver rapier. It has the ability to teleport, allowing it to bypass most barriers and directly attack the target. It can even erupt from the target's body. Furthermore, there are almost no signs of the condensation of this silver rapier. It's very difficult to predict. This is a saint who's extremely good at head-on combat. If it wasn't for the fact that the City of Silver's chief is experienced and has a strong intuition, allowing him to fight in his mythical creature form, he would have long been in danger from being suppressed in all aspects of the same pathway. If it were me, I might have already been killed. Of course, I wouldn't fight the leader of the king's court chasers head-on. From the looks of the current situation, as the evil spirit has to protect its herder and can't directly participate in the battle, the City of Silver's expedition team has almost no chance of winning. Yes, they're already retreating bit by bit. They're very rational. If it really doesn't work, I can only get Mr. Fool to send down lightning punishment. However, the true creator should still be watching this place. My lightning storm might not be able to quickly finish off Murskogen. As Klein's thoughts raced, he suddenly thought of a problem. That was, how could Light Slayer Murskogen, who wasn't an angel, survive from the end of the second epoch to this day? He wasn't a demoness, nor was he a vampire, much less an undying, and from the fact that he had reason and the abilities he displayed in battle, he likely didn't have any beyonder characteristics of other pathways mixed in. P.S. Update first. Since Light Color Murskogen didn't obtain a long lifespan from a beyonder characteristic, Klein could only consider external factors. The effects of a mystical item? No, he doesn't have any mystical items on him, nor does the surrounding area. Apart from the Giant King's residence, that's where Dark Angel Sashur slumbers. Furthermore, the key is with me. Murskogen likely doesn't dare to enter. Who took away the key to the Giant King's residence after Sashur slumbered? Isn't that a little too wicked? Of course, a palace without the augmentation of a deity's powers probably can't trap a king of angels. Or perhaps, this key has long been scattered to the northern continent with the migration of the giants. Sashur chose that palace to slumber because other than a few existences, no one can open the door and affect his slumber. Could it be that Vice Admiral Iceberg's key was given by the god of knowledge and wisdom in a roundabout way? He wants to see Sashur's current state. If it's not the effects of a mystical item, what could it be? Time bestowed by a Marauder Pathway angel? Ignoring the fact that the illusory item stolen can be given to others, there needs to be an angel of the Marauder Pathway or a Grade 0 sealed artifact. And there aren't any similar existences nearby. Back then, he gave Murskogen a few thousand years of time at once. This? Perhaps only Amon can do it. Clearly, he wouldn't help Dark Angel Sashur. In addition, this blasphemer's true body seems to be wandering in the forsaken land of the gods. If there's an angel of the Marauder Pathway or a Grade 0 sealed artifact here, he might have long become his food. The cycle of fate. After Light Color Murskogen died of old age, everything began from him guarding Sashur? Yes, that's possible. If Murskogen is already in an old state, then it's completely understandable that a long period of time has passed. Furthermore, as this cycle has been sealed for hundreds of years, it hasn't reached a node yet. It's normal that I didn't discover any signs above the gray fog in my haste. With this in mind, Klein quickly observed his surroundings, searching for traces left behind by Angel of Fate Ouroboros. However, there were no remnants of such powers. Klein hurriedly retracted his gaze and continued observing Light Color Murskogen, who was engaged in an intense battle with Colin Iliad and the silver-armored knight Evil Spirit. His spirit body threads are normal, eliminating the possibility of him becoming a marionette. Under true vision, his condition isn't abnormal. This means that he isn't a historical projection that was summoned. The divine kingdom of the Giant King's court slows down the passage of time or aging? The former can be eliminated because my spirituality is about to be unable to support such observations. This matches the amount of time the City of Silver's expedition team has spent in this area. There's a certain possibility of the latter. Life is at dusk, but it's also frozen at dusk? But the problem is that the ancient god, the giant king, has already perished. Badhile, who wields the power of dawn and dusk, has moved the divine kingdom to the astral world. It's unlikely that such a powerful influence remains in this court. Klein ran through all the methods he could think of to extend his life, but none of them matched the situation of the leader of the court chasers. He had to consider another possibility, some kind of mystic technique with huge flaws. This should rely on some kind of power in the giant king's court. Otherwise, Muskogen's range of activity wouldn't be so small. He wouldn't have waited until the City of Silver's expedition team arrived at the giant king's residence before taking action. There's clearly another entity related to life in the giant king's court. That's the former goddess of harvest, the current Earth Mother, giant Queen Omabella. As these thoughts raced through his mind, Klein's heart stirred as he cast his gaze at the giant statues outside the giant king's palace. They weren't much different from the ones the City of Silver's expedition team had encountered along the way, except that they were a little taller. However, with Klein's careful examination, a small number of abnormalities appeared. These giant statues had the aura of life and a certain amount of spirituality, but behind the mask, it was pitch black. There was no crimson light flickering. This light color Muskogen used a certain mystic technique in the domain of life to bind his spirit to the animated statues. He used them to obtain a long lifespan, but because of this, he's limited to such an area, unable to leave. This is very similar to the existence of evil spirits. This way, Muskogen might not be able to reveal his mythical creature form normally. Klein conjured a gold coin and tossed it up to confirm. After seeing that the answer was yes, he raised the sea god's scepter and prepared to use the prayer light to remind Little Sunday. At this moment, demon hunter Colin, who had dodged Muskogen's attack, suddenly rolled around him and ran towards the giant king's residence from the side. His gaze was locked onto the few giant statues. In the intense battle just now, although the City of Silver's chief had been at a disadvantage, he didn't give up on observing his surroundings, nor did he stop thinking. He was also puzzled as to why the leader of the king's court chasers could live for thousands of years. When he discovered that the animated giant statues were only standing outside the palace and didn't participate in the battle, he already had a certain judgment. He wasn't sure what was going on, what principles it was based on, or which domain it came from, but his rich exploration experience and demon hunter intuition made him believe that the statues were the key to the problem. Tap. Tap, tap. Colin Iliad held his two swords and ran with large strides. However, he didn't run in a straight line. From time to time, he would turn left and turn right. Upon seeing this scene, light color Muskogen let out an angry roar. He held his broadsword with both hands and quickly slashed down. His reaction proved that Colin Iliad's judgment was correct. Bang! 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 Demon hunter Colin suddenly leaped away and continued rolling. And on his original trajectory, silver beams appeared out of thin air and exploded, forming a long snake. It completely lifted up the hard and firm ground of the king's court, tearing deep cracks. With a thud, light color Muskogen took a step forward. His nearly 5-meter-tall body bent and slammed the silver broadsword in his hand into the ground. Clang, the area shook violently. The stone pillars and railings snapped and fell into the bottomless orange-red clouds. The ground between the two buildings exploded layer by layer, sending countless gravel flying. As for Demon Hunter Colin, he had already leaped up in advance. In midair, he crossed his swords, creating an invisible barrier that blocked the arrow-like gravel. At this moment, Muskogen, who had his back bent, flicked his knee, and his massive body flew out like a meteor, instantly closing the distance between him and Demon Hunter Colin. During this process, he held the silver broadsword tightly with both hands and swung it upwards. Seeing that Demon Hunter Colin had nowhere to hide, a clear beam of light suddenly shot over and accurately hit Muskogen's broadsword. With a clang, Colin Iliad landed on the ground and rolled. In one fell swoop, he finally approached the giant statues. At the same time, from the corner of his eye, he saw that the silver-armored knight phantom in front of Shepherd Elder Lovia had already pulled out its greatsword. It had condensed the light of dawn into a huge bow and continuously shot out arrows of light. The single eye behind Light Slayer Muskogen's visor was already dyed with a layer of dark red. He ignored the arrows of light and allowed them to hit his body, producing clanging sounds. He constantly charged forward and brandished his broadsword, causing silver light to burst out from different parts of the void. He chased after the giant-like demon hunter Colin, preventing him from having a chance to attack the giant statues. Suddenly, an arrow that was condensed with a bright luster leaped over Muskogan and silently shot into the gap in one of the statue's masks. This came from the evil spirit that Shepherd Lovia had grazed. Demon hunter Colin was the bait, and it was the true attacker. Whoosh! 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 Arrows of light flew over one after another, but this time, they were all blocked by Muskogan. However, at this moment, the demon hunter had already found a spot and brandished his two swords covered in the light of dawn at the remaining giant statues. Light bloomed as a storm covered the area. Amidst the continuous cracking sounds, the statues collapsed and fell to the ground. As for light-color Muskogan's aura, it rapidly weakened. The leader of the king's court chasers roared angrily, "Let's die together!" The silver broadsword in his hand exploded, splitting into countless fragments of light. They formed a terrifying storm that swept towards everything around it. The silver-armored knight's evil spirit and demon hunter Colin stabbed their swords into the ground at the same time, creating an invisible barrier. The blazing white light swept between the two buildings, destroying the grayish-blue door and the stone pillars behind Derek and company. And when it scraped the giant king's residence, it didn't budge at all. After an unknown period of time, just as Derek thought that the invisible barrier was about to be torn apart by the storm of light, the light of dawn finally dimmed. In the ruined area, the silver armor on light-color Muskogan's body faded away inch by inch, revealing his grayish-blue body in linen clothes. Not far from him, demon hunter Colin's body was covered in blood. He was returning to his normal state from a giant, but his aura was still stable. It was just that he had weakened a little more than before. With a thud, Muskogan knelt down on one knee. His flesh and blood rapidly aged, rotting, and evaporating. Amidst the orange-red light, the lively king's court seemed to appear in front of him again. In the frozen dusk, giants came and went, playing the seven-stringed zither and bone flute. They engaged in gladiatorial fights and enjoyed the delicacies that were available at any time. Their lives passed extremely slowly, and their king sat on a high throne, watching everything in a dignified manner. This no longer existed after that incident. Therefore, he chose to follow Dark Angel Sasher. A smile appeared on Muskogan's face as he opened his mouth and shouted softly, "King." This king's court chaser lowered his head. The flesh and blood on his body evaporated, leaving behind a huge white skeleton and silver-white light that had condensed once again. P.S. Update before making changes. Above the gray fog, when he saw light-color Muskogan rapidly aging and rotting into bones, Klein suddenly thought of Mobit, Ciadas, Frunzier, and Snowman, who had left Roselle's travels. He hadn't been able to stop them in time, and it was the same now. This was because the leader of the court chasers hadn't chanted the fool's honorific name, so he couldn't be pulled above the gray fog. However, compared to before, Klein, who had the sea god scepter and used the prayer light, could now do more things. He immediately accommodated the Dark Emperor card and mobilized the power of the mysterious space above the gray fog, allowing the paper angel to carry his words. With the help of the Crimson Star, he entered the real world and landed towards light-color Muskogan's incomplete spirit. This was the method that didn't ruin his status as the fool. After all, the true creator was still watching this area. As Muskogan's consciousness quickly turned blurry, an angel with layers of black wings on its back suddenly appeared in front of him. The speed at which his spirit body dissipated slowed down as a grand and dignified voice sounded in his ears. "What is the advancement ritual and supplementary ingredient for the Silver Night potion? Is Sasha really sleeping in the Giant King's palace?" Muskogan replied in a daze, "The advancement ritual for Silver Night comes from the blasphemy slate. The advancement ritual for Silver Night comes from the blasphemy slate. It requires setting up a complicated altar and placing the remains of the 6 powerful creatures that one has hunted in the correct positions before receiving the blessings of God. The supplementary ingredient is, I can't be sure." In short, that door didn't open after Lord Sasher entered. As he answered, Muskogan's spirit slowly but firmly dissipated. Finally, he couldn't hold on any longer and turned into rays of light, fusing into the unchanging dusk of the Giant King's court. And this conversation took place in his mind, so no one else could hear it. Thankfully, I was careful enough to not let Muskogan say that the Silver Knight potion's main ingredient can be replaced with a Beyonder characteristic. Otherwise, I wouldn't have heard the answer to the second question. The fool heaved a sigh of relief and praised himself inwardly. He then retracted his attention and seriously considered what Muskogan had just said. God's blessing? Isn't this advancement ritual a little too difficult? It's only sequence 3. I have to consider the era's background. Muskogan is a powerhouse who survived from the second epoch. He's used to calling angels a subsidiary god and placing them in the ranks of gods. In other words, an angel's blessing should be enough. Yes, I'll use divination to confirm it later. Of course, even if an angel's blessing works, I have no choice for the time. It depends on whether the city's grade 0 sealed artifacts have living characteristics and whether I can communicate. The altar's layout is a little complicated. Do the remains of 6 powerful creatures that I personally killed have to be at the demigod level? It was very difficult for demon hunters outside the forsaken land of the gods. How could there be so many demigod-level creatures to hunt? Most of them were protected by a faction or organization. From the looks of it, the Church of the God of Combat should have a new alternative while maintaining the ritual's essence. Is this the difference between the second blasphemy slate and the first blasphemy slate? However, for this chief of the City of Silver, he must have killed more than 6 powerful monsters. That's simple. As Klein could confirm that the second blasphemy slate had appeared after the ancient sun's god perished, he could determine that light color Muskogan was referring to the first blasphemy slate. He quickly conjured the advancement ritual and supplementary ingredients he had deciphered on a piece of goatskin. He used the topaz spirit pendulum to do a divination and received a revelation that wasn't wrong. Then, he threw this piece of information at the crimson star representing Sunday. This is a gift from Mr. Fool. After doing all of this, Klein gave a self-deprecating laugh. He increasingly felt that Muskogan's answer to the second question was worth ruminating over. He didn't say if Sasser was really asleep. He only said that after the Dark Angel entered, the door didn't open again. And the only thing that didn't open was the door. The God of Knowledge and Wisdom gave me the key, and Adam gave me the unshadowed crucifix just to open the door to confirm the Dark Angel's condition? Klein's thoughts raced as he suddenly felt a little relieved. Fortunately, the true creator didn't seem too interested in this matter. If he had descended with his will in an attempt to influence Muskogan's dissipating spirit body, he would have clashed with the fool's paper angel. This would have been rather awkward. At this moment, Derek dared to open his eyes. His face was pale as though he had lost too much blood. In order to maintain the unshadowed domain, the cross had absorbed quite a lot of his blood. He looked around, held the unshadowed crucifix in front of him, and sincerely thanked Mr. Fool. At this moment, Chaim put down the thunder god's roar and his weapon. He took off the leather bag on his back and found a set of clothes to throw to the chief. To the City of Silver's expedition team, as long as they weren't wearing clothes or armor that belonged to mystical items, it was inevitable that they would be damaged in battle. They would definitely prepare a few more sets in advance. To them, the use of clothes to cover their bodies was secondary. The most important thing was to provide space to store materials, medicine, and charms. Colin Iliad looked around warily and didn't discover anything abnormal. Then, he quickly put on his clothes and found a small metal bottle that had fallen to the ground during the battle. He unscrewed the stopper and gulped it down. His face turned a little green, as though he was showing signs of being poisoned. However, the wounds on his body and his declining aura were improving. Lovia was no longer able to continue grazing the silver-armored night evil spirit, so she stored it into her body. After Muskogan's Beyonder characteristic condensed into a silver-white brilliance that resembled a heart or a miniature sun, it was put away by demon hunter Colin. This shepherd elder looked at the giant king's palace not far away with his pale gray eyes. "Chief, the path to the sea might very well be hidden there." Lovia paused for a moment before adding, "Perhaps there's a way for us to directly reach the other side of the sea." As Colin Iliad watched Derek, Chaim, and company clean up the battlefield, pick up the items, and deal with Antiona's shattered corpse, he shook his head and said, "There's a dark angel sleeping inside. It's definitely a king of angels. We're currently unable to resist it, and even facing it will be very difficult. Let's return first and tell everyone about seeing the sea. Then, we can prepare to enter the giant king's palace. Lovia's silver-gray hair fluttered slightly as her expression turned solemn. But we don't know anything. There's no way to make targeted preparations. After saying that, she fell silent for 2 seconds before saying, I have a suggestion. You, Derek, Hyam, and the others can return first. I'll stay behind and attempt to enter this palace to gather useful information. I can blend into the shadows and perhaps not disturb the Dark Angel. If I don't return, it means that the danger inside exceeds the limits of what we can handle. When Lovia mentioned that she might die, her expression didn't change at all, as though she was already prepared. Demon Hunter Colin quietly listened and stared at her for a few seconds. No. We can't take such a risk. If you awaken the Dark Angel, he might leave the Giant King's court and attack the City of Silver. And we definitely won't be able to withstand it. Without waiting for Lovia's response, Colin Iliad turned his head and looked at the other 3 team members. Derek, what's your opinion? My opinion? Derek was rather confused as he nearly blurted out a question. Hyam and the other Dawn Paladin were equally alarmed. This was because this was an internal dispute of the 6-member council, yet Colin Iliad was asking for Derek Berg's opinion. Could it be that the chief is nurturing Derek as the next elder of the 6-member council? The 2 exploratory team members thoughtfully looked at their teammates beside them. Is he asking for my opinion? Above the gray fog, the fool Klein frowned slightly. His brain immediately began to churn at high speeds. What opinion can I have? If I open the door and awaken Sasser, I won't be able to save a single one of you. All I can do is get you to pray to the true creator for help. I should wait until I figure out the situation of the Dark Angel from the Red Angel evil spirit and other related existences before exploring. I don't have to care about the Dragon of Wisdom and Adam's thoughts for the time being. No matter what, there's nothing wrong with choosing to be steady and cautious at this time. As his thoughts raced, Klein spoke in a dignified manner. Return. He then projected the video into the crimson star representing the sun. Derek was stunned for 2 seconds before he calmly replied to the chief's question. I think we should give up for now and come back when we are ready. Colin Iliad nodded and turned to Shepherd Lovia. This is my decision. Lovia was silent for a moment. I'll follow your decision. She didn't say anything else as she helped Derek and the others mark the area. As Aunt Iona and the others hadn't died at the hands of their blood relatives, it was very likely that they would discover an anomaly. Therefore, the expedition team would mark them so that those who came later would be more vigilant. However, this place was far from the City of Silver, so there was no need to worry about affecting it. While they were busy, Lovia suddenly looked up and said to Derek and Hyam, "This is the Giant King's court. It's very likely that there won't be any anomalies." She didn't explain as she watched the pile of Antiona's flesh and blood be burned to ashes by the flames. She then grabbed a handful and stuffed it into a leather bag. After doing all of this, the City of Silver's expedition team searched for any other passageways and received a disappointing answer. Then, under Chief Colin Iliad's lead, they began to return the way they had come. After entering the palace that had lost its door and had the oil painting band playing, Derek couldn't help but turn his head and look outside the broken railing again. He looked into the distance where the orange-red clouds were, and he looked at the dark blue, gently surging sea. After staring for a few seconds, he retracted his gaze and realized that the chief's light blue eyes were also quietly looking in that direction. Colin then turned his head and said in a calm voice, "Let's go." Then, he turned his head and calmly walked forward. Then, without looking back, he calmly walked forward. P.S. Update before making any changes. 9 Heaven's Divine Emperor above the gray fog. Klein heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that the City of Silver's expedition team had embarked on their return journey without any changes to the Giant King's palace. He leaned back in his chair in exhaustion. After nearly 2 hours of observation, his spirituality was close to its limit. He could at most last another 15 minutes. Regardless, the harvest this time has completely exceeded my imagination. It's only right to give the Silver Night potion formula to the City of Silver. Klein rubbed his forehead as his thoughts began to wander. Grasping these ancient secrets will be of great help to my digestion after my advancement. The problem now is that my Bizarro Sorcerer potion hasn't been completely digested. From the feedback I've received over this period of time, I can tell that the spread of all sorts of ghost stories is indeed quite effective. Once Miss Magicians completes the manuscript and publishes it, it should be done after some time. However, she only started writing a few days ago. I wonder when she'll finish writing. Why can't she write for a few more hours a day? When I pick her up, I'll urge her. With this in mind, Klein suddenly recalled something. He hadn't given Anderson the reward for finding Vice Admiral Ailment. I'll wait until he helps Donna's become a conspirer. That's one of the agreements anyway. The advancement ritual of an iron-blooded knight isn't difficult, but it's not simple either. It's especially troublesome for a hunter. This actually requires a hunter who's good at provoking and scheming to form a team of at least 30 people. I have to nurture a deep camaraderie with them, allowing them to become stronger one after another and have great teamwork. They will be able to understand the intentions of a hunter through their eyes and actions, making them nearly one with each other. Then, they will form a ritual. The higher the strength and rapport of the team, the better the ritual's effects. Seeing that the City of Silver's expedition team had returned in an orderly manner without any accidents, Klein finally felt relieved. He left the world above the gray fog, threw himself into bed, and fell asleep. At the afternoon town camp, after a period of rest, Derek Berg finally recovered. His face was no longer as pale as before. Just as he finished eating the bread made from black-faced grass powder, a figure appeared in the shadows outside the door. "Derek, the chief is looking for you." "Yes." He stood up instinctively. "Thank you." He was going to look for the chief and hand over the potion formula of the Silver Knight. After watching the messenger retreat into the shadows, he walked out of the room and arrived at the campsite that was illuminated by the bonfire. At a glance, Derek saw many team members who hadn't participated in the expedition gathered together in twos and threes, discussing something in low voices excitedly. They already knew that the Giant King's court could see the sea, so they knew that it wasn't too far from the sea. As long as they found the right path, it wouldn't take long for them to arrive. This was an important step for the City of Silver to save itself after discovering the outsider, Jack. The residents of the City of Silver, who mainly relied on dawn and the light of dawn, finally saw the light of dawn. The long wait and persistence seemed to be about to pay off. Derek could understand the feelings of his team members because he was the same. However, having heard all sorts of things about the ruins of the Battle of Gods from the world's German sparrow, he knew very well that the sea wasn't simple. It would probably be extremely difficult to head to the other side of the sea. Ignoring everything else, just Dark Angel Sasser, who was sleeping in the Giant King's palace and blocking the key path, was a problem that couldn't be overcome at the moment. I can only hope that Mr. Fool will bless me. Yes, for that boy to appear in the ruins of the temple means that there are other paths that can bypass the Giant King's palace and reach the sea. Derek thought hopefully as he circled around the quietly burning bonfire and walked to the chief's room on the other side. Suddenly, he saw a person sitting silently in the shadow of a boulder. It was a man in his 20s, much taller than Derek. He held a pale gold bracelet with 3 small bells hanging on it, and his eyes were unfocused. Derek wasn't unfamiliar with this man. He knew that he was Antiona's husband, Dolores, a Sequence 6 Dawn Paladin. In the City of Silver, before the age of 18, one could freely fall in love until marriage. And if one didn't have a spouse by the age of 18, one would be arranged. It was the same for those who had been widowed for 3 years. This was a necessary measure to ensure the population of the City of Silver. It seemed against human nature, but for the continuation of the entire race in the Land of Darkness, this was the only way. Furthermore, this could also ensure that everyone had a certain number of close relatives, preventing them from mutating into terrifying evil spirits after death. As for Dolores and Antiona, they were neighbors who lived on the same street. They had known each other since they were young and had a good impression of each other. Finally, they fell in love when they were teammates in the patrol team. Step by step, they became husband and wife, and their relationship was very deep. Considering that their children were still young, Colin Iliad had deliberately left one behind during the exploration of the Giant King's court. On the one hand, Derek felt that there was nothing wrong with the chief's arrangements, but on the other hand, he felt a strong sense of sorrow from Dolores's performance. It was as if he had returned to the state when he had to personally stab his parents to death. From the beginning to the end of the exploration, it only took half a day, but to Dolores, everything was different. After a moment of silence, Derek retracted his gaze and continued forward. His footsteps unconsciously became heavier. At the same time, he thought of a rumor shepherd elder Lovia once had a husband, but he had died during an exploration. This was originally a very common matter that wasn't worth discussing at all. However, apart from Lovia, the entire team that explored the ruins of the temple had gone crazy. After they were eliminated, a rumor gradually spread among the residents of the City of Silver. During that exploration, Elder Lovia had eaten her husband. The night with very low lightning frequency made the wind a little cold. Derek shivered and focused his attention back on what was in front of him. He took a few quick steps and arrived at his destination. He raised his hand and knocked on the chief's door. "Come in," Colin Iliad said without any abnormality in his voice. Derek pushed open the door and entered. He saw the chief in a linen shirt and a dark coat wiping the two swords with grease. Colin Iliad didn't stop. He raised his head and looked at Derek, who was at the door. He looked up at Derek and asked, "What are your thoughts on this exploration?" "What's the purpose of the chief's question?" Having been influenced by the hanging man, Alger, Derek subconsciously had this thought. He was unable to grasp the chief's exact intentions, so all he could do was close the door and frankly answer, "There might be other paths to the sea. There might be another way to the seaside. The giant king's palace should be very important, but it's too dangerous. We need more information." Colin Iliad nodded and asked, "There might be other paths to the sea. Was the conspiracy of the kings of angels and those existences in the name of deities to resist the Lord? And this success resulted in the abandonment of this land?" Although Derek had never directly heard of such a deduction, it wasn't difficult for him to come to a similar conclusion based on the various secrets he had learned on the tarot. Yes, that should be the case. Colin fell silent. Even his movements of wiping the sword slowed down. After a few seconds, he put down the items in his hand and took 2 steps forward. "Those who participated in the conspiracy are still active on the other side of the sea?" After a moment of silence, Derek deliberated before replying, "Most of them. But not too active." Colin Iliad nodded, indicating that he had nothing else to ask. Derek hurriedly said, "That's right. Chief, when Light Slayer Murskogan died, I obtained the incomplete formula of the Silver Night Potion, including the supplementary ingredients and the advancement ritual." When he said that, Derek knew that his lie was too fake and could be seen through at a glance, because he didn't even dare to open his eyes. However, he still couldn't think of a better excuse. If Mr. the Hanging Man were here, he would definitely have a better solution. Just as this thought surfaced in his mind, he heard the chief speak slowly. "Very good, what is it?" After being stunned for a second, Derek hurriedly explained the corresponding ritual and the supplementary materials in its entirety. After Demon Hunter Colin listened quietly, he let out a long sigh and said, "Your contribution this time is very great. This is of great importance to the City of Silver. In the future, our upper limit will be Sequence 3, not Sequence 4. Within a certain range, the risks encountered by the exploration team will be greatly reduced." "Why is the risk encountered by the exploration team within a certain range reduced when the upper limit is Sequence 3? As Derek was happy that he had made such a contribution, he found it difficult to understand the chief's words. However, he knew that this was knowledge that he wasn't qualified to understand. He planned on asking about it at the tarot gathering later. He then bade farewell and turned to open the door. "Derek!" Colin Iliad suddenly shouted at him. Derek turned his head in puzzlement and realized that the chief's expression was rather solemn. Colin fell silent for a moment before shaking his head. "Be careful of Lovia." "Yes, Your Excellency," Derek replied from the bottom of his heart. Bakeland, Northborough. Hazel rode a carriage back to the city from Moose Manor. She planned on heading to the Rouen Charity Bursary Foundation to meet Miss Audrey to discuss the donation and help. After interacting with her many times, she had a very good impression of this noble lady. She felt that there wasn't any pressure around her, and the strange emotions that had accumulated in her heart had dissipated quite a bit. She gradually recovered many of her forgotten memories. "I should have a teacher. What exactly happened that day? I shudder every time I try to recall it." Hazel cast her gaze out the window in melancholy. Her carriage was passing by Buckland Street. At this moment, a man dressed as a postman rode a bicycle past her in a rather relaxed manner. Hazel casually sized him up and saw a monocle on his right eye. Nine heavens, divine emperor! Hazel's gaze instantly froze as she felt something rapidly expand in her mind. It tore through an invisible barrier and spewed out. Instinctively, she averted her gaze and curled her body slightly. Then, she felt a light rise up from the depths of her heart, exploding into countless memory fragments as they roared back and forth. She remembered at once what had happened at home that day. She remembered her father, her mother, the maids, and the footmen putting on their spectacles or pressing their eyelids. The unspeakable horror was so vivid that it seemed to have been engraved in her bones. Hazel's expression broke down as she curled into a ball and trembled. It left the maidservant in the carriage stunned as she hurriedly got up and reached out her hands in a bid to help her mistress up. "No!" Hazel's body trembled as she shouted with a nearly shrill voice. The maidservant was alarmed and frightened as she stood rooted to the ground, unsure of how to react. After shouting, Hazel calmed down significantly. She sat up and looked ahead with extreme fear. She saw that the postman with the monocle had already entered another street. All she could see was his back. I felt a little uncomfortable just now, but I'm much better now," Hazel turned her head and forced herself to say to the maidservant. She realized that she wasn't as horrified as she remembered. It was as though after some time, she could already accept the situation. "If not, I might have lost control just now." Why did I use the word lost control? Thankfully, I've forgotten this memory. I didn't do anything too eye-catching when I saw the postman. I only broke down after about 10 seconds, otherwise, I might have been discovered and something terrifying would have happened. Hazel's thoughts flashed uncontrollably as her body trembled slightly. "Miss, do you need to go to a clinic?" the maidservant hurriedly asked. Hazel instinctively shook her head. Her mind was in chaos as she casually said, "Let's go to the Rouen Charity Bursary Foundation first. I remember there's a private clinic nearby." "All right." The maidservant turned around and instructed the carriage driver to speed up. "All right." The maidservant turned around and instructed the carriage driver to speed up. Hazel repeatedly took deep breaths in an attempt to adjust her tense, flustered, and horrified emotions. It had to be said that this had a certain effect. She, who didn't break down immediately, seemed to calm down a little. At this moment, a sparrow had appeared above the carriage at some point in time. It blinked its right eye and spoke in human language with a nearly inaudible voice. "She seems to have some unnecessary misunderstanding about me. From the looks of it, I have crossed paths with her in the past. Ah, she's a resident of Buckland Street. Interesting." Before long, the carriage arrived at Phelps Street. Seeing that the Rouen Charity Bursary Foundation wasn't far away, Hazel suddenly said, "Go to church. Head to St. Samuel Cathedral first. I want to say a prayer." She wanted to tell the bishops what had happened that day and what she had seen today. In the gap of the carriage, a black ant moved its right antennae and whispered with a human voice, "Humans these days are really uncreative. Whenever something happens, they like to go to the church. I thought I would discover something by following her. Next time, I will steal the church right in front of them." As it spoke, the other tentacle of the ant also moved. Hazel immediately forgot what she had just said. She forgot what she had recalled and that she had encountered a postman wearing a monocle. She got off the carriage at the entrance of the Rouen Charity Bursary Foundation and walked in with her maidservant. Clearly, her maidservant and her carriage driver didn't remember the previous instructions. Inside the Rouen Charity Bursary Foundation, Audrey welcomed Hazel and brought her new friend to participate in the aid for the injured soldiers on the front lines. As the World German Sparrow had mentioned that the Secret Order's leader, Zeradal, and other angels had infiltrated Bakeland, Audrey had cautiously given up on the third stage of the treatment for Hazel, hoping that she wouldn't recall her past experiences for the time being to prevent any accidents from happening. Her current plan was to participate in charity activities and help others, allowing Hazel to gradually become more cheerful and strengthen her ability to resist the psychological trauma. In the Free City of Pirates, Furs was drinking the local specialty fruit wine with high alcohol content as she recorded what she had seen and encountered today. Suddenly, her spiritual perception was triggered as she instinctively looked to the side. She immediately saw a figure appear in the void and quickly take form. It was none other than the cold-looking German sparrow, who was wearing a half-top hat and a black trench coat. With a whoosh, Furs stood up with a wine glass and fountain pen in her hand and subconsciously said, "That's right." She subconsciously said, "Good afternoon. Mr. Sparrow." As she spoke, she hurriedly placed the items in her hands on the table. Klein pressed down on his top hat and surveyed the area. "Are you thinking of leaving?" Furs's eyes darted left and right. "All right." Over the past few days, she had already taken down the basic characteristics of this city that were different from other places. Klein didn't say a word as he gestured at the items on the table with his chin, indicating for Miss Magicians to quickly tidy up. Furs didn't hesitate as she hurriedly tidied up the manuscripts as though she had heard the instructions. Klein stood there and watched as the man busied himself. Suddenly, he suddenly asked, "How's the progress on that thriller story?" Furs's body trembled indiscernibly before she replied, "Soon. Soon. Klein nodded slightly. "How much longer?" "1 week, no, 5 days, at most 5 days, Furs replied quickly. Klein didn't say anything else. After Furs packed up the manuscripts, pens, half a bottle of wine, and other souvenirs, he took 2 steps forward and grabbed her shoulder. Countless indescribable figures flashed past. Furs was even more relaxed than last time. She was even trying to record this trip. Before long, she returned to Bakeland and returned to the alley where she had disappeared. She heard the world's German sparrow say, "Rest for a few days before departing. Pay attention to your replies. Also, ask your teacher again if he has any information related to Blood Emperor Tudor. It's mainly about the various ruins." "Okay." Furs quickly agreed and thanked him. After separating from German Sparrow, she returned to a particular street in East Borough and entered the room she shared with Xiao. Xiao put down the newspaper and looked at her friend. "Was it effective?" "It wasn't bad. I went to a free city that belongs to pirates this time." Before Furs could finish her sentence, her expression changed slightly. "Give me my coffee beans and cigarettes." "Why? There's nothing there?" Xiao asked in puzzlement. She sat in front of the desk, unfurled the manuscript, picked up a fountain pen, and said without turning her head, "It's time for me to go to the library." Without turning her head, she said, "For the new book. Remember to make me some coffee." Xiao followed to the bedroom door and opened her mouth when she heard that, but she didn't say a word. Elsewhere in East Borough, in a rented apartment with a similar layout. As Zeradal had already arrived in Bakeland, it was unknown when Amon would be fished over. The Red Angel evil spirit's true motives were unknown, and he still planned on preventing George III from becoming the Black Emperor. On the one hand, Klein was busy digesting the bizarro sorcerer, and on the other hand, he was making all sorts of preparations. At this moment, after settling the matter regarding the magicians, he spread out the letter and wrote, "Dear Mr. Aztec, I've learned a lot about ancient history during this period of time. I believe you should be very interested. Otherwise, you wouldn't have chosen to be a history teacher after losing your memories. This history involves secrets, so it's not convenient to talk about it in a letter. When you wake up, I'll share it with you in person. Also, I can now create a charm called Yesterday Once More. Once you use it, you can find your past self from the historical void and borrow strength from him. This isn't something worth paying attention to. The most important thing is that it can allow you to directly retrieve your memories from your past self. There's no need to use decades of time to slowly awaken them. I believe you will like it. I've included 2 with the letter. If you wake up, you can try the effects. I'm currently in an environment filled with undercurrents. If you come over, please pay attention and observe the situation in advance. I will attempt to do something regarding George III advancement to Black Emperor, but the chances of success are very slim. Finally, I wish you well and wish you an early awakening. Your eternal student, Klein Moretti." After folding the letter, Klein stuffed it, along with the 2 Yesterday Once More charms, into the envelope. Following that, he took out Aztec's copper whistle and blew it. The gigantic skeleton messenger emerged from the floor and received the letter with a posture that was lower than Klein's. Klein nodded slightly and watched the messenger disintegrate into white bones before vanishing. After doing all of this, he used 2 fingers to take out the paper crane that Wolaseptin had folded from his wallet and wrote on it with a pencil, "There's something I'd like to ask." He then placed the paper crane under his pillow and lay down. With the help of cogitation, he entered a deep sleep. In the depths of the pitch-black steeple, Klein once again saw Wolaseptin, who was wrapped in silver silk and sitting in a black pram. Without waiting for the other party to speak, he went straight to the point. "Do you know who can provide a way to accommodate the uniqueness? What kind of price do you need to pay? If the price is unbearable, forget it." Klein silently added in his heart. Sucking on his thumb, Wolaseptin was taken aback. "You want me to accommodate the die of probability?" Klein nodded solemnly. "Regardless of whether I succeed or not, I have to try." Just as he said that, Wolaseptin's tears began streaming down his face. The chubby baby beat his side with his hand, and sobbed bitterly, he sobbed and said, "It's useless. It's too late. I've already rebooted. I still have to grow for at least 22 years before I can accommodate the uniqueness. Why didn't you say so earlier? I'm really unlucky. It must be that silly snake, Ouroboros, who stole too much of my luck. P.S. Update first, then change." Listening to Wolaseptin's tearful complaints, Klein really did not know how to react, so he could only remain expressionless. When the baby wrapped in silver silk calmed down, he asked in puzzlement, "What's going on? Even if I had told you earlier, it would have been useless. When I met you, you had already rebooted." "No, at that time, I was still Wolaseptin. I didn't have the surname Chris, and I've already rebooted a long time ago." The chubby baby wiped his tears and said, "Although there's still a long time before I reach adulthood, as long as I'm willing to take a certain amount of risk, it's not impossible to accept it. With the luck I've accumulated, that kind of risk can be resolved. But right now, the difference is too great, and there's no way to make up for it." Klein thought for a while and said after some deliberation, "Perhaps I can find a marauder pathway angel to steal your time so that you can grow up earlier." Wolaseptin was still sobbing as he shook his head. "It's useless. It's impossible for them to precisely steal my childhood and adolescence. If it's purely about the time of my survival, it won't allow me to grow. It will only reduce the number of years that I'm supposed to live. At that time, Wolaseptin's series will die prematurely. He will be born in June 1350 and will die in October 1350 at the age of 4 months, but I've seen examples of accelerated aging due to the theft of time." Klein recalled what he had seen in Amon's mausoleum. The chubby baby still shook his head. "No, that's just a symbolic representation. If it were used on me, it would be the baby starting to grow wrinkles and his hair turning white. If you really want to accurately steal childhood and youth, you can only find Amon, and his true body has to come in person." At this point, the baby wrapped in silver silk and Klein fell silent at the same time. Neither of them spoke for a long time. If Amon were to be found, it might not just be his childhood and youth that were stolen. After a while, Klein exhaled without hiding it. "Then let's not think about this matter for the time being. However, I still want to know where I can get a way to accommodate the uniqueness. If there's a chance to get it, I definitely won't miss it. Who knows when it will come in handy in the future." Wolaseptin put down his hand that was wiping his tears and sniffled. "There's no need to ask anyone. I've already gotten it long ago, but I just can't do it. Otherwise, do you think that I'm fake as the chairman of the Life School of Thought?" Klein was surprised and curious. "Why can't I do it?" Wolaseptin tugged at the little blanket in the pram. "There are 3 ways to accommodate the uniqueness. The first is to be born with it, which is equivalent to the activation of the uniqueness and fuse it with humanity. The second is to activate the uniqueness to a certain extent and then forcefully absorb it into the body. Relying on the power of the Creator to suppress it, it will take a long time to wear it down bit by bit, adapt, and achieve balance. The third is to mix the uniqueness into an incomplete potion and consume it with a simplified ritual to become a god. There's no need to mention the first method. This is what people are jealous of about the brothers. The second method was impossible after the ancient sun's god perished. The third method is the only feasible method at present, but for a sequence 1 of the fate pathway, it can only depend on fate. The first point was mentioned by Roselle the Great in his diary. It was said by Mr. Dorr. Does the second point mean that after the ancient sun's god grasped many authorities, he was actually at least half a level higher than the present true gods, or even one level higher? The level of the creator? Klein asked thoughtfully, what do you mean it can only depend on fate? What does it have to do with me saying earlier that I can help you accommodate the uniqueness? Will Septon's chubby baby face revealed a wistful expression. The fate pathway's apotheosis ritual might be the simplest, but it might also be the most difficult. As long as we can find the right opportunity in the torrent of fate, we can directly consume the potion and attempt to advance. As long as we can find the right opportunity in the torrent of fate, we can directly consume the magic potion and attempt to advance. But the problem is that the exact opportunity can't be divined or predicted. There's no way to lock onto it. All I can do is eliminate certain interferences and patiently experience and search. I've already rebooted countless times. After an extremely long period of time, I still haven't encountered it. At this point, the baby's tears flowed down again. It sounds simple, but in fact, it's all about fate and looks. Klein felt wistful as he asked in enlightenment, what's the matter? When I said that I would help you accommodate the uniqueness, did you vaguely grasp the opportunity? The chubby baby cried even more bitterly. Although I haven't found it yet. I have a feeling. I see. When Will Septon first came into contact with me, other than hoping to obtain the help of yesterday once more, he was also pushed by luck. What a charlatan. Klein grunted and said, then there's no other way, only if you give me a few more of those amulets. Will Septon nodded heavily. All right. Klein wasn't stingy with his reply before adding, you have to fold a few more paper cranes for me. With that said, the baby wrapped in silver silk and him fell silent. In the rental apartment, Klein, who had woken up from his dream, got out of bed, walked to the room outside, took out a pen and paper, and began writing to Leonard. I've obtained some high-sequence beyonders of the seer pathway. It allows one to borrow strength from their past selves. Klein didn't mention if his dear poet needed it. It was as though he was simply describing it. After folding the letter, he took out a gold coin and a rectangular diamond-like charm and blew into the adventurer's harmonica. Rionette Tinker, who was wearing a dark and complicated dress, walked out of the void with 4 blonde, red-eyed heads in hand. All eyes were cast on the yesterday once more charm. The 4 heads spoke one after another, this time. Who are dealing with against, how direct? Klein sighed and smiled. I haven't confirmed it yet. I'm going to attempt to foil George III's plans next. I might need your help at a critical moment. Rionette Tinker's 4 blonde, red-eyed heads immediately replied this. Sounds very dangerous. Want more payment, more of these charms? The corner of Klein's forehead twitched as though he was experiencing the soul-tearing pain again. 3. Rionette Tinker's head, which hadn't spoken a second time, bobbed up and down. Klein forced a smile and said, no problem. However, it will take 1 to 2 weeks. Firstly, he had recently separated many worms of spirit and made many yesterday charms. It made him feel that he was approaching his limits and needed to rest for a period of time. Secondly, he felt that in another 1 to 2 weeks, with the release of Miss Magician's new book, he should be able to digest the Bizarro Sorcerer potion and attempt to advance to Scholar of Yore. When that happened, there might be a simpler and easier method. Rionette Tinker's 4 heads bobbed up and down with the help of her hair, indicating that there was no problem. Klein then pointed at the letter and gold coin. Send it to the mailbox at 7, Pinster Street. He had previously done a divination and discovered that Leonard wasn't home. He seemed to have gone south of the bridge. One of Rionette Tinker's heads bobbed up as she sucked the letter, gold coin, and yesterday once more charm into her mouth. Seeing Miss Messenger step into the void and disappear from the room, Klein pondered for nearly a minute before setting up the sacrificial and bestowment ritual. Since the Bizarro Sorcerer potion was about to be completely digested, there was no doubt that he had to prepare the various ingredients for Scholar of Yore ahead of time. Among them, the demonic Wolf of Fog's Heart and White Frost Crystal could be obtained from the Evernight Goddess. And with the demonic Wolf of Fog's Heart, he could fish the Hounds of Fulgrim in the spirit world. After a period of work, Klein finished setting up the altar. He took 2 steps back and observed his surroundings. It's still rather clean. With the wall of spirituality sealing it, I've satisfied the ritual's requirements. I haven't contributed much recently, so how should I pray for a bestowment? Could it be that I tell the goddess that I plan on getting a credit loan and paying it back in installments? Wouldn't that be a little blasphemous to the deities? Yes, I'll try to sacrifice something of value. If the goddess is willing to accept it, she'll give me a corresponding bestowment, something of value. As he thought, Klein's thoughts turned to the junk pile above the gray fog. He really wanted to pack the biological poison bottle, the interrogator beyonder characteristic, the lunatic beyonder characteristic, the aura of a blatherer, the blood of a thousand-faced hunter, the eyeball of a six-winged gargoyle, and the powder of a spirit world plunderer to the goddess in exchange for the ingredients for scholar of yore. However, he felt that this would make the goddess look like a trash collector, so he had no choice but to give up on the idea. It has to be something of similar value. Guruzel's travels won't do. It hides quite a lot of secrets, and it might be of great use. By the way, the next time Little Sun and company explore the Giant King's court, I can give Rozelle's ashes to them. This time I don't know how far they can explore. I'm worried that they will return before they truly enter the Giant King's court. See God's scepter? That's even more important. Not only is it my most powerful sealed artifact at the moment, but it also involves the believers of the sea god. That will be my anchor for a period of time in the future. When I have more anchors, I can bestow them to Mr. the Hanging Man. Vin Rambise's beyonder characteristic. I've already promised it to Miss Justice. After some thought, Klein realized that he didn't have many choices. One was Life's Scepter, and the other was the Flaring Sun Charm, Fate Siphon Charm, Yesterday Once More Charm, and Control Spirit Bullets. The latter are all one-time items. Even if they are added together, their actual value can't compare to the main ingredient of a Sequence 3 potion. Besides, when my ability to transfer wounds improves again, I can also take on a portion of Life's Scepter's functions. After some hesitation, Klein finally made a decision. P.S. Update first before making any changes. After bringing the wood-colored cane back to the real world from above the gray fog, Klein immediately began the ritual. He lit the candles and burned the corresponding essential oils and herbal powder. He then took 2 steps back and skillfully chanted the goddess's honorific name. Finally, he said, I offer this cane, which is filled with the power of life, to you. I hope to receive your favor. He didn't directly mention the demonic wolf of Fog's heart and white frost crystal. This was equivalent to an equivalent exchange, not offering items and praying for a bestowment. The other aspects of the ritual didn't need to be too detailed, but Klein believed that he still needed to pay attention to such a fundamental problem of attitude. As Klein's words ended, 2 of the 3 candlelights swelled up and intertwined, forming an illusory and dark mysterious door. The door slowly opened, bringing with it a strong, invisible wind. They swept up Life's cane and made it pass through the gap in the illusory door, disappearing into the scene of the endless starry sky. Right on the heels of that, with a flash of light, 2 items passed through the barrier and landed on the altar without making a sound. One of them was a strange heart formed from white fog, and the other was a frost crystal that emitted a cold aura. Klein was delighted as he hurriedly lowered his head to thank the goddess for her bestowment. When he raised his head again, the dark and mysterious door had already closed and was rapidly fading away. The altar area had completely returned to normal. Phew, I really succeeded. Klein heaved a sigh of relief. He took 2 steps forward and put away the demonic wolf of Fog's heart and white frost crystal. At this moment, the relaxed him couldn't help but have a thought that he absolutely couldn't say out loud. If I had known that it would go so smoothly, I wouldn't have needed to use Life's cane. I have such a large pile of miscellaneous items. Perhaps it's enough, perhaps the goddess will bestow it even if I don't offer anything. The current situation shows that she supports me becoming a scholar of yore. Of course, this way, I'll receive too many gifts. I wonder what price I'll have to pay in the future. It's better to use Life's cane to exchange for it, yes, from the looks of it, before I advance to Sequence 2 and obtain the status of an angel, the goddess will likely still favor me. After that, it's difficult to determine what kind of development and changes will occur. Thinking of this, Klein collected his thoughts, ended the ceremony, and tidied up the altar. Then, he began to plan how to deal with the hounds of Fulgrim, the so-called Sapphira Castle Guardian. The magicians would never perform unprepared. South of the bridge, Rose Street. Leonard changed into a black and white checkered police uniform and wore red gloves. He led his team members and the real police to the only cathedral of the Church of Earth Mother in Bakeland. The epaulette he wore corresponded to a high-ranking inspector, but in fact, with his sequence rank and his identity as a Red Gloves team captain, he should be equivalent to a superintendent, or even a chief superintendent. However, a police officer at that level wouldn't take on such missions. Wearing the corresponding epaulette to the Harvest Church would easily arouse the suspicion of the citizens. After passing through the door, Leonard swept his gaze and discovered that it was empty. There were only two figures. One of them was the mountain-like Bishop of Faysac, who was sitting in the front row and focused on praying. The other was a handsome man with black hair and red eyes who was wearing a priest robe. He was cleaning the ground. Emlyn White. Leonard nodded to himself as he walked along the aisle to Bishop Utravsky's side. He then coughed twice, causing the half-giant bishop to open his eyes and look over. "I'm a senior inspector from the Bakeland Police Department." Leonard showed his identification. "I need you to go back and assist in the investigation." Father Utravsky slowly stood up and asked in a calm tone, looking down from above, "What is it?" "The residents nearby reported your abnormal behavior." "It's possible that you're a spy from Faysac or Fainapotter," Leonard said, the reason he had long fabricated. At the same time, he was prepared to forcefully pull Bishop Utravsky into a dream. Once he resisted, he would try to control this blessed in the shortest amount of time possible. With the Red Gloves team's configuration, as long as they didn't directly encounter a real demigod, they had a high chance of taking down a blessed who wielded a holy artifact. Furthermore, before Leonard set off, he had applied for a Grade 1 sealed artifact. This was also the reason why he had delayed taking action until today. Father Utravsky fell silent for 2 seconds before turning his head to look at Emlyn White, who was standing beside the candlestick. Emlyn's slightly complicated expression froze. He opened his mouth, but he didn't know what to say. Father Utravsky retracted his gaze and nodded slightly. "All right. So cooperative? I thought I would experience an extremely intense battle. I had to be rather careful to not cause any casualties." Leonard was taken aback for a moment before he smiled. "Thank you for your cooperation." If there really was a battle that harmed a blessed of Earth Mother, Leonard suspected that the already tense situation would change drastically. Through the ancient history he learned from Garozel's travels, the various secrets he learned from the tarot, and Old Man Palaz's explanation, he understood that the current relationship between the Church of Earth Mother and the Church of Evernight was like dried wood. All it took was a spark to ignite it. When the time came, the history books would record today's events as follows: the fuse that turned the war from a local to a full-blown war. Leonard Mitchell ignited a religious gunpowder keg. Phew. Seeing that Father Utravsky didn't resist and accepted the custodial protection, Emlyn White secretly heaved a sigh of relief. He was very satisfied with his performance on the tarot. At this moment, the Red Gloves team member, Cindy, looked at Emlyn, who wasn't masculine enough and had the gentleness of the moonlight. He suppressed his voice and said, "Captain, boss, there's still a priest. Should we take him with us?" "Yes, we can also close the Harvest Church for a period of time to prevent any accidents from happening." Emlyn. Leonard. After a few seconds and repeated deliberation, Leonard finally said, "If the spy case involves Fainapotter, he's also quite suspicious. If the espionage case involves Fainapotter, he is also quite a suspect. Please ask him to go back with us to assist in the investigation." Emlyn was stunned, unsure of what expression to show. East Borough, in a 2-bedroom rental apartment. Furs rubbed her dark circles and drank the last mouthful of bitter coffee. She stood up abruptly and began changing her clothes. "Done writing?" Zio, who was enjoying her breakfast, was taken aback. "It's only been a day and a half." Furs shook her head and took a deep breath. "No. However, I've already written the first part. I can show it to the editor of the newspaper. If it's going to be serialized, there's no need to finish writing it all now." Zio thought for a moment and said, "This is indeed a good idea. This is indeed a good idea. It can effectively reduce the pressure on you." Furz's expression warped as she closed her eyes. "I hope so." In another rental apartment a few streets away, after a period of work, Klein, who had made his preparations and plans, put on creeping hunger. His body quickly turned transparent as he entered the spirit world. Looking up at the 7 pure lights of different colors that blanketed the sky, Klein released his 2 marionette's arms and took out a box. He removed the wall of spirituality on the surface, allowing the aura of the demonic wolf of Fog's heart to spread out. Then, he pulled Anuni, and Anuni pulled Kona's. The 3 of them quickly teleported deep into the spirit world. Along the way, all sorts of strange spirit world creatures passed by them, as though they were an oil painting depicting hell. After an unknown period of time, Klein's premonition for danger was triggered as he quickly outlined a scene in his mind. At the place where red, black, white, blue, and other colors overlapped, a slender figure abruptly emerged. It looked like a hound, and its entire body was covered in short, pitch-black fur. Its eye sockets were 2 burning dark red flames, and the corners of its mouth extended all the way to the back of its head. It clearly existed there, but it gave off an illusory and surreal feeling. The Hound of Fulgrim, Klein immediately turned around and faced that direction. He released his 2 marionettes at the same time, letting them wander in different directions. In an instant, the Hound of Fulgrim appeared. This monster that wasn't too deformed but was definitely terrifying turned its 2 dark red flames and looked at Klein. Right on the heels of that, its figure turned increasingly illusory and instantly vanished, as though it was a projection from history. It ran away just like that? As Klein muttered to himself in surprise, he became even more vigilant against any possible ambushes. More than 10 seconds later, 2 figures appeared at the same spot. They were both Hounds of Fulgrim covered in black fur, with burning eyes and the corners of their mouths that stretched to the back of their heads. However, there was only a dark red flame left in the eye sockets of these 2 monsters. The remaining flame was in their claws. Without waiting for Klein to react, the 2 Hounds of Fulgrim lay down in the void of the spirit world and wagged their tails. They wagged their tails. Klein's mouth was half open as he suspected that he was dreaming. P.S. First updated before making changes. The number of words is a little short. It'll be normal tomorrow. When the 2 burning dark red flames swayed from the Hounds of Fulgrim and landed in front of Klein, he snapped to his senses. He felt puzzled and relieved. Why would they take the initiative to harm themselves and give me a pair of eyes? There's also thick, sticky blood flowing around them. If this was their trap, I would have already stepped into it. To think that I was stunned for a few seconds. This is a fatal mistake in a battle between bizarre sorcerers. However, no matter who it is, it's inevitable that they will have a similar reaction when encountering such a thing for the first time. A terrifying enemy that they have schemed to deal with will kneel and beg for mercy the moment they see you, wagging their tails to curry favor. It's like a dream. This behavior is very similar to Erodza's. Could it be that the great existence above the spirit world can really show its uniqueness in the spirit world? As his thoughts raced, Klein looked at the 2 Hounds of Fulgrim that were prostrating in the void and wagging their tails. He extended his left hand and caught the 2 dark red flames and a large amount of thick, dark red blood. The moment he came into contact with these items, Klein suddenly heard familiar ravings and roars. They were sometimes sharp, sometimes deep, sometimes manic, sometimes alluring, sometimes crazy, and sometimes ethereal. Right on the heels of that, an illusory, grayish-white fog appeared in front of him. The fog spread in all directions, with no end in sight. Above it, one could vaguely see a majestic palace that looked like the residence of a deity. This was a scene that Klein was very familiar with. This was because every time he entered the mysterious space above the gray fog, he would pass through a similar place. In the beginning, when he took 4 steps counterclockwise, it was very difficult for him to notice his surroundings. However, with his adaptation and the advancement of his sequence, he could easily seize the opportunity to observe. And at this moment, Klein didn't chant the names of the celestial worthy of immeasurable for blessings, nor did he take 4 steps counterclockwise. This made Klein abnormally vigilant. Then, he saw several blurry figures appear in the endless gray fog. They overlapped with the gray fog at times, and at other times, they separated. They were Hounds of Fulgrim with dark red flames burning in their eyes and short, pitch-black fur covering their bodies. The 2 Hounds of Fulgrim who had lost one eye returned to their companions and merged into the darker spots in the gray fog. All the phenomena vanished as Klein, who was floating in the depths of the spirit world, discovered that there were no longer any hounds of Fulgrim around him. There were only his two marionettes and the strange spirit world creature wandering in the distance. Klein lowered his head and looked at the eyeball and blood in his hand. By sensing their existence, he confirmed that what he had just experienced wasn't an illusion. The Hounds of Fulgrim are also known as Sapphira Castle Keepers. They live in the historical void in the spirit world. I just saw them active in the grey fog, fusing with the darker spots. Combining what he had seen and heard, Klein gradually made a bold judgment. Perhaps Sapphira Castle refers to the mysterious space above the grey fog, referring to that strange door of light, and the grey fog is a symbol of all the history in the spirit world. There's a void in it. Every time I enter the mysterious space through the grey fog, I will leave a certain mark there, making the Hounds of Fulgrim no longer unfamiliar with me. They view me as the owner of Sapphira Castle. Therefore, the moment they saw me, they immediately offered me the items I needed. Wagging their tails and begging for mercy, after planning for an entire day, asking about the situation, and inviting helpers, they ended up targeting their own guards. With this in mind, Klein felt a baffling sense of absurdity. It was as though the fool above the grey fog had reached out his hand in an attempt to fleece some wool, only to end up fleecing him instead. Phew. Sapphira Castle. Although this development makes me increasingly terrified, no matter what, I'm finally beginning to understand the owner of the grey fog and that mysterious space. The unknown is the most terrifying. After standing silently in the depths of the spirit world for a moment, Klein slowly exhaled and summoned his two marionettes back. He planned on waiting for the Bizarro Sorcerer potion to be completely digested before attempting to seek knowledge related to Sapphira Castle from Erodes. When the time came, if anything were to happen, he could use his advancement to resist it. East Borough, in a two-bedroom rental apartment. Furs, who had dark circles under her eyes, returned from outside and picked up the day's newspapers and letters. How was it? Zio, who had just returned home for lunch, looked up and asked. Furs covered her mouth and yawned. Not bad. The editor I know is very satisfied with my new book's theme and writing style. He's decided to arrange for it to be serialized as soon as possible. You might not know, but the horror legend of Bakeland Hospital has been very popular recently. There are already best-selling authors who have gained inspiration from it and have begun to serialize similar stories. I'm actually not the first. That's a good thing. Zio thought for a second and nodded seriously. This meant that Furs, who was also writing about the horror legend of Bakeland Hospital, wouldn't attract so much attention. Her new pen name wouldn't be tested. I know. Furs threw down the newspaper and took out the few letters inside. She quickly flipped through them. Soon, she discovered a reply from her teacher, Dorian Gray Abraham. Furs's expression immediately turned a lot more serious. She quickly tore open the envelope, unfolded the letter, and began reading it. Benjamin Abraham was a person with intus. He lived during Roselle's era. Apart from mysticism knowledge and a small amount of inheritance, he didn't leave behind anything of value. Later, everything was destroyed by the Aurora Order. I was unable to provide the corresponding information. Mr. German Sparrow is going to be disappointed. Furs pursed her lips and performed a magic trick, burning the letter in her hand to ashes. Then, she began writing a reply, asking if her teacher knew of the secret ruins of Blood Emperor Alista Tudor. The clue to Benjamin Abraham has been severed. It's all the fault of those lunatics from the Aurora Order. Klein came above the grey fog and listened to Miss Magician's prayers. He also learned of the news of the horror legend of Bakeland Hospital being serialized. After returning to the real world, Klein was just about to head out for a meal when he suddenly saw Miss Messenger walk out of the void with 4 heads in hand. One of the heads had a letter in its mouth. Who sent it? Klein asked in puzzlement. Rionette Tinker's remaining 3 heads answered one after another. You've been seduced, by, idiot, who is this? Klein turned even more confused as he took the letter and unfolded it. The mastermind behind those matters is George III. His goal is to become the Black Emperor. Are you interested in sabotaging this matter? Trissy. Trissy? This demoness actually dared to write me a letter. Isn't she afraid of being caught by Miss Messenger on the spot? Right, Miss Messenger just said that the sender is a tempted fool. Trissy seduced a man and got him to help summon a messenger while she hid far away. waiting for the other party to contact her through the mirror? She's quite smart. Yes, she's really persistent in investigating this matter. Isn't she worried that she'll be killed by me or George III? That man should be a beyonder. It's still very difficult for an ordinary person to hold a ritual to summon a messenger. After all, it mainly relies on one's own spirit and spirituality. Klein was first surprised before he came to a realization. Right on the heels of that, he began to wonder why Trissy could guess that George III wanted to become the Black Emperor. Without sufficient mysticism knowledge, without grasping the Black Emperor's apotheosis ritual, and without understanding the corresponding history, even a demigod would find it difficult to guess. It definitely wasn't as easy as the Red Angel evil spirit made it out to be. Could it be that Trissy has other helpers? Or could it be that she has obtained more powers from the primordial demoness, including all sorts of knowledge and secrets? Klein frowned slightly as he increasingly felt that there was a huge problem. If he had the chance, he would definitely get rid of Demoness Trissy. After thinking for more than 10 seconds, he took out a pen and paper from his pocket and wrote a reply. I have some interest, but I'm not sure what you want to do. In the Bakeland Bridge area, a man in his 30s was horrified to see the headless, four-headed demoness that had appeared not long ago appear in front of him and throw a letter at him. Are all the messengers in the world of mysticism that terrifying? After Rionette Tinker left for nearly 5 minutes, the man took a breather, picked up the letter, and opened it to take a look. During this process, his eyes gradually burned with passion because he could meet that dreamy beauty again. According to the instructions, he waited until evening before finding a black blob that resembled paste. He separated a small amount and evenly smeared it on a mirror. A few seconds later, the mirror turned dark, as though it was connected to another world. In the blink of an eye, a room that was completely different from the current environment appeared in the mirror. There stood a gentle and beautiful girl in a dark black dress. She was none other than Demoness Trissy. The man who had completed the ritual immediately revealed a look of infatuation as he unconsciously softened his voice. The reply says that he has some interest. The faint dimples on both sides of Trissy's cheeks bloomed bit by bit, making the inside and outside of the mirror brighter. Her brows relaxed as she said, I'll send you a letter. I'll send you a letter. Pass it to Gehrman Sparrow. You mustn't read the contents. After receiving the man's unhesitant promise, Trissy reached out her right hand and swiped it across the mirror, causing the dark aqueous glow to vanish. She then found a pen and paper, deliberated for a few seconds, and quickly wrote, the secret mausoleum needed for George III ritual should come from Blood Emperor Alista Tudor. And there's an existence who knows this very well. Perhaps he can help us infiltrate successfully and destroy the ritual. I have a way to contact that existence, but it has to wait until the next full moon. All you need to do is provide me with some blood, hair, flesh, or bones of a descendant of the House of Abraham. Trissy. P.S. Seeking monthly votes and recommendation votes on Monday East Borough, in a 2-bedroom rental apartment. Klein received Demoness Trissy's reply from Miss Messenger Rionette Tinker and pulled a chair to sit down before reading it. She knows of Mr. Door's existence and has the means to use the bloodline connection of the House of Abraham to speak to him. Trissy can already withstand Mr. Door's cries for help, so she's not afraid of losing control. Furthermore, she seems to be very certain of Mr. Door's identity. She has really obtained more knowledge and secrets from the primordial demoness. But if that's the case, why is Demoness of White Katarina pursuing her? As Klein read the short contents of the letter, questions surfaced in his mind. As the matters that Trissy had vaguely mentioned were within his understanding, he believed that she wasn't lying in this regard. Furthermore, she had indeed provided a very feasible solution. Of course, the premise of this method's success was to grasp the correct ritual, have a corresponding descendant of the House of Abraham as a medium, and be willing to bear extreme risks. Out of these 3 points, Klein was missing the first one. He still had some doubts about the third point, so he attempted to find a safer and more concealed method. As for Demoness Trissy, she only lacked the second point. To me, it's easy to find a descendant of the House of Abraham. I can directly contact them through Miss Magicians, but once their hair, blood, flesh, and bones are given to Demoness Trissy, they will bear the risk of being cursed. Klein knew quite a bit about the Demoness pathway and knew that they were extremely good at curses. As his thoughts raced, he gradually came up with a countermeasure. It was to use the hair, rotting flesh, or bones of the deceased. He remembered that Miss Magicians had mentioned to the fool that she had once buried an old gentleman named Lawrence. Without a doubt, he was a descendant of the House of Abraham. I hope it's not a cremation. Although it's a little desecrating of a corpse, speaking to Mr. Dorr is also a necessary procedure to remove the ancient curse of the House of Abraham. Using the dead is better than implicating the living. When the time comes, I'll add this line in my reply to Trissy. I'll pretend to be a descendant of the House of Abraham providing a ritual medium. Also, I have to first confirm that Trissy wants to speak to Mr. Dorr and not attempt to pull him back to the real world. They are either of a high status or are involved in a high status. It's very difficult to obtain an effective revelation using divination. However, the Emperor said that the ritual Mr. Dorr needs to return to is very complicated. It's definitely not something that can be set up by a small number of bloodline descendants. I can get Queen Mystic, Miss Sharon, and the others to monitor Bakelin's underground market to see if there are any abnormal movements of materials or people. Klein nodded slightly and decided to find Miss Magicians later to rush her for her script. North Borough, Phelps Street. A young man with a thin face and a wide forehead was sitting on a bench. He was wearing a black windbreaker and a silk top hat. He was staring at the withered leaves of the parasol tree with interest in a daze. He wore a crystal monocle on his right eye, making him look rather refined. At that moment, an elder who was heading for St. Samuel Cathedral passed by. Seeing that he wasn't in a good state, he stopped in his tracks and gently asked, "Why are you here?" "Young man, what are you worried about? For the things lost in this war?" He suspected that the other party's relatives, lovers, and friends had died in the previous airstrikes or in the fierce battles at the front lines. That was why he was sitting on the street with a lost expression. The young man raised his hand to pinch his monocle, sighed, and shook his head. "I'm just thinking about some complicated problems." "Are you a philosopher?" The old man was stunned for a moment and blurted out. "No, but I often ask people philosophical questions, like who I am, and where I am going." The young man smiled calmly and continued his thoughts. From time to time, he would move his lips and whisper silently. The elder found it difficult to understand. All he could do was shake his head and slowly walk away under the gazes of the stray dogs, sparrows on the trees, ants on the ground, and microscopic creatures in the air. The young man didn't turn his head. His monocle reflected the falling yellow leaves as he muttered to himself, "Parasitic. No parasitic. Parasitic. No parasitic, watch the bait. Swallow the bait. Watch the bait. Swallow the bait." After receiving the strand of hair from Lawrence's remains from furs, the Magicians, and seeing the Tussock Times begin to serialize the terrifying legend of Bakeland Hospital, Klein entered a state of patient waiting. He also promised to send Miss Magicians to a new place next week to record new scenery and folklore. In the blink of an eye, a new week arrived. After Klein had lunch, he planned on taking a nap to prepare for the tarot at 3 o'clock. At this moment, Rionette Tinker, who was holding 4 blonde, red-eyed heads, walked out from the depths of the void. One of them had a linen bag in its mouth. Who sent it? Klein suddenly had a baffling and complicated premonition. For a moment, he didn't reach out to take the bag in Miss Messenger's mouth. Rionette Tinker's 3 idle heads spoke one after another. Mutated. True. Mushroom, king. Of. Mushroom, this series of modifiers. I roughly understand what's going on. Klein controlled himself from baring his teeth as he slowly took the bag. When he opened the bag, he wasn't surprised to see a large number of all kinds of mushrooms. Some of them were white and plump, as though they would spew out milk with a single poke. Some were black with blood-colored filaments and fat patterns embedded in them. Some were covered in golden stars, and their caps were the size of a palm. At this moment, these mushrooms were still squirming slightly, as though they were trying to spread their mycelium and spores. Klein gulped a mouthful of saliva and picked up a letter that was surrounded by mushrooms. He unfolded it and read it. My dear friend, Gehrman, I've finally completed your request. I've invented mushrooms that can be grown in dark and harsh environments. They rely on devouring the flesh and blood of monsters to grow and reproduce. They don't need any other conditions. Their descendants are split into 2 types. One will accumulate all kinds of toxins and can't be eaten, but it can be used as a source of toxins. The other type can be used as food after being steamed, boiled, fried, or fried at high temperatures. You must remember not to eat them raw or before they are cooked. Otherwise, they will reproduce in your body and use your flesh and blood as a breeding ground. Considering the taste, I invented a total of 11 types of mushrooms. Some are rich in milk, which can be drunk directly. Some are like beef. When you fry them, you don't need to provide extra oil. Some are as delicate as fish, but they don't have spikes. My suggestion is to roast or boil them. All of these results can't be achieved without your help. If I hadn't advanced to a druid, I might have needed a few more years, or even more than a decade, to solve the various problems I encountered in the experiments. If you have any other ideas that suit me, please be sure to share them with me. Your forever friend, Frank Lee. Klein held the letter and fell silent for a while. When he looked up, he realized that Miss Messenger was still waiting. He sighed silently, walked to the desk, took out a piece of paper and a pen, and slowly wrote. I'm glad that you've succeeded. These mushrooms have helped me tremendously. They will effectively reduce famine in certain areas. I'm currently busy with some things, so I don't have enough novel ideas for now. Your friend, German Sparrow. After folding the letter, Klein looked at Miss Messenger and hesitantly asked, Miss Messenger? How's Frank Lee's current state? Rionette Tinker's head, which hadn't spoken before, spoke first. Excited, the other three added one after another, active. Happy. Satisfied. Following that, the forehead spoke again, no longer. Afraid. Of being buried in the soil. Why? Klein subconsciously pressed. The four blonde, red-eyed heads in Rionette Tinker's hands said word by word, he can absorb from soil nutrients and oxygen. After Frank became a druid, he has indeed evolved quite a bit. Klein was momentarily unsure if he should be happy for his friend or mourn for the crew of the future. After watching Miss Messenger leave, Klein used cogitation to force himself to sleep. Then, he woke up at 2:30 in the afternoon to prepare for this week's tarot gathering. At 3:00, rays of crimson light rose from the ancient palace above the grey fog and solidified into corresponding figures. Audrey immediately stood up, lifted her skirt, and bowed towards the end of the long bronze table. Good afternoon, Mr. Fool. As a senior psychiatrist, she had an extremely strong ability to control her emotions. Furthermore, she did not encounter any problems this week. She was mainly collecting donations, contacting pharmaceutical companies, and organizing volunteer medical staff. However, compared to the past, the carefree and cheerful feeling that came with her greeting was clearly much weaker. The Fool Klein nodded slightly in response to the greetings from the tarot members before casting his gaze at the hermit. He still owed the woman 8 questions. Catleya bowed her head and said with a perfect attitude, That's right. Honorable Mr. Fool, there are still 2 questions this time. After getting his approval, she continued. The first question is, what's the current state of the devils in the abyss? Queen Mystic first suspects that the Emperor's mausoleum is hidden in the abyss. This is in line with the Emperor's train of thought. As expected of his biological daughter. Unfortunately, there aren't any citizens that can be ordered around. The Fool Klein muttered inwardly as he replied without a change in expression. Most devils can't even survive in the current abyss. P.S. Seeking recommendation votes for Monday. The current abyss is a place where most devils can't survive? Upon hearing Mr. Fool's answer, Catleya and company couldn't help but feel a strong sense of shock. In mysticism, the abyss was publicly recognized as the filthiest, most depraved, and most chaotic place. It was the residence of devils, and now, most of the natives were unable to survive there. Is the environment of the abyss worsening, causing the devils to be unable to adapt, or is the filth, chaos, and depravity there improving, making it no longer suitable for the devils? The hanging man Alger quickly had 2 guesses, but he didn't know which one it was. Catleya had similar thoughts as him, but she was more puzzled as to why the queen would raise such a question. As for the deeper meaning behind Mr. Fool's answer, it was of no help to the queen's desire to understand the secret she wanted to do. As for Audrey, she suddenly thought of the Church of Knowledge's prophet demigod. He had once said that the apocalypse would come in 1368 of the fifth epoch. This was a publicly acknowledged fact by all Beyonders who were good at prophecy. Even deities had made the same claim. It's 1350 now, only 18 years before the apocalypse. Therefore, there are signs of the abyss. The filthy and chaotic environment, which is already filled with abstract meanings, has broken through its limits and become even worse. Audrey had a rough idea of what was going on, and her heart was filled with anxiety and uneasiness. Originally, she didn't believe in the apocalypse because there were no signs of it. She usually paid more attention to the current war and the people who died, were injured, and suffered in the war. But now, the anomaly in the abyss made her inexplicably horrified. She was eager to improve herself and digest the potion as soon as possible to obtain the Beyonder characteristic left behind by Vin Rambus to advance to a demigod. Only by doing so could she have the ability to interfere and resist certain things she didn't wish to see. Mr. World has more requests. Audrey silently prayed in her heart as she calmed her restless emotions. Leonard, Magician's Furs, Zio, and the other members actually had some doubts about the existence of the abyss. This was because after the second epoch, the abyss had never appeared in front of the world again. Most of the devils active in the real world came from the blood sanctification sect. Even the high-level devils and evil existences that the rituals pointed to were likely the top echelons of the blood sanctification sect. Of course, the evil god, the dark side of the universe, was widely believed to be the incarnation of the abyss, but his presence was very low. If not for the occasional response to rituals and showing the characteristics of the devil domain, him would probably be considered a pure myth, just like giant King Orr. But even so, the confidential information of the Church of Evernight that Leonard had access to indicated that the dark side of the universe was a disguise created by other evil gods and hidden existences. Sun wasn't surprised. In some places far away from the City of Silver, in the depths of the endless darkness, there were many devils who couldn't maintain their calm. Among them, there was no lack of demigods like devils. They didn't seem to be much different from the abyss. If not for the existence of iconic items like the Giant King's Court, the citizens of the City of Silver would definitely suspect that the truth behind their abandonment was that they had been thrown into the abyss. As thoughts flashed through the minds of the members of the tarot, the hermit Xianxia reigned in her puzzlement and continued asking, "Honorable Mr. Fool, the second question is, were the things that Roselle the Great did in his later years affected by external and unnecessary influences?" This question reminded Klein of the horrifying details and contradictions in Roselle's diary in his later years. He momentarily sighed. With the fool's attitude, he slowly shook his head. No. Those things were done by the Emperor himself. Just as Xianxia couldn't help but feel disappointed and depressed, she heard Mr. Fool say with a half-smile and half-sigh, "It's not an influence, but a corruption. It's a corruption that's very difficult to detect." Corruption. Roselle the Great was corrupted in his later years? At that time, he was already him, a grounded angel. How could he be corrupted? This came from a certain true god, or is it an underground corruption that even the ancient gods fear? Amidst her shock, Audrey made a guess based on the secrets she knew. The Hanging Man, Alger, and the other members of the tarot also didn't expect such a thing to happen to Roselle the Great in his later years. They had some doubts about his goal of creating the cards of blasphemy. At the same time, they believed that Mr. Fool's act of collecting the cards of blasphemy might have a deeper meaning, one that involved more than what they had originally deduced. In this game of cards that involves the entire world, only an important figure like Mr. Fool has the right to be a player, and we are just a card or some chips. Kings of Angels, Sequence 1 angels might have the right to participate. The Hanging Man, Alger, sighed as he had the desire to become a player. The story of the Emperor's later years goes from being a tyrant to an evil god? A book that begins with romance, inspiration, passion, love, adventure, and the erotic life of high society with Intis eventually becomes a horror story? Even I wouldn't dare to write it like that. If I were to write it, I would make the Emperor's tragic ending stem from the betrayal of love, marriage, and promises. Magician's Furs couldn't help but let her thoughts wander. She had the urge to write a biography for Roselle the Great. Of course, there were many biographies of Roselle on the market, and some of them were even banned items. Corruption. So it's corruption. Xianxia felt both wistful and sorrowful. She felt wistful that the emperor didn't end up like the story of the dragon-slaying warrior, turning from a hero to an evil dragon. He was still a legend worthy of worship. What was sorrowful was that this misunderstanding had only been resolved today. After her emotions gradually settled, Xianxia recalled the matter of being corrupted, and the more she thought about it, the more horrified she became. She believed that she was the one who understood Roselle the best among all the tarot members present. She knew very well what heights the emperor had reached in his later years. Mr. Fool was the convener and witness, but he wasn't a member. But it was such a sequence, one angel who had the throne of a true god as his goal that had been silently corrupted. He and the people around him didn't notice it at all. This is even more terrifying than terrifying. Xianxia secretly took a deep breath and slowly exhaled to regulate her emotions. Then, she bowed at the end of the long, mottled table again. Thank you for your answer, Honorable Mr. Fool. I also thank you for not asking questions that were out of line. The Fool Klein gave a self-deprecating remark as he leaned back in his chair and nodded slightly. You may begin. Just like before, the members of the tarot had either just advanced, were still digesting, or didn't have anything to trade. They were temporarily in a state of no need. After exchanging a few looks, they decided to directly enter the free exchange segment. Of course, Emlyn was an exception. He really wanted to make a request and get someone to help rescue him from St. Samuel Cathedral's basement. Yes, up to this day, he was still being held in protective custody behind Cheney's Gate in the Church of Evernights Bakelin Diocese headquarters. Next door was Bishop Utravsky, and during this period of time, no Nighthawks had come to interrogate them. If it wasn't for the fact that the staff in charge of guarding the sealed land would bring them a certain amount of water and food every day, Emlyn definitely believed that he and Father Utravsky had been forgotten. The dark and silent environment isn't too bad, just a little cold. But without puppets, newspapers, books, or historical documents, this life is meaningless. Besides, the Nighthawks only provide ox blood. It tastes terrible, and the effects aren't too good. I'm already weak. Emlyn opened his mouth, but he didn't say a word. This was because he felt that it was a very embarrassing matter. After all, he was the one who had asked the star to push for protective custody. In the end, he had also been protected custody. I hope that fellow hasn't forgotten me and is thinking of a way to release me. Emlyn glanced at Leonard and maintained his silence. Leonard maintained a rather upright sitting posture and didn't respond to the moon's gaze. He didn't have a good solution for the time being, because he was the one who had suggested protective custody in front of the Archbishop. As for Emlyn White, he was a vampire viscount, equivalent to a sequence 5 Beyonder. He was a moving human-shaped bomb, and he believed in Earth Mother. There was no reason for him to release him now. I can only wait for the Sanguine to protest to us through other channels before I have room to maneuver. Leonard decided to apply for a private exchange later and get Emlyn to think of a way to get the upper echelons of the Sanguine to contact the Church of Evernight. Their interaction was noticed by Audrey, and she immediately thought of the question Mr. Moon had asked her previously. She suspected that something had gone wrong during the protective custody, but it didn't seem too serious. I heard that the priests of the Harvest Church saved many people during the Great Smog of Bakeland. I hope nothing happens. Audrey nodded slightly and cast her gaze at Little Sunday. Apart from her, the other tarot members also cast their gazes at Sunday. They all knew that the City of Silver was scheduled to explore the Giant King's court last week, and the results should have been out by now. Derek sat up straight, glanced at Mr. Hanged Man, and said self-consciously, "That's not the case." He said very consciously, "We completed the first exploration of the Giant King's court. 3 died, 1 went missing, and 5 survived. We first arrived at the main entrance of the King's court and saw 2 silver knights in unknown states guarding it. This is the name of the Giant Pathways Sequence 3, Divine Emperor of the 9 Heavens. End of chapter 1158. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.